Awakening the prejudice against the worthless magical beast with a kingler, the nobles at the auction hall knelt in desperate pleas for the formula when a Master Ball was unveiled. Suddenly, the system prompted, detected host's resentment value has exceeded limits. Additional SS-level compensation mission initiated. This is a tale of how patience and a system bug forged the mightiest Pokémon trainer, where reward delayed for 3 years held enough interest to purchase the entire league. Chapter 1. I completed 100,000 rewardless tasks. The sky was inexplicably a brilliant blue, occasionally graced by peculiar birds and beasts, while the surrounding populace regarded these sights with indifference. 3 months prior, the Pokémon Dimension game descended upon this world, heralding a gradual fusion between the Pokémon realm and reality. Shenrual was no exception. In truth, Shenrual was not of this world. He hailed from a cerulean planet remarkably similar to this one, with an 80% resemblance. Upon the arrival of the Pokémon Dimension game, he had chuckled with glee. This world lacked Pokémon. No one recognized these creatures but him. Armed with his prophetic foresight, he was certain he would ascend to the rank of a formidable Pokémon trainer before the realms entwined. However, reality unfolded starkly different from Shenrual's expectations. Upon entering the game, he discovered that no matter his efforts in completing tasks, he received no rewards whatsoever, not even a starting Pokémon from the initial task. Now, 3 months later, the most powerful players had reached levels exceeding 30, already acquiring formidable Pokémon like Blastoise and Charizard, while he remained bereft of even a starter Pokémon. Were it not for the absence of customer service, Shenrual would have sought to report a bug. The Pokémon Dimension game had permeated the real world, with weaker Pokémon such as Rattata and Pidgey already appearing. One day, the real world would inevitably transform into a genuine Pokémon universe, leaving Shenrual with no recourse but to persist in completing tasks. Over these months, he had accomplished a staggering 100,000 low-level tasks. From an initial state of trepidation to a numb acceptance, Shenrual had grown accustomed to his plight. Shenrual, may I ask a favor of you? Could you deliver this fruit Pokémon to the town's elder? Professor Oak, beaming with a smile, handed Shenrual a Pokeball. He had long since accepted such requests without hesitation. No problem, Professor Oak. He had completed countless such tasks over these 3 months, often assisting others while simultaneously fulfilling his own duties. Moreover, he found himself unable to utilize the task items, rendering any thought of departing with them entirely futile. Reflecting on this, Shenrual couldn't help but chuckle at his own predicament. I suppose I could be deemed the prince of tasks no one in all of Pallet Town knows it better than I do. This was no exaggeration among the hundreds of thousands of residents. Virtually none were unfamiliar with Shenrual. Professor Oak watched Shenrual's departing figure with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. What a fine young man. Shenrual never sought any rewards for his tasks, always dedicating himself to aiding others, which endeared him to the townsfolk. They even spontaneously raised funds to construct a 3-story house for him, welcoming him into their community. This was a tangible world, filled with living, breathing individuals. Shenrual skillfully navigated towards the elder's home. Elder, Professor Oak asked me to deliver this fruit Pokémon to you. The elderly man, with flowing white hair and spectacles, emerged holding a plate of berries, cheerfully addressing Shenrual. Ah, young Rual, thank you. Here, have some berries. You've helped me tremendously these past few days. Shenrual accepted the elder's kindness with gratitude, smiling as he responded, I won't be polite then. Thank you, elder. Just as he placed a berry in his mouth, he froze in astonishment. He suspected he was imagining things. It was hard to believe. Plug-in installation in progress. World assimilation underway. Ding. Task completed. Deliver the fruit Pokémon to the elder. Reward. In disbelief, Shenrual opened his task log, astonished to find that his system had finally activated. This was nothing short of miraculous. After 3 long months, it was his first encounter with a system notification. A smile of joy illuminated Shenrual's face. This was an exhilarating surprise. The elder observed Shenrual's elation and chuckled. Tasty, isn't it? These berries were brought to me by my son from afar. Indeed, they are quite sweet. Elder, I have some matters to attend to, but I will visit again when I have the time, Shenrual exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he dashed out. He was eager to investigate his task system. After completing 100,001 tasks, he had finally activated it. Task completed. Deliver the fruit Pokémon to the elder. Reward. 100 monetary units. Ding. Detection of a system bug causing persistent non-disbursement of task rewards. significantly impacting the host. Commencing compensation options. Option 1. Receive all rewards owed for 100,001 tasks, with an immediate level increase to 30. Option 2. Combine all task rewards into a single Pokémon with fixed nature and traits. A lazy sloth Pokémon. Please make your choice promptly. I choose the second option. Shenruo made his decision without hesitation. He was not foolish. The 100,000 tasks he had completed were all trivial errands. Even if he received all rewards, they would amount to mere money and miscellaneous items, along with some inconsequential Pokémon. The notion of an immediate level increase to 30 was even more deceptive. This world was not a game. Mere level attainment was insufficient. He could guarantee that even a Pokémon of purple aptitude would remain a liability without battle experience and mastery of various moves. In this world, Pokémon aptitude is categorized into colors such as white, green, blue, orange, purple, red, gold, etc. The second option, while seemingly lacking in immediate appeal, held significant promise. The final evolution of the lazy sloth Pokémon boasted the highest base stats outside of mythical creatures and non-mythical Pokémon. With an astonishing base value of 670, it surpassed many first-tier deities. What was even more terrifying was not just its power, but the potential for fixed nature and traits. A lazy sloth Pokémon that was neither lethargic nor slothful. What did that signify? The people of this world might remain oblivious, but Shenruo understood. It represented a creature rivaling the divine, capable of standing against legendary beings. Chapter 2. The One-Punch Lazy King. What does the Lazy King's staggering base stat of 670 signify? A comparison with other Pokémon reveals the truth. Charizard is already a remarkably powerful Pokémon, yet its base stat is a mere 534 even after Mega Evolution. It only reaches 634. Few first-tier deities can boast base stats of 670 in their normal forms. Were it not for its lazy trait hindering its battle command, the Lazy King would have long overshadowed other Pokémon. This is no mere game. Should one lay down and sleep, others would not hesitate to unleash their ultimate moves without a second thought. And as for the second option, it offers the reward of a randomly selected sloth Pokémon with fixed traits. A selection of traits, a selection of abilities. There's no need to worry about changes when evolving into a Slaking. This sloth Pokémon is truly a fatherly figure. Shenruo, as long as he is not foolish, knows precisely how to make his choice. The system is dispensing rewards. Please select a fixed trait. I choose the Adamant Nature. Shenruo displayed no hesitation. The Adamant Nature increases attack while reducing special attack, allowing the Slaking to maximize its output. Isn't it delightful to experience the thrill of a one-punch man? Please select a fixed ability. Guts. The Guts ability doubles the damage of physical attacks, and Shenruo had intended from the very start to choose this ability for Slaking. He had no intention of acting like a mere human. In selecting the sloth Pokémon, Shenruo never intended to be anything less than extraordinary. Who wouldn't fear a Slaking boasting a base stat total of 670, combined with an Adamant Nature and Guts ability? One punch from this Slaking could easily incapacitate even the most defensively robust Pokémon. Rewards have been dispensed. A new task has been issued. Acquire 8 badges to qualify for the Kanto League Championship. Reward: 1 purple quality Pokémon. Task 2. Achieve a top 3 finish in the Kanto League Championship. The champion receives a set of Mega Stones. The runner-up receives a red Pokémon quality advancement potion, and the third place receives 1 purple quality Pokémon. Shenruo gazed enviously at these rewards. However, if he could evolve his sloth Pokémon into a Slaking by the Kanto League Championship in 3 months, winning the championship wouldn't be an unattainable dream. Shenruo withdrew a Pokeball from his pocket. Come forth, sloth Pokémon. A creature resembling a tree sloth stood before him. Unlike typical sloths, which are usually sprawled lazily on the ground, Shenruo's sloth Pokémon stood upright, exuding vigor. This was the system's divine sloth Pokémon, endowed with the Guts ability. Shenruo affectionately patted the sloth Pokémon's head. Sloth Pokémon, let's work hard together from now on. The sloth Pokémon displayed great enthusiasm, raising its fist in response. That's the spirit. Now, let's embark on our journey. We shall conquer 8 gym badges and compete in the Kanto League Championship to claim victory. The sloth Pokémon vigorously waved its fist in agreement. Professor Oak, I am setting out on my journey. Now, I am grateful for all your care thus far. Shinruo politely bowed to Professor Oak. The professor paused his research, looking at Shinruo with surprise. Oh? Young Ruo, are you embarking on a journey? Have you prepared your Pokémon? Shinruo released the sloth Pokémon from its ball, his smile radiant. Of course, it is a splendid companion. Professor Oak gazed in astonishment at the sloth Pokémon. Remarkable. A standing sloth Pokémon. How extraordinary. These creatures are typically quite lazy, yet this one stands truly a first for me. Professor Oak affectionately patted the sloth Pokémon and spoke with a smile. It seems like a wonderful companion. It must rely heavily on you. I have heard that sloth Pokémon will actively battle for a trainer they trust. This is the first time I've witnessed such a thing. Shinruo nodded with a smile. Indeed, I have great faith in it. It is my most trusted partner. As he spoke, Shinruo exchanged a knowing glance with the sloth Pokémon. The sloth Pokémon squinted its eyes in delight, nuzzling its fluffy head against Shinruo's leg, displaying its reliance. Professor Oak clapped Shinruo on the shoulder. You have finally reached this day. You are setting forth on your journey from here on. You must strive diligently. Shinruo replied with a confident smile. Of course, I am strong. Professor Oak chuckled, handing Shinruo a Pokédex and a Pokeball. These are essential items for your journey. Take good care of yourself. And remember, this will always be your home. Shinruo nodded, bidding farewell to Professor Oak as he exited the laboratory. At the entrance, he felt a sense of surreal nostalgia. He had spent 3 months here, considering everyone as his family. He fondly recalled the elder who delighted in offering him berries and sharing tales of his youthful strength, the grandmother who prepared meals for him, and the younger brother who enjoyed playing with him. Just as Shinruo stepped out of the laboratory, he was taken aback. The entire town had gathered to bid him farewell. Young Ruo, take good care of yourself on your journey. This is a mosquito repellent prepared by your aunt. Hey Race, a healing potion. You cannot do without this. Shinruo looked at the crowd, deeply moved. Thank you, everyone. I promise to return and visit when I have time. The elder, as if holding a treasure, handed Shinruo a small cloth pouch. This is a cherished item I have kept for many years. I never even gave it to that little rascal. Inside is the move reversal, which you can teach to your Pokémon. It is a very useful skill. Shinruo gazed at the elder's kind face, stifling his tears. Take care of yourself, Grandpa. I will return with a championship title for you. Everyone, please take care of yourselves. Shinruo waved goodbye to the quaint town of Pallet, his starting village. Though many may perceive Pallet Town merely as a novice village, for Shinruo, it was home. It was also the place where his dreams began, his glorious starting point. Chapter 3, The Mighty Formula. Lazy Wong, unleash your claw attack on Pidgey. Shinruo commanded Lazy Wong to charge at Pidgey. It was already the 3rd day of his journey, and Lazy Wong had grown from level 5 to level 13. Along the way, he had defeated countless Pokémon. Yet, it still wasn't enough. The Pokémon dimension had descended for over 3 months, and the leaderboard's top contender possessed a level 37 Charizard. If Shinruo wished to challenge the gym, he needed to evolve Lazy Wong into an Ambipom. Otherwise, his offensive capabilities remained too singular, and his strength was vastly inferior. Lazy Wong's claws sent Pidgey flying. This Pidgey, nearly evolved into a Pidgeotto, was utterly no match for Lazy Wong. Shinruo joyfully patted Lazy Wang's head, exclaiming, "Well done, Lazy Wang." Lazy Wang squinted his eyes in delight, basking in Shinruo's affection. A side quest has been activated. Battle Hardened. Fight against 100 Pokémon within 3 days to earn a special item. Shinruo's eyes lit up. This was the first task he had received in these past few days. Battling 100 Pokémon over 3 days meant he only needed to face about 30 Pokémon each day, a task he had no reason to refuse. Lazy Wang, I'll be counting on you. Shinruo affectionately stroked Lazy Wang's head. Lazy Wang, oblivious to Shinruo's excitement, felt great joy simply from Shinruo's good spirits. With that thought, Lazy Wang's eyes narrowed into a fine slit, appearing adorably foolish, which was quite amusing. Shinruo couldn't help but chuckle at Lazy Wang. Lazy Wang, go wild. Don't let Pidgeotto take to the skies. Shinruo commanded loudly, secretly calculating in his mind. Defeating this Pidgeotto would elevate Lazy Wang to level 18. A transformation of great significance. Compared to Lazy Wang, Ambipom was immensely more powerful, with the added strength from its strongman trait. Each of Lazy Wang's frenzied claw strikes inflicted tremendous damage upon Pidgeotto. Although Pidgeotto's level surpassed that of Lazy Wang, it still stood no chance. After a flurry of claw attacks, Pidgeotto found itself on the brink of collapse, losing its combat ability. Meanwhile, Lazy Wang was enveloped in a brilliant white light, undergoing a transformation. Shenrua watched in astonishment. It was about to evolve. The dazzling white glow flickered as Lazy Wang's form continually shifted. The once thigh-high Lazy Wang suddenly grew taller than Shenrua himself. A normal Ambipom stands around 1 meters, but Shenrua's Ambipom reached almost 2 meters, exuding a formidable presence. As the white light gradually faded, Lazy Wang's brown fur transformed to white, while the hair atop its head turned red. Its previously delicate claws became sharper and more menacing, instilling fear at first glance. With a robust musculature, no one would doubt the terrifying power contained within. After evolving into Ambipom, it exhibited boundless excitement, bouncing around Shenrua and occasionally cleaving through stones with its claws. The hard stones appeared as soft as tofu beneath its grip, effortlessly sliced apart. Shenrua laughed, stroking Ambipom's white fur, his heart filled with elation. Host, Shenrua level. Intermediate trainer achievements, none badges, none abilities, none items, none Pokémon. Ambipom current task, battle hardened, 8 badges. Champion Pokémon. Ambipom potential, purple level, 18 strength, advanced type, normal skills, counter, frenzied claw, scratch, brick break. Trait, strongman personality, stubborn carried items. None. Although the status panel still appeared rather bleak, Shenrua felt entirely satisfied. Once he evolved Ambipom into a Slaking, he would be capable of battling even the most seasoned gym leaders with confidence. In this world, Pokémon trainers are classified into several ranks: newcomer, beginner, intermediate, advanced, elite, gym leader, champion, and more. Trainers with primary Pokémon below level 10 are classified as newcomers, while beginners must evolve their Pokémon into their second form. Intermediate trainers possess primary Pokémon close to or exceeding 30 but have yet to evolve them. The distinction for advanced trainers is much simpler. They must have final evolution Pokémon and demonstrate sufficient commanding ability and understanding of Pokémon. Most players currently fall into this category. With Ambipom by his side, Shenrua stood among the top tier of intermediate trainers. Even some advanced trainers would not be able to contend with him. Considering he had reached this stage in less than 5 days, he was also very close to completing the side quest, Battle Hardened, likely finishing it today. Let us go, Ambipom. Let us work hard. We'll feast tonight. Now in Ambipom, it seemed to possess boundless energy, eager for battle. After just 3 encounters, Shenrua received a notification. Ding. The side quest Battle Hardened has been completed. Rewards are in the process of being drawn. The draw is complete. The reward is a Pokémon food recipe, blue. Shenrua was taken aback. Did his words truly hold such power? After mentioning a grand feast, he received a Pokémon food recipe? Recipe for mighty strength. Increases strength by 3 units each month. Production method. Shenrua could not help but smile. It was truly worth it. An increase of 3 units of strength each month nearly equated to leveling up. Moreover, this was a long-term benefit. At least, there were currently no substantial restrictions. This recipe for mighty strength was perfectly suited for Shenrua at this moment. Although the production cost was somewhat steep, he had already devised a plan. Once implemented, he would face no shortage of funds. In fact, some would eagerly offer him money. Shenrua patted Ambipom on the shoulder, standing at 178 meters. He could only reach Ambipom's shoulders unless it bent down. Ambipom, you're in for a treat tonight. This is no ordinary feast. It's a feast that will make you even stronger. Chapter 4. A new mission. Dr. Sprite. Shenrua meticulously endeavored to concoct the power food. Upon acquiring the recipe, it seamlessly integrated into his consciousness, as if it were knowledge he had always possessed. With the final ingredient added, the power food was finally complete. The hyperactive ape, unable to contain its excitement, circled around Shenrua, eagerly awaiting its treat. Were it not for its deep reliance on Shenrua, it might have snatched the power food and devoured it on the spot. Glutton, go ahead. It was made for you, Shenrua chided playfully, handing the power food to the hyperactive ape. The creature promptly indulged, its eyes slightly squinting in bliss. The contrast between its menacing visage and the joy radiating from its face was utterly amusing, prompting Shenrua to chuckle. The hyperactive ape, glancing at Shenrua and then at the nearly devoured power food in its hands, ultimately suppressed its greed and reluctantly offered the last morsel to Shenrua. Touched, Shenrua patted the ape. All right, you finish it. I have no desire for this. At the moment Shenrua declined. The hyperactive ape hastily stuffed the remaining food into its mouth, as if fearing that Shenrua might change his mind. Moreover, it waved its empty hands before Shenrua, as though to convey that nothing remained. Shenrua was thoroughly amused by the ape's antics. The sight of such a robust Pokémon performing such comical gestures was simply delightful. The hyperactive ape, puzzled by Shenrua's laughter, plopped down beside him with a silly grin and scratched its head. The two, a boy and his ape, shared a moment of laughter together. The hyperactive ape had reached level 21, yet today Shinruo refrained from training it, instead behaving unusually by stepping out of the Pokémon dimension and returning to the real world. The connection between the Pokémon dimension and the real world remained somewhat tenuous, preventing a complete merger of the two realms. Today marked the time for returning to school, as the institution mandated attendance once every 7 days. Currently, he was a freshman at Yangsheng University, and without the arrival of the Pokémon dimension, he would have been relishing his university experience. Shinruo had grown weary of returning to school, particularly over the last 2 months. Since his classmates learned that he had been in the Pokémon dimension for 3 months without acquiring a Pokémon, their perception had shifted to one of ridicule. Though he paid little heed to their derision, he disliked witnessing their ugly faces. Now, these matters seemed nothing more than a source of amusement to him. Did a true dragon concern itself with the taunts of a loach? Shinruo was destined to rise above. Upon entering Class 4, Shinruo settled into his usual seat. Indifferent to those around him, he attempted to summon the hyperactive ape into the real world, but found it impossible. The ape's power was still too formidable. Given the current integration of the two worlds, summoning it was premature. After Shinruo took his seat, many eyes turned toward him, each filled with a sense of schadenfreude. Once the Pokémon dimension and the real world merged, Shinruo would be deemed unworthy even to serve as their shoeshine boy, unfazed by their attitudes. Shinruo felt like an outsider. As the homeroom teacher, Li Hui, entered, the class quieted. This time, our approach differs from the past, Li Hui announced. Class 4 plans to undertake a collective activity. Recently, the class president informed me of a congregation of formidable circle bears. After discussing with the class president, we decided to embark on this adventure together as a collective task. Does anyone have any objections? Class President Wang Yo stood to elaborate. The circle bears are located near Qian City in the Kanto region. Students in proximity may sign up with me. Shinruo was not far from Qian City and could potentially join, yet he had his own plans and was disinterested in mingling with them. Wang Yao seemed to have a thought. Shinruo, you've been in the Kanto region as well, right? Why not join us? We could help you capture a Pokémon, and you could become a Pokémon trainer. Before Shinruo could respond, Lin Qing interjected with derision, President, don't waste your breath. Last time he tried to capture a level 3 Pidgey, he deemed it too weak and fled. Laughter erupted from the rest of the class. Shinruo regarded the laughing faces with pity. Circle bears were social creatures of immense strength. Among this group, as far as he knew, there were no legendary trainers whose names graced the rankings. They were merely a collection of average players, foolishly aspiring to capture circle bears. Was that not a recipe for disaster? Shinruo had no intention of following them into folly. With the two worlds not fully merged, the worst that would happen was a fright for them. But no real danger. He chose to remain silent. Upon returning home, Shinruo immediately entered the Pokémon dimension. He had not recalled the hyperactive ape, but had instructed it to train nearby. His time to obtain a Pokémon was already significantly delayed compared to others, so he needed to seize every moment to grow stronger. Seated on a rock before his computer, Shinruo made revisions while the hyperactive ape trained nearby. After an afternoon of diligent modifications, he finally sighed in relief, having completed much of his work. With familiarity, he logged into a forum known as Scholar's Haven. He had previously contributed numerous articles there, most of which were tips from his past life, granting him a certain level of renown within the community. Now, he intended to unleash a bombshell. Once the Pokémon dimension merged with the real world, his status within the Pokémon realm would grant him greater rewards. Shinruo aimed to attain the title of Pokémon Doctor. With that title, his actions would carry weight, allowing him to silence any detractors with the fruits of his research. Just as he contemplated this, the system promptly issued a mission. Title Quest. Obtain the title of Pokémon Doctor. Reward. 1 Purple Aptitude Pokémon. Chapter 5. What is Genius? The enigmatic Pokémon of Purple Aptitude. Shinruo's breath quickened. Such a reward was indeed rare. It is worth noting that the prize for 3rd place in the Kanto League tournament is merely a single Pokémon with Purple Aptitude. This task may seem daunting for others, but for Shinruo, it posed no significant challenge. His understanding of Pokémon surpassed that of even Professor Oak in many respects. This is no exaggeration. Who can compare to him? Shinruo promptly uploaded the prepared document titled The Influence of Personality on Pokémon Strength to the scholar's home. Meanwhile, in the Hoenn region, the renowned Pokémon researcher, Dr. Oda, having prepared instant noodles, habitually opened the scholar's home to peruse the latest research reports. A rather unadorned post caught his attention. The influence of personality on Pokémon strength. The topic appeared quite novel and intriguing. Dr. Oda's interest piqued. He clicked on the post. The author, identified as Shinruo, was verified, ensuring that there was no theft of others' work. Dr. Oda recalled Shinruo, who had previously posed many insightful questions and conclusions on the scholar's home, showcasing a sharp intellect and dedication to research. Although Dr. Oda had yet to read the contents of the post. He felt a strong conviction in its credibility. After clicking on it, he initially intended to casually browse while eating his noodles, but soon found himself engrossed, abandoning the meal entirely. This was simply extraordinary. To conceive such ideas was nothing short of remarkable. Shinrua's research on Pokémon far surpassed his own. Perhaps only Professor Oak could be considered his equal. Upon finishing Shinrua's paper, Dr. Oda felt a sense of inadequacy wash over him. He promptly shared Shinrua's work within an esteemed academic group, where it reached the eyes of notable scholars such as Dr. Red Cedar, Dr. Oak, Dr. Kokui, and Dr. Buratano. This group, along with Dr. Oda, comprised the most authoritative figures in the entire alliance. The first to finish reading was the research enthusiast, Dr. Kukui, who was equally astounded by the paper as Dr. Oda had been. Dr. Oda, do you know this individual named Shinrua? His paper is exceptionally well written. The direction of his research is delightfully imaginative. Please introduce me to him. I wish to converse with him. I do not know him personally. I only know he appeared in the Scholar's Home 3 months ago. His research seems to encompass various topics, and many of his ideas have opened my eyes. This is his first paper, Dr. Oda replied with admiration. Oh, this child is truly a genius. However, he is currently traveling. I will introduce you when the opportunity arises. Far away in Masera Town, Professor Oak wore a smile. Knowing he had assisted in creating Chunrua's account on the Scholar's Home, he was certain that Chunrua was a prodigy, a youthful genius. I estimate that it will not be long before we add another member to our ranks. If he produces 5 such papers, I will vote for his recommendation as a Pokémon doctor. The only female doctor, Dr. Red Cedar, was equally impressed. Count me in. And me. Almost everyone was captivated by Chunrua's papers, eager to become his advocates. Professor Oak swiftly contacted Chunrua. Young Rua, did you write the paper titled The Influence of Pokémon Personality on Strength? Unaware of the substantial impact his paper had on the scholarly community, Chunrua was astonished to learn that it represented an entirely new paradigm. No scholar had previously undertaken a deliberate study of Pokémon personalities. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Remarkable. If you pursue this direction diligently and publish for more papers of similar quality, we can recommend you for the title of Pokémon Doctor. Shinrua was taken aback. Must I publish 5 papers to become a Pokémon Doctor? Professor Oak chuckled. Not at all. At least 5 significant and impactful papers are required, along with endorsements from 4 or more doctors. After a thoughtful discussion with Professor Oak, Shinrua hung up the phone, deep in contemplation. For papers, huh? If I were to release 5 at once, would it be too conspicuous? After a moment's reflection, he ultimately succumbed to the allure of the purple aptitude Pokémon. Gritting his teeth, he sent out several prepared papers on the evolution possibilities of EV, on the influence of evolution stones on Pokémon aptitude, on the non-specific nature of Pokémon traits, on the possible existence of 4th evolutions and special evolutions. In rapid succession, 5 papers appeared in the Scholar's Home, all authored by Shinrua, sending the already vibrant platform into a frenzy. Scholars across the community began fervently discussing Shinrua's 5 papers. Who is this Shinrua? This is astonishing. 5 exceptional papers in a row. Did you see on the possible existence of 4th evolutions and special evolutions? 4th evolution and special evolution. Dr. Shinrua's hypotheses are utterly audacious. No. I believe on the non-specific nature of Pokémon traits is equally well written. It truly expands one's horizons. Shinrua's 5 papers created waves in the academic world, akin to a colossal tsunami. Even renowned scholars like Professor Oak and Dr. Red Cedar were left in awe. Each of Shinrua's papers possessed remarkable authenticity, with several already validated. This led to a unanimous decision among the esteemed doctors to nominate Shinrua as the new Pokémon Doctor. The recommendation draft was swiftly approved. Professors Red Cedar, Oak, Kokui, Buratano, Oda, and others were all eager to endorse him. This could be considered the most prestigious endorsement in the scholarly community. A global announcement rang out. Congratulations to Shinrua for becoming the new Pokémon Doctor. Let us take pride in him. Chapter 6. The Subsequent Impact. This announcement has left everyone astounded. While many are still tentatively navigating this new terrain, some have already ascended to positions of authority. How can this be possible? With such a plethora of Pokémon species, I have yet to identify a clear direction for my research, and yet someone has already become a Pokémon professor? This is nothing short of a fantastical tale. This individual, Shinrua, is an exceptionally gifted scholar who has even become an apprentice to a distinguished professor, embarking on the study of Pokémon. Who exactly is this Shinrua? We must do everything in our power to recruit such talent. A certain congressman from the Federation has dispatched agents to locate Shinrua, recognizing the immense importance of such an individual. The convergence of the real world and the world of Pokémon has made someone like Shinrua, a Pokémon professor, a strategic asset of unparalleled significance. The presence of such authority can significantly reduce the detours we might otherwise encounter. This name must belong to someone from our nation. We must conduct a thorough investigation and ensure their protection. Such talent must not be allowed to slip away. The fusion of the two worlds is drawing ever closer. According to the intelligence we have gathered, modern weaponry appears to pose little threat to Pokémon. Moreover, some legendary Pokémon possess powers that rival nuclear weaponry, potentially posing even greater dangers. We must prepare ourselves to integrate into this new world. While everyone revels in the existence of the Pokémon world, the higher-ups have already discerned the underlying issues. Ordinary bullets cannot harm Pokémon, many of which possess terrifying destructive capabilities. Even the seemingly weak Rattata wields considerable strength. Furthermore, according to certain legends, some formidable divine beasts possess the ability to resurrect, wielding powers that can shake the earth and inundate the seas, a force that transcends the understanding of ordinary individuals. Previously, such powers were thought to exist solely within the realm of mythology. Fortunately, with the advent of the Pokémon dimension, human physical capabilities are also undergoing continuous enhancement, exhibiting marked improvements in resilience across various domains. It has been reported that a young man suffered only minor injuries after being struck repeatedly by a Pikachu's thunderbolt, illustrating the profound impact of the Pokémon era on the real world. The ramifications of Shinrua becoming a Pokémon professor continue to ripple throughout the entire Pokémon dimension. No one can accept this news. It seems utterly improbable. In just over 3 months, how much can one truly learn about this world? Yet, someone has already achieved the status of a professor in Pokémon research. This is nothing short of miraculous. Not only in the real world, but even within the Pokémon realm, powerful factions are seeking Shinrua. The Pokémon League and long-established conglomerates are all on the hunt for him, with some even offering rewards in the billions for any useful information. Even notorious organizations like Team Rocket, Team Plasma, and Team Magma are in pursuit of Shinrua, eager to recruit him. The shockwave caused by Shinrua's paper on the potential existence of a fourth evolution and special evolutions is truly staggering. If one could harness the powers of the fourth evolution or special evolution, the strength would be unimaginable. Yet, where is the evidence for such fourth evolutions? Up until now, no Pokémon has exhibited a fourth evolution. The authenticity of this paper is certainly up for debate. As a scholar specializing in Pokémon evolution, I cannot claim to be a professor, but I am an experienced researcher, and I am convinced that this work is of high credibility. Dr. Shinrua's research in the field of Pokémon evolution has likely reached an exceptionally advanced level. The scholarly community remains embroiled in debate over Shinrua's published papers. Yet the man himself remains blissfully unaware of the controversy he has ignited. Congratulations to the host for becoming a Pokémon professor. You are awarded a purple quality Pokémon. Rewards are being distributed. Shinrua gazed expectantly at his task system, a unique entity belonging solely to him. While others completed their initial tasks and received their Pokédex and starter Pokémon, their systems promptly vanished, allowing them to fully integrate into this world, indistinguishable from its natives. However, his system remains ever present. Although Shinrua is uncertain of the reasons, he suspects this is the golden finger of his transmigration. In the reward selection, congratulations on obtaining a purple quality Charmander. The reward has been distributed. As the light shimmered, an ordinary Pokeball appeared in Shinrua's hand. Filled with joy, he released Charmander. This was a fortunate draw. He had not anticipated acquiring a Charmander of purple quality. This Pokemon is undoubtedly one of the strongest starters. Naturally, Shinrua is immensely satisfied with this outcome. Pokemon, Charmander quality, purple level, 5 strength, juvenile type, fire skills, Ember, tackle, growl ability, blaze nature, serious held item, none upon releasing Charmander. Shinrua noticed it resembled his recollection perfectly, without any discernible changes. He affectionately patted Charmander's head, while a nearby Aipom mimicked his actions, clumsily attempting to stroke Charmander's head. Unbeknownst to it, its strength inadvertently caused Charmander to stumble, and upon realizing its folly, it sheepishly rubbed its own head. Charmander, however, showed no signs of irritation. Instead, it affectionately nuzzled Aipom's leg. Observing the harmonious interaction between the two Pokémon, Shinrua couldn't help but chuckle. With Charmander's addition, his primary objective will now shift to leveling it up, while simultaneously working towards collecting gym badges and participating in the Kanto League competition. With just over 2 months remaining until the Kanto League tournament, many have already secured their 6th and 7th badges, while Shinrua has yet to acquire even one. Of course, given Shinrua's capabilities, conquering the first 2 gyms should pose no challenge, even by conservative estimates. Furthermore, the evolution of Aipom into Ambipom is also urgent. That will be his true trump card. Aipom, we are set to challenge the gym now. From here on, it is up to you. Chapter 7. The Might of a Single Punch. Charmander, unleash Ember and strike Rattata. Shinrua commanded with unwavering composure. Charmander displayed none of the trepidation one might expect from a Pokémon in its infancy, boldly facing Rattata, which was several levels its superior. Although the move was named Ember, it bore no resemblance to the ordinary sparks one might envision. Instead, it manifested as a formidable conflagration, hurtling towards Rattata with unyielding force. The wild Rattata, unaccustomed to such an onslaught, was struck directly and rendered unable to continue the battle. Content with his performance, Shinrua recalled Charmander. The purple-graded Charmander exhibited significantly greater strength across all metrics. However, such grading merely signified potential. True strength is only realized through rigorous training. Shinrua had never slackened in his training regimen for either his Machoke or Charmander. He had even crafted specialized training sandbags weighing 100 pounds for Machoke, which it bore at all times outside of battle. Were it not for the likelihood of damage during combat, Shinrua would have insisted Machoke keep them on even then. Mission activated, 100 consecutive victories. Just as Shinrua felt a twinge of regret, the mission system promptly issued a task. 100 consecutive victories, achieve 100 consecutive wins. Rewards, training shop unlocked. Achievement point collection system activated. Shinrua could scarcely contain his delight. The system was remarkably considerate, providing precisely what he lacked. Just moments ago, he lamented the absence of suitable training equipment, and now the system unveiled the means to collect achievement points and access the training shop. 100 consecutive victories? This challenge appeared daunting, requiring a staggering 100 wins. For him at present, this seemed insurmountable. His Machoke was only at level 26 and Charmander had yet to evolve, sitting at a mere level 13. Nevertheless, Shinrua did not alter his course due to the 100 consecutive victories mission. He resolved to journey toward Pewter City to acquire the gym badge first. Stop right there. Are you a Pokémon trainer too? Before Shinrua could proceed far, a boy clad in shorts blocked his path. Shinrua felt an exhilarating thrill. Since departing from Pallet Town, he had yet to encounter another Pokémon trainer. And now an opportunity for a Pokémon battle presented itself. Would you care for a Pokémon duel? Shinrua inquired eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The boy responded with equal enthusiasm, absolutely. I've been waiting here for ages to find a Pokémon trainer. Without further ado, the boy summoned his Pokémon. Come forth. Pidgeotto. This was a level 30 Pidgeotto, on the cusp of evolving into Pidgeot. Shinrua was not surprised. After 3 months, many trainers had elevated their primary Pokémon to level 30. Had he not been delayed, his name would surely have graced the leaderboard. Go, Machoke. The boy Yongtai was taken aback, never expecting Shinrua to utilize such a rare Pokémon. How unusual. I didn't realize you were using a Slacketh's evolved form. You must be quite the novice trainer. Slacketh was not only weak but notoriously difficult to command in battle. While Mashoki's strength had improved significantly since its evolution, it was still merely adequate. Yongtai shook his head in disappointment. Using such a Pokémon as a primary was foolish. Shinrua paid no heed to Yongtai's disparagement. No need to worry about that. I know what I'm doing. Sensing Shinrua's indifference, Yongtai dismissed his concerns and commanded Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto, take to the skies. Shinrua remained unfazed by Yongtai's orders, and Machoke stood resolute on the ground, unaffected by the turbulent winds. It was a normal-type Pokémon, after all, and had no fear of flying-type moves. Pidgeotto, continue with wing attack. Yongtai was brimming with confidence, believing that battling a grounded Machoke would be an effortless task. Shinrua offered no commands, allowing Machoke to steadfastly endure the onslaught of wind. Although flying-type moves did not inherently counter normal-type Pokémon, they still inflicted damage. Machoke showed signs of distress under the assault. Yongtai scoffed at Shinrua's apparent lack of strategy. With such a clueless approach, defeat is merely a matter of time. Pidgeotto. Unleash wing attack again. A faint smile curled at the corners of Shinrua's mouth. Who said I lack a strategy? Machoke, return the favor. Send Pidgeotto packing. Machoke gathered immense power, channeling a skill recorded on the learning machine gifted to him by Master Wong before leaving Pallet Town, the godly move, counter. This would return double the damage inflicted upon him. Caught off guard by Mashoki's sudden counterattack, Pidgeotto had no time to react and was struck directly. While counter was a fighting-type move, its damage was determined by the damage dealt by the opponent. Even with the flying-type's resistance, it was of no consequence. Under the might of this blow, Pidgeotto collapsed, losing its ability to battle and teetering on the brink of defeat. Yongtai was utterly unprepared for this outcome. His strategic awareness paled in comparison to Shinrua's. Had he interspersed other moves, or had Machoke performed differently, the counter's power would not have been so devastating. Yongtai had foolishly continued to rely solely on wing attack, sealing his own fate. Without hesitation, Yongtai sent forth his second Pokémon. Go, Onix. As Onix materialized, Shinrua chuckled softly. This battle was all but concluded. Fighting-type moves dealt double damage to Rock-type Pokémon. Machoke, Unleash Dynamic Punch. With the double effectiveness in Mishoki's powerful ability, the punch struck with blinding speed. In an instant, Yongtai was unable to issue a command, and Onyx was sent flying, teetering on the edge of defeat. Such was the might of Mishoki's punch. Yongtai was left speechless. What was this? Was this some sort of cheat? Was this truly an Onyx? It should have been a Rattata. How could it have been felled by a single blow? Surely, he must have misjudged the situation. Chapter 8. The Forces Behind. Until the battle concluded, Yongtai remained in a state of disbelief, gazing at the Onyx. He was still dazed, questioning how such a formidable Onyx could be defeated so suddenly. Wasn't it widely known that Onyx possessed thick skin and substantial resilience? Could it be that he had raised a counterfeit Onyx? Was his Onyx merely a pawn in a scheme? In an instant, countless thoughts swirled in Yongtai's mind. He felt as if his Onyx had deliberately thrown the match. Yet, he had no evidence to support such a claim. Have I truly lost? Yongtai's words were laced with confusion, disbelief, and a hint of grievance. Who could withstand such a blow? Who wouldn't be left dumbfounded? One punch, and a perfectly healthy Onyx lay defeated. This was a burden no one could bear. Meanwhile, the Ambipom appeared utterly unfazed by the impact of its punch on Yongtai. It merely squinted its eyes, sitting on the ground and rubbing its head against Liu Yang. Shinrua was equally charmed by the Ambipom's antics. His Ambipom was unlike any other, remarkably affectionate. In truth, both his Charmeleon and Ambipom enjoyed an exceptionally close bond with him. If the system had a measure of affection, it would likely be at maximum capacity between them. Shinrua gently patted the Ambipom's head, exclaiming, "Well done." The Ambipom relished the affection, nuzzling against Shinrua's hand, while Charmeleon scurried over, displaying its own warmth. It was only at this moment that Yongtai regained his composure, exclaiming, "I lost. How did you manage that? A single blow from your Ambipom completely obliterated my Onyx. This is utterly impossible. I previously challenged the pewter gym, and even the gym leader's Onyx was not as formidable as mine. Onyx, being a rock type, suffered double damage from fighting types, and since his Ambipom had undergone specialized training, such an outcome was hardly surprising." Shinrua refrained from disclosing his Ambipom's unique ability, a trait granted by the system, preferring to keep it confidential. Yongtai nodded thoughtfully. So, the lazy slaking becomes this powerful upon evolution? Perhaps I should consider raising a slaking as well. Shinrua nearly erupted in laughter at the notion. A slaking with its inherently lazy nature could hardly be deemed a true slaking. Rather, it would be a slaking in a pit of laziness. Even if it evolved into a slaking king with an impressive attribute of 670, if it remained idle and untrained, such attributes would hold little value. Shinrua's journey continued as planned, steadily advancing toward Pewter City. Yet, he had underestimated the profound impact of the 5 papers he had previously published, particularly the one discussing the 4th evolution of Pokémon and the concept of special evolutions. Countless factions had invested significant resources, both intellectual and financial, into this area of research, yet they had made little progress. Almost every force was now in pursuit of Shinrua, eager to obtain information regarding the 4th evolution or to enlist him for their own purposes. Within the Pokémon League, tensions were brewing. A seemingly obstinate youth confronted an elderly figure, insisting, "We must locate this individual. Should he fall into the hands of those nefarious factions, the consequences would be dire." When the otherworldly presence arrived, our databases became interconnected. I request access to investigate Shinrua's information. We must find him swiftly. The youth's resolve was unwavering. Yet the elder appeared resigned. It is not that I refuse to seek his information, but all records pertaining to this name are classified at the highest level. Access is utterly restricted. The youth was taken aback. How could this be possible? Even the records of malicious organizations like Team Plasma and Team Rocket were clearly displayed in the database. How could there be no trace of this individual? The elder, sensing the youth's disbelief, gestured for a computer to be brought forth, logging into the database to search for Shinrua. Beep. Access denied. The youth was stunned. He had conducted a search before and, upon encountering the access denial, assumed that the League had secured Shinrua's information to protect it. However, upon querying the elder, he learned otherwise. Even the elder, one of the highest-ranking officials in the League, was unable to retrieve any information about Shinrua. What could this mean? After the youth departed, the elder slowly entered a grand hall, soaring several dozen meters high. A shadow loomed in the center, as if it were the axis of the universe, quietly seated. The elder bowed respectfully. "My lord, we have encountered a dilemma. There is an individual named Shinrua, and even with my authority, I cannot access his records, nor can I find any associated names." The shadow spoke, its voice deep and resonant, yet shrouded in mystery, as if it had not uttered a word in ages. "Shinrua, you are unworthy to know his records." The shadow's brief statement left the elder in stunned silence. His status granted him the highest authority within the Pokémon League, yet he was deemed unworthy of such knowledge. However, the elder did not dare to press further. The figure before him was of an unfathomable caliber. Once the elder exited, the shadow's low, obscure voice resonated. Has he returned? It is good that he has returned. Within Team Rocket, Sakaki, adorned in a crimson suit, elegantly caressed the Meowth at his feet while sipping from a glass of red wine. Sir, your call. Sakaki casually accepted the phone from his secretary, but his demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he immediately dismissed all surrounding attendants. What is your directive? No one could believe that Sakaki would utter such words. Yet, the truth was undeniable. From now on, there is no need to investigate anything related to Shinrua. No one is permitted to do so. Should anyone persist, they shall be considered my enemy. The voice on the other end was commanding, and without waiting for Sakaki's response, the call was abruptly terminated, though the tone was brusque. Sakaki dared not voice any objections. The Pokémon League and all dark forces that had previously been eager to pursue Shinrua suddenly fell silent overnight. All nefarious factions refrained from probing further into this individual's background. That night, countless individuals lay awake, pondering the true identity of this enigmatic figure and the terrifying forces that lay behind him. Chapter 9. Searching. Not only were the native forces of the Pokémon world taken aback, but even some formidable powers in the real world were left bewildered. What on earth is happening? All information regarding the name Shinrua is inaccessible online. It is as if this name is a taboo. After 3 consecutive days of travel, Shinrua finally arrived in Nibi City. He patted off the dust from his clothes, feeling uncomfortable after surviving in the wilderness for about a week. Naturally, he had acquired an unpleasant odor. Miss Joy, I apologize for the trouble. Shinrua politely handed the Pokeballs representing the Mankey and Charmeleon to Joy. After settling the payment, he felt a wave of discomfort. This script was entirely different from what he had envisioned. According to his calculations, he had already published 5 papers. Yet no one had come to him? Had he overestimated the efficiency of these people? Shinrua helplessly prepared some substantial food, cynically muttering to himself. If no one approaches me, I suppose even eating will become a problem. I might just be the first Pokémon researcher to starve due to lack of sponsorship. Excuse me, are you Dr. Shinrua? A woman in a sleek black business suit approached him respectfully. Finally, someone has come. Shinrua felt no surprise. Are you from the Pokémon League? Or perhaps one of those dark forces? However, your efficiency is truly lacking. It has nearly been a week since I arrived. The woman chuckled lightly and took a seat across from Shinrua. Dr. Chun, you are mistaken. We are neither from the Pokémon League nor those dark forces. Shinrua was taken aback, feeling perplexed. What is going on? He cautiously inquired. Are you affiliated with the major conglomerates? The woman shook her head and smiled, saying, strictly speaking, we are considered to be your people. Shinrua's expression hardened. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. It is exactly what it sounds like. We are your people. The woman gazed at him with a twinkle in her eye, a serene smile adorning her face. Shinrua, still skeptical, asked, are you joking with me? Do I seem like I'm jesting with you? Shinrua looked deeply into her eyes, which showed no signs of evasion, staring directly back at him. She was not joking. This was his immediate thought, and he was astonished by it. Her words were simple yet stirred up a tremendous wave within Shinrua. What could this all mean? He was utterly unable to see through it. Shinrua chuckled. If you claim to be my people, then at the very least, you can tell me the name of your organization? Son, the woman replied succinctly. Just a single word. Yet it evoked a sense of grandeur in Shinrua, especially as her eyes sparkled with brilliance when she uttered it. In her gaze, there was an emotion Shinrua could not quite decipher. He was certain it was not admiration, but rather reverence. Indeed, it was akin to the awe a fan feels when they encounter their idol, but even more intense. Soon? A rather simple name, yet I have never heard of it. I wonder about its strength. I have a healthy fear of death. If I were to join your organization on the first day and vanish the next, it would be better not to join at all. Shinrua could not help but probe for more information. It had already been a week. Not only the Pokémon League, but even the Dark Forces had not made any inquiries regarding him. Could this not signify the power of your organization? The woman retorted. Does this not indicate our strength? The shock this brought to Shinrua was no less than before. He had previously pondered why, despite publishing so many papers, each of which had an impact akin to a nuclear bomb, no organization had approached him. Now he finally understood everything. What kind of organization is this? That it possesses such terrifying power? Not only the Dark Forces, but even the foremost entity, the Pokémon League, had not inquired about him or made contact. How could this be? If they were unaware of his information, that was entirely implausible. Renowned researchers like Professor Oak certainly knew of him. And now, the Pokémon League had yet to approach him, which spoke volumes. Impressive. Truly remarkable. Shinrua could not help but feel awe. The strength of this organization was indeed formidable. Our organization's influence extends far beyond this. Just as you are assured of your existence in your world, we can guarantee that no force can interfere with your life at any time. The woman added at any time to emphasize that regardless of whether the Pokémon dimensions merge, Shinrua would never be subjected to interference. What extraordinary confidence! Moreover, this organization could even influence the real world. What kind of organization exists that can achieve this? It is essential to note that the contact between the real world and the Pokémon world has only just begun 100 days ago. And yet this organization's influence has already reached across both realms. The woman, sensing Shinrua's disbelief, said, "If you're skeptical, you may return to your world and check for information about yourself." Shinrua did not hesitate and soon disappeared from the Pokémon world. A little while later, he reappeared. "You win. I cannot deny that your organization is indeed powerful. However, I am still puzzled as to why you need me and what I am supposed to do." The woman maintained her smile. "Because you are the most important existence to our organization. Our purpose is to serve you. You need not do anything. Simply follow your heart's desire." Her response only deepened Shinrua's confusion. This was not merely a windfall from the heavens. It was far too strange. However, if this organization sought something from him, it should not be the case. Given the organization's immense strength, what could he possibly possess that would catch their attention? The system? If they were aware of it, they would not be acting in such a manner. What, then, could it be? Shinrua felt as though he was ensnared in an impenetrable fog, unable to see or know anything. It was as if he had fallen into a massive chess game, with no idea of the role he played. He despised this feeling of passivity. Chapter 10. Nibi Jim. Shinrua was utterly perplexed. If that were the case, what was the true intent of this organization? "I am keen to understand the very essence of your organization's existence and the nature of your usual tasks," Shinrua boldly inquired. The woman pondered for a moment and replied, "If we are to discuss the significance of our existence, then it is you. We have no specific tasks." Shinrua was left speechless. If they chose not to disclose information, why must they put on such a performance? Was it necessary to act so theatrically? Especially for his sake? Given that it had only been around 100 days since the dimensional convergence. The rapid development of this organization seemed implausible without several years of effort. Consequently, Shinrua lost interest in the conversation. The woman, however, remained undeterred. She retrieved a small black card adorned with crystal accents from her bag and handed it directly to Shinrua. The card, no larger than a standard bank card, was made of a material that eluded Shinrua's comprehension. It was not plastic, and despite his firm grip, it yielded no response. The card bore the inscription "Seek," accompanied by ancient patterns featuring various Pokémon, including the likes of the Leaf King and Charmander. On the reverse side, there were merely 2 sequences of numbers, devoid of any further markings. "Please keep this card safe. Its material is exceptionally unique, impervious even to the mightiest strikes of divine beasts. The 2 sequences of numbers can be utilized should you encounter any trouble. The first is for this world, while the second can be used in your own world. Moreover, this black card is valid across all realms. You may utilize the funds within without concern, as there will be no issues whatsoever. Remember, we can assist you with any troubles. Your significance to us surpasses what you may believe." The woman's smile faded, replaced by a serious gaze directed at Shinrua. He felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from her, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Shinrua instinctively felt a burgeoning trust towards her. Yet, he could not resist challenging her logic. What if I were pursued by the Pokémon League or hunted by divine beasts? If the Pokémon League bears enmity towards you, we have no qualms about toppling it. Her eyes glimmered with unwavering confidence. If such a scenario were to arise, Shinrua sensed that they genuinely would not hesitate to dismantle the Pokémon League. The woman chose not to elaborate further, merely offering Shinrua a smile before departing from the Pokémon Center. As Shinrua gazed at the diamond black card in his hand, he found himself lost in thought. The inexplicable emergence of this Sikh organization intrigued him, yet he felt an inexplicable trust towards them, reminiscent of an old friendship. In her eyes, he detected a fervor akin to that of a zealot. He believed he could not be mistaken. The members of this organization undoubtedly knew of him, and it could not merely be due to his newfound title as Pokémon Professor. Yet, all of this felt exceedingly peculiar. The convergence of realities had only transpired less than 100 days ago, and he had previously exhibited no remarkable traits. How had they come to notice him? Unable to untangle these perplexing thoughts, Shinrua resolved to set them aside, trusting that with time, his strength would unveil all truths. He smiled as he caressed the black card. This world was proving to be more fascinating than he had ever imagined. He refrained from investigating the card as funds, knowing that an organization like Seek would not stoop to trivial matters. After a restful night at the Pokémon Center, Shinrua emerged rejuvenated, collecting his Apom and Charmeleon from Joy. Shortly after acquiring Charmeleon, he had subjected it to rigorous training, resulting in its successful evolution before reaching Nibi City. Not only that, but it had also mastered formidable skills such as Flamethrower and Metal Claw, significantly enhancing Shinrua's offensive strategies. As he strolled towards the Nibi gym, the fusion of the two worlds had led to a swift increase in the number of Pokémon trainers, resulting in a bustling atmosphere at the Nibi gym. Upon entering, he found it bustling with challengers. The gym leader was no longer Brock. During the dimensional convergence, he and Ash had been among the first Pokémon trainers to embark on their journeys. Now, the gym was under the stewardship of Brock as father, Wuning. Wuning had matured significantly compared to Brock. In terms of battle experience and various other aspects, he surpassed Brock by miles. The Nibi gym was originally established by Wuning himself, and he could undoubtedly be considered a formidable force in utilizing rock-type Pokémon. Previously, the gym had faced the risk of being disbanded due to numerous defeats. But since Wuning took charge, they had scarcely lost a match. His prowess was evident. Onyx, use rollout. Wuning commanded, facing a Nidoking as his opponent. At first glance, Shinrua sensed that Nidoking was destined to lose. In terms of Pokémon training and combat skills, Wuning was leagues ahead of the challenger. The poison-type Nidoking, facing Onyx, found its offensive capabilities severely hindered. Moreover, as Onyx executed rollout, the challenger failed to interrupt its momentum. It should be noted that this skill S damage escalates with increased speed. Nidoking, use Horn Attack on Onyx. The Challenger S tactic nearly left Shinrua breathless. What caliber of trainer was this? To counter a rapidly rolling Onyx with Horn Attack was tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, one could not entirely fault the challengers. Within such a short span, they struggled to recognize even all the Pokémon, let alone grasp the intricacies of skills they had never encountered. This was where Shinrua held an advantage. His knowledge of these skills allowed him to devise superior strategies. As Shinrua had anticipated, with no unforeseen events, Nidoking succumbed to Onyx's relentless rollout, rendered incapacitated and teetering on the brink of defeat. Chapter 11. The gym battle commences. Nidoking has lost its fighting capability, and the victor is the gym leader, Wuning. The referee promptly declared the outcome of the battle. The new gym leader is truly formidable. This marks the 400 challenger of the month, yet scarcely anyone has succeeded. Other trainers nearby expressed their astonishment. The Pokémon gyms in this world extend far beyond the mere 8 referenced in the original narrative. There are indeed more than 80. The regions are also exponentially greater than those portrayed in the original story, which included only a handful. This is a complete world. Consequently, the number of Pokémon trainers allocated to each gym is relatively sparse, as there is only one gym leader, even with non-stop battles around the clock. It is impossible to contend with every trainer in a region. The trainers who initially intended to challenge the Nibi gym began to feel intimidated by Wuning's relentless offensive, showing signs of hesitation. Traditionally, the Nibi gym and the Hualon gym have been considered the most accessible challenges for novice trainers, yet since Wuning assumed leadership, the difficulty at the Nibi gym has escalated dramatically. Many trainers seeking gym badges have opted to leave Nibi City for Hualon City instead. Wuning stood on the stage, his imposing physique instilling a significant sense of pressure among the other trainers, embodying the solid presence characteristic of rock-type Pokémon trainers. Are there no more challengers? If not, today's gym battle will conclude here. Wuning observed the restless trainers below, his brow furrowing. The number of competent Pokémon trainers catching his eye was dwindling. Just as he prepared to retreat and end the day's battles, a clear voice rang out. I am Shinrua, a Pokémon trainer from Jinshin Town, here to challenge the Nibi gym. Wuning glanced at the data displayed on the machine, his brow furrowing once more. A level 27 Apom and a level 21 Charmeleon? A novice trainer, no doubt. The Nibi gym is no longer what it once was. I would advise you to travel a bit before attempting to challenge the Nibi gym. Wuning clearly did not perceive Shinrua as a significant threat, finding the notion quite laughable. A Charmeleon that had only recently evolved, accompanied by an Apom, dared to challenge him at the Nibi gym? Did they truly consider his gym a soft target? While his son excelled in other aspects, it seemed he was woefully inadequate as a gym trainer. Not only Wuning, but others also held little faith in Shinrua's capabilities. Many trainers with fully evolved Pokémon had fallen to Wuning. What right did a fledgling like Shinrua have to challenge him? Brother, if you obtained this information from the forums, you might as well give up. The current Nibi gym is no soft target. The former gym leader, Brock, has departed, and the new leader, Wuning, is a formidable character. Others around could not help but offer their well-meaning advice to Shinrua. Shinrua smiled, unfazed, and confidently looked at Wuning. No need for that. I believe I am ready to challenge the Nibi gym now. I kindly ask for your guidance, gym leader. Wuning frowned, disapproving of Shinrua's arrogance, yet he remained silent. As the gym leader, accepting challenges was his duty. The battle between Shinrua, the Pokémon trainer from Jinshin Town, and Wu Ning, the gym leader of the Nibi gym, is about to commence. The battle rules are set for a 2v2 match, with victory going to the trainer who first defeats both of the opponent's Pokémon. The match begins. Shinrua led with Charmeleon, showing no signs of hesitation despite its level being only 21. Wu Ning withdrew his recently victorious Geodude and released a powerful Onix. Charmeleon, move swiftly, Shinrua commanded. Seizing the initiative. Facing a level 34 Onix, Charmeleon must remain vigilant and focused. Onix, use Tackle to eliminate Charmeleon. Wu Ning appeared disinterested, as Shinrua's Pokémon failed to ignite any combat enthusiasm within him. Charmeleon continued to move swiftly, evade Onix's attack. This was no game. Against a slow-moving Pokémon like Onix, the agile Charmeleon could easily toy with it. Onix's tackle missed entirely, not even grazing Charmeleon. Go, Charmeleon. You're the best. Shinrua cheered incessantly. Charmeleon evaded all of Onix's successive tackles. Wu Ning's interest peaked slightly. This trainer had some skill, yet it was not enough. Onix, use Earthquake. Nearby trainers shook their heads in resignation, already foreseeing Charmeleon's impending defeat. If it had evolved into a Charizard, it could have flown and evaded the Earthquake. But it was merely a Charmeleon. Another would-be victor met with failure. A level 21 Charmeleon daring to challenge Wu Ning was sheer folly. Some onlookers mocked Shinrua, finding his blind arrogance amusing. Shinrua remained unfazed, having anticipated Wu Ning's reaction. In fact, Wu Ning's response was significantly slower than he had imagined, providing him ample room for maneuvering. Soon, Wu Ning would realize just how grievous an error it was to underestimate Shinrua. Charmeleon, release Flamethrower at the ground. Using the force to propel yourself onto Onix, then utilize Metal Claw. A terrifying tremor reverberated throughout the gym. The rocky arena began to crack. Yet Charmeleon remained unaffected. Utilizing the thrust from Flamethrower, it leapt gracefully, not only evading the Earthquake but also landing a perfect Metal Claw strike on Onix. By the heavens! It can be done this way. The trainers nearby were left dumbfounded. What kind of thought process led to this? Using Flamethrower for a brief hover to avoid an Earthquake? Such a maneuver was unheard of. Moreover, landing a Metal Claw on Onix was nothing short of spectacular. This flawless sequence of actions left all Pokémon trainers entranced. No one could have anticipated that Shinrua's Charmeleon would execute such a fluid combination. It was simply breathtaking. Chapter 12, The Terrifying Battle Awareness. This set of skills has opened an entirely new world for other novice trainers, revealing that commanding Pokémon can be executed in such an exquisite manner. The display was nothing short of picturesque. The Onix merely unleashed a Rock Slide and Earthquake, while the Charmeleon executed 2 quick attacks to enhance its speed and adeptly evaded the Earthquake's destruction, simultaneously delivering a devastating blow to the Onix with its Metal Claw. Despite the level disparity, with the Onix being over 30 and the Charmeleon merely at level 20, the latter emerged unscathed while severely injuring the Onix. Such divine command. What a remarkable tactic. Shinrua's prowess was utterly unexpected, even for seasoned trainers like Wu Ning. It can only be said that Shinrua's control of the battlefield was nothing short of perfection. He anticipated every command from Wu Ning and responded accordingly. Moreover, he cleverly accounted for Wu Ning's underestimation of him, allowing his Charmeleon to capitalize on the moment and execute 2 quick attacks before Wu Ning could react, significantly boosting its speed. The Steel-type Metal Claw inflicted double damage upon the Rock-type Onix, resulting in serious injury to the latter. Wu Ning was left utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? This shouldn't be. Even with double damage, a mere level 20 Charmeleon shouldn't be capable of inflicting such harm in a single strike. How could this be? Wu Ning found it hard to believe. Shinrua chuckled. Do you remember what I once said, Master Wu Ning? Charmeleon, you are the strongest. This statement was, in fact, a skill, self-motivation. Indeed, throughout this process, Shinrua's Charmeleon not only utilized quick attack to bolster its speed, but also employed self-motivation to enhance its attack power. Furthermore, the Charmeleon had not been neglecting its nutrition or strength training, and with Shinrua's imaginative command, such results were achieved. Wu Ning gazed at Shinrua, unable to suppress his applause. You are truly remarkable. In Pokémon battles, even many seasoned trainers fall short of your capabilities. Shinrua smiled without uttering a word. Wu Ning continued with a grin. Yet your Charmeleon is still only at level 20. If it were a few levels higher, you might have already secured victory. But now, what do you have to breach my Onix's defenses? Onix, use Harden. A dull sheen enveloped the Onix, marking a significant enhancement in its defensive capabilities. With just one hit, my Onix can incapacitate your Charmeleon, while your Charmeleon will struggle to penetrate my Onix's defense. Defeat is inevitable. Onix, continue to use Harden. Shinrua remained silent. persistently urging Charmeleon to empower itself. Charmeleon, self-motivate. Keep using self-motivation. Both Onix and Charmeleon were engaged in a relentless pursuit of self-improvement, while the surrounding trainers watched in awe. Previously, they had been focused solely on powerful offensive capabilities, completely disregarding the effectiveness of supportive skills. Now, they realized that in genuine Pokémon battles, it is often these auxiliary skills that determine the outcome. The Onix's skin darkened, taking on a metallic sheen, while Charmeleon radiated determination. Shinrua grinned, I am stalling to grow stronger, while you are merely awaiting your demise. Charmeleon, use Tail Whip. Follow with Metal Claw to attack Onix. Wunong was momentarily stunned. This was also possible. Charmeleon's speed was astonishing. Shinrua had maximized all aspects of its attributes. With the use of Tail Whip, the Onix's defensive strength diminished, and the Metal Claw struck true. The Onix let out a pained cry, panting heavily. Though it had not yet reached a state of near defeat, it was certainly close. Wunong gazed at Shinrua helplessly, astonished at the audacity of today's youth. This application of Pokémon skills was far more proficient than that of this veteran trainer. Wunong reluctantly released his Graveler, knowing that even summoning it might be in vain. How could he contend with a Charmeleon whose attributes had been amplified to their zenith? Armed with a move that counters Rock-type Pokémon? Graveler. Rollout. Charmeleon. Use Metal Claw. As expected, Graveler's rollout was completely thwarted. Charmeleon's form appeared almost as if it teleported, directly materializing before Graveler and delivering a swift Metal Claw. The combination of double effectiveness and an overwhelming attack power resulted in Graveler being defeated without any suspense. Graveler was unable to continue battling, and the match concluded with Shinrua emerging victorious. As the referee announced the outcome, the spectators could hardly believe their eyes. He achieved victory with a mere level 20 Charmeleon against a gym leader who had once commanded a fully evolved Charizard. Was this for real? Had he truly won? Even now, some remained incredulous. Wunong reluctantly recalled his Graveler, gazing at Shinrua with admiration. You have won. You are the most fascinating and skilled Pokémon trainer I have ever encountered. This rock badge is yours. You are more than deserving of it. In truth, Wunong was utterly captivated by Shinrua's command. Such praise was not an exaggeration. The impression Shinrua left was incredibly profound. He had previously faced some elite trainers, yet none had instilled such a sense of awe in Wunong. Everything unfolded according to Shinrua's calculations, as he triumphed with a level 21 Charmeleon, emerging unscathed. Shinrua was the first. Not only Wunong, but others also fell into silence, unsure of what to say, their gazes towards Shinrua filled with respect. Today, Shinrua had indeed imparted a lesson to them. It was revealed that Pokémon battles could unfold in such a manner, that levels and the potency of various moves were not the sole determinants of victory. The role of a formidable Pokémon trainer is undeniably decisive. Chapter 13, Strange. The battle between Shinrua and Wunong has been uploaded to the forum. This was undoubtedly a textbook-level confrontation. Initially, those who shared it merely thought that such an extraordinary battle deserved a wider audience, but they never anticipated it would explode in popularity. Within less than 3 hours of being posted, the view count soared past 1 million. The rate of increase was so astonishing that it left others in a state of shock. As time passed, this terrifying growth rate not only persisted but escalated even further. The video of Shinrua and Wunong's battle became a sensational hit, with the extraordinary showdown between Pokémon and Shinrua's exceptional mastery captivating all who witnessed it. In a certain island nation, a remarkably powerful Pokémon trainer, who had ranked in the top 3 of the regional leaderboards, watched the battle video and remained speechless for quite some time. I cannot compare to him. His control over Pokémon is simply too formidable. After a prolonged silence, the formidable figure in a black kimono let out a breath, visibly impressed. As beautiful as a painting. He could think of no other words to describe Shinrua's battle prowess. This transcended mere combat. It had ascended to the realm of artistry. In Europe and America, a man in traditional attire also watched the video of Shinrua and Wunong's battle. The moment he laid eyes upon it, his gaze lit up with excitement. Incredible! Is this the skill of a Pokémon trainer from Huaxia? I am eager to test my abilities against them. The battle video of Shinrua and Wunong was propelled to the forefront of the forum, and within half a day, the view count surpassed 100 million. This is the current influence of Pokémon. All trainers relish the knowledge surrounding such battles. Shinrua was even hailed as an artist. The breathtaking nature of his combat left spectators entranced. Unbeknownst to Shinrua, he had become lost. He had never anticipated that he would actually lose his way in the misty forest. This forest was teeming with ghost-type Pokémon, and without the guidance of Gugu, it would be nearly impossible to navigate through the fog. Unfortunately, Shinrua did not have Gugu with him. Charizard, use your claws, he commanded. as he directed Charizard to leave marks along their path. However, after merely half an hour, despair washed over him. The landscape was endless, with claw marks from Charizard etched into every tree. This indicated that Shenrua had been wandering in circles all this time, never truly escaping the forest. Shenrua's efforts were in vain. It was now nighttime, and the fog thickened, making escape even more challenging. He promptly opened his backpack, retrieved a camping tent, and crawled inside to rest. Seeking a way out now seemed futile, a mere exercise in futility. He decided to wait for dawn when the fog would dissipate, and everything would be considerably easier. However, when Shenrua awoke, he was utterly bewildered. What was happening? The fog had not lifted. Not only that, but even the time on his phone and watch had ceased to change. It was the ghost-type Pokémon playing tricks. In an instant, Shenrua realized what was happening. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against these spectral beings. This revelation highlighted his shortcomings. If he were to face ghost-type or psychic-type Pokémon in the future, his ordinary Apom would be rendered ineffective. Could an ordinary Apom really confront ghost-type Pokémon? Other than waiting, Shenrua found himself with no options. Yet, he remained unaware as a black card in his pocket began to glow. It was the mysterious black card given to him by the Seeking Organization. Amid the fog, a menacing energy approached. Shenrua sensed an overwhelming threat. A remarkably powerful Pokémon was drawing near. Apom, Charizard, I am counting on you. This adversary is formidable. Both Apom and Charizard nodded resolutely, positioning themselves protectively in front of Shenrua. The shadowy figure drew ever closer, and a swirling mass of white mist appeared before Shenrua. Apom and Charizard had no time to react before the white mist enveloped Shenrua. Startled, he stumbled back a few steps, only to realize that this white mist was none other than a Jengar. A white Jengar. A shiny Pokémon. The Jengar was adorned with flickering red flames, resembling a terrifying specter. Despite encountering such a rare shiny Pokémon, Shenrua felt no joy. Everything about this white Jengar was shrouded in mystery. There was no data available, and its level exceeded the system's ability to probe. This was the first Pokémon Shenrua had encountered that could not be assessed by the system. I have waited here for so long, and finally, you have arrived, the white Jengar said, extending its tongue to lick Shenrua. The moment its tongue made contact, Shenrua felt a wave of paralysis wash over him. Yet he dared not move. This was a being of immense power. The Jengar exhibited a peculiar dependency on Shenrua, circling him repeatedly. Shenrua remained still, acutely aware that the world was not fully integrated. While he would not die outright, he would suffer significant repercussions, at least half a month without entry into the Pokémon world. The Jengar did not take any aggressive actions but instead slipped into the Pokeball strap to Shenrua's waist. Shenrua was left utterly astonished. What was happening? Such a powerful white Jengar had become his Pokémon? Pokémon. Jengar shape. Shiny aptitude. Level. Strength. Type. Ghost skills. Shadow Ball. Dark Gaze. Curse. Ability. Levitate nature. Timid item. Dark essence. Virtually all vital information was marked with question marks, including its level and aptitude, which were entirely undisclosed. Shenrua's brow furrowed deeply. Everything felt exceedingly bizarre. Moreover, the Jengar had previously mentioned waiting far too long just to encounter him. Did this Jengar have any connection to the Seeking Organization? What was the nature of their relationship? What special identity did he possess? Shenrua was utterly perplexed, knowing nothing at all. Chapter 14. I said I was just passing by. Do you believe me? The white ghost entered its Pokeball, yet Shenrua realized that no matter how he summoned it, he could not bring the white ghost out. It was as though the Pokeball was void. However, upon the white ghost's entrance into the Pokeball, the surrounding mist dissipated, and the entire misty forest no longer obstructed Shenrua's path. Thus, his journey continued, relentlessly heading towards the Hualon Gym. With less than 3 months remaining until the commencement of the Kanto Pokémon League competition, he could not afford to squander any more time. For there were 2 tasks at hand. Class Monitor, are you certain this is the right place? We have been searching for so long, and still Haven T spotted a single teddy bear. Lin Xing expressed her growing impatience. Wang Yao nodded affirmatively, yes. I am certain that the teddy bears are still within this forest. They cannot be far. My furball has left its scent on them, and can sense their presence now. Upon hearing Wang Yao's words, the faces of Lin Xing and the others lit up with excitement. The teddy bear was a remarkably powerful Pokémon, and capturing one would greatly enhance their strength. This group was evidently composed of Shenrua's classmates, with nearly all students from Kanto gathering here. Moreover, numerous individuals from outside the Kanto region had also arrived, forming a substantial party of nearly 20 members. Even if they encountered a teddy bear, they would not be daunted. Hurry! Furball has sensed the teddy bears, Wang Yao exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he dashed towards the sense direction. Naturally, Lin Xing and the others followed suit. each face adorned with eagerness to capture the teddy bear. Capturing one would undoubtedly lead to an extraordinary enhancement in their abilities. When the real world and the Pokémon world converged, that would mark their day of ascendance. Indeed, it was not long before they spotted a solitary baby bear, eliciting great joy from Lin Qing, who immediately released a Pidgeot. Pidgeot, use Hurricane on the baby bear. Wang Yao, leading the charge, furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Lin Qing's approach was rather unseemly. However, he refrained from voicing his discontent, knowing that there were ample teddy bears around. Yet, in Wang Yao's mind, Lin Qi was promptly blacklisted. Such a person would never be involved in any future endeavors. The once joyful baby bear, basking in the sun, was suddenly hurled away by the unexpected hurricane, crashing violently to the ground. Though gentle in temperament, the baby bear was thoroughly incensed by Lin Qing's actions. Roar! Its juvenile voice resonated as it charged fiercely towards Pidgeot. Lin Qing was elated, for before evolving into a teddy bear, the baby bear was no match for Pidgeot. Pidgeot, use quick attack, Lin Qing commanded, and Pidgeot launched itself at the baby bear, sending it crashing to the ground once more. The baby bear was left battered and bruised, sitting on the ground, wailing pitifully. Lin Qing paid no heed to the baby bear's dire state. Pidgeot, use Brave Bird. With a thunderous crash, a multitude of trees collapsed, and a swarm of teddy bears quickly surrounded them. The leader of the teddy bears, a colossal creature, delivered a devastating blow to Pidgeot. Pidgeot could not withstand even a single strike from the teddy bear leader, falling into a near-death state. This leader was at least level 60. Among a group of teddy bears averaging levels 40 to 50, this leader possessed strength akin to that of a low-level champion, far beyond what they could contend with. This was precisely why Shenhua had deemed this group overconfident. How could a bunch with an average level of 40 to 50 not have a champion-level leader among them? Even if there were no such leaders, a horde of teddy bears of level 40 to 50 was not something these aspiring trainers could confront. Lin Qing's complexion turned pale, and he trembled uncontrollably as the teddy bear leader appeared before him, swinging a fist with intent. Alakazam, use Protect. Wang Yao summoned his primary Pokémon, Alakazam, to shield Lin Qing. Yet, even the Protect shield nearly shattered under the might of the teddy bear leader's casual punch. The level disparity was too vast. This was not a game. Absolute protection did not exist. If a divine beast were to wreak havoc, and protection could guarantee 100% defense, there would be no catastrophic losses. After a brief stalemate, the shield shattered, and Lin Qing was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing into a tree, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The teddy bear horde encircled Wang Yao, Lin Qing, and the others, their overwhelming presence instilling immense pressure. All faces turned pale. This was entirely contrary to the script they had envisioned. In their imaginations, they should have been the ones attacking the teddy bears, yet the roles had drastically reversed. Just as Shenhua stepped out of the misty forest, he stretched languidly, reveling in the warmth of the sunlight. The sensation of sunlight was truly delightful. Inside the misty forest, one felt as though they were on the verge of mold, as the air was chillingly damp, devoid of sunlight. And not even a single bug could be seen apart from various ghost-type Pokémon. Suddenly, Shenhua froze as he witnessed a vast expanse of trees collapsing, revealing a wide-open space before him. At a glance, nearly 200 teddy bears were gathered. Perhaps sensing Shenhua's presence, dozens of teddy bears turned to face him. Shenhua felt his breath catch. This was far too unfortunate. What on earth was happening? Was his luck truly this abysmal? Despite this, Shenhua forced a smile. Gazing gently at the horde of teddy bears, I said I was just passing by. Do you believe me? Though he spoke with a smile, the awkward yet polite expression on his face elicited a chuckle. The teddy bears remained unfazed, their gazes fixed on Shenhua, each emanating palpable hostility. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Shenhua? You've made it here too. Chapter 15. This is utterly terrifying. Shenhua turned around and saw a group of people who were even more awkward than him. It was actually Wang Yao and his companions. A party of nearly 20 individuals was completely surrounded by a horde of teddy ursa. Shenhua was dumbfounded. Could this be mere coincidence? Had he inadvertently stumbled into the very location Wang Yao had mentioned? Even more coincidentally, he found himself ensnared in such a predicament. Shenhua was overwhelmed with frustration. He had promised himself not to wade into murky waters, yet here he was, neck-deep in trouble. Not only Shenhua, but even Wang Yao and the others were taken aback by the unexpected encounter. None of them had anticipated Shenhua would arrive here. It is well known that without powerful Pokémon, venturing into the wild is exceedingly perilous. Just like Lin Qing a moment ago, who nearly fell victim to the teddy ursa. Pokémon are not benign creatures. The more ferocious Dragonite and Salamence even prey upon weaker Pokémon. Shenhua's expression turned grim as he observed the heart-wrenching cries of the baby teddy ursa. In an instant, everything clicked into place. He had unwittingly walked into the line of fire. Wasn't this a death wish? Dear Teddy Ursa, I was merely passing through. Might you consider letting me go? He pleaded, taking slow steps backward, wishing to escape the area. However, that was merely a dream. Teddy Ursa are notoriously irritable Pokémon, and with their young being threatened by humans, their rage was already boiling over. Shinrua's actions incited a riot among the Teddy Ursa, who charged at him with fury. Shinrua had released his Apom, his face a mask of despair. The lowest level among these Teddy Ursa was 40, while his Apom was only in the 20s. How could it possibly contend with them? If his Apom were to lose its fighting capability and suffer severe injuries, it would surely perish at the hands of these Teddy Ursa. At this moment, with the two worlds not yet fully merged, even if he were to die here, the worst outcome would be a mere 2 weeks of being unable to enter the game, and potentially failing a mission. He could always start over. With this in mind, Shinrua's determination solidified. He chose not to release his Apom. The fists, infused with the weight of 1,000,000 tons, came crashing down toward him, prompting Shinrua to shut his eyes against the impending onslaught. Damn, was this how he was to deliver himself to his doom? This was the last thought that crossed Shinrua's mind. Yet, the anticipated pain did not arrive, and upon opening his eyes in astonishment, he saw a white figure standing before him, as all the Teddy Ursa floated in midair. What a terrifying display of power. It was none other than a white Jengar. Damn. This exclamation escaped not only Shinrua's lips but also echoed the sentiments of many others present. How absurdly formidable. What on earth was this? Just moments ago, the Teddy Ursa's devastating attack had been poised to strike Shinrua, while Wang Yao's Gardevoir had already succumbed to exhaustion from protecting Lin Qing, falling into slumber. Just as a tragedy loomed, no one had the means to intervene. Suddenly, a radiant red and white light appeared before Shinrua, revealing a red and white Jengar. As the Jengar's crimson gaze flashed, all the Teddy Ursa became suspended in the air, rendered motionless. What's your strength? Merely through a psychic command. Nearly 200 formidable Teddy Ursa were brought under control. It was noteworthy that among them was even a low-tier elite-level Teddy Ursa. How terrifying must be the power of the Jengar, standing beside Shinrua. Shinrua had not anticipated this. He had thought that even if this Jengar was formidable, its power would at best be elite level. Yet now, it was evident that this was no ordinary elite. If an elite possessed such strength, could it be that this Jengar was called DUI? As the crimson light in Jengar's eyes faded, all the Teddy Ursa descended to the ground, gazing up at the Jengar with reverence. In the world of Pokémon, strength is paramount, a timeless truth. The Jengar's voice pierced the air, seemingly communicating with the Teddy Ursa. With a single thunderous roar, all the Teddy Ursa appeared to exhale a collective sigh of relief, dashing back into the forest. If there were Pokémon capable of translation, they would realize that the Jengar had simply uttered one command: get lost. As the Teddy Ursa vanished, the Jengar returned to Shinrua's Pokeball in full view of everyone, leaving them utterly bewildered. Wasn't Shinrua a mere nobody? How could he possess a Pokémon? What was the meaning of this? This group had spent days searching for Teddy Ursa, completely oblivious to the battle video pinned on the forum. And they had certainly not witnessed the confrontation between Shinrua and Wu Ning. Shinrua, was that just now your Pokémon? Wang Yao inquired, disbelief evident in his tone. Shinrua nodded. Despite the Jengar's inexplicable arrival, it had entered his Pokeball and become his Pokémon, a fact that could not be denied. It was just that this particular Pokémon had a rather formidable temperament. Attempting to command it was akin to a dream. Everything hinged on the Jengar's mood. If he could indeed command it, Shinrua would not have chosen to forego resistance moments prior. Upon hearing Shinrua's affirmative response, Wang Yao and the others fell into stunned silence. Who could possibly believe this was real? No one dared accept this as reality. Can someone please wake me up from this dream? As for Lin Qing, sprawled on the ground, he was utterly dumbfounded, incapable of articulating a single word. He had previously mocked Shinrua mercilessly, yet now he realized that Shinrua had simply been disinterested in his taunts. Weren't you without a Pokémon before? Lin Qing stammered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Do I need to explain everything to you? Or do you believe that the entire world exists to indulge you? Shinrua, devoid of any goodwill towards Lin Qing, retorted sharply, silencing his words. Chapter 16, Power. Lin Qing initially intended to voice his thoughts, but he was instantly silenced by Shinrua's retort, leaving him utterly speechless. Shinrua, indifferent to the crowd behind her, simply slung her bag over her shoulder and strode towards the edge of the forest. The silence that enveloped the group was palpable, filled with regret for not having cultivated a better relationship with Shinrua earlier. Since learning that she could not capture Pokémon, they had largely ignored her presence. After Shinrua's arrival in the Pokémon world, she felt increasingly out of place among her classmates, as if she were a mere phantom among them. Even during this recent event, they had shown little inclination to include her. Once Shinrua departed, she sought a safe location and returned to the real world. The process of merging the Pokémon world with reality was still incomplete. Prolonged exposure to that realm would result in her complete assimilation into it. Thus, she needed to periodically return to the real world. Upon her return, the first thing Shinrua did was check her pocket. To her astonishment, the black card inscribed with the word Seek remained intact within. Furthermore, she had managed to bring back a Pokeball containing Charmeleon to the modern world, which left her astounded. Gingerly, she released Charmeleon, who affectionately nuzzled her hand. The convergence of the two worlds was accelerating, and it seemed likely that they would soon be fully intertwined. With her right hand stroking Charmeleon's head and her left holding the black card, she realized that the Seek organization was not to be underestimated. Their influence had indeed permeated the real world. Hailing a cab, Shinrua made her way to the bank, Sioux Province Bank, arguably the most formidable financial institution in the southern region. "Hello, could you please check the balance on my card?" she politely inquired, handing the black card to the staff member. The employee hesitated upon receiving the card, unfamiliar with its type. Typically, such unusual cards were directed to senior management. "Excuse me, sir, could you please wait a moment?" Following Shinrua's indication, the staff member took the card upstairs to the manager's office. Upon the manager's first glance at the black card, he was taken aback. Hastily flipping through a ledger documenting special cards, sweat beaded on his forehead as he exclaimed, "Who is the owner of this card? Quickly, take me to them." In less than 5 minutes, Shinrua saw a maturely dressed manager rushing toward her. "Hello, are you Mr. Shinrua? I am Lu Zheng from Sioux Province Bank. You can just call me Xiao Lu." The manager wore a fawning smile, while the staff nearby stood in awe. It was rare for a manager of such a prestigious bank to exhibit such deference, even in the presence of the wealthiest individuals in the region. Shinrua remained unperturbed. "Hello, Manager Lu. I merely wish to inquire about the balance on my card." Lu Zheng respectfully handed the black card back to her. "Mr. Chen, you jest. This card has no limit. Are you in need of funds? If you desire, we can mobilize all of Sioux Province Bank's liquid assets for you." Lu Zheng's words further impressed upon Shinrua the immense power held by the Seek organization, which maintained a formidable influence even within the real world. "Do you wish to begin transferring funds now?" Lu Zheng cautiously asked. Shinrua quickly waved her hand. "No, that's unnecessary. I simply wish to use some money." As the merger between the Pokémon world and reality progressed, the arrival of Pokémon like the Machoke would soon occur. It was becoming increasingly uncomfortable for her to continue living in her small rental apartment, prompting her to consider purchasing a home. Initially, she had aimed for something modest. But now, finances were no longer a concern. Since the Seek organization had bestowed this card upon her, she intended to make use of it. After all, even condemned prisoners are granted a final meal before execution. If she were merely a pawn, she would at least relish the experience. "Mr. Chen, are you looking to buy a house?" Lu Zheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Do you have any specific requirements?" Shinrua pondered for a moment. "Ideally, it should be spacious, with a garden, and preferably near a lake and woods. This is to accommodate future considerations. Without a lake or forest, it would be challenging to manage water-type and bug-type Pokémon." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zheng's expression brightened. "Mr. Chen, I happen to know of a place that fits your criteria. I currently have no other appointments. Would you like me to take you to see it?" Shinrua, not naive, could sense Lu Zheng's overly flattering demeanor, likely a result of the black card. He had not even asked for her name, yet he knew who she was. It seemed the Seek organization had already spread word of her identity. Was this the influence of power? Though Shinrua was not particularly enamored by it, she found enjoyment in the experience. Why not indulge a little? She was no hypocrite. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Manager Lu." Lu Zheng's face lit up with delight. Establishing a rapport with her could prove beneficial for him in the future, allowing him to navigate challenges with a fraction of her influence. "Please wait here, Mr. Chun. I will fetch the car." Lu Zheng, while seeking to please Shinrua, displayed a commendable level of competence. Before long, he arrived in a luxurious vehicle worth millions, one that Shinrua frequently saw around town. "Mr. Chun, please step inside." Chapter 17. The new home. Lu Zheng displayed an attitude of utmost humility, bending slightly as he opened the car door for Shinrua. Shinrua, not wishing to appear overly reserved, gracefully took his seat inside the vehicle. It would have been far more embarrassing to act timidly. Embracing the situation with confidence was indeed preferable. "Manager Lu, there's no need for such formalities. Just find a suitable place, as long as it is spacious enough," Shinrua remarked, displaying a nonchalance towards the specifics of the arrangement. He was not particularly concerned about the details. In the current reality, the presence of Pokémon had increasingly become apparent. Not only were there Pokémon belonging to trainers, but numerous wild Pokémon also roamed freely. Just moments ago, Shinrua had spotted a Spearow soaring across the azure sky and a Rattata darting through the forest. Moreover, satellite imagery revealed that the Pokémon world was gradually materializing from another dimension, seamlessly merging with reality. The expanse of this world had undoubtedly expanded beyond comprehension compared to its former state. A sense of urgency welled up within Shenhua. He needed to rise swiftly within the Pokémon realm, for only then could he seize the opportunity as the two worlds converged. Shenhua's aspirations were crystal clear. Pokémon would undoubtedly become the mainstream of the real world. Technologies akin to missiles existed in the Pokémon realm, and they were far more advanced than those in reality. Even spatial teleportation technology had been developed. Yet, the formidable powers of Pokémon remained the true essence of that world, which spoke volumes. The might of certain legendary Pokémon could obliterate entire landscapes, far surpassing any technological prowess. The ability of Celebi to traverse time, Dialga's mastery over time itself, and Giratina's capacity to uphold an entire dimension single-handedly were merely the tip of the iceberg. The celestial battle between Deoxys and Rayquaza further exemplified the terrifying capabilities of these Pokémon. Once the two worlds merged, it would undoubtedly usher in crises alongside opportunities. Leaving aside the legendaries, even a casual strike from an ordinary Pokémon could inflict significant harm upon an unprepared individual. Fortunately, as the two realms began to integrate, the human body in the real world had also been enhanced by some enigmatic substance, allowing individuals to achieve feats such as running 100 meters in 10 seconds or lifting several hundred pounds with relative ease. Master Chen, we have arrived. Lu Zheng respectfully opened the car door, interrupting Shenhua's reverie. Stepping out, Shenhua was momentarily taken aback. What had Lu Zheng brought him to? It was nothing short of a luxurious resort nestled in the heart of the city. A small river, lush forests, and expansive lawns all exuded an air of opulence. A narrow path led through the woods to a villa. Master Chen, this property was originally designed by a real estate tycoon for himself. However, due to bankruptcy and outstanding debts to our bank, it has been used to settle those dues. Rest assured, this entire area is yours. And all the facilities within the house are brand new, with no prior occupants. Initially, Shenhua had contemplated securing a modest villa, but this place had far exceeded his expectations. The surrounding forest, the little river, and the sprawling meadows were undoubtedly ideal for Pokémon habitation. In fact, numerous Pokémon had already made their home here. Sensing Shenhua's gaze, Lu Zheng proactively explained, "This area is indeed conducive to Pokémon life. However, rest assured, any Pokémon with destructive capabilities have been relocated on a schedule, so only ordinary Pokémon reside here now. Additionally, the security is managed by the most renowned security company in the entire Sunan region, allowing you to stay here without any concerns." Shenhua couldn't help but feel immense satisfaction with the place, and he did not disguise his approval as he nodded appreciatively at Lu Zheng. "Yes, Manager Lu. Your efforts are commendable. What is the price for this property?" The original cost, including the land, was over 3 billion. However, since it was mortgaged to our bank, the amount we require is significantly lower. Given that you, Master Chen, are the buyer, the price is merely 1 billion. Shenhua nodded. This price was nothing short of a gift. An original cost of over 3 billion? That had to be from years past. Just the land alone was worth a substantial sum. Lu Zheng's valuation of 1 billion was practically akin to giving it away. In fact, if Shenhua were to ask, Lu Zheng might very well comply with such a request. "Manager Lu, there is no need for such gestures. The amount is what it is. Simply deduct it from my card," Shenhua stated, unperturbed by the financial aspect, as it was merely funds from the organization. Why should he worry? Rather than owe Lu Zheng a favor, he preferred to contribute a bit more from the organization's resources. After all, it was someone else's money, so he felt no remorse. Lu Zheng understood Shenhua's intent, but chose not to press the matter. Individuals of such stature rarely fretted over trifles like this. If Shenhua wished to accept the favor, Lu Zheng would be pleased. If not, he would not insist. Ignoring Lu Zheng, Shenhua leisurely strolled along the path winding through the woods. Within the forest, amicable Pokémon frolicked and played, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In the adjacent stream, water-type Pokémon such as Magikarp and Steria swam contentedly, leaving Shenhua in awe. Was that a Stereo in the stream? Wasn't it typically found in the ocean? He also spotted several Horsia. After a considerable walk, he emerged from the woods, and a quaint villa came into view. This residence was constructed in a distinctly Western style, exuding an air of refinement. While it appeared unassuming at first glance, it subtly conveyed an essence of luxury, possessing an inexplicable charm. Shenhua was quite fond of this aesthetic. It was a perfect blend of elegance and understated sophistication, a high-end, tasteful abode. "Master Chen, I have arranged for the property documents to be delivered. Is there anything else that you find unsatisfactory?" Lu Zheng inquired. Shenhua shook his head, comfortably settling on the lawn, relishing the gentle breeze. He could not deny that this place was truly exquisite. Residing here would indeed be a delightful experience. Everything is to my liking. I genuinely enjoy it here. Lu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, his face lighting up with joy. Then I shall commence the arrangements immediately. Chapter 18. Greninja Shenhua casually glanced around, and to his surprise, he stumbled upon something peculiar. In the center of the small river, he noticed an anomaly. Initially obscured by floating weeds, he had not seen it right away, but after a few careful observations, he discovered a rare Pokémon. A feeling of disbelief washed over him. How could such a Pokémon possibly appear here? It felt utterly surreal. In this world, even his active monkey Pokémon could not enter, so how could a creature of this caliber exist here? Before him was a shimmering, light blue Pokémon. And upon closer inspection, Shenhua was even more astonished. It was a shiny Greninja. Species, Greninja qualification. Form, shiny level, 47 strength. Type, water abilities, water gun, hydro pump, water shuriken. Traits, personality, item, none a Greninja. The final evolution of one of the starter Pokémon from the Kalos region. A nearly level 50 Greninja. How could such a powerful Pokémon enter this world? Shenhua tentatively took out his active monkey's Pokeball, only to find that he could not release it at all. This was the normal situation. Thus, only one possibility remained. This Greninja was weaker than his active monkey. However, he quickly dismissed that notion. It was absurd. If a nearly level 50 shiny starter Pokémon like Greninja was not strong, then there would hardly be any formidable Pokémon left. Shenhua cautiously approached Greninja, and it leaped out from beneath the floating weeds, appearing right in front of him. His body tensed. This was not the Pokémon world. And if he were to die here, it would be the end for him. He dared not make a move. Greninja circled around Shenhua a few times, then pointed its claw towards the river and then to itself. Shenhua was astonished. Are you implying that you wish to reside in this river? Greninja squinted its eyes, clearly pleased that Shenhua understood its meaning. Very well, welcome to your new home, Greninja. Shenhua extended his hand, and since Greninja wished to stay here, it could only bring him benefits. Once his strength grew, capturing this Greninja would be a mere formality. Having such a powerful, shiny Greninja willing to make its home here, and the possibility of capturing it, filled Shenhua with elation. Greninja also extended its forelimb, resting it upon Shenhua's hand, as if they had reached an agreement. He was fortunate that Greninja lacked any mind-reading abilities or traits, otherwise, it might have taken drastic measures against him. Young Master Chen, I have brought the house deed and land deed. Lu Zheng approached briskly. Upon spotting Greninja, he tensed up. Young Master Chen, this is dangerous. That Pokémon is incredibly powerful. I regret not informing you sooner. This Pokémon has been here for quite some time. We are no match for it. Were it not for its non-aggressive nature, I would never have recommended this place to you. Shenhua waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. This Greninja is my friend. Please inform the security team that they need not be concerned about it in the future. As he spoke, Shenhua patted Greninja's head, which seemed to delight in the gesture, appearing quite harmonious. Lu Zheng was astonished. This Greninja allowed Shenhua to approach? Not only that, but it even permitted him to pet its head? Previously, security personnel could not even get close without being driven away by Greninja. Many trainers with powerful Pokémon found themselves unable to summon them. Other Pokémon were no match for Greninja. Shenhua continued to bond with Greninja for a while before heading towards the villa. The villa's decor was exceptionally antiquated and exuded a vintage charm, a style that Shenhua greatly admired. The furnishings were all quite complete. Lu Zheng, looking at Shenhua, suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, young Master Chen, I just remembered. You seem to lack a vehicle, right? The distance to the city is considerable. Without a car, it would be quite inconvenient for you. I have some connections in this area. I can help arrange a good car for you." Shenhua nodded. Indeed, a vehicle was necessary, especially for future outings. That would be great, Manager Lu. Please arrange a comfortable vehicle for me, preferably an SUV. After a moment's thought, Shenhua realized that once the two worlds fused, traversing through forests might become inevitable, so an off-road vehicle would be prudent. Lu Zheng wasted no time and stepped outside to make a phone call. Mr. Su, I recall you have a Xuanfeng TX2 SUV, right? Lu Zheng inquired cheerfully. The voice on the other end responded equally cheerfully. Yes, Manager Lu. Why do you suddenly ask about that? I remember you're not particularly fond of cars. Also, don't get any ideas about this model. It's a globally limited edition from the Xuanfeng series, costing several million US dollars. This one was arranged for Mr. Wang by me. Lu Zheng chuckled. Mr. Su, I'm not a car enthusiast, but I have a distinguished guest who is quite fond of this vehicle. How about you speak with Mr. Wang and see if he would part with it? The voice on the other end belonged to a forthright man in his 40s. He was visibly perplexed, wondering what esteemed guest could compel Lu Zheng to make such a request. seeking to persuade the wealthiest man in Sioux City to part with his prized possession. Su Yun's voice chimed in, haha, I can't possibly approach Mr. Wang about this. He treasures that car immensely. He spent tens of millions on it. Mr. Wang is right here. Would you like to speak with him? Lu Jing nodded. That works. I appreciate it, Mr. Su. Su Yun handed the phone to Wang Hao, whose expression was decidedly unpleased. Manager Lu, you are asking for my life here. You know how much I adore cars. Chapter 19. Houses, Cars, and Money. The pinnacle of life. Lu Zheng understood well that when dealing with a cunning character like Wang Hao, withholding the truth would not be an option. Moreover, a meager profit from Qin Ruo would hardly satisfy him. It would be far more advantageous for all parties to share this lucrative opportunity. Allow me to put it this way, Mr. Wang, please enable the speaker function so that Mr. Su can also lend an ear. None of us can fully consume this cake alone. Only through collaboration can we all benefit more. Wang Hao and Su Yong exchanged glances, each discerning the implications in the other's eyes. It seemed this truly was a remarkable business venture. For someone of Lu Zheng's stature to be unable to partake in such a bounty was indeed significant. Mr. Wang, Mr. Su, today I encountered an esteemed individual. Can you guess their level? Lu Zheng teased, creating suspense. Wang Hao, being the wealthiest man in Sioux City and a prominent figure in the entire southern region, recognized that it was rare for Lu Zheng to speak of someone with such reverence. Although Lu Zheng was merely a manager at the Sioux Province Bank, his position was anything but ordinary. As one of the 3 largest banks in the nation, Lu Zheng was poised to be the heir of the Sioux Province Bank. Currently, over 50% of the province's business dealings required his approval. Is it someone from the Bai family? Wang Hao inquired cautiously. The Bai family is indeed quite esteemed, ranking among the top families in all of Huagua. No, think again. Lu Zheng continued to build suspense. Su Yong pondered before tentatively suggesting. Could it be someone from the Qin family? At this point, both Su Yong and Wang Hao's breaths quickened significantly, while Wang Hao held a formidable position in Sioux Province. He was still a junior in terms of many resources. No, keep guessing. Lu Zheng maintained his enigmatic demeanor. Shock filled Su Yong and Wang Hao's eyes. The Qin family was already among the most distinguished families internationally. What could possibly be higher? They hesitated to entertain further thoughts. Had they not been friends with Lu Zheng for so many years, they might have suspected he was deceiving them. Lu Zheng chuckled. All right, it's challenging to guess. Let me be straightforward. You are familiar with the Carl family, right? This individual is even a tier above them. Lu Zheng's declaration astonished Su Yong and Wang Hao. The Carl family was already a pinnacle in the world. What could surpass such a formidable entity? Mr. Wang, Mr. Su, do not think I am withholding opportunities from you. This esteemed individual is currently at a villa in the mountains. If you wish to meet, you must hurry. Su Yong and Wang Hao exchanged looks of astonishment, both recognizing the excitement in each other's eyes. Thank you, Mr. Lu. We shall arrive shortly. Mr. Wang then turned to Mr. Su, saying, Old Su, bring that cruiser along. I will have my collection of fine cars sent over as well. The delight radiating from Mr. Wang's face was palpable. His development had stalled, and now presented an extraordinary opportunity. Mr. Chun, I have 2 acquaintances who are aware of your interest in purchasing a vehicle and have brought some options for you to choose from, Lu Ruo expressed. Qin Ruo immediately sensed the underlying motives but chose not to dwell on them. Thank you, Manager Lu, and for the assistance of your colleagues. Qin Ruo led the way, and upon exiting, he was momentarily taken aback. The parking lot of the mountain villa was replete with a myriad of vehicles, ranging from sedans to RVs. Nearly everything one could desire. 2 burly men in their 40s approached. Manager Lu, is this the esteemed Mr. Qin? Lu Zheng nodded. Mr. Qin, this is Mr. Wang from Fumo International. His business dominates the real estate market in Sioux City. And this is Mr. Su from Jufeng Group. He holds 60% of the automotive market in Sioux City. Qin Ruo greeted them warmly, extending his hand. Mr. Wang and Mr. Su were pleasantly surprised and delighted to shake hands with Qin Ruo. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Ruo's gaze shifted towards the vehicles. At first glance, he was captivated by the imposing cruiser. This particular series had been showcased on television, a global limited edition. The garage housed only the most luxurious vehicles, from elite business cars to high-performance sports cars, and an array of limited editions. The cruiser, with only 20 units produced globally, was a special release by Angel Company, costing no less than several $1 million. It had garnered significant attention. Reportedly, only 3 existed in all of Huaxia. The cruiser boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, crafted from a rare metal that could withstand attacks from armored beasts for up to half an hour, making it the epitome of off-road vehicles. The production cost alone reached tens of millions of Huaxia currency, with a market price exceeding 100 million, making it inaccessible even to the wealthy, who lacked the requisite qualifications for purchase. Despite Mr. Wang's expenditure of merely several million, the extent of his connections was known only to him. The cruiser's aerodynamic design was strikingly smooth, its exquisite patterns enchanting every car enthusiast. Furthermore, its off-road performance ranked unparalleled among all vehicles, unless faced with exceptionally daunting cliffs. The cruiser could conquer any terrain. Hence, its name, akin to a roaming wind, unfettered and free. Mr. Wong and Mr. Su exchanged glances. Both recognizing Qinruo's admiration for the cruiser, it was undoubtedly a wise decision to present it to him. Despite the abundance of luxury cars, Qinruo's attention remained solely on the cruiser. It exuded an aura of power. More importantly, it was an off-road vehicle that would undoubtedly facilitate future endeavors. After all, the price was no trivial matter. Suddenly, Qinruo recalled something, and a smile spread across his face. Could it be that he had finally attained houses, cars, and money? Was this not the pinnacle of life? Could he not flaunt his keys during blind dates like a nouveau riche? The thought made Qinruo chuckle, leaving the other three in a state of confusion. After a brief exchange of contact information, the group parted ways. Qinruo had long since acquired his driver's license. Every man harbors a dream of owning a luxury car, and he was no exception. Thus, he promptly set off in the cruiser towards the school, relishing the thrill of being the center of attention. Suddenly, he found contentment in this lifestyle. He had always been somewhat materialistic. If he could continue this way, perhaps it would not be so bad after all. Along the journey, the envious gazes directed at the cruiser made Qinruo acutely aware of the exhilaration that power brings. Little did he know, within the school, his fame had already skyrocketed, and he was the talk of the town. His earlier battle video with Wu Neng had circulated widely, making Qinruo a well-known figure, notorious for being a waste that even Pokémon could not tame. Now, this sudden transformation of identity was too much for everyone to comprehend. The former waste had become a genius. Did that not render them all mere clowns? Reflecting on their past derision towards Qinruo, they were now filled with regret. Those who have witnessed Qinruo's prowess, such as Lin Qin and others, are fervently seeking ways to mend their relationships with him. If they were to have a formidable ally like Qinruo shielding them, how could they possibly fail to rise after the integration of the Pokémon world? Yet, Qinruo's presence has remained elusive within the classroom, leaving those who aspire to connect with him engulfed in disappointment. Chapter 20. The Reality of University Ranking Battles. Qinruo drove the sleek Chuxing directly into the school, unreserved and utterly unpretentious. The entire campus was captivated by the dazzling exterior of the vehicle. Chuxing was not merely an off-road vehicle, it was an off-road sports car. Its fluid lines were indicative of its substantial value. After parking, Qinruo strode into the school, where academic classes had long ceased, replaced by new curricula being developed under the efforts of numerous experts, centered around the fascinating world of Pokémon. Consequently, the management had undoubtedly become more lenient. As Qinruo entered the classroom, all eyes turned towards him, infused with an inexplicable emotion. The impact Qinruo had on them was monumental. Had it not been for the sudden viral video, no one would have imagined that the so-called underachiever in their midst could possess such strength. However, Qinruo maintained his usual indifference, promptly taking his seat. The school had transformed into a platform for resource exchange, where the purpose of attendance was merely to trade resources, including Pokémon, rare berries, and learning devices. In this initial phase, everyone was exploring what kinds of Pokémon were worth cultivating, how to pair skills, and what foods these Pokémon preferred. The surrounding individuals were engaged in discussions, exchanging information, yet their focus wavered. Had their prior relationship with Qinruo not been somewhat strained, many would have eagerly approached him for insights. Qinruo, however, was disinclined to engage with them, merely going through the motions before planning to leave. Shortly thereafter, class supervisor Li Hui entered the classroom, casting a significant glance at Qinruo, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He was there to share some news. According to recent research, the reality and Pokémon worlds were on the brink of merging. When that happened, the school would reopen, and esteemed universities would gain access to superior Pokémon and resources. Li Hui's announcement ignited fervent discussion among the students. It seemed the integration of these two worlds was indeed imminent. Policies from above were already shifting, adapting to accommodate this new paradigm. However, Qinruo contemplated the situation with a broader perspective. He began to question whether those in authority were truly oblivious to the impending arrival of the Pokémon world. The emergence of the Seeking organization had taught him a lesson, since their influence had already permeated both realms. Could it be that the Pokémon world had not just arrived 3 months prior? Given that the authorities had meticulously begun to structure the plans for the new world, it was evident that they were not entirely uninformed about the Pokémon realm. It was quite possible that the Pokémon dimension had already made its presence felt long before, with those in power establishing connections with it at that time. The more Qinruo pondered, the more plausible this seemed. Otherwise, It would be inexplicable for educational institutions to halt the dissemination of knowledge and pivot towards the study of Pokémon. Li Hui remained oblivious to the numerous thoughts racing through Qin Rua's mind. He continued to announce, in a few days, all high schools in Sioux City would face the Pokémon ranking battle. This contest would determine the allocation of resources for our school. Hence, the administration decided to offer a purple-grade Pokémon, Gila, as a reward. Any school that places in the top 3 amongst the 34 participating institutions will receive this Pokémon. Moreover, significant support from the school will accompany this achievement. Although we are merely a high school, the resources available here are beyond your imagination. Li Hui shot a knowing glance at Qin Rua. This was a task assigned to him from the upper echelons, ensuring that Qin Rua would participate. Within Mingyuan High School, there wasn't even a single student ranked within the top 10,000 on the national Pokémon leaderboard. In contrast, other local schools boasted exceptional talents in the rankings. The school leadership had nearly succumbed to despair, yet Qin Rua's emergence rekindled their hope. With such a formidable Pokémon battle master participating, they believed a respectable rank was attainable. As for the top 3, that was merely an aspiration. They did not genuinely expect Qin Rua to achieve it. Had Qin Rua's Pokémon levels been higher, their doubts would have dissipated, but as it stood, his Pokémon had yet to reach their 3rd evolution. Languishing in the 20s in terms of levels, those top-ranked prodigies were not to be underestimated. They would certainly not take Qin Rua lightly, and when facing him, they would exert every effort to crush him with overwhelming superiority. Thus, from the perspective of Mingyuan High School, as long as Qin Rua could secure a place in the top 10, that would suffice. Anyone with aspirations could sign up. 3 contestants would be drawn. And as long as they performed well, the school's rewards would be plentiful. Li Hui encouraged all present, directing his primary attention towards Qin Rua. Wang Yao and Lin Qing, who had witnessed Qin Rua's prowess, exchanged complex glances. If Qin Rua were willing to compete, he would likely find success to be effortless. The level 40 to 50 Pokémon would seem trivial before him. They doubted even the top 10 contenders could match his might. Meanwhile, Qin Rua found himself entranced. For his task system had unexpectedly activated. It had issued a new quest. System task, University Ranking Battle. Achieve 1st place in the University Ranking Battle. Reward, a random ability. The system's demand was unequivocal. Should he participate, he must secure the 1st position. Otherwise, there would be no reward. In the system's eyes, only the victor of such a battle qualified for a reward. Any other placement was deemed unworthy of accolades. The prospect of this reward ignited a fervent desire within Qin Rua. An ability from the Pokémon realm was no trivial matter. It could be the power of instantaneous movement, the ability to self-heal, or the capacity for telepathic communication. Countless extraordinary abilities awaited him, each immensely powerful. Qin Rua was resolute. He would not let this opportunity slip by. Chapter 21. Facing 100 alone? Is there anyone in our class willing to participate in the intercollegiate ranking battle? Li Hui inquired once more. A cool voice interjected. When does the intercollegiate ranking battle commence? The speaker was Qin Rua, who, having decided to compete, sought to gather more information about the event. Li Hui's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for Qin Rua to speak. The intercollegiate ranking battle was scheduled to begin in 20 days. According to the projections, by that time, everyone's main Pokémon would be able to manifest in the real world, making it the most opportune moment for the competition. Qin Rua realized that the restrictions on some advanced Pokémon would dissipate after 20 days. If that were the case, complete integration should not be far off. Nodding thoughtfully, Qin Rua considered that with 20 days at his disposal, his Ampharos might evolve into an Electivire. Once he achieved that, he would not feel intimidated even in the presence of the top 100 Pokémon trainers, let alone the top 10,000. Well then, I shall sign up. Qin Rua declared, his determination evident. Li Hui's face brightened. Are you really going to participate, Qin Rua? Yes. Is anyone else in our class considering it? He inquired again. This competition involved not just their class, and participating did not guarantee selection. There would be an internal selection process. Lin Qing, Wang Yao. I recall your strengths are quite commendable. Have you no intention of joining? Li Hui pressed. Such events offer substantial rewards from the school for those who qualify. Wang Yu and Lin Qing exchanged awkward smiles. No need. We understand our own capabilities and prefer not to embarrass ourselves. With Qin Rua around, he is sure to secure a good ranking. Li Hui nodded in agreement, leading Qin Rua out of the classroom. Qin Rua, follow me. Anyone who chooses to participate in the intercollegiate ranking battle must first undergo internal selection. Only those who pass will qualify for the competition. Furthermore, once you succeed in the internal selection, the school will unconditionally support you, providing all necessary resources. Li Hui's words revealed to Qin Rua that this intercollegiate ranking battle was far more significant than he had initially perceived. The school's level of support would not be so extensive otherwise. they would strive to secure any resources needed. Accompanying Li Hui, Chen Ruo entered the principal's office, where a multitude of students awaited, each eager to join the intercollegiate challenge. Upon seeing Chen Ruo enter, Principal Kai's eyes gleamed with hope for him and his peers. Simultaneously, other students regarded Chen Ruo with a hint of hostility. This was an excellent opportunity, and they desired it just as much. Principal Kai cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. The reason I have called you here should have been conveyed by your class instructors, though their explanations might not have been comprehensive. Allow me to elaborate on the situation. The upcoming intercollegiate ranking battle is of far greater importance than you might imagine. It concerns not only the resources our school can obtain, but also its very survival. His opening statement left everyone stunned, save for Chen Ruo, whose expression indicated he had anticipated this revelation. Initially, he sensed that a mere intercollegiate ranking battle could not justify such significant support from the school. As the Pokémon world was on the brink of merging with reality, the emphasis on nurturing Pokémon trainers had escalated. Since resources were finite, it was impossible to cater to every institution, thus the necessity for the ranking battle. Only the top 10 schools in the intercollegiate ranking battle would retain their operations, while the others would have to merge into these 10, ensuring comprehensive resource allocation. The leading schools would receive varying distributions of resources based on their rankings. The higher the rank, the greater the resources. In essence, the intercollegiate ranking battle not only dictated resource allocation, but also the future of the institutions involved. Principal Kai's gaze swept over the 30-plus participants filling the office. Thus, whether our school continues to operate or merges with another depends on you. The school will extend its utmost support to ensure you secure a top 10 position. Should you achieve this, the rewards will be substantial. The gravity of the situation dawned on everyone. What they had initially perceived as a simple ranking battle was fraught with immense pressure. The intercollegiate ranking battle would employ a point system. Each school would select 3 participants. Winning a match would earn a point, while losing would neither add nor deduct points. Ultimately, the school with the highest score would be declared the victor. As Principal Kai briefly outlined the rules, Chen Ruo frowned at the implication. The system had assigned him the task of securing first place, yet even if he triumphed in every battle, he could only accumulate a maximum of 33 points. Should his teammates falter and fail to garner sufficient points, even his flawless victories would not fulfill his mission, resulting in no rewards. Unable to contain himself, Chen Ruo spoke up. Principal, is each individual only allowed to compete in one match? What if we sent only one participant? His suggestion astonished the assembly. What kind of reasoning was this? With 34 schools and 3 participants each, excluding his own, there would be 99 competitors. Was one person truly expected to face 99? Principal Kai was taken aback. Each day, we will compete against 5 schools, essentially facing 15 trainers. The format is 3v3, which means contending with 45 Pokémon. There's no way anyone could manage that. The endurance required to last through all matches is unattainable. Any unforeseen circumstances could lead to disastrous consequences. Chapter 22. The Art of Command. Principal Kai shook his head decisively, deeming the notion utterly unrealistic. How could such a person possibly exist? Every participant was meticulously chosen, each a paragon in their own right, and yet the trio led by Lien Zhan seemed implausible. For instance, if a team primarily comprised water-type Pokémon faced an opponent with a grass-type focus, how could one possibly prevail? Chen Ruo remained steadfast in his stance, countering Principal Kai's words. If a single contestant could achieve a flawless victory rate, would that not guarantee them first place? And even if one of the 3 competitors ensured a win, the presence of the other 2 could still jeopardize their overall ranking, rendering the endeavor meaningless. Chen Ruo's gaze was fixed intently on Principal Kai. Therefore, I believe it would be wiser to send forth only one contestant to secure a better standing, would it not? The others regarded Chen Ruo with disdain, labeling him a madman. Who among the sane would propose such an idea? Principal Kai refrained from responding directly. Instead, shifting the conversation, let us commence the selection trials and ascertain who is worthy to represent Mingyuan High School. Chen Ruo, undeterred, walked confidently alongside Principal Kai. Sometimes, one need not learn to compete. Only by striving for more can one achieve rapid growth and better development, fostering a virtuous cycle. The other contestants cast complex glances at Chen Ruo, their eyes reflecting hostility, admiration, and mockery. Although they deemed Chen Ruo's audacity excessive, his boldness earned him a measure of respect. Of course, some looked on with malicious glee, eager to witness his downfall. On the playground, without waiting for Principal Kai to speak, Chen Ruo stepped forward, addressing the assembly. Let us begin. My Pokémon is Charmeleon. While the others have yet to materialize in this realm, the competition rules stipulate a 1v1 format. Who will be the first to challenge me? Chen Ruo assumed a combative stance, clearly inviting all to face him. Anger flared on the faces of the competitors. Even a clay figurine possesses a modicum of spirit, let alone those skilled enough to participate. Go, Blue Croc. A robust-looking youth unleashed his Pokémon, a Blue Croc, which conveniently held a type advantage over Charmeleon. Blue Croc. The evolved form of the small alligator was an exceptionally powerful starter Pokémon, particularly as a water type, perfectly countering Chun-Rua's fire type. Principal Kai did not intervene. Intrigued to see how Chun-Rua would handle this challenge, eager to determine if he was worthy of the title of Pokémon Battle Art Master. Clearly, this initial bout against a water-type Blue Croc would reveal much. Chun-Rua regarded Blue Croc and nodded slightly. A water-type Pokémon, indeed a formidable opponent. If only a primate had materialized instead, but I believe Charmeleon will suffice against mere Blue Croc. Charmeleon, employ Quick Attack to close the distance, evading their strikes. And then utilize Smokescreen. Chun-Rua commanded with poise, and Charmeleon's performance was equally composed, its purple-hued prowess unmistakably formidable. Blue Croc unleashed a water gun towards Charmeleon. A massive column of water surged forth, aimed directly at Charmeleon. Yet, in its swift movement, Charmeleon effortlessly dodged the water gun, as Chun-Rua had never harbored fear. Were Blue Croc to use a more evasive move like Bubble, perhaps it would pose a challenge, but with the low accuracy of water gun. Unless Blue Croc had trained against moving targets, hitting Charmeleon was virtually impossible. This is not a game. Water gun lacks high accuracy, unlike the powerful, wide-reaching Hydro Pump, making it easily evaded. Charmeleon surged toward Blue Croc, exhaling a plume of black smoke that enveloped the entire arena. Panic set in for Blue Croc, even causing its trainer to momentarily freeze. Within the smoke, Blue Croc could no longer discern Charmeleon's position. Charmeleon, employ Metal Claw with your speed. I have faith in your capabilities. Blue Croc, evade. The trainer shouted anxiously. In the haze, nothing transpired, and Chun-Rua cursed. Damn, how could that miss? Pure luck. The trainer's face brimmed with confidence, believing that once the smoke cleared, Blue Croc would easily dispatch Charmeleon. Blue Croc, well done. Chun-Rua appeared unaffected. Charmeleon, continue. Blue Croc, we shall persist in evasion. As it was not an enclosed space, the smoke dissipated rapidly, revealing both Blue Croc and Charmeleon. A slight smile crept across Chun-Rua's lips. For these individuals truly resembled docile sheep. In the arena, Blue Croc seemed to dance aimlessly, while Charmeleon stood resolute, repeatedly boosting its own abilities. The trainer, once grinning, now found himself bewildered. He felt as though Chun-Rua had him dancing to his tune. Was he merely following Chun-Rua's commands, leading himself to ruin? Onlookers felt trepidation. Chun-Rua's command was undeniably formidable. This was precisely the skill he had honed through relentless training, while simultaneously calling for Metal Claw and asserting that Charmeleon was the best. He had actually directed Charmeleon to use a self-boosting move instead. Such minor techniques, practiced consistently, yield extraordinary results in competition. This round of command aptly demonstrated that point. Had it not been for the trainer's misguided orders, overcoming Blue Croc would have proven considerably more challenging. This is the artistry of command exhibited by the Pokémon Battle Master, Chun-Rua, completely unrestrained and unfettered by trivialities. Chapter 23. The battle unfolds. Before the augmented Charmeleon, Blue Crocodile exhibited no resistance whatsoever, and the Pokémon trainer was profoundly inferior to Chun-Rua. With a direct command, Chun-Rua instructed Charmeleon to unleash a Steel Claw, swiftly eliminating Blue Crocodile and leaving its trainer in a daze. Next, I'm pressed for time, Chun-Rua remarked with a smile towards the other trainers. A chill ran through everyone. Chun-Rua's commanding prowess was truly formidable. The type advantage seemed to have no bearing in his presence. Astonishingly, the Charmeleon, at a level disadvantage, triumphed over Blue Crocodile without sustaining a scratch. What kind of terrifying creature was this? Not only was it unscathed, but it had also gained enhancements. The various augmentation effects were maximized. The other Pokémon trainers grumbled in frustration at the first combatant, exclaiming, "What a joke." Not only did he fail to harm Charmeleon, but he also inadvertently empowered it. What was he thinking? Is there no one else? Hurry up and send the next challenger. This is merely giving my Charmeleon time to recover. Chun-Rua shook his head in exasperation, wondering how these trainers failed to see the obvious. Step up, one after another. My Charmeleon is the only Pokémon I have. With so many trainers on our side, we can outlast him, as long as they did not allow Charmeleon any respite. Victory was assured. Chun-Rua nodded slightly. The individual had a valid point. Prolonged combat would be taxing on Charmeleon, and he could only offer support. After all, to reap the rewards from the system, he had to eliminate any lingering concerns. He did not wish to be victorious, yet receive no accolades. Beedrill, use Twister. Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. Under Chun-Rua's direction, Charmeleon decimated one opponent after another, leaving no chance for retaliation. As the battle progressed, an increasing number of spectators gathered, captivated by the clash. The entire playground was filled with onlookers, all marveling at Shinrua's fluid command. Each directive exuded a sense of seamlessness, devoid of any rigidity. Shinrua's strategy was undoubtedly unique. He interwove powerful skills with lesser ones to bolster his own position or diminish that of his adversaries. It was akin to delivering a full-force punch, once unleashed. It was challenging to retract or alter. Yet, simply lifting one's hand, whether in a fist or an open palm, offered the freedom of choice. This was Shinrua's command style, seizing every opportunity to strike or to fortify his own stance. The spectators were astounded. Each trainer present was a paragon of their class. The mightiest Pokémon trainers, yet before Shinrua, they resembled inexperienced children, utterly dominated. Isn't that Gao Ming from Class 3? I encountered him in the Pokémon world. He is incredibly strong. He single-handedly battled 4 trainers, using only 2 Pokémon to render them defenseless. To think he was also defeated. How terrifying. That Charmeleon is truly remarkable. It has never been struck by Gao Ming. No, the true strength lies not with Charmeleon, but with Shinrua. His command indeed lives up to its reputation. He is a genuine master of Pokémon battle artistry. Have you seen that pin video? The battle footage features Shinrua facing Nibi gym leader Wu Ning. He effortlessly defeated 2 opponents with Charmeleon, despite the type disadvantage. I was utterly astounded. The crowd began to chatter, their gazes towards Shinrua tinged with reverence. Shinrua's commanding finesse was unparalleled. His past exploits were unearthed, leaving those unfamiliar with him in awe. Once a mere 3-month underachiever, he has now soared to greatness, resembling a storyline from a novel. What is so impressive? Charmeleon is his weakest Pokémon. Some who were privy to more information interjected. What? How can that be? This Charmeleon is so powerful, and it's not even his main Pokémon. The crowd expressed disbelief. A Charmeleon that can take down 10 opponents is his weakest? But you're unaware. His starter Pokémon was that Machoke, and he also possesses an extraordinarily powerful Gengar. I've heard whispers that this Gengar is white, capable of decimating even elite-level Pokémon with a mere blink. Why not mention he has a legendary Pokémon too? This is absurd. The Pokémon dimension has only been here for 3 months. How could he possibly defeat an elite with such ease? Such boasts are ridiculous. No one believed that Shinrua possessed a Gengar more powerful than an elite. It seemed utterly implausible. Yet reality often defies expectations. Indeed, he did possess one. The battle raged on, and nearly half of the trainers had already fallen before Shinrua. A bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses and stepped forward, attempting to appear impressive. Shinrua, your command is indeed formidable. However, I've discovered your weakness. Shinrua regarded the youth with a bemused expression. Was this a case of delusions of grandeur? Attempting to portray himself as the antagonist? Come forth, Weezing. Weezing, you smokescreen. The youth, brimming with confidence, gazed at Shinrua. With this, we both lose sight of the battlefield, allowing me to easily diminish your Charmeleon's enhancements. You will undoubtedly be outmatched by all of us. Shinrua looked at the youth as if he were a fool. Though Weezing was a poison-type Pokémon, it was unique. Its body comprised gas, and exposure to flames would lead to an explosion. Charmeleon, ignite a spark towards the southwest corner and retreat swiftly. A flash of fire pierced through the smoke, followed by a thunderous explosion. Everyone instinctively shut their eyes against the intense heat wave. When they reopened them, Weezing was on the brink of collapse while Charmeleon remained unscathed. How is this possible? This cannot be. How did you hit me? You couldn't possibly know where Weezing was. The youth's emotions spiraled out of control. This is absurd. Chapter 24. Principal Kai's decision. It is utterly impossible. With the smoke screen obstructing the view, how could one possibly discern the location of the double gas attack? It is inconceivable. The bespectacled youth was filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. Shinrua did not leave any suspense. Although the smoke screen could obscure vision, it could not entirely conceal it. With careful observation, one could still discern some outlines. Furthermore, the smoke would shift according to the movements of the Pokémon. As long as one could identify the patterns, achieving this was not a daunting task. The onlookers were left astounded. For so long, no one had attempted to study these details, and no one had paid attention to such nuances. Yet, Shinrua not only noticed these intricacies but also executed them with remarkable precision. Standing confidently in the arena, Shinrua's fire dinosaur, despite being unharmed, was panting heavily after battling consecutively for 20 rounds. Even without sustaining injuries, the exertion had taken its toll. However, everyone regarded Shinrua with trepidation. No one dared to make a move against him, for he was simply too powerful. After such an extensive battle, Shinrua's fire dinosaur had not suffered a single blow, not even once. Shinrua shook his head. These individuals were still naive. Had they initiated the fight with rapid techniques like Sonic Punch or Thunderbolt, his fire dinosaur would have likely been defeated long ago. Yet, they failed to consider this, showcasing a significant gap in battle awareness. Principal Kai's eyes sparkled with hope. Chun Rua's presence had ignited great expectations in him, albeit with a hint of apprehension. As Chun Rua's level was still quite low, while his opponents had already advanced to higher tiers, with their Pokémon reaching their third forms. Nonetheless, the recent battles instilled a sense of optimism in Principal Kai. Chun Rua's formidable control over the battle only heightened his anticipation. If they were to spare no effort in providing Chun Rua with resources over the next 20 days, raising his level could indeed be a viable strategy. Principal Kai contemplated further. Even if Chun Rua were to lose to others, the point system would allow him to accumulate more points. Even if he did not match the talents on the leaderboard, Mingyuan High School could still maintain its lead in the rankings. In the arena, the fire dinosaur had endured several attacks not due to Chun Rua's poor command, but because the creature's stamina had waned after prolonged combat. Yet, only 3 Pokémon trainers remained. A stark contrast to the 30+ who had previously failed to defeat Chun Rua. No one believed these 3 could triumph over him. As the battle concluded, although the fire dinosaur bore numerous wounds, it remained standing. In front of all, Chun Rua had engaged in a staggering battle against 37 opponents and emerged victorious. It was nothing short of terrifying, truly inhumane. Principal Kai could hardly contain his joy with Chun Rua's presence. Mingyuan High School's chances of success in the inter-school ranking battles had significantly increased. Upon returning to the principal's office, only Chun Rua remained. Principal Kai regarded him with utmost seriousness. Chun Rua, if I were to send you alone into battle, how confident are you in securing a place for Mingyuan High School in the top 10? Top 10? My aim is first. Chun Rua responded with a smile, his confidence shining through. Yet, Principal Kai interjected, and what if you cannot achieve that? Chun Rua remained silent, aware that Principal Kai had more to say. Seeing Chun Rua's reluctance to engage, Principal Kai continued, how about we make a wager? If you can secure a top 10 position, we shall provide you with our full support for as long as you require it from our school. However, if you fail to enter the top 10, Principal Kai's gaze intensified. Then, when you possess sufficient strength, you must rebuild Mingyuan High School. The caliber of Pokémon trainers at Mingyuan High School was beyond reproach. The finest had all been selected by Chun Rua. Among the 34 high schools, they ranked as the lowest. Under normal circumstances, without Chun Rua, Principal Kai might have considered merging the school. Now, it was merely a gamble. Even in defeat, he believed in Chun Rua's potential. When the time came, with sufficient strength, Chun Rua could indeed restore Mingyuan High School to its former glory. Chun Rua nodded readily. No problem. From this moment forth, our school will provide you with unwavering support. State your needs, and I shall act without delay, Principal Kai declared with decisive efficiency. I need something. Chun Rua pondered for a moment. I require the purple quality Ujira. I currently lack 3 Pokémon to participate in the competition, and this is my first request. Principal Kai was taken aback. But you have a powerful Gung-Gui. That Gung-Gui is formidable and was acquired through fortunate circumstances. However, when the campus ranking battles commence, I fear it may not be able to manifest in this world. Chun Rua replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. The true strength of that Gung-Gui remained an enigma. But it was undeniable that its power surpassed that of the Elite Four. In the span of 20 days, the merging of 2 worlds would not permit a Pokémon of such caliber to enter this realm. Principal Kai clutched his head, feeling overwhelmed. He now doubted his decision. How could he have believed in Chun Rua when he lacked even 3 Pokémon suitable for competition? Yet, this was Mingyuan High School's final chance. Principal Kai suppressed his headache and inquired, what is your second condition? I need you to arrange for 50 competent Pokémon trainers to assist me in training my fire dinosaur. Previously, I was tasked with defeating 100 Pokémon trainers, and I still have over 40 left to conquer. With your support, I can simultaneously complete this task. Once he accomplished the 100 consecutive victories, he would unlock the achievement point collection system and the training shop feature. The system had never disappointed him thus far, and he was equally eager for the achievement points and the training shop. Chapter 25, Unveiling New Features. Principal Kai nodded and inquired, is that all there is to it? Yes, came the reply. Then follow me, he instructed, leading Chun Rua out of the office. The creature, Gyarados, had manifested in this world long ago, but its temperament was notoriously difficult, making it quite a challenge to tame. Even if one managed to forcibly subdue it, commanding it would prove equally arduous, particularly concerning its dietary needs. Gyarados fed on a unique type of stone, a substance rare in the real world, complicating the matter of sustenance. Should you wish to tame it, you would need to devise a solution for its food. Chun Rua, unburdened by any trepidation, listened intently to Principal Kai's words. All his Pokémon were accustomed to consuming substantial nourishment and relished it immensely. Gyarados was settled in the rear mountain, and Principal Kai guided Shinrua directly into the area. Upon arrival, Shinrua immediately spotted Gyarados lazily resting atop a stone slab. This particular Gyarados was quite impressive, with robust limbs exuding a palpable sense of strength. Its gray armor gleamed with a metallic luster, appearing remarkably substantial. Species: Gyarados qualification, purple level, 23 strength, advanced type, rock. Ground skills: iron defense, outrage, rock slide. Ability: sand veil nature, brave item, none goodness. It possesses both iron defense and outrage. Shinrua marveled. The lineage of this Gyarados was certainly exceptional, as those skills could only be inherited. Just as Shinrua was about to approach Gyarados, Principal Kai intervened, saying, "Do not get too close. This Gyarados has a strong territorial instinct. Any advance may provoke an attack." Feeling the presence of Shinrua and Principal Kai, Gyarados opened its eyes and stood, slowly approaching them. Principal Kai tensed, while Shinrua reassured him, "I feel it harbors no ill intent." With that, Shinrua stepped forward. Sensing a warm familiarity radiating from Gyarados, a feeling he had also experienced with his Charizard, Infernape, and Greninja. For reasons unknown, Shinrua felt an unwavering bond with these Pokémon, convinced they would never harm him. In harmony with Shinrua's sentiments, Gyarados expressed joy by leaping into his embrace, knocking him to the ground. Notably, Gyarados typically weighed close to 150 pounds, and its sudden leap caught Shinrua off guard. Gyarados nestled against Shinrua's chest, affectionately nuzzling him, demonstrating an endearing intimacy. Principal Kai, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished. What was happening? This Gyarados, known for its reluctance to allow anyone near, was now so close to Shinrua? Gyarados playfully tapped the empty Pokeball at Shinrua's waist with its paw, willingly entering the capture device. Was that it? As Gyarados was tamed, Principal Kai felt an unreal sensation wash over him. This was it. This individual truly had an extraordinary knack, not only excelling in battles, but also in capturing Pokémon. Shinrua immersed himself in the system interface, noting significant changes to his status panel. Host: Shinrua level. Achievements: Pokémon Battle Arts Master, Pokémon Professor. Badges: none abilities, none items, none Pokémon. Infernape, Charizard, Greninja. Gyarados' current task: Season Warrior, 8 badges, Champion, University ranking battles. Shinrua surmised that the reason for his trainer level being was likely due to Greninja. He had not subdued Greninja's power, yet it was still his Pokémon, resulting in this enigmatic status. Principal Kai, operating with remarkable efficiency, arranged for over 50 competent Pokémon trainers while Shinrua pondered. The battle rules remained one-on-one, but with Gyarados and Charizard by his side, and this new batch of opponents being considerably weaker, the fights became exceedingly manageable. In merely 2 hours, Shinrua triumphed over all challengers, successfully completing the 100 consecutive victories task. Task: 100 consecutive victories achieved. Rewards dispensing. Achievement point collection system activated. Current points: 203, 700. Training shop now open. Achievement point collection system. By completing various achievements or earning titles, one can acquire achievement points. Shinrua now possessed over 200,000 points, each of his titles contributing a hefty 100,000 points. Both Pokémon Professor and Pokémon Battle Arts Master were exceptionally prestigious titles. When Shinrua opened the training shop, he could not help but chuckle with delight. Stamina Training Vest. Price: 50,000 achievement points. Effect: enhances daily stamina training for Pokémon. Remarkably effective. Speed Training Leggings. Price: 50,000 achievement points. Effect: enhances daily speed training for Pokémon. Remarkably effective. Strength Training Arm Guards. Price: 50,000 achievement points. Effect: enhances daily strength training for Pokémon. Remarkably effective. Water Stone. Price: 5,000 achievement points. Grass Stone. Price: 5,000 achievement points. Skill Training. Price: 1,000 achievement points per day. Effect: strengthens Pokémon skills. The training shop was replete with a plethora of training tools. From training suits to evolution stones and various other items, anything conceivable was available. Initially feeling proud of his over 200,000 achievement points, after browsing the training shop, Shinrua felt as if he had become a pauper. Over 200,000 points were insufficient to purchase a complete set of training equipment for a single Pokémon. Considering the upcoming university ranking battles, where stamina would undoubtedly be crucial, Shinrua gritted his teeth and purchased 3 stamina training vests. He then procured a speed training vest for Infernape before finally halting his spending. In an instant, his formerly substantial points dwindled to mere remnants. Taking a deep breath, he closed the training shop. It was as if the shop had an addictive quality. Entering it made it nearly impossible to leave without spending all his achievement points. Tempting items abounded, and had it not been for his insufficient points, he would have likely purchased them all. Chapter 26, Transformation. Having resolved these matters, Chunrua entered the world of the Elven era, with merely 20 days remaining until the high school ranking battles. Time was of the essence. After the ranking battles, the Kanto League competition would commence in a month's time. As of now, Chunrua had only obtained a single Nibi badge out of the 8 required to participate in the Kanto League. He could not afford to relax. He needed to exert every ounce of effort. Dressed in a custom-made weighted outfit, Chunrua was accompanied by his Pokémon, the hyperactive ape, Charizard, and Gyarados, all donning endurance training vests. The hyperactive ape additionally wore speed training leg guards. The endurance vests fit these Pokémon as if tailored specifically for them. And although they appeared to be mere thin layers, they felt as if they were bearing the weight of a mountain. The speed training leg guards imparted a similar heaviness, making each leg feel as though it were laden with lead. However, once activated, these training tools would seamlessly integrate with the Pokémon's bodies, akin to carrying items. Chunrua was reassured that these training devices did not interfere with one another. Wearing both the endurance vest and the speed leg guards did not result in compounded pressure. With his trio of Pokémon, Chunrua ambled towards the direction of Hualan City. Clad in his weighted vest, his pace was not overly swift. What could typically be traversed in a single day now required a day and a half, or even 2 days. Despite the arduous journey, the training yielded remarkable results, with each Pokémon displaying a notable enhancement in vitality, and during this process, the hyperactive ape even leveled up. Currently, among Chunrua's Pokémon, aside from the unknown level Shiroki, the highest level, the hyperactive ape, had reached level 31, while the lowest, Gyarados, had attained level 25. Charizard had achieved level 28. Announcement: the number of trainers with Pokémon at the 3rd evolution has reached 1 million, and the level system has been abolished. No one can perceive the qualifications or levels of Pokémon. This announcement materialized unexpectedly in everyone's minds, catching many off guard. Previously, they could rely on the qualification system to assess a Pokémon's potential, but now that system was abolished, leaving them to rely solely on their judgment. Furthermore, the cancellation of the level system meant that no one could see their opponent's Pokémon levels. This served as yet another reminder to all: this is not a game. This is true reality. However, within Chunrua's system, he could still observe his Pokémon's qualifications, though levels were no longer visible. System message: the level system has been abolished, lifting restrictions on Pokémon evolution. A smile spread across Chunrua's face. The cancellation of the level system was decidedly advantageous for him. In reality, once a Pokémon comprehends certain concepts, it can evolve directly, rather than being rigidly confined by levels. It was unclear when it became common for everyone to gauge a Pokémon's strength by its level. Just as in the original narrative, many of Zhiye's Pokémon had not evolved, yet their levels were undoubtedly not inferior to those of evolved Pokémon, and may even surpass them. The existence of levels was initially to facilitate understanding of the Pokémon world. However, with the advancements of recent months, everyone had acquired sufficient knowledge, rendering the level system obsolete. It was akin to the initial task system, which was also promptly discarded. The process of merging this world with the real world was accelerating, and all previously established conveniences for comprehending this world had been eliminated. Announcement: the regional leaderboards have been restructured, and all trainers may view them. Not only was the level system disabled, but the rankings for competitive divisions were also reconfigured. Chunrua opened the competitive rankings, which indicated that all of Huaxiao belonged to the Kanto region. Kanto region leaderboard. Power rankings. 1. Chunrua, strength. 2. Li, strength, elite level 3. Luyong, strength, elite level 4. Luo Pingfei, strength, elite level. Pokémon rankings. 1. Gung Gue, owner, Chunrua, strength. 2. Charizard, owner, Li, strength, elite level 3. Changlong, owner, Luyong, strength, elite level. As soon as the leaderboard was updated, everyone eagerly accessed it, gasping in astonishment. What could possibly account for the first place being marked as? Even his Pokémon, Gung Gue, had its strength listed as? What kind of power was this? The entire leaderboard displayed? Silence fell over the crowd, and the name Chunrua stirred memories within them. This name was not appearing for the first time. The previously announced Pokémon doctor was seemingly Chunrua. Moreover, the challenger in the video that circulated on the forum, who battled Wu Ning, also appeared to be Chunrua. Upon reflection, everyone felt a sense of shock. Surely, such coincidences could not exist. The only plausible explanation was that all 3 references to Chunrua pointed to the same individual on the leaderboard. Doubt clouded their minds as they pondered the identity of this Chunrua. Not only was his power terrifyingly inscrutable, but he was also a Pokémon doctor. Even Shinruo himself was bewildered. He had not anticipated ranking so high. Based on his own abilities, he considered himself merely advanced, far from elite level. Unless the hyperactive ape could evolve into a king of vacations. Once the hyperactive ape evolved into the king of vacations, a monumental transformation would occur. With a base stat total of 670 and the stamina boost ability, combined with countless items from the training system shop, Shinruo believed he could cultivate a being akin to a divine Pokémon. However, he understood the impracticality of this notion. Every divine Pokémon was associated with deities. Only those with divine connections could be deemed divine Pokémon, and even if his king of vacations reached that pinnacle, it would not be classified as a divine Pokémon. Yet, it would undoubtedly be a formidable presence, rivaling the divine. Reflecting on this, Shinruo glanced at the panting hyperactive ape beside him. Hyperactive ape, you must keep pushing yourself. With the endurance vest and speed training shorts weighing him down. The hyperactive ape had been running for 4 hours and was understandably out of breath. Nevertheless, upon hearing Shinruo's words, the hyperactive ape vigorously waved its hand in response. Chapter 27. The Hualan Gym. After several days of travel, Shinruo finally departed from Nibi City, making his way to the nearby Hualan City. The Hualan Gym is renowned, not for its strength, but rather for its weakness. Having previously been dubbed the weakest alongside the Nibi Gym under the management of Xiaogang. However, the fame of the Hualan Gym extends beyond its lack of prowess. It is also celebrated for the enchanting trio of sisters known as the Hualan Beauties and their illustrious water ballet performances. Upon arriving in Hualan City, Shinruo beheld the Hualan Gym, which resembled a grand stage rather than a traditional gym. The decor gave it the appearance of a vast performance hall, adorned with posters announcing the mesmerizing water ballet shows by the Hualan Beauties. It was a visual spectacle, promising an extraordinary experience. With a resigned shake of his head, Shinruo acknowledged that although his sole purpose for visiting Hualan City was to obtain the gym badge, the antics of the Hualan sisters were rather peculiar. Among the various gyms, aside from Nibi's temporary weakness due to Xiaogang's stewardship, none could compare to Hualan's distinct oddity. Even Xiaogang displayed far more responsibility than the Hualan trio. Is anyone here? Shinruo called as he entered the Hualan Gym, only to find it utterly deserted, devoid of even a single staff member. The absence of bustling challengers and cheering spectators was starkly contrasted by the raucous energy emanating from the water ballet performance venue nearby. Is anyone here? Shinruo repeated, but the silence persisted. Yet, he discerned some sounds emanating from behind the gym and proceeded towards them, passing through a long corridor. He was met with a vast swimming pool, and what caught him off guard were the 3 enchanting women frolicking upon its surface. The trio, clad in minimal swimwear, reveled in the water, revealing an abundance of alluring beauty. Shinruo, though only 17, had matured early, standing at a height of 178 centimeters with a strikingly handsome visage, exuding an air of confidence that could easily lead one to believe he was in his 20s. Yet, in this unexpected situation, he found himself momentarily flustered. Realizing his breach of decorum, he quickly turned away, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't see anything." A hint of embarrassment colored his cheeks as the Hualan sisters finally registered his presence, ceasing their playful antics and submerging into the water. The sister with blue hair, radiating an aura of intellect, glared at him in indignation, her expression contorting into a pout. "How can you just barge in here without a word?" Shinruo hastily explained. "I apologize. I am a trainer here to challenge the gym. I called out for a while, and hearing noise from behind, I came here. I truly saw nothing. I swear." The pink-haired sister blushed, accusing him. "You're lying. How could you see nothing?" "Exactly. You should turn around, you rogue," chimed in the blue-haired sister. Embarrassed, Shinruo turned away again, though internally he felt far more mature than his years. The blonde sister, with a naive demeanor, interjected, "Well, it seems we can't entirely blame him. We just finished our performance and forgot to put up a do not disturb sign, and the door was left open." The blue-haired sister shot a disapproving look at her sibling. "Sister, are you foolish? We've been seen, and you still defend him?" Shinruo scratched the back of his head, murmuring, "What is there to see? It's just swimwear, and it's underwater, not even clear." The blue-haired sister's cheeks puffed in indignation. "What did you say?" The pink-haired sister, perhaps feeling her sister didn't grasp the words, reiterated. "He said it's just swimwear, and that we were underwater. He couldn't see anything clearly." Shinruo felt a headache coming on. He would rather face a formidable opponent than endure this peculiar situation. It was the blonde sister who broke the awkwardness, suggesting that they change clothes before he left. "I am Shinruo from Masera Town, here to challenge the Hualan Gym." That scene was truly unintended. "I entered because the door was open," he explained. The blue-haired sister, still irked, nudged him with her foot. "You're still defending yourself." The eldest sister, Sakura, with her golden locks, gently patted the blue-haired sister. Enough. He didn't mean to intrude. Besides, we left the door open. It was my oversight after the performance. Chinruo nodded in agreement. And Sakura elegantly brushed her hair aside. Ahem, you must be Chinruo. Here is the situation. We're currently preparing for our water ballet performance and lack the time to train our Pokémon. As a compensation for your unexpected intrusion, we need your assistance in welcoming challengers. Over the course of this week, you cannot award more than 3 Hualon Gym badges. If you succeed, not only will this incident be forgotten, but we shall also grant you a Hualon badge. Should you fail, however, Chinruo interrupted, agreed. But I cannot accept failure. Naturally, he could not refuse such an opportunity. Trainers challenging gyms were seldom weak, and the experience and achievement points were invaluable to him. Moreover, he believed securing the badge in this manner would be far more gratifying than simply defeating the sisters. His Pokémon required training, and this presented an excellent chance to hone their skills. Sakura nodded languidly. Well, since you're so confident, that's splendid. Best of luck, Chinruo. I believe in you. For the next week, you shall act as the proxy gym leader of Hualon. Sakura stretched. Shangpu, Mudan. Let us prepare for our water ballet performance. We shall leave the rest to our young friend here. Chapter 28. Unveiling his cards after the 3 sisters emerged. Changpu gazed at Ingwa with a hint of confusion. Sister, are you truly so confident leaving the dojo in his hands? Ingwa replied with a mysterious smile. Do you think he is as simple as he appears? That is Chinruo, the foremost rookie trainer of this era. We 3 sisters have not engaged in Pokémon training for many years, and our strength has dwindled to that of merely intermediate trainers. Meanwhile, the former master of the neighboring Nibi dojo, Wuneng, has returned to restore his dojo. Previously, both our Hualon dojo and the Nibi dojo were considered the weakest in the entire Kanto region. However, compared to Nibi, our Hualon dojo still generates substantial profits for the league each year. Some choose to turn a blind eye to that. Yet now, with Nibi dojo undergoing transformation while we remain stagnant, we have inevitably become the target of scrutiny. It is uncertain how much longer we can sustain Hualon dojo under such circumstances. Moreover, with the Kanto League competition approaching, the league is placing increasing importance on dojos. Those with high badge distribution rates will undoubtedly attract attention from the league's upper echelons. With Chinruo safeguarding Hualon dojo, we merely need to wait for the badge distribution rate to decline, which will at least provide them with an explanation. Inghua's eyes sparkled with wisdom, clearly indicating that she was not as naive as she seemed. In the dojo, Chinruo was acutely aware of Inghua's calculations, yet he remained unperturbed. Such matters could hardly be deemed calculations. What Chinruo sought was battle. His Infernape required a plethora of battles. And not just him, both Gyarados and Charmeleon also craved countless encounters. There was no venue that could offer more opportunities for combat than a Pokémon dojo, especially one as renowned as Hualon. Over the next few days, Chinruo continuously faced challenges at Hualon dojo, while the 3 sisters were not merely at ease with him. They were meticulously preparing for a water ballet performance, hardly ever appearing at the dojo. In just 3 days, Chinruo had triumphed over nearly 1,000 challengers. The dojo battles surged in excitement, even surpassing the popularity of the sisters' water ballet performances. Each of Chinruo's commands was executed with precision, captivating the surrounding Pokémon trainers. Moreover, every time Chinruo defeated a challenger, he would offer insights, pointing out their weaknesses and areas for improvement, which further fueled the popularity of the dojo battles. Chinruo's discerning eye rivaled even the finest Pokémon professors in this world. After all, he had the assistance of a system. An increasing number of Pokémon trainers flocked to him. Despite battling hundreds, nearly 1,000 trainers during these days, none could force Chinruo's Gengar into the fray. On the leaderboard, while information on other trainers' Pokémon or battle videos could be found, there was no trace of Chinruo's Gengar, as if it had materialized out of thin air. All information regarding it was shrouded in mystery, leaving its true strength unknown. Naturally, some factions sought to probe Chinruo's capabilities, and more formidable Pokémon trainers were making their way to Hualon City. In a certain dense forest, a remarkably robust figure emerged. The muscular physique radiated vitality, and a short haircut added an air of decisiveness. Chinruo had made his move at Hualon dojo. The burly man pondered for a moment. How formidable is he? His Infernape, Charmeleon, and Gyarados are all exceptionally strong, but I have yet to witness the top-ranked Gengar. The voice on the other end of the line hinted at admiration. Even when confronted by renowned experts on the leaderboard, Chinruo had yet to utilize his Gengar, achieving victory solely with Infernape, Gyarados, and Charmeleon, making even the most challenging battles appear effortlessly simple. The burly man nodded unconsciously. Send someone to investigate his background. It is imperative to ascertain the strength of his Gengar. He may be my greatest rival in the Kanto League. The voice on the other end replied respectfully, "Understood. Rest assured, we will dispatch someone to uncover his secrets." The burly man paid little heed to this matter, as his primary objective remained the Kanto League competition. These individuals were privy to insider information. The significance of the Kanto League competition was far from trivial, and the standing of the Pokémon League surpassed many's imagination. It was said that winning the Kanto League championship was linked to the Elite Four of the Pokémon League. There is a notion that any Elite Four member must be a champion of a certain league, and these champions are collectively known as candidates for the Elite Four. If one could become an Elite Four candidate, the fusion of the real and fantasy realms would yield immense power. It would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Most of the powerful contenders on the leaderboard were backed by formidable factions. These individuals were diligently training, awaiting the commencement of the Kanto League competition in this opportunity. As the fifth day dawned, no one had managed to claim a badge from Hualan Dojo. Shinrua had been dubbed the undefeated champion. Up until now, he had never once tasted defeat. Countless gazes were fixed upon Hualan Dojo, eagerly anticipating the emergence of a stronger Pokémon trainer. All yearning to witness when Shinrua would finally falter. Even if he remained undefeated, they at least aimed to draw out his Jengar. This sentiment was shared among many factions, all striving to challenge Shinrua and force his Jengar into action. Shinrua, seemingly oblivious, continued to await challengers at Hualan Dojo. During these days, he had reaped immense rewards, even sensing that his Infernape might evolve soon. Not only that, but even Charmeleon seemed eager to break through and grow stronger. This was precisely why Shinrua remained at Hualan Dojo. He sought more battles and stronger opponents. Those who truly rushed to Hualan Dojo merely coincided with Shinrua's needs, leaving him with no reason to depart. Chapter 29, A Formidable Foe. The creature, Gyarados, has lost its combat capability, and the challenger has no available Pokémon left. The battle concludes. The victor is Shinrua, the gym leader of the Azure Gym. Truly, he is invincible. There seems to be no way to defeat him. Indeed, the Pokémon trainers, who previously ranked over 5,000 on the leaderboard, appeared as mere children before him, completely toyed with by his prowess. Shinrua's mastery over the battlefield is utterly terrifying. Is there truly no one who can best him? This marks his 1,431st victory, does it not? The audience is filled with awe. Can no one halt Shinrua's streak of victories? His strength is simply overwhelming. Not only is Shinrua a skilled combatant, but even his Pokémon are exceptionally formidable. The healing machines within the gym can only mend physical injuries, while the fatigue of the mind remains challenging to recover from. Yet, Shinrua's 3 Pokémon can battle for an entire day without showing any signs of weariness. Their fighting spirit remains undiminished. Even Shinrua is somewhat surprised. In the early days, he had attributed this to Gyarados' purple aptitude, but among the challengers, there are many Pokémon of similar aptitude, none exhibiting such resilience. Moreover, Shinrua has noticed a remarkable synergy between him and his Pokémon. Techniques that others find difficult to master come naturally to him, as if a mere glance suffices to convey the required move. Now, the battle at the Azure Gym commences, with the challenger being the novice trainer, Limu. The battle format is 3v3, and the match begins. Upon the announcement of Limu's name, the crowd erupts in excitement. Limu. The mere utterance of his name sends waves of astonishment through the arena. Ranked 742nd in the Huaxia leaderboard, he has managed to rise among the millions of Pokémon trainers in Huaxia to within the top 1,000. Each one is a paragon of talent. It's worth noting that even among the elite schools, the top 10,000 trainers nearly overwhelmed Mingyuan High School with their prowess. Limu stands confidently at the edge of the arena. Shinrua, I've long admired your reputation. I look forward to your guidance. Shinrua senses immense pressure emanating from Limu, yet it ignites his competitive spirit. Let us go. Gyarados. Shinrua releases Gyarados. After such extensive battles, Gyarados has evolved far beyond its former self, exhibiting tremendous strength in every aspect. Oh, you have a rock and ground-type Gyarados. Then I shall send forth my Dusknoir. Limu exhibits no underestimation of Shinrua, immediately deploying a powerful Pokémon like Dusknoir. As one of the starter Pokémon, Dusknoir is indeed formidable, particularly as a water type, which has a significant advantage over Gyarados. Even Shinrua cannot help but feel speechless. This is utterly ruthless. To win, he shows no restraint. At this point, Gyarados is still not fully evolved, and Limu has already summoned a Pokémon of Dusknoir's caliber. This is simply outrageous. Gyarados, use Dark Pulse. Facing the water-type Dusknoir, Gyarados' rock-type moves suffer a drastic reduction in effectiveness, nullifying Gyarados' offensive capabilities. Fortunately, Gyarados possesses a variety of dark-type moves. Dusknoir, use Surf. Limu wastes no time in launching an all-encompassing attack with Surf, leaving no opportunity for Shinrua to showcase his command. Indeed, while Shinrua exhibits remarkable skill, Few can claim to surpass him in strategy. However, his Pokémon remain largely unevolved, lacking their most potent forms. Thus, forcing a swift resolution against Chinrua is the most prudent strategy. You wish to impress? The Water-type move Surf engulfs the entire arena. Let us see you shine with your Rock-type Gyarados. If you had a Tyranitar, I might concede, but you are merely a Gyarados. As this thought crosses his mind, Limu cannot help but confidently declare, Chinrua, no matter how adept your tactics, you cannot evade an onslaught of Surf. You are destined to lose. A subtle smile graces Chinrua's lips. Are you certain? Limu's eyes twitch involuntarily, a foreboding sensation creeping over him. Gyarados, use Earthquake. Chinrua remains poised and composed in his command. A fissure opens up in the ground, directly targeting Duskwar. Should the Earthquake strike, it would be catastrophic. Duskwar hastily leaps aside, yet Gyarados' intention was never to target Duskwar but rather the earth itself. The ground splits open, creating a chasm, and the tidal wave cascades down into the crevice as Chinrua cleverly neutralizes Surf. The surrounding Pokémon trainers are left in awe. Truly, Chinrua remains a paragon of excellence, capable of showcasing his brilliance in any circumstance. Is this even possible? They marvel at the combat artistry on display. His reflexes are astonishingly quick. The finesse with which he employs his Pokémon's skills is beyond imagination. Even Limu, who moments ago reveled in confidence, is now at a loss for words. This defies all logic. How can he still perform so brilliantly? However, deep down, Limu remains unconcerned. No matter how impressive Chinrua may be, Gyarados cannot possibly overcome Dusknoir. Water-type advantages overwhelmingly dominate Rock-type Pokémon, and Dusknoir's level vastly eclipses Gyarados. He cannot fathom how, under such circumstances, he could be overpowered by Chinrua. The gym leader cannot switch Pokémon, yet the challenger can. Chinrua's 3 Pokémon have already been thoroughly analyzed by everyone. Limu does not believe he will face defeat. Yet, his goal is not merely to defeat Chinrua, but to compel him to unleash his enigmatic Gengar. This task has been assigned to him. And as a product of an ordinary family, his current achievements stem from the backing of influential allies. Thus, he must adhere to this directive. After all, those in power have spoken. Should he fail to comply, he would lose the significance of his training, and the resources available to him would dwindle significantly. This is the lamentable reality of individuals like him. Chapter 30, Fierce Battle. The Great Sword Demon unleashes the wave of water. Ugula endures the assault of the wave of water and retaliates with a vengeful strike. The Great Sword Demon directly executes the wave of water, leaving Ugula with no choice but to withstand the blow. Pain is etched upon Ugula's face, yet it stands resolute, unwilling to retreat, and forcefully employs the retaliatory attack. Should it suffer further damage before executing this move, the consequences would be doubled. Chinrua has already maximized the potential for damage, and he finds himself utterly powerless. Ugula has no hope of surviving a second wave of damage, and the retaliatory strike is the only means by which it can inflict maximum harm at this juncture. With determination, Ugula directs its retaliatory strike at the Great Sword Demon, who lets out a pained howl, clearly suffering significant injury. Chinrua, recognizing Ugula's limits, relinquishes command, understanding that Ugula has already reached its breaking point after withstanding the wave of water. Yet, Ugula has performed admirably. Facing a foe of such superior level, it has managed to trade blows, inflicting considerable damage upon the Great Sword Demon. Chinrua withdraws the exhausted Ugula and brings forth the hyperactive ape, a pure fire-type Pokémon. Even if victorious against the Great Sword Demon, it would be a hollow victory at best. It is important to note that Limu possesses not just 1, but 3 Pokémon. Unless Chinrua can summon the White Ghost, the outcome remains uncertain. The irony lies in that if he could summon the White Ghost, he would have no need for such challenges. He would have long since gone on a rampage, perhaps even challenging the Elite Four directly. The White Ghost has not been seen since it repelled the Circle Bear that day, as a Ghost-type Pokémon. It requires no sustenance, merely absorbing a certain energy to sustain itself. Now, the hyperactive ape is summoned, and the Great Sword Demon employs its last-ditch effort. Limu does not switch Pokémon but instructs the Great Sword Demon to use its final struggle. This ability increases damage as health diminishes, indicating his intention to forcibly eliminate Chinrua's presence from the battle. The hyperactive ape utilizes its powerful strike to eliminate the Great Sword Demon. A smile graces Limu's lips. His Great Sword Demon boasts not only immense destructive power but also remarkable defense. The notion that the hyperactive ape could swiftly defeat the Great Sword Demon is akin to a fever dream. However, an astonishing event unfolds. The hyperactive ape delivers a powerful punch to the Great Sword Demon, sending it flying several dozen meters, instantly incapacitating it and leaving it in a near-death state. Chinrua cannot help but laugh, marveling at the audacity of attempting to withstand the hyperactive ape. one might deem it either naive or foolish. It is crucial to note that the hyperactive ape possesses the strength trait, doubling the damage of physical attacks. This is akin to a one-punch man scenario. What chance does a severely wounded great sword demon have against such might? Li Mu's disbelief is palpable. How could the hyperactive ape possibly annihilate his greatsword demon with a single blow? The greatsword demon had only endured a retaliatory strike from Ugula, suffering no other damage. How could it fall so easily? This defies all logic. Shenruo, however, sees no need to address Li Mu's incredulity. The hyperactive ape remains his trump card. A fully realized hyperactive ape fears no legendary Pokémon. He would not reveal its unique attributes unless his strength were sufficient to command everything. The allure of legendary Pokémon is terrifying to any organization. Just observe the likes of Team Rocket, Team Magma, and Team Aqua to comprehend this. Shenruo remains silent, and Li Mu refrains from further inquiries, as he still has 2 more Pokémon prepared specifically to counter Shenruo. He is resolute in his belief that unless Shenruo employs the White Ghost, he cannot be defeated. Does he truly believe that Ugula, a recently captured Pokémon, alongside 2 unevolved companions, can triumph over him? He certainly does not. Fortunately, Shenruo remains oblivious to Li Mu's thoughts. Were he to learn of them, he might struggle to contain his laughter. Li Mu, brimming with confidence, has been repeatedly humbled, his face now bruised. Is this the infamous poison of overconfidence? How absurd to bolster oneself in such a manner. Shenruo, unaffected by Li Mu's unwarranted self-assurance, observes him with a bemused expression and remarks, "It's your turn. If you do not summon your Pokémon now, this match will be considered your loss." Finally, Li Mu regains his composure, tossing forth a Pokeball. "Go, Scyther. Your hyperactive ape cannot possibly match the speed of my Scyther. It will find itself on the receiving end of attacks. Shenruo, I have thoroughly analyzed your Pokémon. As long as you refrain from utilizing Jengar, you will undoubtedly be unable to defeat me." Shenruo, maintaining his calm demeanor, does not engage in banter. Li Mu, momentarily taken aback, still does not believe Shenruo can turn the tide. "Scyther, use Swords Dance." Scyther begins to dance, known for its speed. It becomes even more terrifying with the enhancement of Swords Dance. It darts through the air, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Hyperactive ape, use Cut. The hyperactive ape appears before Scyther and strikes with a powerful blow. In an instant, a flash of red light reveals Scyther has swiftly moved behind the hyperactive ape, delivering a cross slash that strikes true. Scyther's speed is legendary, coupled with its agility. In a confrontation against a sturdy Pokémon like the hyperactive ape, Scyther's technical prowess grants it a significant advantage. Li Mu's smile widens. To Scyther, Shenruo's hyperactive ape is merely a living target. It cannot even catch a glimpse of Scyther, let alone inflict any harm. "Shenruo, you should really summon your Jengar. I wish to witness the disparity between myself and the top-ranked trainer. With only a fire-type Charizard, Ugula, and the hyperactive ape at his disposal, he believes he cannot be bested." Shenruo remains silent, his expression unwavering and calm, unaffected by Li Mu's taunts. Li Mu detests this sensation, as if defeat is an inevitable fate. "Scyther, let it witness your might." Chapter 31. Falling into Adversity. The Enraged Hyperactive Ape. The form of the flying man is transformed into streaks of crimson light, appearing as mere flashes of red to the naked eye. The hyperactive ape was relentlessly struck, evidently suffering from an overwhelming onslaught. The spectators surrounding the arena erupted in cheers. Shenruo had been victorious for days on end, never tasting defeat. Moreover, his hyperactive ape stood as an impenetrable barrier, showing no signs of faltering against any adversary, triumphing effortlessly. Yet, this was the first time Shenruo found himself in such a precarious situation, completely at the mercy of his opponent. Of course, this was not entirely Shenruo's fault. It was Li Mu's choice of Pokémon that effectively countered Shenruo's strategy, compounded by substantial disparities in levels and other factors, leading to the current predicament. The hyperactive ape possessed formidable defense, and the flying mantis, wary of its powerful fists, would have been vanquished long ago had it not been for this caution. Even so, within the arena, the hyperactive ape resembled a mere punching bag, continuously battered by the flying mantis without a chance to retaliate. "Shenruo, what do you still cling to? Even if you are a master of Pokémon battle arts, you are utterly powerless in the face of absolute strength." Shenruo chuckled. "Indeed, you are right. In the presence of such overwhelming power, everything seems laughable. However, I refuse to concede defeat. The absurdity does not lie with me." Li Mu's eyes widened with astonishment, filled with profound confusion. At this juncture, could Shenruo possibly turn the tide? Unless he resorted to using Gung-Gue, a reversal seemed implausible. "Hyperactive ape, remove the endurance training gear from your back, and the speed training apparatus from your feet." Boom. As Shenruo's command echoed, a vest and knee pads crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The surrounding crowd gasped in disbelief. These items appeared to weigh several hundred pounds. The hyperactive ape had been battling while bearing such burdens? In previous encounters, no one had witnessed the hyperactive ape shedding these accoutrements. How terrifying. It had been fighting with such encumbrance all along. Having discarded the training gear, the hyperactive ape shook its body with newfound ease. It was the first time in days it had relieved itself of such a burden. Limu instinctively clenched his teeth. So what? Even if it has shed those weights, the hyperactive ape still cannot match the flying mantis. Flying mantis, use missile punch. Hyperactive ape, execute arm hammer, striking the ground, and let the flying mantis witness the essence of absolute power. The hyperactive ape gathered its full strength, delivering a devastating blow to the earth, causing the ground to tremble. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sending debris flying. The mere shards of sand striking the flying mantis elicited a mournful cry. The latent force within was overwhelming. Each fragment of sand struck like a bullet. Shinrua's eyes sparkled. Now, hyperactive ape, unleash sonic punch. Attack the flying mantis. The priority of the sonic punch skill was exceedingly high. And with the removal of its burdens, the hyperactive ape's speed became extraordinarily formidable, appearing directly before the flying mantis and delivering a powerful strike. The force of the hyperactive ape's punch was far beyond what the flying mantis could withstand. Moreover, this was Shinrua's extraordinary hyperactive ape. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Shinrua's hyperactive ape was truly exceptional, consuming potent energy foods daily, combined with its inherent strength in nature. This punch could indeed be lethal. The flying mantis was sent hurtling backward, colliding against the wall several meters away, coming to a halt in a state of near demise. Devoid of combat capability, Limu was still in disbelief. The reversal had occurred too swiftly. His flying mantis, which had held the upper hand, had fallen? Yet, even then, Limu did not believe he would be defeated. Do you think you've won? Even if you have triumphed over my flying mantis, your hyperactive ape has sustained injuries and cannot possibly overcome my Snorlax. Come forth, Snorlax. With Limu's exclamation, a robust, amiable bear appeared in the arena. This was Limu's main Pokémon, Snorlax. It boasted the strength of a top-tier Pokémon, ranking among the Elite 1000. Each Pokémon possessed formidable power. Unlike Shinrua, who relied solely on command to achieve victory, Shinrua's top ranking was inflated by sheer luck. The White Ghost had elevated his position. Otherwise, he would never have attained the first rank, let alone be among the top 1,000. Upon entering the arena, Snorlax immediately succumbed to slumber, a characteristic of this Pokémon. Otherwise, with its might, it would not have been overlooked. This was akin to the slacking Pokémon series, yet if awakened, its strength would be extraordinary. Although Snorlax fell into slumber upon entry, Limu exhibited no signs of panic. He retrieved a flute from his pocket. This was part of the reward from the organization. One of the reasons he had come. The monster flute, a special Pokémon item, could awaken sleeping Pokémon. The enhancement it provided was exponential. It could directly unleash Snorlax's full potential, revealing its true combat prowess. Only with the monster flute could Limu command Snorlax as a regular Pokémon in battle. Limu placed the monster flute to his lips and began to play softly. The gentle melody reached Snorlax's ears, prompting it to open its eyes wide with newfound vigor. All right, Snorlax. Use Mega Punch. Attack the hyperactive ape. Hyperactive ape, we shall also employ Mega Punch. Shinrua cried out in response. The fists of the ape and the bear collided, causing the hyperactive ape to stagger back several steps. Snorlax's strength far surpassed that of the hyperactive ape. Even with the enhancement from its strongman trait, it remained no match for Snorlax in terms of raw power. After all, it was merely an unevolved hyperactive ape, while its opponent was a fully unleashed Snorlax. However, this retreat served only to enrage the hyperactive ape. Throughout all its battles, it had never experienced defeat in a contest of strength. Chapter 32, Evolution. The Lazy King. The hyperactive monkey charged at the Snorlax once again, exhibiting an unprecedented ferocity. The Snorlax, seemingly provoked by the monkey's aggression, engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows head-on. The intensity of this confrontation thrilled the onlookers, who felt as though the very seats beneath them trembled with excitement. The hyperactive monkey was repeatedly pushed back by the Snorlax, yet it charged forward with remarkable tenacity, continuing its assault. The Snorlax, no longer the gentle giant it had once appeared to be, retaliated with increasingly powerful punches that struck the hyperactive monkey with might. On this occasion, Shinrua refrained from directing the hyperactive monkey. It had its own strategy. It had been a long time since it had experienced such a vigorous battle, and this clash was awakening its primal instincts. Yet, despite its efforts, the hyperactive monkey could never match the might of the Snorlax unless it evolved into the Lazy King. Limu was entirely unconcerned. He understood better than anyone the immense power possessed by his Snorlax. Snorlax, use Body Slam. End this battle. With Limu's command. The colossal Snorlax leapt into the air, crashing down onto the hyperactive monkey. The monkey extended its arms, attempting to lift the Snorlax as if it were weightless. However, this effort was futile. The Snorlax's overwhelming strength, combined with the Body Slam, pinned the hyperactive monkey forcefully to the ground. Limu smiled at Shinrua. Your mightiest hyperactive monkey has been defeated. Do you truly believe that your Charmeleon can contend with my Snorlax? Or will you summon your Gengar? Shinrua returned the smile. Are you certain? The outcome of the battle seemed apparent to Limu, who remained unperturbed. Isn't it obvious? Unless your hyperactive monkey evolves into the Lazy King, it cannot withstand my Snorlax's Body Slam. Before Limu's words had fully settled, a brilliant white light began to radiate from beneath the Snorlax. And the hyperactive monkey transformed before their eyes. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Evolution. Witnessing such an event was indeed a rare delight. Limu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Had he truly jinxed the situation? How many times had he spoken too soon that evening? Shinrua laughed. Relieved that the hyperactive monkey had indeed evolved, thanks in part to Limu's ill-timed words. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Shinrua teased Limu. Why not say a few more words? Limu, feeling exasperated, realized he had unwittingly become a harbinger of misfortune. Undeterred, he retorted. Even if it evolves into the Lazy King, what of it? The Lazy King is not the hyperactive monkey. You cannot control it, and if it falls asleep, you will have no means to awaken it. This battle is undoubtedly yours to lose. In the arena, the Snorlax continued to press down. But the once prone hyperactive monkey underwent a remarkable transformation. Its fur, once pristine white, now shimmered a striking brown. It had evolved successfully into the Lazy King. The Lazy King gradually lifted the Snorlax, standing tall and unsteady, before hurling the Snorlax away and letting out a triumphant roar. Its commanding presence captivated the audience, who were left in awe of the Lazy King's terrifying power. To lift such a weight as the Snorlax was an astonishing feat. Impressive. Lazy King, unleash your Mega Punch. The newly evolved Lazy King was indeed a formidable force, boasting an astounding base stat of 670, rendering even the Snorlax insignificant in comparison. Unbeknownst to many, a Lazy King had stealthily ascended to the second position on the Pokémon leaderboard, with Gengar still reigning supreme, owned by Shinrua. The Mega Punch struck the Snorlax with tremendous force, sending it flying and causing an explosive sound that resonated throughout the entire gym. The impact embedded the Snorlax into the wall, nearly breaking through it. Had the gym's walls not been constructed of special materials, they would have surely crumbled. The sheer power of that punch was unfathomable, and the Lazy King's might was equally terrifying. Gazing at the Snorlax embedded in the wall, Limu found himself questioning his own reality. Was his commentary truly that cursed? Reflecting on his words, he realized they had all backfired. He had indeed become a source of bad luck. Limu couldn't help but cover his mouth in disbelief. Grappling with the absurdity of the situation, the spectators fell into a stunned silence, unable to articulate their astonishment. The spectacle before them was utterly breathtaking. Shinrua's Lazy King had shattered their perceptions of power. Was this creature truly the Lazy King, or was it a legendary Pokémon in disguise? Amidst the silence, a small boy in the audience exclaimed, "Daddy, I want a Lazy King too." His father, caught off guard, hesitated. Well, that might not be the best idea. The professor said Lazy Kings are not suited for novice trainers. The boy's eyes sparkled with determination. I want to be as strong as that big brother. The father glanced at Shinrua and then back at the Lazy King, unable to resist nodding in agreement with his son's fervent wish. All right. We'll get you one someday. Following this remarkable battle, videos of Shinrua's match circulated online. New trainers, tempted to use the Lazy King as their primary Pokémon, found themselves in increasingly precarious situations, questioning their very existence. Upon seeing Shinrua's Lazy King, they couldn't help but wonder if their own were even of the same caliber. Chapter 33. The invitation from the Alliance. The Leaf King has ascended to the second position in the Pokémon rankings, drawing attention from many. Both the first place, Gengar, and the second place, Leaf King, belong to Shinrua, which means he single-handedly claimed the top two spots. At this moment, Shinrua truly holds the title of first place. His achievements are entirely justified. Shinrua, you are simply amazing, Sakura exclaimed, enveloping Shinrua in a tight embrace that nearly left him breathless. Oh dear, sister, do consider your image. This is utterly embarrassing. A nearby Iris, witnessing Sakura nearly clinging to Shinrua, covered her face in disbelief. The situation was indeed mortifying. Yet, Sakura seemed oblivious to any impropriety and tightened her hug around Shinrua. After a struggle, Shinrua managed to free himself from Sakura's embrace, coughing slightly. Ahem. I have fulfilled my promise to you all. Now, it is time for my gym badge, isn't it? Of course. Here's the Hualan badge from our Hualan gym. Since you have completed the task, it is rightfully yours. Sakura cheerfully handed Shinrua a teardrop-shaped badge, symbolizing the water-type gym of Hualan. Shinrua not only met their expectations but excelled in his performance. During his tenure as acting gym leader, no one managed to obtain a Pokémon badge from him. He carefully stored the Hualan badge, now having 2 badges from Nibi and Hualan, with only 1.5 months remaining until the Kanto Alliance tournament. He must accelerate his progress, aiming to acquire at least 1 badge per week. Having secured the Hualan badge, Shinrua bid farewell to the Hualan sisters and set off towards the gym in Korea City. Along the way, aside from necessary training, he hardly paused. Despite having only 3 Pokémon left to meet the requirements for the Kanto Pokémon tournament, he had no intention of recklessly capturing Pokémon just to fill his roster. If he were to capture a Pokémon, he would ensure it received proper training. Otherwise, even acquiring one would hold no significance. Furthermore, once he collected all 8 Pokémon badges, he would be granted a Pokémon with purple potential. At that point, if he could capture the Greninja, he would have a complete team for the Kanto Alliance tournament. Just as Shinrua exited Hualan City, a terrifying 3-headed dragon swooped down towards him, its target clear. Atop the dragon stood a man clad in a gray coat, obscuring his form beneath its folds. The man's face was concealed behind black sunglasses, rendering his features unrecognizable. "Are you Shinrua?" inquired Yamazaki, the Kanto Alliance's steward. Shinrua nodded, maintaining a vigilant gaze. "What do you want with me?" The Leaf King stepped protectively behind Shinrua, positioning itself as a barrier between him and Yamazaki. Perceiving Shinrua's wariness, Yamazaki tapped his forehead, seemingly recalling something. "Here is my identification. Take a look, and then we can discuss." Shinrua accepted the identification presented by Yamazaki, confirming it to be a legitimate credential of the Kanto Alliance. He returned the identification to Yamazaki, his demeanor slightly less guarded. "What brings you here, Mr. Shinrua? Or perhaps I should refer to you as Dr. Shinrua. The Alliance has discovered a peculiar statue, seemingly related to the 4th evolution of Pokémon. Given your expertise in this field, I am here to invite you to participate in this research." Shinrua promptly shook his head in refusal. "I am not available. I intend to participate in the Kanto Alliance tournament, and I still need to collect 6 more badges. I have no time to engage in research." Yamazaki was taken aback. Did not all scholars have an insatiable curiosity for research? Was it not customary for them to leap at any opportunity for investigation? Yet, Shinrua was entirely different. Upon hearing about research, his interest vanished, and he seemed eager to distance himself. "Dr. Shinrua, you jest. Researching ancient civilizations is an opportunity that many scholars would covet." Yamazaki insisted. "Then you should seek out those scholars. I am preoccupied. Pokémon research is merely my side endeavor. My primary pursuit remains that of a Pokémon trainer." Shinrua interjected, unwilling to act as free labor. Yamazaki felt exasperated, contemplating the absurdity of Shinrua's stance. How could he claim to prioritize being a Pokémon trainer while relegating research to a secondary role? If anyone else had made such a declaration, it would be one thing. However, this was spoken by the most brilliant Pokémon researcher in the entire Alliance. Upon reflection, Yamazaki recognized the validity in Shinrua's assertion. Among his contemporaries, Shinrua indeed stood out as exceptionally talented. Yet, what a curious disposition he possessed. Yamazaki understood that Shinrua was not one to be easily swayed. "Dr. Shinrua, should you choose to attend, you may select an item of your preference from our findings. Moreover, the Alliance will grant you a gym badge, ensuring that your challenge for the Kanto Alliance tournament remains uninterrupted." Feigning difficulty, Shinrua replied, "Would that not be too troublesome? Perhaps I should simply decline." Yamazaki's expression subtly twitched. "If you agree to participate, we can grant you access to the wild area inhabited by Dragonite. The outcome will depend on your abilities." "Deal." Shinrua accepted the proposition with unexpected enthusiasm, as if he had not previously been resistant to the idea. Yamazaki was taken aback, rendered speechless by Shinrua's abrupt change in demeanor. "When shall we depart?" "Please, Dr. Shinrua, take my 3-headed dragon for a swifter journey," Yamazaki suggested with a strained smile. Shinrua nodded and climbed onto the back of the 3-headed dragon, which then took flight towards the east. Chapter 34. The Trap. Barely half an hour into their journey aboard the triple-headed dragon, Shinrua clutched his abdomen and said, "Mr. Yamazaki, please stop for a moment. I am experiencing some discomfort and need to relieve myself." Shinrua's incessant complaints were becoming rather tiresome. Was it not a headache? Then it was an itch at his rear. Yamazaki found himself at a loss for words. Despite his annoyance, he refrained from voicing it, and reluctantly ordered the triple-headed dragon to descend, allowing Shinrua the opportunity to attend to his needs. Once disembarked, Shinrua ventured into the nearby woods and retrieved a black card inscribed with the word "Seek" from his pocket. He dialed the number printed on it. Inside a luxurious mansion, the phone rang, and a figure promptly appeared before it, declaring, "At your service." Shinrua's voice, tinged with a sarcastic mirth, echoed through the line. "I've been whisked away by an attendant from the Pokémon League, claiming to research some ancient relics. What do you think?" The tone from the other end chilled instantly. Understood. With that, Shinrua hung up, sensing something amiss. This direction was definitely not towards the Kanto League. Moreover, he had recently inquired with Professor Oak, who had confirmed that there were no ancient relics requiring assistance at this time. Considering Professor Oak's esteemed status and the Oak family's influence within the Pokémon League, any news regarding ancient relics would certainly not escape his notice. Shinrua concluded that something was undoubtedly amiss. Within the Seek organization, the moment Shinrua ended the call, the shadowy figure's eyes gleamed with menace. "Investigate. Leave no stone unturned. Uproot everything." With his command, dozens of figures emerged from the mansion. Ferocious Pokémon were released by this group, and many others lurked in the shadows, monitoring the estate. These individuals were operatives dispatched by various powerful factions, and fear gripped them all. This organization had not departed from their post in years. Typically, they were simply commanded to act. Yet, this time, they were personally mobilizing, and in such numbers. Countless leaders concurrently answered their phones. "Boss, the lunatics are on the move." "Boss, that group has left, their destination unknown." "Boss." Anxiety surged among all factions as they pondered whether their recent actions had encroached upon the organization's limits. The entire Pokémon world was in a state of trepidation, with even some high-ranking officials of the Pokémon League collapsing in fear. Rumors suggested that this mobilization was linked to the Pokémon League itself. Everyone frantically sought the reasons behind this group's movement, cleaning up any potentially offensive dealings. Truly, Professor Oak's vigilance was commendable. Yamazaki, accompanied by the triple-headed dragon, approached Shinrua. The true visage of Yamazaki was now fully revealed. His hands bore numerous scars, and his face resembled a mass of burns, rendering his features unrecognizable. "In my pursuit of you, I have been disfigured by concentrated sulfuric acid, and my fingerprints have been completely eradicated. If you escape now, all my sacrifices will be in vain." The organization was overwhelmingly powerful. Even a minuscule chance was too great a risk. Thus, he obliterated all evidence, be it his appearance or fingerprints. Shinrua summoned his Pokémon. The king of vacations, for this formidable adversary, Yamazaki was at least a champion-level fighter. Everything seemed futile. The triple-headed dragon, with a mere swipe, severely injured the king of vacations. The latter stood no chance against the formidable triple-headed dragon. Shinrua recalled his Pokémon, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Yamazaki. "You holding me hostage serves no advantage. It will only provoke the Seek organization. Is it truly worth it? No. You do not comprehend. You do not grasp the allure of the fourth evolution of Pokémon. If we could seize the secrets within, we would rise to power." Yamazaki's eyes burned with fervor, exuding a fanatic's zeal as if he were possessed. "As for the Seek organization, as long as I perish, they shall never know who is responsible. Ha! For the sake of my family, even death is inconsequential." Yamazaki's demeanor was that of a madman. Shinrua was utterly unprepared for Yamazaki's insanity. The mere possibility of the Seek organization's terror had escalated his perception, driving this once mighty champion to ruin himself. According to Yamazaki's logic, even if he captured Shinrua, his fate would be sealed. To obliterate any trace, he was doomed to perish. Unbeknownst to Shinrua, apart from Yamazaki, the organization had strictly one-line communication for task assignments. With each task issued, a member would meet their demise, ensuring that except for Yamazaki and the highest-ranking task issuer, no one else was privy to such information. This was the true horror of the Seek organization. "Is it safe to say that you handle matters with utmost caution?" Yamazaki replied with pride, "Of course. We have meticulously researched this matter and devised countless plans." Suddenly, Yamazaki's pupils dilated in shock. The voice that had just spoken was not Shinrua's. At some point, a man clad in black had materialized before Shinrua, shielding him behind his form. The black-clad figure knelt before Shinrua, acknowledging, "Our negligence has led to this incident, and we apologize for the fright we have caused you." Shinrua remained silent. Taken aback, it had been less than 10 minutes since his call, and these individuals had already arrived. How terrifying! Yamazaki trembled at the sight of the black-clad figure, realizing that the Arbiter had personally intervened. How could this be? It was incomprehensible. The Arbiter of the Seek organization. A terrifying entity that instilled dread in all who spoke of it. The appearance of the Arbiter meant that this matter would be thoroughly investigated, and thus far, there had never been a case the Arbiter could not unravel. Perhaps recalling something, Yamazaki drew a pistol from his waist. He did not aim it at the Arbiter or Shinrua, but directed it at his own head, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Do you wish to die? Have you consulted me? In a flash, the shadow appeared behind Yamazaki. Chapter 35. Resolved. The Arbiter did not seize Yamazaki's hand, but rather the bullet that had been fired. Shinrua clearly observed that the figure clad in black did not merely walk over. He appeared instantaneously behind Yamazaki. In the blink of an eye, he effortlessly caught the bullet with a single hand. Such an act is beyond the realm of human capability. The Arbiter is undoubtedly a being of extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, such feats would be unachievable. For the Arbiter, even the desire for death is a luxury when faced with their might. The Arbiter of the Seeking Organization embodies this overwhelming dominance. If he wishes for death, no one can save you, yet if he does not desire your demise, you cannot even hope for it. Yamazaki gazed at the Arbiter in anguish. So, it is indeed as I feared. Truly, he is the Arbiter. Despite this, Yamazaki did not relent. He still sought to bite his own tongue in a bid for suicide. However, the Arbiter merely brushed his chin lightly, dislocating it and rendering even that act impossible. After completing everything, the Arbiter respectfully bowed to Shinrua. My lord, this matter shall be entrusted to us. You need not worry. We will handle it appropriately. Furthermore, your esteemed status is unparalleled. Not even the Kanto Alliance, let alone the Pokémon League headquarters, possesses the authority to interfere with you. No one can meddle in your affairs. Shinrua, looking into the Arbiter's eyes, provocatively inquired, what of those within your organization? Without the slightest hesitation, the Arbiter replied, absolutely not. No one can interfere with your choices, not even the leader. Shinrua smiled, a light-hearted grin. For he perceived honesty in the Arbiter's gaze. He spoke not a falsehood. Yet, after his laughter, Shinrua found himself even more perplexed. What then? Is his role in the Seeking Organization? Whose pawn is he truly? Beneath the inky shroud of night, men clad in black encircled the grand estate. An elderly man within the estate awoke, sensing the approach of formidable beings. Old friend, I must trouble you once more. The elder cast forth his Pokeball, summoning a colossal desert dragonfly to take flight. Proudly, he stood atop the creature. Who dares disturb the Zamuki family? Before he could continue his bluster, he beheld a line of black-clad men standing not far away. The elder's teeth began to chatter. The Arbiter. A full 3 squads of Arbiters. What treatment is this? It is known that when a particularly powerful organization provoked the Seeking Organization, only a single squad of 8 Arbiters was dispatched to annihilate them. What merit does the Zamuki family possess to summon 3 entire squads of Arbiters? The elder laughed, a laugh devoid of strength. The Zamuki family is doomed today. 3 entire squads of Arbiters. What sin has been committed? The leading Arbiter glanced at the list in his hand. Participants include the Zamuki family. Leave none behind. A host of fearsome Pokémon emerged, launching an assault on the entire Zamuki family. The elder could resist for less than 10 seconds before being inundated by a deluge of skills. Each skill that struck the ground could flatten a small hill. Now, nearly 30 individuals were attacking the Zamuki family. This was nothing short of a massacre. 10 minutes passed, and all the Arbiters vanished. Where the Zamuki family once stood, the ground had sunk, leaving only a deep pit several meters wide. The entire Zamuki family had vanished, and all this transpired in the span of merely 10 minutes. Yet, the Seeking Organization had no intention of relenting. They pursued to the very end. This was the command left by the mysterious leader. Any family, even tangentially connected to this matter, would be eliminated without exception. All organizations had been warned previously, and now, any who remained indifferent would be made to awaken through bloodshed. In the span of a single night, the Arbiters nearly ravaged the entire Kanto region. They obliterated 14 minor families, 6 major families, and 1 top-tier force. That night, the Arbiters instilled terror throughout the Kanto region, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. No one dared to tally the casualties, nor could anyone bear to count. To dare touch the reverse scale of the Seeking Organization is to meet such a fate. The tremors echoed. The entire alliance was shaken. Fear gripped countless organizations. Those individuals were truly mad. Yet, in the face of absolute power, who would dare voice dissent? In just that one night, 3 squads were dispatched, led by 3 captains and comprising 24 members. This equated to 3 top-tier champions, including quasi-champions and 24 lower-tier champions. And the number of individuals in the Arbiter squads of the Seeking Organization remains a mystery to all. Moreover, beyond the Arbiters, the Seeking Organization also boasts orderers and leaders. The most terrifying are those leaders. Each one is a being of unimaginable terror, akin to an ancient existence. It is said that the elder who wields the greatest power at the Pokémon League headquarters is one such leader of the Seeking Organization. And in public, the Seeking Organization has far more than 3 of these leaders. Who would dare to provoke the Seeking Organization unless they wish to hasten their own demise? No one dares to inquire. Even the ostensibly strongest force, the Pokémon League, fell silent, and the usually righteous Junsha clan, known for upholding justice, remained mute. This is the seeking organization, the crownless monarch of this world. The matter is settled. Henceforth, no one shall dare to lay a hand on you. The moment Shinrua answered the phone, a voice from the other end conveyed this assurance. After a night's time, the entire seeking organization had arranged everything. Shinrua said nothing. He held no doubts regarding the strength of the seeking organization, although he was unaware of the deeper intricacies. Yamazaki's attitude toward an ordinary arbiter of the seeking organization revealed much. Thank you. I see your sincerity. If anything arises, feel free to contact me at any time. Shinrua made a considerable promise. You are too kind. Alleviating your burdens is our purpose for existence, came the courteous reply from the other end of the line. Should outsiders witness this exchange, they would surely be taken aback. For this was a leader of immense power, reminiscent of an ancient being. Chapter 36. Challenge the Withered Leaf Gym. It is astonishing to witness a leader displaying such an attitude towards Shinrua. If these words were to be spoken aloud, no one would believe them. Among the three known leaders, one is the Grand Elder of the Pokémon Alliance headquarters, another is the head of a powerful family, and the last remains an enigma, known only as the Emperor of the Underground Forces. His identity is shrouded in mystery, obscured by a veil of uncertainty. Clearly, the leaders are extraordinary figures, each standing at the pinnacle of their realms. This is the most terrifying aspect of the pursuit. After hanging up the call, Shinrua stretched leisurely, as if the previous events had never transpired. The speed of the pursuing organization instilled in him a firm belief in their strength. Even if he were merely a pawn, he would be a crucial one. His current location was conveniently close to the Withered Leaf Gym, prompting him to head directly there. In the city of Withered Leaf, the gym is presided over by the electric-type Pokémon trainer, Majishur. Not only is Majishur the gym leader of Withered Leaf City, but he is also a special operations member of Team Rocket. The thought made Shinrua smirk. Throughout the Kanto region, it could be said that the Pokémon gyms are essentially Team Rocket's domains. In the city of Shallow Red, the gym trainer Eiju is also a special operations member of Team Rocket. In Gold City, the gym trainer Nazi is a special operations member as well. In Withered Leaf City, gym trainer Majishur is yet another member of Team Rocket. In the city of Chongqing, the gym trainer Ban Mu is the leader of Team Rocket. The trainer of the Red Lotus Gym, Xiaobo Yuan, is also affiliated with Team Rocket. The remaining three gym trainers unrelated to Team Rocket are from Nibi Gym and Hualan Gym. This is indeed a disgrace to the world of gyms. Excluding the Rainbow Gym trainer Li Jia, there is not a single reputable gym trainer in the Kanto region. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, let us rejoice. Clad in a military green vest that showcases his robust physique, Majishur stood on stage, rallying the crowd. Below, a diverse array of young trainers flaunted their flamboyant hairstyles. This place could easily rival the Hualan Gym, resembling a vibrant nightclub. Oh, here comes another challenger. Let us cheer together. Majishur jumped down to stand before Shinrua. Towering over him, Shinrua, standing at around 1.8 meters, appeared almost childlike in comparison to Majishur, who exceeded 2 meters in height, resembling a giant. With a familiar ease, Majishur clapped Shinrua on the shoulder, saying, "Kid, are you here to join our gathering?" Shinrua shrugged off Majishur's hand, rubbing his sore shoulder. "No, I am here to challenge the gym." The smile on Majishur's face faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. While he appeared rather unreliable, he took challengers seriously. "Are you certain you are ready?" Majishur's booming voice echoed, causing Shinrua's ears to ring. "Yes, I am fully prepared." Shinrua was confident that the Withered Leaf Gym would not pose him significant difficulty. "All right then, let us begin." Majishur leaped into the arena. The battle at Withered Leaf Gym is about to commence. The challenger, Shinrua from Masera Town. The rules are set for a 3v3 battle. The first to lose all fighting capability will be declared the loser. Let the match begin. Go, Electrode. Majishur sent out Electrode. Shinrua was taken aback. Logically, Majishur's Pokémon should have been Raichu, Electabuzz, or Pikachu. Why did he lead with such a formidable Pokémon as Electrode? Majishur chuckled at Shinrua's confusion. "Kid, you are a formidable opponent." The star trainer, Shinrua, the Pokémon Battle Master, the foremost Pokémon trainer of the new generation. "I want to underestimate you." If it were anyone else, Majishur would not have employed Electrode, but against Shinrua, he could not afford to be complacent. Indeed, Majishur spoke the truth. When facing others, he would call them baby. But addressing Shinrua as kid was already a high regard. Even Li E, ranked second, was called baby in a video of his match against Majishur, which circulated online. It is said that the usually composed Li E was somewhat vexed. Shinrua said nothing and released his Gabite. His Gabite was on the verge of evolution, and this challenge at Withered Leaf City served as a test. a means to hone Gabite's skills. Once Gabite successfully evolves into Garchomp, it will be able to keep pace with the other champions, ready to contend in the Kanto League tournament as a primary Pokémon. Gabite, use Metal Claw, but be cautious and avoid Thunder Wave and other attacks. We cannot afford to be paralyzed. Shinrua commanded. Majishur laughed heartily. Electrode. Use Thunder Wave. Electrode, an exceptionally powerful electric-type Pokémon, filled the arena with a dense wave of electromagnetic energy. A smirk appeared on Shinrua's lips. This was a verbal game. He had indicated that being hit by Thunder Wave would be troublesome, and in his haste, Majishur had neglected to consider that Gabite was a ground-type Pokémon, rendering electric-type moves utterly ineffective. And so, Shinrua skillfully led Majishur into a trap with his words. Gabite, now use Earthquake. The Thunder Wave struck Gabite, but was absorbed into the ground, having no effect whatsoever. Not to mention, there was no risk of paralysis. As the ground began to tremble violently, Electrode let out a painful cry. Onlookers gazed at Shinrua with admiration. Undoubtedly, he was the master of Pokémon battle artistry. With just a few words, he had ensnared the seasoned trainer Majishur. Majishur looked at Shinrua with newfound respect. Kid, you are indeed impressive. You deserve the title of master of Pokémon battle artistry. However, to think you can defeat me, Majishur, is rather naive. Shinrua maintained his composure. Facing the ground-type Gabite, all electric-type moves were rendered ineffective. With his commanding ability, he did not believe Electrode could pose a significant threat. Chapter 37. Regret, did you truly believe that my electric beast would possess only electrical skills? How naive of you. Electric Beast, unleash Sonic Punch. Majishur chuckled, for with attribute advantages on his side, if he had any vulnerability to ground-type moves, he would have been vanquished long ago. Shinrua found it perplexing. Successfully sealing the Electric Beast's electrical abilities was already commendable. And he certainly did not harbor the naive belief that Majishur was straightforward to contend with. Ujira, utilize Mountain Crush. The Electric Beast swiftly struck Ujira, sending him flying. Ujira had not even managed to execute Mountain Crush. Shinrua shook his head, realizing that Ujira was indeed overstepping its bounds. The disparity between Ujira's first form and the Electric Beast's third form was simply too vast. However, Shinrua chose not to recall Ujira, allowing it to endure the pressure exerted by the Electric Beast. Should it successfully evolve into Shakira's, its power would increase tremendously. Ujira, break through your limits. Use Mountain Crush. I believe in your potential. Ujira, stealing its resolve, charged towards the Electric Beast. Yet, in a mere flicker, the Electric Beast appeared behind Ujira and landed a punch that sent him hurtling away. The gap between Ujira and the Electric Beast was insurmountable. In the Electric Beast's hands, Ujira felt as insignificant as a punching bag. Despite the absence of formidable electrical skills, the Electric Beast, wielding only physical prowess, rendered Ujira utterly despondent. Ujira was no match for the Electric Beast, being battered like a fragile boat tossed in turbulent waters, always on the verge of capsizing. It desperately sought to counterattack but found itself utterly incapable. Time and again, it was cast aside, yet it rose again. Shinrua watched Ujira with a twinge of sympathy. Come back, Ujira. However, Ujira stubbornly resisted, refusing to return to its Pokeball. Once more, Ujira charged at the Electric Beast. It was unwilling to disappoint Shinrua. Previously, when Shinrua expressed hope for its evolution, Ujira had seen the glimmer of expectation in his eyes. It was determined not to let Shinrua down, though it could not articulate the reason. It simply could not bear to see disappointment reflected in Shinrua's gaze. From the very first moment it laid eyes on Shinrua, an innate bond formed, a profound closeness. Thus, it yearned to evolve, not wanting to let Shinrua down or witness the sorrow in his eyes. Understanding this, Shinrua perceived the tenacity within Ujira's eyes. He withdrew the Pokeball, refraining from issuing further commands. Perhaps this was the essence of Pokémon. Each Pokémon is a living entity, possessing its own thoughts, emotions, and will. In this moment, Shinrua chose to place his trust in Ujira, relinquishing control and allowing it to make its own decisions. He abstained even from directing its actions. Ujira, resolute, repeatedly attempted Mountain Crush against the Electric Beast. Yet, the Electric Beast remained indifferent, continuously sending Ujira crashing to the ground. It was merely a living target, devoid of any means to resist in the face of the Electric Beast's overwhelming strength. Before long, Ujira was battered and bruised, trembling as it struggled to rise and approached the Electric Beast with unwavering determination. Its indomitable spirit left the onlookers in awe, showcasing an unyielding will. Even Majishur found himself admiring Ujira. Typically, he held disdain for unevolved Pokémon, yet Ujira had unexpectedly captured his favor. A Pokémon with such formidable willpower was impossible not to appreciate. Majishur, observing Ujira, could not help but shake his head and say, Ujira, you should concede. You stand no chance against the electric beast. Ujira paid no heed to Majishar's words, resolutely advancing towards the electric beast. The electric beast, shaking its head, nonetheless unleashed a punch aimed directly at Ujira. Ujira's body crashed heavily to the ground, and it took a considerable amount of time to rise again. Gazing at the electric beast as it slowly approached once more, the electric beast showed no mercy. Such actions were indicative of its disregard for Ujira. With another powerful blow, the electric beast struck Ujira, sending it flying once again, and this time, Ujira did not rise. All eyes were fixed on Ujira, hoping for it to stand once more. Yet, it could not muster the strength. The referee, observing Ujira, shook his head, preparing to announce the outcome. Ujira had exerted itself to the utmost, its efforts evident to all. However, to everyone else's astonishment, Ujira rose yet again. The crowd erupted in cheers, rallying behind Ujira as if Shinrua had already triumphed in the gym battle. But barely standing, Ujira collapsed to the ground, having lost its fighting ability. Shinrua withdrew Ujira, acknowledging that it had truly given its all, still in its juvenile stage. Facing an evolved electric beast of the third form was simply beyond its capacity. Though Ujira had striven valiantly, evolution remained elusive, a stark reminder of reality. Sometimes, effort alone does not yield results, and Shinrua accepted this outcome without dissatisfaction. He released Charmeleon, who too was on the brink of evolution. Should it evolve into Charizard, it would become a formidable force. Moreover, it would address the absence of a flying-type Pokémon in Shinrua's team. Charmeleon, let us fight with the same resolve as Ujira. Charmeleon glared fiercely at the electric beast, exuding an aura of aggression as if poised to devour it whole. The electric beast, undeterred, regarded Charmeleon with an imposing presence. Shinrua sensed that this electric beast was no ordinary specimen. It seemed like a pivotal member of Majishar's team. Majishar, observing Charmeleon, smirked. Another one striving for an effortless evolution, is it? Electric beast, teach it a lesson. Charmeleon, use flamethrower. Shinrua, undaunted, commanded Charmeleon to charge forth. Chapter 38, The Awakening of Garasect. As Shinrua challenged the gym, changes were also unfolding in the external world. On a certain island, the landscape appeared as if it had been ravaged by an apocalypse. With mountains collapsing and the earth trembling, an armored arm emerged, revealing an enigmatic Pokémon. Its eyes remained tightly shut, and confusion clouded its mind. Fragmented memories began to surface within its consciousness. Among these recollections, an island emerged, known as Ascending Dragon Island. Most importantly, it had grasped the island's rules. This was a man-made cradle for Pokémon, where those possessing specific genes could evolve. Each month, a certain drug was released on the island, culminating in the emergence of a dominant ruler. Only the ruler who consumed the drug would be taken away by a group of peculiar individuals, while the rest would meet their demise. This month's drug was claimed by a Charizard that had vanquished a fossilized pterodactyl. This Charizard ranked among the strongest of the genetically engineered beings on Ascending Dragon Island. Originally, it was merely a weak Charmeleon with minimal genetic enhancement. Yet through an indomitable fighting spirit, it ascended to become the island's ruler. Although a product of genetic engineering, it honed its close combat abilities, eventually transitioning into a melee form, with wings that adapted it to combat in all environments. Upon claiming the title of ruler, the Charizard was revered as the tyrant by all the genetically engineered beings on Ascending Dragon Island. Following the rise of the tyrant, the island descended into a frenzy of bloodshed, each creature vying for survival. Presently, the strongest among them was the giant Gate, a colossal fossilized pterodactyl with 3 dragon heads, measuring hundreds of meters in length. Although the fossilized pterodactyl was the mightiest, it could not exert the same dominance as the tyrant over the entire island. Other formidable beings, such as the fire salamander and the land shark, posed a challenge to it. Within its memories, it understood that while it had escaped the ranks of the lowest genetic beings, its safety was not assured. In fact, it was potentially more perilous. On Ascending Dragon Island, the greatest threat did not stem from the weakest or the strongest, but rather from those caught in between. The weaker genetic beings were overlooked by the stronger, while the more powerful ones were not worth the risk of hunting. Thus, those in the middle became the unfortunate prey. Since entering this tier, it recognized that its survival, avoiding becoming fodder for the higher beings, was due to its understanding of their characteristics. A notable flaw among these engineered beings was their profound arrogance. Moreover, higher genetic beings possessed a powerful territorial instinct, naturally claiming the vicinity of their resting areas as their own. To them, anything that intruded upon their territory was an invader, provoking fierce battles. It found itself on the edge of the territories of 3 higher genetic beings. If one were to pursue it, a simple retreat into another territory would suffice to ensure its safety. Higher genetic beings generally disregarded the mid-tier ones, viewing them as mere sustenance, destined to become their prey within their territories. They were reluctant to expend effort in hunting, which allowed it to survive until now. Silently, it plotted, last time I ventured into Territory 2. This time, I shall explore Territory 3. While the higher beings did not pay much attention to the mid-tier, they would not tolerate indiscriminate slaughter. Typically, they would consume the more aggressive mid-tier beings first, as they could pose future competition, fearing that excessive hunting might deplete their food supply. Territory 3 was inhabited by a rogue crocodile, the most reliable of the higher genetic beings. This rogue crocodile was notoriously lazy, often avoiding the hunt and spending 60% of its time resting. Upon entering the rogue crocodile's territory, it concealed its presence and coiled its body, resembling a small creature waiting to be sacrificed. Employing its foraging strategy, it feigned weakness, ensuring not to frighten others, for a sudden scare could lead to dire consequences. Moving with agility, it sensed its surroundings and crawled toward a responding area. There it encountered a mid-tier genetic being, possessing ample experience dealing with such creatures. It feigned panic upon spotting a Vileplume, promptly turning to flee. The Vileplume, overjoyed, assumed that this timid creature was being pursued, thus it chased after it. Feigning terror, it emitted hissing sounds to intimidate the Vileplume. Are you seeking death? The Vileplume, reassured, knew the unspoken law of ascending Dragon Island. Those who are loud are often weak, while the truly formidable remained silent. As the Vileplume approached, mere breaths away from catching up, it suddenly sprang into action, pivoting to deliver a kick to the Vileplume's face while its arm struck the creature's body. The Vileplume, caught completely off guard, fell to the ground, losing its balance and crashing through a dense expanse of trees due to the sheer force of the impact. Without granting the Vileplume a moment to recover, it swiftly pounced, pinning the creature down, wrapping around it tightly and wreaking havoc upon its form. The Vileplume fell easily into its grasp, devoid of any power to resist. Rather than directly consuming the Vileplume, it sensed that it was on the cusp of a breakthrough into the ranks of higher genetic beings. With the Vileplume's body slung over its back, it hurriedly retreated to its lair. Upon returning, it retrieved the Vileplume's corpse from its space and began to gnaw at it. Since the first day of its existence, it had realized that it had lost its sense of taste. For it, the ingestion of engineered beings felt akin to consuming energy. Transformed into the vitality it lacked, dispersed throughout its body. Upon reaching a critical threshold, a qualitative change occurred: evolution. Meanwhile, the being on the island slowly opened its eyes. Still shrouded in confusion, yet it seemed to recall its name. It appeared to be called Genesect. Chapter 39, Frenzied Destruction. The Genesect opened its eyes. The entire sky seemed to be pierced by its gaze. Who is it? It is Genesect, the mightiest hunter. Genesect. Genesect recalled the events on Dragon Island. Humans. It is all about humans. It never desired to become the strongest hunter. It was that group of people who propelled it to this status. A relentless machine of destruction and slaughter. In the end, the war subsided, and if it had not been vigilant, it would have been annihilated long ago. Even if it barely survived, it sustained grievous injuries and fell into a deep slumber. This slumber lasted an eternity. Until now, it has finally awakened. Genesect rose, shaking off the rust from its body and the dust that clung to it. I am Genesect, the mightiest hunter. Flames erupted from Genesect's feet, propelling it skyward from the small island. Subsequently, it unleashed a devastating beam of destruction that obliterated the entire island. This is the might of a divine beast. The reason divine beasts are deemed such is due to their power that far exceeds that of ordinary Pokémon. Genesect clutched its head in anguish. Its consciousness became clouded once more. It felt as though it had fallen into a peculiar state. This is North Aujo. Genesect appeared to lose its awareness, its eyes turning blood red. It rampaged against the island, the entire sea roiling in turmoil. Countless creatures fled in terror. Even the once mighty Pokémon were in panic. Whoever remains shall perish. In its frenzied state, Genesect showed no restraint, unleashing its full might. Satellites in the sky captured this terrifying scene, the entire Arctic Sea trembling. North Aujo Scala. Scala is a great nation near the Arctic Sea, possessing immense power. Oh my goodness! What on earth is that? It is utterly terrifying. The power contained within its body is comparable to the energy released by a nuclear explosion. What kind of Pokémon is this? The entire Arctic Sea trembles. The upper echelons of Scala began to doubt their reality. What on earth is this creature? It is too horrifying. Each beam it fires seems capable of piercing the ocean itself. This is bad. It is heading towards our Scala coastline. The people nearby were filled with dread. It must not be allowed to enter our territory. Intercept it, commanded a high-ranking official. The entire Scala went into battle readiness. An arsenal of weapons was activated. Rows of powerful missiles stood ready to be launched. At sea, the chaotic Genesect continued to approach Scala, blissfully unaware of the grave atmosphere. It is almost upon our territory. Should we attack? No. Wait a moment. Let it come a little closer. Genesect remained in a daze, and as it officially entered the attack range, countless missiles were launched. In an instant, Gensect was struck by numerous missiles. A massive wave of energy surged forth, obscuring the situation. However, under such a degree of assault, no one believed Gensect could survive. It was truly a false alarm, but its destructive power is undeniably formidable. The commanding high-ranking official of Scala let out a sigh of relief. No, General, it has not perished. Amidst the heat wave, a radiant light surged forth. Its target was the very defensive structures that had just attacked it. Gensect's eyes were completely consumed by a blood-red glow. It now knew only slaughter. It was born for destruction. Throughout this process, consciousness gradually emerged, yet it did not hinder its terrifying combat instinct. Hurry! It is reaching its zenith. It is now impossible to see clearly. All that could be seen was a flash of light sweeping across, causing countless defensive installations to explode. The nature of its attack was almost indiscernible. What had once been mindless destruction was now its instinct fully overwhelming its consciousness. This Gensect is the most terrifying killing machine. Damn it! Where's the third fleet? Wasn't the third fleet stationed there? Hurry! Send the third fleet into action. Ymir, the one who had just issued commands, now panicked. Sir, the third fleet has been completely annihilated. Not a single soul survived. Ymir was taken aback. The elite third fleet was gone just like that? Sir, it has entered our territory. The deputy's face was filled with terror. At all costs, we must eliminate it. This is a catastrophe, not just for humanity. Countless Pokémon that have manifested in this world are also perishing. Gensect's attacks indiscriminately targeted friend and foe alike, driven purely by instinct. Scala unleashed nearly all its offensive capabilities, yet could not halt Gensect's advance. A full 30% of its territory had already been ravaged by Gensect's onslaught. It is a machine of slaughter, and it will not cease its assault until all targets are eradicated. Deploy nuclear weapons. Ymir felt as if he had collapsed. General, no. That is Karl King's city. You will face a military tribunal. The deputy attempted to dissuade him. However, Ymir remained resolute. If I command it, you shall comply. To utilize nuclear weapons on one's own soil would surely etch his name into history, though perhaps not in a favorable light. Reflecting on this, Ymir couldn't help but smile wryly. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, shaking the entirety of North Aozhou. Intense flames turned much of Scala into scorched earth. The ruins were filled with crumbling walls, a testament to the devastation wrought by the arrival of the Pokémon world. Ymir gazed at the satellite map, which displayed half of his territory reduced to ruins, and could not help but clutch his head in agony. Is this finally over? In merely 10 minutes, 130,000 square kilometers of Scala lay in ruins. Countless lives were lost. This is a nightmare. Had he deployed the nuclear weapons sooner, this catastrophe could have been averted. It was his hesitation that led to the deaths of so many. The technology in the Pokémon world is remarkably advanced, with research even into spatial teleportation technology. Gensect has previously devastated cities in its original cinematic narrative. If not for Mutuo, the entire city would have been reduced to rubble. Even Mutuo had to resort to its ultimate form, and Gensect has yet to unleash its full power, highlighting just how formidable it truly is. While this may seem exaggerated, I hope for your understanding. Chapter 40. Silence within the searing flames. Gyro Sasek did not meet his demise. His consciousness gradually began to awaken once more, ensnared in the memories of Dragon Island. The remains of the Venusaur transformed into the purest form of genetic energy, resonating within Gyro Sasek's being. He felt an excruciating pressure coursing through his body, writhing in agony. His once formidable defenses weakened, and his iron armor began to shed in fragments. Before long, the once imposing figure of Gyro Sasek was reduced to mere debris. Subsequently, the genetic energy began to reconstruct his form, rendering him even more perfect. Tiny iron plates sprouted across Gyro Sasek's body, resembling delicate scales that enveloped him entirely. As these plates proliferated, they fused into a single entity, their hue shifting from a translucent silver to a deep crimson, glinting with a metallic sheen. These alterations merely scratched the surface of his transformation at this juncture. Gyro Sasek could be deemed a high-level genetic organism. Yet, this did not signify the completion of his metamorphosis. The most crucial phase was yet to come. In that pivotal moment of bodily reconstruction, a terrifying power surged into Gyro Sasek, compelling him to make a choice. Two evolutionary paths lay before him, one inclined towards special attack, the other towards physical might. Ultimately, both paths would converge at the same destination, differing only in their initial choices and evolutions. The special attack route favored wide-area assaults, while the physical attack route boasted unparalleled close combat prowess, albeit lacking in long-range capabilities. Without hesitation, Gyro Sasek absorbed this energy, melding it with his form, honing his physique. His combat style dictated a preference for physical prowess, for only through survival could he attain true strength. As this energy coursed through him, Gyro Sasek's body underwent a profound transformation. The power within him dwindling, yet being supplanted by an influx of strength. Only by accommodating greater power within a singular form could he become truly formidable. Thus commenced an endless era of hunting. He eradicated every Pokémon on the island, assimilating their genetic power into his being, evolving into the ultimate hunter. Subsequently, he was extracted from Dragon Island by a mysterious group, becoming the sole genetic entity to escape. In that moment, he realized that he had been merely a discarded specimen in a genetic research project, carelessly cast onto Dragon Island. No one anticipated that he would emerge victorious, transforming into the weapon of war that this group sought. The world was rife with conflict, and Gyrosasek was indeed born for warfare, swiftly instilling fear into the hearts of many. The faction that had claimed him ascended to dominance, but soon they discovered that Gyrosasek had developed self-awareness, plunging them into panic. After luring him into a trap, a relentless barrage ensued, leading to his capture. Rather than exterminating him, they subjected him to endless experimentation, attempting to create a soulless substitute. Yet, seizing an opportunity, he managed to escape, plunging into a maelstrom of violence. In the realm of reality, Gyrosasek awoke. Sitting cross-legged, he sifted through the fragments of his memories, piecing together the actions he had taken. Surrounding him was a faint green crystal, encasing him entirely. His consciousness remained clouded. Fearing a return to his former actions, he chose to seal himself away. The incident involving Scala became public knowledge, proving impossible to conceal. Half of Scala lay in ruins, and the culprits appeared to be alive, merely plunged into slumber. Immediately, all major powers convened an emergency summit. Someday, the slumbering Gyrosasek would awaken. What then? Awaiting death? Not even nuclear weapons could eliminate Gyrosasek. No means existed to vanquish him. The world was in chaos. The repercussions of the Pokémon realm's incursion into reality had finally manifested. Meanwhile, Shinruo remained blissfully ignorant of these developments, still engaged in battle with Majishur. Charizard, use flamethrower. Shinruo exclaimed, exhilaration evident on his face. Although Gila had not evolved, the fire dinosaur had transformed during its battle with the Electabuzz, evolving into a formidable Charizard. Majishur regarded Shinruo with admiration. You are undoubtedly the most powerful Pokémon trainer I have witnessed among the new generation. Yet, this is where it ends. Electabuzz, use Thunder. Charizard, Smokescreen. Evade the Thunder. Amidst the obscuring smoke, Thunder could not possibly strike Charizard. The creature surged forth from the mist, unleashing a torrent of flames that scorched the Electabuzz, which let out pain cries. Under the onslaught of Charizard's fire, Electabuzz was driven to the brink of collapse. Charizard remained undeterred, brimming with resolve. As of now, Shinruo's team was nearly complete. Both Charizard and King of the Skies were more than capable of standing on their own. Moreover, Hilo was on the verge of capturing that Froakie. He would be invincible. Shinruo had long coveted that shiny, purple-hued Froakie. Failing to capture it would be a grave oversight. You've won, young man. This badge is well-deserved, Majishur declared, producing the Thunder Badge and extending it to Shinruo. Confused, Shinruo replied, wasn't this a 3v3 battle? Majishur chuckled heartily, with your strength, you are entirely deserving of this Thunder Badge. Moreover, the Electabuzz you defeated was my ace Pokémon. You have triumphed. Majishur amiably patted Shinruo's shoulder, leaving him bewildered. This was not the Majishur he had heard about. According to the forums, Majishur was known for his ferocity and heavy-handedness, with challengers' Pokémon often suffering grievous injuries, yet he felt only warmth from him. Here, this is a skill book for Volt Tackle. If you have an electric-type Pokémon, they can learn it, Majishur added, tossing a skill book to Shinruo. With a bemused expression, Shinruo clutched the badge and skill book as he exited the Withered Leaf Gym, feeling as though Majishur had just bid farewell to a plague. Chapter 41, Misfortune. After Shinruo departed, Majiji wiped the sweat from his brow. During his confrontation with Shinruo, he was exceedingly tense, fearful of offending this formidable figure. Given his status, he was acutely aware of the terrifying group of fanatics that stood behind Shinruo. He dreaded the thought of incurring the wrath of this esteemed individual, which could lead to his annihilation at the hands of that menacing entourage. It could be said that every faction, especially at the cadre level, was well aware of Shinruo's reputation. The organization had been seeking him throughout the night. Who in their right mind would dare provoke such bad luck? The higher-ups all shared a uniform stance towards Shinruo. Upon encountering him, they would immediately concede. Absolutely no one would dare to provoke him. Should he take offense and harbor a grudge, the organization would surely come knocking, leading to far more than a loss of face. Upon exiting Withered Leaf City, Shinruo was intercepted by a man in plain clothes. The man's attire was strikingly similar to that of Yamazaki from before. Most likely, he was affiliated with the Pokémon Alliance. Dr. Shinruo, we sincerely apologize for the incident involving Yamazaki. We have rectified the matter, and this is our token of goodwill, the Alliance staff member said, presenting Shinruo with a cloth bag. Upon opening the bag, Shinrua was astonished to find an entire collection of Fire-type Pokémon skill books. Your Charmeleon has just evolved into a Charizard. This is our congratulatory gift. We implore you to accept it, the staff member continued. Shinrua was not one to dwell on such matters and readily accepted the gift. Yamazaki? I know nothing of him, he replied. The Alliance steward chuckled. Shinrua's demeanor spoke volumes. Then we shall not intrude any further. Here is your ticket for the St. Anno. I believe you will find it useful. As Shinrua was preparing to challenge other gyms, he indeed required the ticket and accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, he expressed gratefully. The St. Anu was an exceptionally luxurious cruise ship, visiting Withered Leaf City once a month. To Shinrua's knowledge, the St. Anu had recently passed through the city. He saw no point in verifying this and promptly boarded the St. Anu. His ticket granted him access to a VIP cabin, the finest presidential suite aboard the ship. Countless trainers were engaged in battles or exchanging Pokémon throughout the St. Anu. Shinrua reveled in the atmosphere, enjoying the sea breeze, which was indeed quite pleasant. Brother Shinrua? A familiar voice called out to him. Turning, he spotted a boy accompanied by a Pikachu. Ah, Ash! Shinrua exclaimed with a smile. Indeed, this was the Ash from the original narrative. Shinrua had met Ash on his very first day in Pallet Town, and their relationship had developed quite positively. Possessing a prescient advantage, he had garnered the favor of Ash and Professor Oak before anyone else had even noticed. Behind Ash stood a robust, gray-skinned boy, alongside a radiant girl. They were undoubtedly the trio from the original story. And the plot lines in this world mirrored Shinrua's understanding perfectly. Is this your friend? Shinrua inquired, smiling at Ash. Ash nodded vigorously, yes. This is Misty. And this is Brock. Misty, Brock, this is my brother Shinrua, a truly remarkable individual. Brock extended his hands toward Shinrua with utmost respect. Shinrua, the foremost Pokémon trainer of the new generation. I've seen the video of your battle with my father. You're incredibly strong. The Pokémon forum was not solely accessible to individuals from the real world. Those in this universe could also view it. It was entirely normal for Brock to recognize such a celebrity trainer. Meanwhile, Ash was astonished, gazing at Shinrua with wide eyes. Well, brother Shinrua, you're really that impressive. Misty, standing nearby, appeared somewhat exasperated. Don't you even check the Pokémon trainer rankings? The strongest rookie trainer is him. Perhaps recalling the mystery surrounding Shinrua, Ash, brimming with enthusiasm, proposed, Brother Rua, let us have a Pokémon battle. Shinrua, intrigued, accepted the challenge, eager to gauge Ash's current prowess. All right, let us go. Pikachu, I choose you. Ash called forth his Pikachu. Shinrua, not one to hold back, deployed his Gyarados. This time, he sought to unravel the enigma surrounding Pikachu's unique abilities. Pikachu's strength had always been a puzzling phenomenon, capable of overpowering formidable Pokémon like Charizard and Gyarados, yet being bested by others like Pidgey and Spearow. Before Ash and Shinrua could commence their battle, the St. Anu began to rock violently. Everyone lost their balance, tumbling to the ground. Shinrua swiftly released his Charizard and leaped onto its back. What an absurd stroke of luck. Shinrua was both amused and bewildered. They had encountered a whirlpool. Moreover, it was a colossal one that even the St. Anna could not escape. Warning! Warning! Due to the marine whirlpool, the St. Anu has run aground. All trainers are advised to prepare for evacuation. The alarms on the St. Anu blared, and to compound the situation, the sky darkened ominously. A storm was brewing. Shinrua could hardly muster any words of complaint. He might as well buy a lottery ticket. What kind of luck was this? Brother Rua, come quickly. Ash, Misty, and Brock were atop a Lapras, beckoning Shinrua. He descended swiftly. In such tempestuous weather, flying was impossible. Only a Pokémon like Lapras could navigate through the storm. Meanwhile, at the Pokémon Center, the Alliance staff member, Camus, who had previously handed Shinrua the St. Anna ticket, was taking a break. A message was broadcast. The St. Anna cruise ship has encountered a massive whirlpool, leading to it running aground, compounded by a storm. Water-type Pokémon trainers are urgently requested for assistance. Upon hearing this, Camus was taken aback. He wished he could slap himself. The ticket he had just given Shinrua was for the St. Anu. Not only that, but it seemed Shinrua did not possess any water-type Pokémon. Considering the potential consequences, Camus was on the verge of losing his mind. Boss, I gave that ticket for the St. Anu, and now it's sinking. He immediately dialed a number. On the other end, the person nearly lost their wits upon hearing the news. The previous incident with Yamazaki had already put him in a precarious position. That he had not faced repercussions was a stroke of luck. Now, trying to curry favor with Shinrua, he inadvertently led him into peril. I swear, find him at all costs. Otherwise, we're both doomed. Understood? The voice on the phone trembled with urgency. The gravity of the situation was overwhelmingly distressing. Chapter 42. The leader. Flowing clouds. At sea, the tempest continues to rage, and the mighty waves surge relentlessly, as if the entire ocean were on the brink of upheaval. With the St. Anna gradually descending into silence, cries of anguish and desperate wails intertwine, creating a haunting symphony of despair. Not every Pokémon trainer possesses water-type Pokémon, and even among the water types, not all can navigate the fierce storms and towering waves. Those capable of such feats are undeniably formidable creatures. Many trainers find themselves helplessly engulfed by the surging tides, swept away by the wrath of nature. In the face of such elemental forces, humanity remains woefully fragile. The reason why divine beasts are revered is their extraordinary power to conquer the very forces of nature itself. Even Shinrua feels an urgent need to acquire a Pokémon capable of traversing the seas. Were it not for Ash's Dragonite, he too might not survive this ordeal. The storm rages on, and the whirlpool in the ocean grows increasingly violent. It is as if misfortune has compounded upon misfortune. Look out ahead, Ash. Brock shouts, snapping Chunrua's attention to the towering wave bearing down upon them. With no time to spare, Chunrua bellows, "Everyone, hold on tight. Do not let the wind and waves separate us. The tempest strikes mercilessly. Hurry, take me to the site of the disaster." A man clad in a light blue suit is drenched in sweat, his back soaked not by seawater or rain, but by perspiration long before his arrival. He is a high-ranking official from the League who tasked Kimu with delivering tickets for the St. Anna. Although he had no direct connection to Yamazaki, who was under his supervision, the decision to send tickets for St. Anu was indeed his own. He realizes that while this may be mere coincidence, who would believe such a far-fetched tale? After sailing for so long, the luxurious St. Anu encounters calamity just when everything seemed fine. Who would believe such a thing? The thought of the enforcer's methods nearly brings him to tears. It is pure coincidence. And he only sought to appease Chunrua out of fear of repercussions. Had he known, he would have kept his distance. Kimu is also sweating profusely, urging his Pidgeot onward. "Sir, it's just ahead," but with the storm raging, Pidgeot cannot approach. Without uttering a word, Ibaraki leaps into action, summoning a Wylord. He hastens toward the site of the St. Anu's disaster, where the remnants of the shattered vessel are now visible. "Oh dear. I beseech you, please be safe." Ibaraki is filled with urgency. Upon reaching the disaster site, he throws another Pokeball, calling forth his powerful Dusknoir, commanding it to unleash Sunny Day with all its might. Ibaraki's Dusknoir is exceptionally strong, his trump card. The Sunny Day it generates directly influences the weather, gradually weakening the storm above. Dusknoir continues to summon Sunny Day until the tempest dissipates entirely. Wylord, use all your strength to quell the whirlpool below. Through the combined efforts of Wylord and Dusknoir, the storm eventually calms, and even the chaotic whirlpool beneath quiets. At last, Ibaraki exhales a sigh of relief, but the surface of the sea remains desolate. Littered only with debris, there are no bodies to be found, not even beneath the waves. A voice of skepticism echoes beside Ibaraki. He turns to find his body stiffening in shock. Behind him stands a man draped in an elegant, azure-embroidered robe, quietly observing. Leader. Ibaraki dares not move. The figure before him is one he is certain he has never encountered. He does not recognize him. This is a leader of the Seeking Organization, a being of terrifying presence. Ibaraki trembles at the realization that such an esteemed figure has intervened. "I assure you, this matter has nothing to do with me. Yes, I did arrange for that ticket, but I swear I am not involved." His words tumble out in a flurry. The robed man pays no heed to Ibaraki's frantic explanations. Instead, floating serenely in the air, eyes closed as he attunes himself to the world around him, he senses an unusual surge of power, one that is immensely potent, yet unfamiliar. It does not belong to any of the divine beasts he knows. This Pokémon has approached the threshold of divinity itself. This cannot be. There have been no reports of any Pokémon ascending to such heights. The robed man's eyes reflect a hint of confusion, but he soon regains composure. Regardless of who has acted, it is implausible that they could escape unscathed. "Sir, when I arrived, it was already like this. I have seen no trace of that individual." Ibaraki's forehead glistens with sweat. What is the state of his attire matter now? The robed man finally glances at Ibaraki, his voice gentle. "Do not worry. That force is beyond your control. You are not to blame. There is no need for such concern. Had there been a genuine threat, you would not have survived the last encounter with the enforcers." The soothing timbre of his voice instills a profound sense of calm within Ibaraki. He feels assured that the robed man's words hold true. Even in the face of a divine beast, he remains unharmed. This is the power that emanates from the robed man, a comforting aura that brings inexplicable solace. "Sir, may I follow you?" Ibaraki cannot contain his eagerness. The robed man nods, "Of course." You may call me Flowing Clouds. Ibaraki is overwhelmed with excitement, yet he maintains his composure. Flowing Clouds. I shall arrange for a search for that individual at once. Flowing Clouds watches Ibaraki's retreating figure with a bemused smile and a shake of his head. He has not sought to influence Ibaraki. All of this has been Ibaraki's own volition. His immense power has already begun to shape others' perceptions of him. This is the most formidable aspect of his presence, and within the Seeking organization, several leaders share this extraordinary ability. Chapter 43. The most potent artificial Pokémon. Mutuo. By the seaside, Luyan felt the sea breeze, his eyes slightly squinting as if he were probing something. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes, though the aura was faint. It still lingered. He felt it. Liu Yun's body vanished from the expanse of the sea, leaving no trace behind, as if he had never existed. His affinity with nature was so profound that he seemed to be entirely absorbed by it. Amidst the vast ocean, Shenrua also opened his eyes. After being struck by the wave, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. They found themselves on an island, specifically on the beach of this isle. Indeed, it was them. All the Pokémon trainers aboard the St. Anu were gathered on this very island. At this moment, not only Shenrua but many others had regained consciousness, all displaying expressions of bewilderment. Yet, everyone sensed that there was something amiss. Otherwise, the silence of the St. Anu would be inexplicable. How could they all have appeared on this island, unharmed, despite the chaos? Shenrua remained silent, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. He believed that whoever had gone to such lengths to bring them here was certainly not idle. If that were the case, someone would undoubtedly approach them. Brother Chun, where are we? Xiao Ji, having just awakened, asked in a daze. Shenrua shook his head. I do not know, but we shall soon find out. As expected. Shortly thereafter, everyone regained their senses. A petite woman clad in gray approached them, welcoming them. Welcome, everyone. You have arrived at the venue for the greatest Pokémon trainer competition. Indeed, is this the place? Shenrua's eyes sparkled with realization. If this was the Pokémon in question, the silence of the St. Anu and their collective presence here would all make perfect sense. Unbeknownst to Shenrua, others began to voice their dissent. What nonsense is this so-called greatest Pokémon trainer competition? I've never heard of it. And to invite us using such underhanded methods suggests it cannot be a legitimate contest. After uttering this, the individual attempted to leave, but a radiant light enveloped the island, encasing it entirely. Ironclad Tyrannosaurus, break through it. Yet, the formidable assault of the ironclad rhino had no effect on the protective barrier. Shenrua stepped forward. If I were you, I would quietly allow the speaker to finish. If they managed to sink the St. Anu and gather us all here, I believe it would be a trivial matter for them to eliminate one or two Pokémon trainers. Wouldn't you agree? His words instantly subdued the crowd. No one dared to utter another word. Shenrua had spoken wisely. Previously, their disorientation in an unfamiliar setting, compounded by the panic from the storm, had clouded their judgment. But now, with clarity restored, they realized the gravity of their situation, given that they could sink the St. Anu and transport so many of them here. It was likely that if they wished to eliminate them all, no one would dare to object. Shenrua's words brought calm to the crowd, and those who had been attacking the barrier ceased their efforts, wary of provoking anyone. The gray-clad woman smiled. Excellent. There are indeed intelligent individuals here. I initially thought I would need to resort to drastic measures, but it appears that will not be necessary. Her statement sent chills down the spines of those who had acted rashly. They were immensely grateful to Shenrua. Had it not been for him, their fates might have been dire. Wait, that voice. And that scent. Xiao Gang's face bore a look of shock. You are Miss Joy, he exclaimed. No. She is merely under my control, the gray-clad woman replied, removing the hat that concealed her identity, revealing Miss Joy. Yet, her eyes were entirely crimson, a clear sign of being manipulated. This further solidified Shenrua's earlier suspicion. He was not mistaken. It had to be her, without a doubt. Shenrua had long coveted her. His previous remarks were merely to draw attention, as the ensuing situation would undoubtedly fall under his dominion. You have gathered all the civilized individuals here. It cannot be for something trivial. Speak. What is your true intention? Shenrua inquired. Miss Joy responded. It's quite simple. We are convening the greatest Pokémon trainer competition to determine who among you is the strongest Pokémon trainer. Now, everyone, follow me. With that, Joy levitated into the air, floating towards an ancient castle atop the mountain. The Pokémon trainers behind her exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. However, Shenrua, exuding confidence, followed Joy's lead. Brother Chen, wait for me. Xiao Ji and the others hurriedly trailed after him. The remaining trainers, feeling uncertain, ultimately resolved to follow suit. Inside the castle, a Pokémon radiating a terrifying aura stood up, its eyes gleaming with crimson light. So, you have arrived? This batch of Pokémon trainers seems promising. I hope you do not disappoint me. Upon entering the castle, Joy's form vanished, leaving the group standing within the grand hall. An array of exquisite delicacies was meticulously arranged on the table. Shenruo naturally seated himself and began to feast heartily. You all should eat too. Why aren't you dining? He encouraged Xiaoji and the others to join him. Xiaoji wore an awkward smile. Brother Ruo, is it really appropriate for us to indulge like this? Shenruo nonchalantly replied, what is there to fear? If they meant to harm you, they wouldn't waste such effort. You would have perished long ago. Truly worthy of the strongest rookie Pokémon trainer, the master of Pokémon battle arts, Shenruo. Indeed, you are formidable. A cool, clear voice resonated as a humanoid Pokémon emerged. Upon seeing it, Shenruo's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, it is you, the most potent artificial Pokémon, Mutuo, a being that transcends dreams. Chapter 44, The War with Mutuo. Shenruo was not mistaken from the outset, although the plot may diverge slightly from the original narrative. Fundamentally, everything aligns closely. Especially when he witnessed the Grand Pokémon Master Tournament and the appearance of Nurse Joy, Shenruo became nearly certain of his observations. Mutuo's gaze was fixated on Shenruo, expressing a sense of admiration. It must be acknowledged that Shenruo had indeed achieved his objective. Is that a Pokémon? Ash, standing nearby, stared at Mutuo in astonishment. Not only Ash, but many others were similarly stunned, unable to fathom that the source of their predicament was a Pokémon. Ash promptly retrieved his Pokédex and pointed it towards Mutuo. No such Pokémon found. Shenruo, observing Ash's somewhat foolish actions, couldn't he help but cover his face in exasperation. This fool. He was at a loss for words regarding Ash. If Mutuo had a temper, who knows if he would even survive this encounter? Notably, if it weren't for the protagonist's halo, Ash would have long since been 6 feet under. Just look at the battles he had participated in. Mutuo's storyline had unfolded twice, alongside the narratives of the 3 legendary birds and the sea deity Lugia, as well as the saga of the 3 divine dragons. Not to mention, he had also been involved in the storyline of Arceus. Without the protagonist's halo, his grave would truly be overgrown. Mutuo disregarded the onlookers and spoke directly. The purpose of this invitation to all Pokémon trainers is to ascertain who among you is the strongest Pokémon trainer. Upon finishing, a multitude of dark Pokéballs soared into the air, gravitating towards the other trainers' Pokéballs. These were dark balls, wicked Pokéballs capable of seizing Pokémon. Everyone resisted, yet Shenruo remained unfazed, completely unconcerned. After all, his Pokéball contained a rebellious spirit. If even this could be replicated, Shenruo would genuinely be impressed. Indeed, as the dark balls attempted to absorb the other Pokéballs, the process unfolded seamlessly. Even the Slacker King was unperturbed. However, when it came to the White Ghost Pokéball, there was not a hint of movement, and the dark ball erupted. Simultaneously, the White Ghost Pokéball shimmered with a red light, seemingly issuing a warning to the surrounding dark balls. Get lost. Do not approach me. Most obligingly. The surrounding dark balls tactfully circumvented the White Ghost Pokéball. Mutuo's eyes glimmered with red light as it fixated on the White Ghost Pokéball. Shenruo waved his hand nonchalantly. Although in a certain sense, it is indeed my Pokémon, in reality, it does not quite belong to me. Mutuo nodded in agreement. Indeed, with your power, you cannot command it. Perhaps recalling something, Mutuo added, it is undeniably formidable. This revelation caught even Shenruo by surprise. Mutuo is a Pokémon of the highest caliber. It could certainly be considered one of the strongest Pokémon, and the fact that even Mutuo praised the White Ghost's strength speaks volumes about its exceptional nature. Shenruo cast a deep glance at the White Ghost's Pokéball. This particular White Ghost had voluntarily entered his Pokéball within the Misty Forest. The only time it had made a move was against a swarm of bear Pokémon, and that encounter could hardly be classified as a battle. It was sheer domination. Mutuo did not dwell on the issue of the White Ghost. Soon, all Pokémon were plundered by the Dark Balls, with the exception of the White Ghost. Mutuo proceeded to replicate all the Pokémon, and those produced by its machines emerged even more powerful. The Slacker King and other Pokémon swiftly returned to their original trainers, while Mutuo stood surrounded by replicas. Alright, the strongest Pokémon trainer tournament officially commences. Who will be the first to step forward? Mutuo surveyed all the Pokémon trainers. Shenruo chose not to be the first to act. Doing so at this juncture would yield little reward. He was confident that if he did engage, he would undoubtedly triumph over the Pokémon Mutuo had replicated. His Slacker King was a system reward, and there could be no second one, no matter how they replicated. They could only copy the genes, the traits and characteristics could not be replicated. The first challenger to Mutuo was a Pokémon trainer ranked over 400, who promptly fell into a state of despair after facing Mutuo. The subsequent challengers were all powerful trainers ranked within 500. To Shenruo's astonishment, Ash was ranked 217th. Observing Ash's eagerness to engage, Shenruo stepped forward first. After all, with Sh's protagonist Halo, if he were to defeat Mutwo, it would surely drive him into despair. Mutwo, noticing Chunrua's emergence, smiled. You know, you are the one I most wish to battle here. I aim to demonstrate to everyone that Pokémon do not require trainers to be formidable. Mutwo was quite resolute. Chunrua, filled with fighting spirit, replied, I too eagerly anticipate our duel. You are indeed powerful, but you shall never defeat me. Mutwo chuckled. We are both the same kind of Pokémon. What makes you think you can conquer me? Chunrua remained silent, yet unhesitatingly dispatched his Slacker King. Slacker King, use heavyweight punch, Chunrua proclaimed. Mutwo, undeterred, declared, we shall also employ heavyweight punch. Chunrua smiled, already foreseeing the outcome. Indeed, when the two Slacker Kings collided, the replica was sent soaring. Slacker King, pursue the advantage. Use Mountain Crush. Chunrua had long foreseen this result. The One-Punch Man Slacker King was no laughing matter. Even the replica stood no chance. Mutwo was taken aback. This Slacker King was peculiar. Such an outcome was inconceivable. It must be noted that Pokémon produced by machines should possess even greater strength. This had been proven in previous battles. Yet how could it falter this time? Mutwo was utterly confounded. Its face displayed disbelief. Impossible. Your Slacker King cannot possibly be a match for mine. Chunrua smiled calmly. I already stated this earlier. Chapter 45. The War Among Divine Beasts. Even identical Pokémon represent two distinct entities. Throughout this journey, my bond with the King of Leaf has been built on mutual trust, a connection that cannot be replicated. Chunrua began to speak fervently, knowing that he would not disclose the King of Leaves' unique traits to Mutwo. Moreover, once a clone is created, it is entirely a new individual. It is no longer a mere copy, but a being in its own right. It possesses its own independent thoughts, its own life and story, much like the saying that no two flowers in the world are alike. Chunrua gazed at Mutwo, his eyes brimming with confidence, as if his words emanated from the depths of his heart. His remarks were pointedly relevant. At this moment, Mutwo despised being seen as a mere imitation of Mew. It had engaged in battles with Mew on this very topic. Thus, Chunrua's words were a direct challenge. He was determined to leave an impression on Mutwo's memory. As for capturing Mutwo in one go, Chunrua had not even contemplated it. Given Mutwo's pride, it would be futile to attempt to capture it without first defeating it. Are there truly no two flowers that resemble each other? Indeed, just as Chunrua had envisioned, Mutwo fell into deep contemplation, pondering Chunrua's words. The realization struck Mutwo. It was indeed Mew's clone. Ever since escaping from Team Rocket, it had been searching for its purpose, striving to prove that, even as a clone, it was stronger than anyone else. Chunrua's words awakened it. It was itself. It was no one's imitation. From the moment it attained self-awareness, it became a complete being. An independent life. Mutwo lifted its head, gazing into Chunrua's eyes with newfound appreciation. You are right. I am Mutwo. After speaking, Mutwo extended its hand, and Chunrua reciprocated, shaking Mutwo's hand. Hello, Mutwo. I am Chunrua. Just when Chunrua believed the situation had calmed, a curious pink Pokémon began to circle around Mutwo. This sudden appearance went unnoticed, as if it had materialized out of thin air. Wow, a new Pokémon. Ding. Mew, the legendary mythical Pokémon, shrouded in mystery, possessing the ability to change its form at will. Without turning around, Chunrua recognized that it was Ash, the reckless one, pulling out his Pokédex. No one else had such audacity to act so recklessly. As Mew approached, Chunrua instinctively stepped back. After all, these two were master and clone, and if a confrontation ensued, he would be caught in the crossfire. Mew, curious, flitted around Mutwo, examining it closely. It sensed its own essence within Mutwo, as if recalling something, and began to circle Mutwo, seemingly trying to communicate. Indeed, wherever Ash was, the trio from Team Rocket would not be far behind. Meowth took on the role of translator, declaring that a clone was merely a clone, an imitation that could not compare in beauty. Chunrua realized the gravity of the situation. If Mutwo had just come to terms with its identity, it might very well retaliate against Meowth. Mew's reckless nature had not changed in the slightest. Meanwhile, Mutwo, with its pride, instantly conjured a series of illusionary slashes directed at Mew. True to its formidable reputation, Mew transformed into Mutwo's likeness, retaliating with its own illusionary strike. Not only did they exchange blows, but they also engaged in banter. A clone is just a clone. Whatever abilities you possess, I possess as well. I can become you. But can you become me? You cannot. Thus, you are merely an imitation, and such imitations have no place in this world. Even Chunrua was impressed by Mew's sharp tongue. Though he found the words trivial, Mutwo was far too proud to merely listen to Mew's incessant chatter. The two legendary Pokémon fought with all their might. Fortunately, they fought amidst the stars, or the ground would have surely crumbled beneath them. Both possessed godlike power. Even the aftershocks of their battle shook the ancient castle, enveloping it in a cloud of dust, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Quickly, we must leave. This place is about to collapse. Shinruo recalled his Pokballs, not only for Raichu but also summoning the Pokemon cloned by Mutwo to retreat. In the sky. Although Mutwo was locked in a fierce battle with Mew, it could clearly see Shinruo's actions. It nodded in silent approval, recognizing Shinruo as the most extraordinary Pokemon trainer it had ever encountered. Shinruo's attitude towards cloned Pokemon significantly influenced Mutwo, as it too was once a cloned Pokemon. The battle in the sky raged on. Mew, the legendary mythical Pokemon, exhibited immense power. It transformed into the legendary Pokemon Rayquaza, then into the legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh. Mew's abilities were akin to an enhanced Ditto, capable of flawlessly mimicking divine beasts, and it could assume the form of any legendary Pokemon it had encountered. Perhaps this was the essence of being a mythical creature. Meanwhile, Mutwo remained aloof. Shinruo could not discern whether Mutwo lacked the ability to transform or simply chose not to, given its proud nature. Regardless, even without using any transformations, Mutwo's strength remained formidable. No matter how Mew transformed, Mutwo shattered its illusions with sheer force. This battle captivated all the Pokemon trainers below. The sheer magnitude of their power was overwhelming, causing even the very fabric of space to tremble. Chapter 46, The Appearance of Flowing Cloud. All Pokemon trainers gazed upward at the battle in the sky, filled with longing. How splendid it would be if they could wield such formidable power. Who could command such immense strength? Everything they desired would be effortlessly within reach. This battle even sparked a live broadcast on the Pokemon forum, instantly becoming the top trending topic. The title was irresistibly captivating, The Epic Battle of Legendary Beasts. Countless individuals flocked to the live stream, having heard of legendary Pokemon during their time in this world. They spoke of the mythical Ho-Oh and its three great messengers, Suicune, Entire, and Raikou. Yet, a veil of mystery shrouded these legendary beings, for no one had ever laid eyes upon them. Previously, the video of G-Sect had been taken down, as such alarming footage was swiftly banned from the internet, rendering it nearly impossible to find. One must understand that the war was utterly despairing. Genesect's battle in Scarlet was a one-sided massacre. Even nuclear weapons were deployed, yet G-Sect still obliterated half of Scarlet. Had it not been for G-Sect regaining consciousness and sealing itself away, the fate of Scarlet would have remained uncertain. Now, the videos of Mutwo and Mew had been pinned at the top, drawing nearly all Pokemon trainers into the live stream. Even officials entered the room, for the threat posed by G-Sect was immense. Although they were unaware of Genesect's true identity, they all recognized one undeniable truth. G-Sect was undoubtedly a legendary Pokemon. How terrifying. Is this truly the power of a legendary beast? Upon witnessing these two Pokemon, I seriously questioned the authenticity of my own. I was even contemplating releasing my Dragonite, realizing that battling with the Pokemon in the video would merely result in a draw. It was simply too weak. To those above, stop merely drinking, consume some food as well. The officials were diligently gathering valuable data, analyzing the power of these Pokemon. Sir, each casual strike from these legendary beasts possesses power comparable to a TXJ-class missile. The researchers wore expressions of astonishment. A TXJ-class missile is essentially the most powerful weapon beneath nuclear arms. Normally, a single missile could flatten a mountain without issue. The golden-haired general gasped. Indeed. Is this the power of legendary beasts? The gap between their might and our technology is insurmountable. According to our simulations, unless we engage in a mutually destructive attack, there is little hope of defeating a legendary beast. Based on the data we've collected, aside from the mysterious Pokemon that appeared in Scarlet, there are over 10 Pokemon of this caliber. The golden-haired general could no longer contain his frustration and slammed his cup to the ground. Damn it. What is this nonsense? There is absolutely no way to resist. There are double digits of Pokemon surpassing this level. If anything were to go awry, who could possibly contend with them? On the island, the war raged on. Yet, a figure silently appeared beside Shinruo. Observing that Shinruo was unharmed, the newcomer let out a sigh of relief. However, upon looking up at the two legendary Pokemon battling fiercely above, he couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, if they truly unleashed their fury, it would have been troublesome. Hello. The newcomer cheerfully patted Shinruo's shoulder. Startled, Shinruo finally noticed the presence beside him. It was a man clad in a pale blue ancient robe, his face adorned with a warm smile that invited closeness. Shinruo, surprised by the man's attire reminiscent of someone he had encountered before, felt an unexpected sense of familiarity rather than wariness. Who are you? The man in the pale blue robe replied, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Greetings, I am Flowing Cloud. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shinruo recognized that Flowing Cloud's clothing bore a resemblance to that of the enforcers he had previously met. Are you a member of the Seeking Organization? Shinruo couldn't help but inquire. Flowing Cloud readily affirmed, "Indeed, I am." Shenrua gestured towards the two legendary Pokémon battling above and asked, "Did you come for them?" After a moment's contemplation, Flowing Cloud shook his head, "Not entirely. Primarily, I have come for you, and secondarily for them." Before Shenrua could respond, Flowing Cloud flashed a bright, sunny smile. "Remember, you are far more important than the seeking organization." With that, Flowing Cloud's body levitated, soaring directly into the battlefield. A green radiance emanated from him, quieting Mutwo and Mew. Flowing Cloud greeted Mew with warmth. "Hello, Mew." Upon seeing Flowing Cloud, Mew excitedly darted towards him, playfully circling around him. Flowing Cloud gently patted Mew's head. "Let us consider this matter settled, but do not forget our agreement." At the mention of the agreement, Mew seemed taken aback, evidently recalling some unpleasant memories. Flowing Cloud paid no mind to this, turning his gaze to Mutwo. "A new Pokémon? I see. Impressive, possessing considerable power. Yet adherence to the agreement is paramount." Mutwo regarded Flowing Cloud in silence. Flowing Cloud slapped his forehead. "How could I forget to tell you about the agreement? It is quite simple. You must not cause significant destruction in areas populated by humans, all right?" Mutwo remained silent, sensing a degree of affinity towards Flowing Cloud. Yet its pride forbade submission. It felt as though signing the agreement would equate to bowing to Flowing Cloud. Mutwo hesitated to sign, causing Flowing Cloud's smile to wane. "What is it? Are you unwilling?" As he spoke, a hint of coldness crossed Flowing Cloud's features. "If you refuse to abide by even the most basic agreement, then coercive measures will be necessary." Shenrua below was utterly bewildered. Are members of the seeking organization truly this formidable? Observing the seemingly gentle Flowing Cloud display such firmness was astonishing. He was openly threatening Mutwo. It appeared that even Mew was somewhat apprehensive of him. Chapter 47. The Overbearing Yangting. Beneath the resplendent starry sky, even the night breeze seemed to still, enveloping the scene in an unsettling tranquility. In the arena, Lu Yun wore a faint smile, his demeanor exuding an air of harmlessness. No one could have anticipated that he would boldly threaten Mutwo. His audacity was astonishing. Not only those present, but even Pokémon trainers who had previously witnessed Mutwo in action, along with members of the Pokémon Forum, were rendered speechless by Lu Yun's unexpected declaration of menace toward Mutwo. Everyone questioned whether this individual had a death wish for daring to intervene in a conflict between legendary Pokémon. Moreover, he had the audacity to directly threaten a deity. Who on earth was this person? Outside, the generals watching the live broadcast were filled with fervor. This individual had the audacity to threaten a legendary Pokémon. He must possess formidable power of his own. "General, this person." The nearby researchers were expressions of disbelief. What manner of being was this? It was simply terrifying. What is wrong with this person? The general's face betrayed his confusion. "General, the power contained within this person is not inferior to that of the legendary Pokémon." The researchers' eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they had unlocked the door to a new world. The notion that humanity could wield such immense strength was utterly astonishing. If humans could attain such power, many challenges would naturally be resolved. Mutwo's gaze was fixed on Lu Yun, the atmosphere charged with tension. What if I refuse? Mutwo's proud nature would not allow it to yield, and it retaliated defiantly. Shenrua realized the gravity of the situation. A confrontation between these two was inevitable. He refrained from intervening, for Mutwo's demeanor suggested that an agreement was essential. Furthermore, Shenrua believed this agreement was entirely reasonable, given the might of legendary Pokémon. A battle amidst a crowd would result in catastrophic casualties. Moreover, as the real world and this realm began to merge, the existence of legendary Pokémon would undoubtedly incite widespread panic. Thus, Shenrua chose not to intervene, instead watching with keen interest. He was confident that no matter the outcome, Mutwo would not target him. As for the seeking organization, he saw no justification for them to seek his demise. Lu Yun's smile deepened as he retreated several dozen meters. "All right, Xuanfeng, it is now your turn. If it does not wish to communicate with me, then the matter of communication is yours." Shenrua was taken aback. In Lu Yun's previous position appeared a man clad in purple robes. Not only Shenrua, but even Lu Yun was bewildered. "What? You are not Xuanfeng?" The man in purple shot Lu Yun a disdainful glance before directing his attention to Mutwo. During this exchange, Shenrua sensed that the man had scrutinized him closely. From this figure emanated an aura reminiscent of a soldier, a presence forged in the crucible of battle. Such a demeanor was rare among ordinary individuals. Moreover, the mysterious man's gaze was terrifying, akin to that of a sovereign amidst a sea of blood. Shenrua's intuition was correct. The man indeed cast a glance in his direction. Furthermore, at that moment, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossed his eyes. In Chang'an City, within the Chang'an dojo, Sakaki paused, his hand halting its motion of swirling a glass of red wine, his demeanor shifting from nonchalance to alarm. He recognized both individuals present. One was a Pokémon he had personally created, while the other was one of the notorious leaders of the seeking organization, the Underground Emperor, Yang Ting. The reason for Yang Ting's notoriety was his direct defeat of all high-ranking officials of various organizations, trampling them beneath his feet, and single-handedly challenging the legendary Pokémon, the Sea God Lugia and the Phoenix King. Years ago, for reasons unknown, a conflict erupted between Lugia and the Phoenix King at the Burn Tower, resulting in countless casualties. Yet, Yang Ting single-handedly drove them away. This was a cause for great concern. Should this individual pursue accountability? Sakaki could scarcely imagine the implications. While many organizations aspired to control legendary Pokémon, none dared to speak openly about such matters. Yang Ting's icy gaze fell upon Mutwo. No battles are permitted in the presence of humans. Mutwo chuckled. It greatly resented Yang Ting's condescending demeanor, born with an innate pride. It would never bow its head to anyone. Mutwo scoffed at Yang Ting. What if I refuse? Yang Ting remained silent, releasing his Pokémon, a Lucario. Aged yet brimming with vitality, it radiated an aura of decay, seemingly at odds with its vigorous demeanor. Typically, one would expect such an elderly Lucario to have succumbed to time, yet this one retained remarkable energy, resembling Yang Ting in many ways, as if they were one entity. Damn it! Even in such a state, it has not perished. What is this creature? Sakaki shattered his wine glass in disbelief. This very Lucario was the one that had defeated them all. Even then, it had appeared as it did now, and nearly 2 decades later, it remained unchanged. Incredible! This Lucario cannot die. Not only Sakaki, but many with painful memories of this Lucario were cursing in frustration. Lucario, much like its master, was a being of few words and fierce action, unleashing a barrage of aura spheres. Each attack harbored tremendous power, compelling even Mutwo to treat the situation with utmost seriousness. Lucario's strength was astonishing, rivaling that of Mutwo, and its combat experience surpassed Mutwo's, overpowering it in a relentless assault. Mutwo, still newly created and not at its peak, was at a disadvantage. The fact that Lucario could dominate Mutwo was beyond Shenrua's expectations. Yang Ting gazed at Mutwo, his expression cold. Either you comply, or you shall perish. Chapter 48. The storm subsides. First update. Mutwo remained silent, his expression cold as he launched an assault on Lucario, his demeanor speaking volumes. Yang Ting, without uttering a word, slowly closed his eyes, merging his essence entirely with Lucario. The aura emanating from Lucario intensified, exuding a terrifying force that surpassed even Mutwo's. Shenrua, observing Yang Ting, began to grasp the source of his power. Lucario, renowned as the partner of aura, combined with Yang Ting's unparalleled ability, undoubtedly wielded the power of aura. Were it not for this aura, Shenrua would willingly remove his own head to serve as a ball for someone to kick. Lucario had always been capable of outmatching Mutwo, and with Yang Ting's enhancement, Lucario's strength grew exponentially. In the original narrative, the gym leader Naz, from the Golden Gym, had similarly empowered her Pokémon, leading to its evolution into Alakazam. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Yang Ting and Lucario simultaneously channeled the aura within them, unleashing a horrifying aura sphere directly towards Mutwo. Mutwo, sensing the devastating force of the attack, charged forward, opting to endure the onslaught. A resounding explosion followed, propelling Mutwo's body backwards, crashing violently to the ground. Yang Ting's expression remained unchanged. He spoke not a word, indicating his intent to resolve the confrontation with Mutwo decisively. TSK. 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 Yang Ting remained as formidable as ever. Lu Yun, standing behind Shenrua, was filled with a myriad of emotions. An elite Pokémon of the first rank. Yang Ting could easily suppress it. Such terrifying prowess instilled fear in all who witnessed it. Shenrua turned to Lu Yun, inquiring, "Will you not intervene?" "Why should I?" Lu Yun replied, somewhat astonished, casting a curious glance at Shenrua, a Pokémon of such dreadful strength, unwilling to abide by the contract. Should it not be dealt with to prevent calamity? Moreover, if Yang Ting refuses to relent, I have my own means to compel him. Lu Yun shrugged innocently, conveying his lack of options. Shenrua paused, realizing Lu Yun had a point. Indeed, Yang Ting had no reason to halt his actions. Yet, Shenrua held a deep admiration for Mutwo and declared, "I genuinely appreciate this Pokémon's spirit. Is there a way to persuade him to cease?" Lu Yun pointed at Shenrua, stating, "The only way to make Yang Ting relent is through you." "Me?" Shenrua was perplexed. "Indeed. If you wish for Yang Ting to withdraw, it must be you who speaks. Otherwise, the only option is to defeat him. And as far as I know, the number of individuals capable of besting Yang Ting is fewer than the fingers on one hand." Uncertain of Lu Yun's reasoning, Shenrua felt compelled to speak before Mutwo was decisively dealt with. "Let us consider this matter resolved. Mutwo, you are not a Pokémon inclined toward destruction. Why must you be so obstinate? Shinruo called out. Everyone was taken aback. Who would dare to mediate in such a high-stakes battle? It was akin to an elderly person consuming arsenic, inviting their own demise. The spectators watching the live broadcast wondered if Shinruo had lost his senses. Daring to intervene when Muo could effortlessly eliminate him, perhaps even easier than crushing a grasshopper. However, to everyone's astonishment, a profound silence enveloped the battlefield. Lucario truly ceased its assault. Yang Ting and Lucario refrained from attacking Mutuo any further. Yet, Mutuo cast a lingering gaze at Shinruo before ascending into the sky. Accompanied by a multitude of cloned Pokémon, Yang Ting and Lucario turned their eyes toward Shinruo, whose heart raced under their intense, indifferent stares. But in the next moment, Shinruo was bewildered as both Yang Ting and Lucario broke into broad smiles, the kind that appeared almost foolish. Just as Shinruo was uncertain whether Yang Ting was genuinely smiling or not, they both vanished, as if they had never existed at all. Not only that, but the previously amiable Lu Yun also disappeared without a trace. The seeking organization remained as enigmatic as ever. Aside from Shinruo and a select few within the Wish World, hardly anyone knew the identities of the leaders within the organization. Shortly after Lu Yun's departure, personnel from the Pokémon League arrived, escorting all trainers from the island away. The individual overseeing this operation was none other than an old acquaintance of Shinruo, Camus. Camus regarded Shinruo with a hint of awkwardness. Please do not misunderstand. We truly had no knowledge of this situation. The tickets for the St. Anna were merely coincidental. Shinruo understood that this matter could not be blamed on Camus, regardless of the vessel. He would have faced the same outcome. I comprehend. This situation cannot be attributed to your actions. Upon hearing Shinruo's reassurance, Camus' previously tense demeanor relaxed. Although this incident did not result in any significant loss for Shinruo, it would likely delay his challenge against the gym. The impending high school ranking battles were on the horizon. Missing them in pursuit of gym badges would spell trouble. It is crucial to note that the rewards of the high school ranking battles include unique abilities. Witnessing the capabilities within the seeking organization intensified Shinruo's desire for such powers. Whether it be aura, psychic abilities, or the powers of transcendence, all were exceptional skills. These abilities could substantially enhance Shinruo's combat prowess. Most importantly, given the current circumstances, he had no cause for concern. His Vacation King could easily dominate all adversaries. Just as Shinruo's consciousness exited the Pokémon world, he discovered dozens of missed calls on his phone, all from Principal Kai. Upon returning the call, Principal Kai answered almost immediately. My dear ancestor, tomorrow marks the high school ranking battles. You have finally returned to the real world. Had you not done so, I would have come looking for you. Rest assured, Principal, since I've made a promise, I shall not go back on my word. Shinruo assured him. Yes. We submitted the participants from Mingyuan High School as per your instructions. I must ask one last time, are you truly confident? I am certain. Shinruo replied with unwavering conviction, without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 49, The Terrifyingly Powerful Greninja. Second update. Principal Kai remained silent, for he had no reason to doubt Shinruo's prowess. As the top-ranked Pokémon trainer among newcomers, Shinruo had earned his trust. However, Principal Kai's sole concern was whether Shinruo's Pokémon could endure the strain of the upcoming battles. In a 3v3 competition, each school would field 3 participants, meaning Shinruo would face a total of 9 battles. Moreover, as it was a points-based tournament, he would be pitted against every high school, excluding Mingyuan High, resulting in clashes with 33 institutions and a total of 99 prodigious trainers, not to mention 297 Pokémon in combat. The time frame for these matches was condensed to just 5 days, requiring him to compete against 6 elite trainers each day. Principal Kai's primary worry was the stamina of Shinruo's Pokémon. Should they sustain significant injuries during the matches, he would have to forfeit the remainder of the competition. There was no room for error. Shinruo, meanwhile, fondled his Pokéball, and indeed, his Sloth King emerged. The integration of the human world and the Pokémon realm had reached unprecedented levels. Initially anxious about bringing Sloth King's Pokéball into this world, it now seemed plausible that even the Pokéballs of other Pokémon could be summoned forth. Shinruo released Sloth King, Charizard, and Gyarados, all of whom were experiencing this world for the first time. They excitedly roamed his villa, inhaling the essence of their new surroundings. A smile danced in Shinruo's eyes as he caressed Sloth King, his initial Pokémon, who had journeyed with him from Lazy King to Ambipom and now to Sloth King. Regardless of future transformations, Sloth King would always be his mainstay companion, steadfastly accompanying him on his adventures. Alongside Sloth King were Charizard and Gyarados, both exceptionally potent Pokémon. With Sloth King by his side, Shinruo stepped out of the villa, heading towards the riverbank. At last, he could challenge the Greninja he had long coveted. Since moving to this villa, he had spotted that dazzling, alternate-colored Greninja, an undeniably formidable entity. Now, with Sloth King's strength surpassing that of others in its tier, Shinrua believed a duel with Greninja was within reach. By the pond, Greninja lounged comfortably in the sun, exuding an air of tranquility. Shinrua dashed over. Brimming with excitement, "Greninja, shall we engage in a Pokémon battle? If I win, you must accompany me on my adventures." Greninja cast a curious glance at Shinrua and leaped from the water, intrigued. "Be cautious, Greninja. We shall commence." Shinrua was invigorated. Aware that battling such a formidable Pokémon required utmost focus, he could not afford to underestimate Greninja. However, Shinrua soon realized his misjudgment. Despite summoning all his energy, he was still no match for Greninja. Sloth King unleashed the million-ton punch. Sloth King, excelling in various attributes, launched a fierce punch at Greninja. Yet, the attack struck with little effect. In truth, it connected with Greninja's illusion rather than its true form. Greninja's speed was unparalleled. Arguably the swiftest Pokémon Shinrua had encountered, excluding mythical creatures. It left a shadow behind, appearing directly behind Sloth King. A blade of azure water sliced through the air, striking Sloth King with precision. What followed was a display of skill that was overwhelmingly one-sided. Shinrua found himself at a loss for commands. The gap between them was insurmountable. After Sloth King's initial punch, it was unable to retaliate. Suffering numerous wounds while Greninja danced around it, employing an array of seamless techniques such as water shuriken, low kick, quick attack, and hydro pump. It became evident that the odds were too heavily stacked against Sloth King. Though powerful, the dazzling Greninja was an extraordinary adversary, seemingly possessing talent that surpassed even the highest echelons of Pokémon. To prevail against Greninja, Shinrua would need to at least match its speed, lest he become a mere target for its relentless prowess. "Enough, Greninja. I concede," Shinrua called out, acknowledging the vast disparity in their abilities. Greninja ceased its assault, eyes narrowing with satisfaction. Sloth King, however, emerged unscathed. Greninja had not fought with full force, merely demonstrating its strength while rendering Sloth King incapable of retaliation. As Sloth King gazed at Greninja, a newfound respect blossomed within. The recent encounter had ignited a sense of admiration for its opponent. Yet, Sloth King was inherently headstrong and would not easily accept defeat. It would undoubtedly challenge Greninja again in the future. Shinrua gently stroked Sloth King's head, reassuring, "It's all right. Don't hang your head. This was a formidable opponent, but I believe you will one day triumph." Sloth King, brimming with confidence, raised its fists, radiating determination. Nearby, Greninja chuckled, playfully blowing bubbles in Sloth King's direction, showing no signs of aggression. Shinrua chuckled as well. Greninja was indeed a delightful creature. Meanwhile, Gyarados diligently trained on the lawn, and Charizard engaged in strength training with endurance equipment in the sky. By the creek, Greninja guided Sloth King on combat techniques. The two Pokémon, having just battled, now shared a bond of camaraderie. Shinrua settled on the grass, enjoying the gentle breeze as he observed his Pokémon, feeling a sense of contentment. Chapter 50, A Twist of Fate. The venue for the prestigious high school ranking competition was not at Mingyuan High School, but rather in the province of Su. All 34 renowned high schools in the Su province gathered for the tournament, and the schools that fell short would be eliminated, merging into others. After all, the educational resources in the Su province were severely limited, and it could only accommodate a maximum of 10 high schools. Any more would lead to a decline in quality. Not only in Su province, but the entire Xia country had cut down 3/4 of its various higher educational institutions. Moreover, the legal age to engage with Pokémon was set at 14, otherwise, it would be absurd if a child, due to ignorance, angered a Pokémon and lost their life. "Shinrua, if you experience any physical discomfort, you must inform me immediately. We cannot afford any issues during the ranking competition," Principal Kai remarked, observing the yawning Shinrua with concern. "It's nothing, just a lack of rest yesterday. It won't affect me," Shinrua replied. Indeed, he had not rested well the previous night. He had scaled walls to watch a video of Guy Nozakite battling in Scara, and the terrifying power displayed had left him shaken. This was not a world where dimensions converged, with no organizations or peace-loving legendary Pokémon like Ho-Oh. If Guy Nozakite were to truly appear in Xia, how could one possibly intervene? In the anime, even with Mutwo's intervention, the devastation caused by the bug god was immense. Ultimately, it was only through Mutwo's ultimate form that Guy Nozakite was defeated. While Guy Nozakite's attributes did pose a double disadvantage against Mutwo, one cannot deny the sheer might of Guy Nozakite, ranked among the strongest mythical bug-type Pokémon. Despite his fatigue, Shinrua reassured himself that today would mainly consist of registration and the participants' entrance, with actual battles being relatively light. "Are you certain? Are you truly a Pokémon trainer? There must be a mistake at your school," the staff member in charge of statistics said, looking bewildered. There are 3 slots for participants. And this is a points-based ranking battle, not a straightforward ranking battle. Sending just one person is tantamount to challenging all 33 schools' participants single-handedly. If there has been an error, you need to gather your participants quickly. There is still time. Shinruo retorted. What? I didn't see that information in the notice. It's not that you can't. But this competition is a points battle based on schools rather than individuals. Competing alone means you must face 3 opponents. If you lose even one match, you score 0 points while your opponent gains 1. Shinruo was taken aback. This was not an individual-based points battle. It contradicted what Principal Kai had previously informed him. Beside him, Principal Kai felt awkward. This was indeed his oversight. If he hadn't misremembered, they wouldn't be in this predicament. He had assumed it was an individual competition where one victory would yield 1 point, without realizing it was based on school performance, requiring a school to win against 3 participants to earn a single point. Shinruo felt a surge of frustration, unsure whether to voice it or not. Although it seemed trivial, the difficulty had increased significantly. The pressure from the high-performing Pokémon schools would be formidable. Initially, he thought that winning 2 matches would earn him 2 points, but now he realized he needed to achieve a clean sweep of 3 matches for just 1 point. Principal Kai had truly set him up for failure. However, at this juncture, there was no turning back. Shinruo maintained a smile, presenting an air of calm confidence to the staff member. It's all right. We are confident that 1 person is sufficient. The staff member shook his head, ceasing further persuasion. Mingyuan High School was choosing to go down this path, and he could do nothing about it. Very well. What is your name? Shinruo. Upon hearing this name, the staff member involuntarily looked up at Shinruo, seemingly confirming something, before pulling out her phone to compare. Are you the Shinruo who ranks first among the strongest Pokémon trainers? The staff member's face lit up with excitement. Shinruo's popularity rivaled that of the most prominent celebrities, if not surpassing them. However, due to world protection measures, no one was aware that Shinruo was a student of Mingyuan High School. Shinruo smiled and nodded, graciously confirming his identity. The staff member, now even more animated, nodded enthusiastically. No wonder you're participating alone. If it's you, there should be no problem. To everyone, Shinruo's strength was immensely powerful, the master of Pokémon battle artistry, and the top newcomer trainer. Thus, the staff member's enthusiasm was entirely understandable. Principal Kai approached mysteriously. Just keep this information to yourself. Don't let it slip. The young staff member, brimming with excitement, nodded vigorously. You can count on me. I absolutely adore Shinruo. I greatly admire his commanding presence during Pokémon battles. It's simply captivating. Aside from a select few, no one knew that the student representing Mingyuan High School was Shinruo. Yet, everyone was aware that Mingyuan High had sent only 1 participant. This infuriated the other schools. Were they looking down on everyone? Did they think they were unbeatable? This high school ranking competition was not only a matter of schools. It garnered attention from various sectors of society, with media coverage at every turn. Mingyuan High School had suddenly become a sensation. Sending just 1 participant, was this confidence or folly? No one could ascertain the answer. Moreover, Mingyuan High School protected this participant so well that no one knew their identity. Online spectators had mixed opinions, some praising Mingyuan High's audacity, while others ridiculed them, considering it a mere stunt for attention. In summary, Mingyuan High School had risen to fame, and in tandem, Shinruo had also become a sensation. Everyone speculated about the identity and strength of the school's lone representative. Was it remarkable courage or mere theatrics? Chapter 51. I lack confidence. As Shinruo had just completed his registration, he noticed a multitude of journalists enthusiastically interviewing the contestants. One reporter, spotting Shinruo, who appeared rather lethargic and disengaged, approached him. Are you a contestant in this competition? Given that Mingyuan High School has sent only 1 participant, do you feel somewhat underestimated? How do you perceive this situation? The reporter excitedly thrust the microphone toward Shinruo, bombarding him with a flurry of questions. Shinruo, feeling somewhat helpless, responded to the reporter. Firstly, yes, I am indeed a contestant in this competition. Secondly, regarding your subsequent inquiries, I find it difficult to answer, as I am precisely the contestant from Mingyuan High School you mentioned. The reporter was momentarily taken aback, his face lighting up with delight. So, you are the sole representative from Mingyuan High School. May I ask you a few questions? Before Shinruo could either consent or decline, the reporter hurriedly continued. What were you thinking when you decided to compete alone? After a moment of contemplation, Shinruo felt it prudent to show respect for Principal Kai. To be honest, I don't have a strong opinion on this matter. In my view, whether facing 1 opponent or 100, it doesn't make much difference. I personally struggle with confidence. The reporter was taken aback, bewildered by such a response. You lack confidence, yet you chose to compete alone? Are Are you certain this isn't excessive confidence masquerading as a lack of it? Given that you will face numerous formidable opponents. Is there anyone in particular who instills a sense of pressure in you? For instance, Su Xiao from Hingyang High School, whom many consider a strong contender. Ranked within the top 200 in the last listing. Despite his initial confusion, the reporter instinctively continued his questioning. Shenhua lowered his head and thought before replying. As for pressure, I actually feel quite indifferent. I don't sense any mysterious pressure, including from this Su Xiao you mentioned, of whom I have not heard before. The reason is simple. As I mentioned, I lack confidence, which leads me to believe that battling anyone is essentially the same. After expressing his thoughts, Shenhua nodded in affirmation, convinced of his reasoning. The reporter was nearly in tears, pleading silently for him to cease his nonsensical rhetoric. This was the first time in his entire journalistic career that he encountered someone so adept at delivering absurd statements. Lacking confidence yet equating the challenge of facing 1 or 100 opponents. What further absurdities could he possibly unleash? The reporter was keen to wrap up the conversation, fearing Shenhua might divulge even more outrageous statements. Thank you for your responses, contestant. I will not take up any more of your time. Please do your best. Due to the live broadcast, the entire audience was in stitches. This was indeed a comical display of what one might call a lack of confidence. Even more amusing was Shenhua's earnest demeanor, making his statements appear utterly genuine. However, there were always skeptics. Some found Shenhua's apparent lack of confidence amusing, while others deemed him overly arrogant. It was baffling to witness such bravado. What right did he have to boast? Just like Mingyuan High School. He seemed to be merely seeking attention. Indeed, how can one claim that it doesn't matter whom they face before the competition has even begun? Su Xiao has earned 8 badges and is ranked among the top 200 new Pokémon trainers. To say it doesn't matter is laughable. Yet, Shenhua's identity was impossible to conceal. His numerous viral videos had left a significant impression. Coupled with his unique status, Pokémon Battle Arts Master, Pokémon Doctor, and the most formidable rookie trainer, he was an undeniable force. Online, some recognized his identity. Brothers upstairs, are you certain you want to criticize him seriously? If you wish to deride someone, fine, but this individual is not someone to be taken lightly. For him, it genuinely doesn't matter who he faces. Don't even mention Su Xiao. What matters is that he is Shenhua. If you're unfamiliar with the name, feel free to look up Pokémon Doctor, Pokémon Battle Arts Master, and the most formidable rookie Pokémon trainer. This revelation sent the crowd into a frenzy. In the aftermath of the calamity, trainers like Shenhua had become top-tier figures. Information about him was rapidly circulated, and many realized he had not been boasting at all. No one had the standing to challenge Shenhua. If he were deemed unqualified, others were even less so. Those who had initially criticized Shenhua seemed to vanish. Yet the buzz around him remained palpable. Everyone was eager to witness the extent of his capabilities. How fearsome was the most formidable rookie Pokémon trainer? And what about the top-ranked Pokémon, shrouded in mystery, and the second-ranked, rumored to be extraordinarily powerful? This anticipation heightened interest in the forthcoming battles, particularly the intercollegiate rankings from Su Province. However, at that moment, no one realized that Shenhua was utterly bewildered. He gazed at the white ghost before him, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. How had this white ghost materialized in the real world? It felt utterly absurd. Given the prowess of this white ghost, it should not have been possible for it to enter the real world unless there was a fusion between the real world and the Pokémon dimension. Even Mutuo, with its lofty pride, regarded the white ghost with admiration. This underscored just how terrifying the white ghost's strength was. How could such power exist in this realm? Chapter 52. The Anomaly, 5th Update. Shenhua gazed at the white ghost in silence, while the white ghost merely sat comfortably in the living room, watching television upon the luxurious sofa. Given the prowess of the white ghost, it seemed implausible for it to manifest in the real world. Much like the legendary Gene Sect, its strength should preclude any presence in reality. The same applied to the previous Greninja. This indicated that the fissures within this world were becoming increasingly abundant, and the convergence of the real world with the virtual Pokémon realm was accelerating at an alarming rate. This suggested that the merging of the dimensional Pokémon world with reality would occur sooner than anticipated. Scala, a purple crystal, once heavily surrounded, began to show signs of cracking. Fissures spider-webbed across its surface, as if it were on the verge of shattering. General, the purple crystal is about to break. The former general had already been summoned to a military tribunal to quell the wrath of the populace. The newly appointed General Smank was taut with tension, reluctant to assume command, feeling as though he had been thrust into a dire situation. The terrifying Pokémon had yet to be neutralized, and any misstep could lead to the same fate that befell the previous general. Smank's nerves were frayed, too anxious to afford any lapse in vigilance. General, hurry and give the order. That crystal is about to burst. The onlookers were filled with dread, utterly unprepared to confront Gene Sect. The devastation wrought by Gene Sect and Scala had been monumental. In the eyes of all Scala's citizens, it had become synonymous with destruction. General, issue the command. Otherwise, it will be too late. Urgings came from all sides. Yet, Smake hesitated. He feared giving such an order, as there was no guarantee of annihilating Gene Sect. Should they fail, igniting its fury could spell doom for Scala. Everyone, stand clear. Withdraw all weapons. Do not provoke it. Smake gritted his teeth and issued the command. General, by doing this, we leave ourselves utterly defenseless. Smake's eyes reddened. Shut up. If it weren't for that fool provoking it first, half of Scala would not be in ruins. And now, if we continue to provoke it, do you wish to witness the annihilation of Scala? Attack? Utterly ridiculous. If we could truly vanquish it, why is it still alive? Everyone. Silence. Let it awaken without disturbance. Smake's eyes burned with frustration. The feeling of helplessness was unbearable. Their fates lay in the hands of others. Under the heavy encirclement, the purple crystal shattered, revealing the Gene Sect within. Its once blood-red eyes had dulled significantly, though it remained in a state of confusion. All of Scala held its breath, watching Gene Sect, each person silently praying. Gene Sect chose not to wreak havoc. Instead, it ascended into the sky, flying toward the horizon. It harbored no intent to destroy, having been driven into a frenzy only by the attacks from Scala. As Gene Sect departed, Smank felt a wave of relief wash over him, collapsing into his chair as if his very bones had dissolved. He had gambled correctly. Gene Sect had indeed refrained from aggression. The burden of pressure had been immense. The entire nation rested upon his shoulders. Had he miscalculated, Scala would have ceased to exist, and he would have been branded its betrayer. Cheers erupted. A collective sigh of relief filling the air. The citizens hailed Smake's name, transforming him into an instant hero. However, G-Sect had left Scala and was now heading directly toward the Xia Kingdom. The upper echelons watched anxiously as the icon representing G-Sect drew ever closer on the map. If it continued on this trajectory, its landing point would be in the Su province. The nearby analysts quickly pinpointed Genesect's likely landing site. Should we alert the citizens of Su province to evacuate? There isn't enough time. It will reach Su province in less than an hour. The officials shook their heads. Handle it as Scala did. We must not provoke it before it can cause widespread devastation. The command was issued with resolute determination. Yet the external situation was far from calm. News of Gene Sect's approach could not be concealed, and the atmosphere in Su province grew increasingly tense. The sense of impending doom was palpable, leaving the populace feeling both distressed and powerless. Meanwhile, within Shinrua's estate, a flash of white light darted from his manor. G-Sect was drawing nearer to Su province. It would arrive in no more than 10 minutes. Yet, a vast white Pokémon suddenly obstructed Genesect's path. This colossal creature nearly obscured the entire sky. My heavens! What is that? All eyes turned to the immense silhouette of the white Pokémon. It was astonishingly large and made no move other than to block Genesect's advance. The leaders of Xia Kingdom were drenched in sweat, appearing thoroughly disheveled. Another terrifying Pokémon. If these two were to clash, it would spell calamity. The enormous white Pokémon roared defiantly at G-Sect. The latter momentarily halted its advance, perhaps engaged in a standoff. Snarling back at the colossal white creature. Unfazed, the white Pokémon continued its intimidating display, signaling that should G-Sect not retreat, it would take action. Tension gripped the spectators, clearly fearful of an outright confrontation between these two formidable beings. If a battle were to erupt in Su province, the ensuing devastation would be incalculable. Shinrua felt bewildered. This gigantic white Pokémon increasingly resembled his own Jengar, the very same white Jengar. Shinrua was filled with uncertainty. How could this white Jengar possess such power? It dared to confront a legendary beast, and its presence was equally commanding. Chapter 53, the start of the competition, first update. The White Ghost and G-Sect stood in a tense standoff, drawing the attention of the world to this very moment. Genesect's advance had halted, remaining stationary. A single step forward would herald the onset of a monumental clash. The White Ghost could not tolerate Genesect's encroachment into the Su province. Currently, Shinrua was still too weak. If a battle were to erupt, it could not guarantee Shinrua's safety with absolute certainty. Observing Genesect's unwavering stance, the White Ghost let out a furious roar, attempting to intimidate its opponent. Though Genesect retreated, its consciousness was in disarray, yet deep down, it hesitated to engage in conflict with the White Ghost. It soared into the vast starry sky, departing from the summer country. All eyes around the globe remained fixated on the White Ghost. It was larger than Genesect and exuded an even greater aura of menace. Its true nature, whether benevolent or malevolent, remained shrouded in mystery. The White Ghost watched as G-Sect vanished, its colossal form gradually fading from sight. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Though G-Sect had caused no destruction this time, Its previous rampage in Scara was indelibly etched in everyone's memory. When Jean's sect had arrived in Summer Country, anxiety gripped the hearts of all. Yet now, with Jean's sect gone and the white ghost dissipated, relief washed over the spectators. However, the higher-ups were left pondering more profound questions. Had the white ghost always been in Summer Country? What exactly was this entity? There were far too many uncertainties, and they were equally apprehensive. What if the white ghost, like Jean's sect, unleashed widespread havoc? How would they manage such a calamity? Inside the villa, Shenrua gazed at the white ghost sprawled on the sofa like a languid fish, watching television. His expression was one of incredulity. Was this truly the same white ghost that even G-sect had been unable to thwart? Yet within Shenrua's heart, he was resolute. This white ghost was undoubtedly his. Mutuo had previously hinted at its extraordinary nature, and now its behavior perfectly corroborated that assertion. Nevertheless, the white ghost remained indifferent to Shenrua, engrossed in the television. With a sigh, Shenrua retreated to his bedroom. He had a competition to prepare for the next day, and any slip-up could result in Principal Kai wielding a metaphorical sword against him. With the participation of all the prestigious high schools in the Sioux province, coupled with the prior excitement, the anticipation for this event was at an all-time high. The Starlight Stadium could accommodate over 30,000 spectators, and tickets had sold out almost instantaneously. Even those for the subsequent 4 days were gone in a flash. Everyone sought to glean insights into Pokémon battles and the intricate combinations of skills. Furthermore, the strongest rookie Pokémon trainer, Shenrua, was among the contenders. This competition was arguably second only to the one in Kyoto in terms of prestige. The Kyoto event was a veritable death group. Out of 47 schools, 13 participants were ranked within the top 50. Dozens more were within the top 500, making it a truly formidable assembly. Shenrua, do not feel any psychological pressure or burden. Both the school and we have faith in you. Principal Kai continuously reassured him. Shenrua found himself at a loss for words. He perceived that he felt little pressure, while Principal Kai seemed to be comforting himself instead. However, after Principal Kai's remarks, a sense of pressure did settle upon Shenrua. If he achieved victory, he would gain a powerful special ability. Even coming in second would yield no reward. Thus, for him, failing to secure the championship meant utter defeat. The first battle would be against a formidable opponent. As Shenrua's class advisor, Wang Yao undoubtedly accompanied him. Glancing at the schedule, Wang Yao was taken aback. The first day of competition was already proving to be unfriendly. On the very first day, Shenrua would face 7 schools. The morning's 2 matches had a 2-hour gap, which was manageable. However, in the afternoon, 5 matches were lined up consecutively. There would be less than half an hour for rest and adjustment. Shenrua looked at the rankings, smiling silently. He had anticipated this situation before the competition began. These battles would not merely test strength, but endurance as well. His first opponent would be Qingyu High School, which ranked among the top 10 of the 34 participating schools. The strength of its competitors was formidable, with even the weakest possessing strength within the top 1,000. The rankings documented the raw power of Pokémon. Beyond the top 100, the disparity in strength among participants was minimal. What mattered more was the ability to command effectively. Thus, the competitors from Qingyu High School were indeed quite tricky, as they exhibited no glaring weaknesses. Each participant was equally strong, making them a formidable challenge. If they attempted to force a change in one of Shenrua's Pokémon, his subsequent matches would become exceedingly challenging. He had no teammates to rotate in to assist him or relay information to his Pokémon. Such a high-intensity competition risked oversight. Yet, inexplicably, Shenrua felt not anxiety but an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. His fighting spirit soared. In the resting area of Qingyu High School, a bespectacled, rotund middle-aged man spoke up. Our first opponent in this battle is none other than the strongest rookie trainer, Shenrua. However, the leadership of Mingyuan High School seems to lack foresight, sending only one participant to compete. This could work to our advantage. Based on our current data, Shenrua possesses a Pokémon of unknown strength, a Jengar, a Kingler ranked 2nd, a Charizard ranked 31st, and finally, an unevolved Gible. According to our predictions, his white ghost is likely still bound by world rules, unable to manifest in reality. Therefore, he undoubtedly has only 3 Pokémon to contend with. Let us strategize thoroughly. Ensure your Pokémon are well prepared for battle, and strive to secure a resounding opening victory. Chapter 54, The True One Punch Man, the Leaf King. Second update. Qingyu High School was resolutely determined to secure this point from Shenrua. The stakes involve the school's resources, and every point must be fiercely contested. Differences in ranking translate into vastly disparate resources, often with a mere single rank separating hundreds or even millions in resources. The top 3 positions are astonishingly disproportionate. The resources available to the top 3 are exponentially greater than those accessible to schools ranked lower. Hence, every point is crucial. One can only imagine the ferocity of the battle for dominance. Shinrua took a deep breath, aware that the forthcoming battle would not be so simple. This group was undeniably crazed in their ambition to bring him down. Defeating Shinrua would instantly catapult anyone to fame. Such was the terrifying popularity that Shinrua commanded. A confident smile danced on his lips, so many aspired to conquer him. Yet, he was no mere plaything to be shaped at will by anyone. As the match commenced, Qingyu High School's first contender was a rather stout and amiable fellow. Shinrua furrowed his brow. This individual was the weakest participant from Qingyu High School. Of course, this weakness was only relative to his two teammates. Among all competitors, this seemingly affable figure was undoubtedly one of the strongest. Shinrua, I am a devoted fan of yours. I have watched your battle against the martial arts master countless times. The chubby contestant gazed at Shinrua with profound admiration. Shinrua was not surprised. He believed the young man's words. The video of his battle with the martial arts master had circulated widely, enlightening many about the unique dynamics of Pokémon battles. It revealed that a Pokémon trainer's influence extends beyond mere training. They can indeed sway the outcome of a match. Shinrua smiled warmly at the stout fellow. Is that so? I am truly honored. Out of respect, I shall approach our match with utmost seriousness. The young man's expression froze momentarily. I am immensely honored. True to his word, Shinrua unleashed his ultimate attack right from the start. Go, Leaf King. The young man's face stiffened further. Shinrua was indeed deploying his mainstay right off the bat. The power of Shinrua's Leaf King was well known. Let us go too. Flame Warrior. The stout competitor summoned his own formidable Pokémon, Flame Warrior. Leaf King. Use Hammer Arm. Flame Warrior. Use Flame Charge. Both sides commenced the battle with ferocious, high-powered moves. There was no prelude, just an immediate and intense clash. A smile crept upon Shinrua's face. His confidence stemmed largely from the presence of Leaf King. This would surely impart a lesson on the sheer dominance of the One Punch Man's Leaf King. Surrounded by flames, the imposing Flame Warrior charged at Leaf King with great force. Yet, Leaf King simply executed a hammer arm, striking the Flame Warrior directly. Just one punch. Unembellished. A single punch. Flame Warrior was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall, which trembled and cracked under the impact. The Pokémon fell unconscious, entirely incapacitated for battle. The might of a single punch was truly terrifying. Possessing the characteristics of a powerhouse, the skill's damage was doubled. And Leaf King was a seasoned combatant. If it failed to dispatch Flame Warrior in one strike, that would indeed be a true anomaly. The stout fellow found himself questioning his very existence. Was this truly his main Pokémon, Flame Warrior? The one that was so powerful it often dominated others? Not just him. But all competitors were left in awe by this display. Was this the strength of Shinrua? The Leaf King? Ranked just below the White Ghost on the Pokémon hierarchy? Such a level of power was unimaginable. Forget the others, even Shinrua himself felt somewhat monstrous. Had he chosen a reward that was simply too overpowered? How could anyone possibly compete? The stout competitor's mouth moved, yet no words emerged. Was this what Shinrua meant when he said he would respect him and give his all in the match? Please, don't take it seriously. Just be a person. However, Shinrua could not hear his pleas. He had no intention of recalling Leaf King. As he released Leaf King, he was prepared for a sweeping victory. Beyond today, Leaf King would find it challenging to perform. Soon, someone would dispatch a ghost-type Pokémon, against which Leaf King's damage would be utterly ineffective. The stout competitor hesitantly retrieved a new Pokéball, releasing a new Pokémon. It was a formidable blue alligator, originally intended to counter Shinrua's Charizard. But now, he realized he had vastly underestimated the situation. Counter Charizard? Forget about it. He just hoped Leaf King wouldn't sweep through 3 Pokémon. Alligator, use counter. The stout competitor was taking a gamble. If Leaf King could not eliminate Alligator in one punch, the damage from counter would be overwhelmingly detrimental. Yet Shinrua showed no trepidation. You enjoy gambling, do you? You think my hammer arm can take out your Flame Warrior but not your Alligator? Very well. Your confidence shall only bolster mine. Leaf King, use Aura Punch. Aura Punch was among the most potent fighting-type moves. Its sole weakness was that it could not be executed after sustaining damage. However, since Alligator was using counter, a move of low priority, Shinrua had no reason to fear a failure in executing Aura Punch. Boom. The arena trembled violently. Had it not been for the protective steel layer outside, Alligator might have been sent flying into the stands. A deafening roar echoed throughout the Starry Sky sports arena, leaving everyone clutching their ears in agony. Even Shinrua felt a pang of pain in his eardrums. Leaf King certainly did not hold back. As for Alligator, compared to Flame Warrior, its plight was far more tragic. It was likely that even by tomorrow, it would not fully recover. The stout competitor was utterly despondent, his entire demeanor morose. He felt an urge to vent his frustration. Chapter 55, Dominating the Arena. Third update. Following this match, a temporary pause ensued. The primary cause was Shinrua, whose formidable prowess had nearly breached the venue itself, leaving the audience in a state of trepidation and fervently calling for reinforced walls. With the assistance of Pokémon, a steel plate several meters thick was swiftly transported to fortify the damaged wall. Furthermore, all spectators in that vicinity were promptly relocated to ensure their safety. Fearing that Shinrua's King of Absences might indiscriminately shatter the thick steel plate and hurl his opponent into the stands. Once everything was set right, the match resumed. The chubby youth found himself overwhelmed with mixed emotions, utterly at a loss for words. Shinrua should be disqualified. His participation in this competition was entirely unreasonable. It was akin to a street brawl being interrupted by a professional boxer. Turns out, it's none other than the legendary Tyson. This was precisely how the chubby youth felt. He longed to report Shinrua for competing as a professional in an amateur contest. Yet, the authorities remained indifferent. The chubby youth's smile was more akin to a grimace as he witnessed Shinrua dispatching his Pokémon. Go, Onyx. This time, Shinrua refrained from issuing commands. Placing Onyx before the King of Absences was akin to offering a sacrifice. The King of Absences could easily handle Onyx without any guidance from Shinrua. As expected, Onyx fell in mere 2 rounds, succumbing to a single punch from the King of Absences. With this match concluded, the chubby youth was defeated 3-1 by Shinrua. Remarkably, rather than feeling shame, he experienced a sense of liberation. The psychological toll inflicted by Shinrua's King of Absences was monumental, leaving him questioning his own existence. Next to take the stage was a tall, slender youth, equally beset by conflicting emotions. This scenario was not in accordance with the expectations set forth by the leadership of Qingyu High School. According to their calculations, the King of Absences should have been eliminated by the previous chubby youth. Yet, reality delivered a cruel slap to the face. Not only was Shinrua's King of Absences unscathed, it appeared poised to dispatch him effortlessly. The bespectacled youth gritted his teeth and sent forth his Pokémon. Go, Talonflame. Sir, hi. He immediately commanded Talonflame to take flight. Unperturbed, Shinrua swiftly recalled the King of Absences and unleashed Charizard. While the flying-type Pokémon could potentially counter the King of Absences, it would deplete its stamina significantly, a trade-off not worth making. The bespectacled youth nearly choked on his frustration. Shinrua's switch was executed with alarming decisiveness, leaving him no room to strategize. Charizard, use Flamethrower, commanded Shinrua. Talonflame, evade and retaliate with Aerial Ace. However, it was not so simple. Shinrua's Charizard was equally formidable, relentlessly pressuring Talonflame and denying it any chance to escape. Charizard unleashed a barrage of attacks that left Talonflame struggling to keep pace. Despite Talonflame's fierce counterattacks, utilizing Steel Wing and other techniques with precision, it was clear that Charizard's dominance was unyielding. Now, Charizard, use Blast Burn. At such a close range, the suddenness of the command caught the slender youth off guard. Shinrua had already established the upper hand, and Talonflame was in retreat. It should have been the youth's turn to seek opportunities. Yet, Shinrua's command of the battlefield was exceptionally strong, seizing the fleeting moment with remarkable acuity. In an instant, Charizard launched a point-blank blast burn that struck Talonflame decisively. Talonflame was swiftly eliminated, lacking any opportunity for a prolonged struggle. Shinrua's Pokémon mirrored his decisive command style, executing the blast burn with precision, leaving Talonflame defeated while Charizard's fighting spirit remained undiminished. The slender youth sent forth his second Pokémon, a Teddiursa, in a desperate attempt to turn the tide. Shinrua promptly recalled Charizard, recognizing that the optimal response to raw power was an even greater force. Go, King of Absences, he commanded, releasing his Pokémon once more. The slender youth's expression turned a shade of green. There was no way to contend with such an opponent. In comparison to Shinrua, they were mere novices. Teddiursa, unleash Hyper Beam. The slender youth attempted to match Shinrua's strength with a high-caliber move. Yet, Shinrua showed no signs of hesitation. King of Absences, use Play Rough. While Play Rough belonged to the Fairy-type category, it was equally a physical attack. With the huge power ability enhancing all physical moves, any attack, regardless of type, would benefit from the boost. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the arena. This time, Teddiursa did not fall to a single punch from the King of Absences. However, it was still sent flying, gasping for breath. The only strategy against the King of Absences was to press forward relentlessly until it could no longer retaliate. But this task proved daunting, especially for a novice trainer. The King of Absences stood proudly in the arena, its powerful physique and commanding presence captivating all Pokémon trainers present. Unlike a typical King of Absences, which often exuded a languid aura, Shinrua's version was imbued with an intense spirit honed from prolonged combat. Its robust muscles bore no signs of flabbiness, each defined by the sweat of rigorous training. Coupled with its fierce demeanor, Chunrua's King of Absences resembled a wild beast, exuding an aura of ferocity. This was the Pokémon that everyone coveted, not some delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. In the face of any opponent, Chunrua's King of Absences resolved conflicts with a single punch. There was nothing that could withstand its might. If there were, then it would require 2 punches. King of Absences, use Mach Punch to finish off Teddiursa. The King of Absences surged forward, delivering a devastating blow that dispatched Teddiursa with remarkable efficiency. Note: I am exhausted and without heating. My hands are freezing. I still have 2 updates to complete. I will endeavor to finish them before 2 o'clock. Chapter 56, Fear-Stricken. 4th update. The tall and slender youth found himself at a loss on how to confront Chunrua's formidable Leaf King. His last Pokémon was a grass-type Bellossom, which stood no chance against the mighty Leaf King. Moreover, Chunrua's Charizard had a distinct advantage over Bellossom, rendering the encounter a mere formality. With no other options, he reluctantly sent out Bellossom, instructing it to protect itself. The tall youth lacked the energy to command Bellossom to fight back, merely issuing a command for self-preservation. If Bellossom sustained less damage, he would consider himself fortunate. The main Pokémon of the chubby student from Qingyu High School had already been gravely injured. Even if he were fit to battle the next day, the risk of further injury to Bellossom could jeopardize their chances of remaining in the top 10. Surrendering outright was not an option either, especially with the Rotund School official watching closely. Should he fail to meet expectations, resources allocated to their school would be diminished, leading to greater losses. Observing the tall youth's waning fighting spirit, Chunrua understood his predicament. He had already triumphed over Qingyu High School, and it was unnecessary to further diminish their numbers, which would ultimately be detrimental to him. After all, if the main competitors from Qingyu High School were incapacitated, it would only benefit the other schools that had yet to face them. Chunrua had no interest in engaging in such a fruitless endeavor. He commanded Leaf King to dispatch Bellossom with a well-placed punch, opting not to unleash a powerful attack. Unusually, the final contender from Qingyu High School was a female participant, the strongest among their trio. However, even with her formidable strength, she was disinclined to battle Chunrua. The disparity in power rendered any confrontation futile. The battle between Chunrua and Wuneng had demonstrated a masterclass in superior tactics, while the skirmish against Qingyu High School illustrated the futility of strategy in the face of overwhelming strength. Just as the strongest contender from Qingyu High School gathered her resolve to engage, the corpulent school official interjected, "Surrender. You stand no chance against him. Even if you manage to defeat his Pokémon, we would still struggle to secure a point. Moreover, if your Pokémon is injured, our chances of recovery for the next battle diminish significantly. It would be wiser to concede now and preserve your strength, preventing other schools from profiting from our misfortune." With Qingyu High School's concession, Chunrua emerged victorious, solidifying a point for Mingyuan High School. The ease of this confrontation revealed much to Chunrua. He realized that while he may face challenges, he had underestimated the human element. Many schools, sensing their lack of hope for victory, would opt for surrender, indifferent to bolstering their rivals. Those who stubbornly opposed Chunrua without the means to contend were truly foolish. Clearly, no such individuals were present here. Wang Yao, glancing at the battle schedule, displayed a beaming expression. Our next opponent is the weakest among schools, Senma High School. Chunrua, do you think we can secure victory? Following the recent bout, both Principal Kai and Wang Yu brimmed with confidence in Chunrua, primarily due to the undeniable prowess of his Leaf King. With a single punch, he had dispatched 3 of Qingyu High School's Pokémon, an exhilarating feat in the rest area of Senma High School. The 3 participants huddled together, the bald leader wearing a grim countenance. Chunrua is simply too strong. Do you believe we stand a chance? Indeed, replied the bespectacled figure, adjusting his glasses. His companions looked on in disbelief at the notion of having any chance against Chunrua. My calculations suggest a probability of 0.1387 in our favor. This includes 4 potential errors on Chunrua's part and 6 instances where our Pokémon could win. However, thus far, Chunrua had made no errors. The bespectacled individual, with a rational demeanor, continued, "Enough." The others retorted, raising their middle fingers in response. This absurd ratio is hardly worth discussing. A slim chance of success, predicated on luck, is hardly a strategy. If we had such fortune, we would be defying odds, not participating in this competition. Very well, it is settled. If any of your main Pokémon are injured during the battle, the subsequent encounters will become increasingly troublesome. The leader of Senma High School made a decisive judgment, ultimately opting to withdraw from the competition. Chunrua was left bewildered by Senma High School's unexpected concession. This turn of events was indeed surprising. The reputation of Leaf King had instilled fear in many. Mingyuan High School commenced this competition with an auspicious start, achieving 2 consecutive victories, leaving Principal Kai beaming with delight for having placed his faith in Shenrua. Meanwhile, Shenrua found himself in a whirlwind of excitement, as his Leaf King became the target of admiration among countless Pokémon trainers. This event was broadcast live online, sparking rampant discussions across the internet. I also have a Leaf King. Why is mine merely a Leaf Pig? It spends 90% of its time sleeping and eating. Upstairs, you have uncovered the truth. I initially caught a Leaf King after watching Ruashin's video, and now I understand. It's not the Pokémon, but the trainer that matters. Ruashin is truly exceptional. Indeed. That chubby fellow was brought to tears by Ruashin's prowess. The entire forum was abuzz with discussions surrounding Shenrua, highlighting the extraordinary capabilities of both his Leaf King and Charizard. Chapter 57. A grueling battle. The afternoon matches proved to be far more challenging for Shenrua. A total of 7 contests were scheduled for the day, 2 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. The first 2 matches of the afternoon presented formidable adversaries, making it impossible for Shenrua to replicate the ease of his morning victories. Consequently, the difficulty of his subsequent challenges escalated significantly. Over the past few days, he had been tasked with commanding no fewer than 50 Pokémon battles daily, which posed a considerable test of his endurance. However, Shenrua was well prepared, understanding that extraordinary abilities are not easily attained. Jia Wang, employ Mach Punch. Raichu, unleash Thunderbolt. This was already the 3rd match of the afternoon, and Shenrua felt the urge to express his frustration. His Jia Wang was already panning heavily. The first 2 formidable opponents had relentlessly pressured him, employing poisonous and other negative status Pokémon that hampered his strategies. Even as he engaged with them, he felt restricted, fearing that he might become afflicted by their debilitating effects, which would complicate his subsequent battles. Often, it is not merely the skills that inflict negative statuses. Take Nidoking, for instance. Any close-range attack risks being poisoned by its barbs. After battling through the afternoon, Shenrua felt exhausted and, evidently, his command was not as sharp as it had been in the morning. Many opportunities slipped through his fingers, a concern that weighed heavily on Principal Kai, who recognized that prolonged mental strain in battle is an immense burden for any Pokémon trainer. Jia Wang. Deliver a Megaton Punch to finish off Blastoise. Even Jia Wang's strikes were noticeably slower than before, yet they remained sufficient. Blastoise had already endured several blows, and under the force of Jia Wang's Megaton Punch, it succumbed to a near-faint state. With Blastoise unable to continue, Mingyuan High School secured another victory. As the battle concluded, Shenrua returned to Mingyuan High School's resting area, collapsing into a chair and falling asleep almost instantly. The relentless series of battles had taken a significant toll on him. Once the tension of combat dissipated, he succumbed to fatigue. No sooner had he rested for half an hour than Principal Kai roused him for the next match. The burden of being the sole competitor was immense. Had there been a rotation, such exhaustion might have been avoided. Thinking of this, Shenrua cast a resentful glance at Principal Kai. How could the rules be misinterpreted? How could we not suffer losses? If it weren't for Shenrua, Mingyuan High School would undoubtedly have faced disqualification, a gift from Principal Kai. Aside from Senma High School's forfeit, none of his opponents had relinquished their matches thus far. Each time they faced Shenrua, they charged at him like sharks sensing blood, intent on overpowering him. After battling for another full hour, Shenrua finally subdued the last 2 schools. Perhaps it was because, after facing Mingyuan High School, these 2 opponents fought ferociously against him without holding back, as if desperate to claim a piece of him, even at the cost of their own injuries. It was only when Shenrua could no longer tolerate their aggression that he delivered a blow to one of the opponents, rendering it incapable of recovery. By this point, with matches occurring simultaneously across 8 venues, nearly every school had completed at least 4 battles. Only 4 schools remained undefeated alongside Mingyuan High School, Dongling High School with 6 wins, Chinan High School with 5, Su Province High School with 7, and Peisher High School with 5. The overall strength of these 4 institutions was formidable. In such a tightly contested format, luck played a minimal role. It might strike once or twice, but not consistently. While the prowess of Chinan, Su Province, and Peisher High Schools was anticipated, Dongling High School and Mingyuan High School emerged as dark horses. If Mingyuan's success was attributed to Shenrua, then Dongling's concealment of talent was truly remarkable. All 3 competitors from Dongling High School were exceptionally skilled trainers, including Lu Xiang, ranked 17th among the top rookie trainers, alongside Shinping and Xiang Qian, ranked 231st and 287th, respectively. They had hidden 3 trainers who could easily serve as mainstays at any other school, and Lu Xiang was the highest-ranked trainer after Shenrua. This revelation prompted a chorus of discontent directed at Dongling High School. Their clandestine strength was deemed exceedingly unfair. With the first day of competition concluded, Qinruo had achieved a clean sweep, securing 7 victories for Mingyuan High School and placing them at the top of the leaderboard. While the day had been arduous, Qinruo's Charizard and Gyarados were on the brink of exhaustion. Even his strongest Pokémon, Jia Wang, was panting heavily by the end. Had it not been for his recent endurance training, he would likely have collapsed. Though tomorrow would feature only 4 battles, they promised to be equally challenging. In the morning, he would face Su Province High School, followed by Peisher High School in the afternoon. Both institutions were among the most powerful, and Qinruo doubted they would concede easily. Such an outcome was improbable. Meanwhile, within the resting areas of Su Province and Peisher High Schools, the atmosphere was equally grave. To Qinruo, they appeared formidable. Conversely, in their eyes, he was no less daunting. Qinruo's tenacious Gyarados, alongside his fierce Charizard and enigmatic Jia Wang, posed no easy challenge. The stakes were high for the upcoming battles. Su Province High School's leaders regarded their 3 competitors with solemnity. I am aware of his strength. Defeating him will be difficult. However, since Mingyuan High School has only 1 participant, if we can overcome him, victory will be ours. His team's core is Jia Wang. If we can neutralize it, triumph is assured. The leaders of Su Province High School spoke with conviction. Yet, if Jia Wang were truly so easily constrained, Qinruo would not have achieved a flawless 7 victories today, dominating the field. Chapter 58, A Dilemma. Second update. Upon returning to the hotel, Qinruo did not even bother to take a shower. He fell asleep immediately. This illustrates the immense burden the day's battles had placed upon him. The next morning, however, Qinruo rose with renewed vigor to begin his morning routine. Although today as competition promised to be challenging, it was less taxing in comparison to the high-intensity matches of the previous day. When Qinruo arrived at the gymnasium, he was taken aback to find the audience in Starry Sports Arena had doubled since yesterday. Even the aisles were packed with spectators. To add to this, trainers with flying-type Pokémon filled the very skies above the stadium. From a vantage point, the scene was a sea of humanity, tightly clustered together, underscoring the fervor of the event. The previous day's matches had stirred the interest of countless viewers. The excitement was palpable. It was their first time witnessing such intense Pokémon battles, and the arena had not ceased its exhilarating contests throughout the day. Qinruo was astonished by the enthusiasm of the crowd. Due to his immense popularity, the entire venue erupted in chants of his name. Ruoshin. Ruoshin. Almost 100,000 voices could be heard, creating an atmosphere so intense that even passers-by could feel its energy. As Qinruo entered the competition arena, his opponent looked at him with envy, acknowledging his extraordinary popularity. We forfeit. Qinruo's first adversary chose to concede, leaving him momentarily stunned. The competitor smiled at Qinruo and explained, our strength can only be considered mediocre, and our school is quite close to Mingyuan High School. If all goes well, our school is likely to merge with Mingyuan High. The more resources you can secure, the better for us, right? We have no reason to deplete your stamina by battling you, especially since our school won't be merging with Su Province High School, even if they win first place. It brings us no benefit. So, good luck. I believe you can defeat Su Province High School. Qinruo suddenly found his reasoning quite compelling. If they could not win, why not join forces? It made perfect sense. Furthermore, his analysis was logical and well-founded. In every respect, there seemed little necessity for conflict with Qinruo, which led to an oddly satisfying first victory for him. Not only was Qinruo surprised, but even the competitors from Su Province High School were baffled by this unexpected turn of events. This situation epitomized the plight of lesser-ranked schools. They lacked the capacity to defend their institutions and were left with no choice but to integrate into stronger ones. Hence, supporting a neighboring school that could secure a top 10 finish and potentially higher rankings seemed a wiser course, as they too could share in the resources post-merger. Without making Qinruo wait too long, Su Province High School swiftly dispatched their first opponent. Next up was the match between Mingyuan High School and Su Province High School. So far, both schools boasted an impeccable record. Only 5 schools remained undefeated, all fierce contenders among the strongest institutions. Anticipation for this match was palpable, with the host exuberantly rallying the crowd. The audience erupted in cheers, eagerly awaiting this morning's highlight, the battle between Mingyuan High School and Peisher High School, which would be the centerpiece of the day. Ruoshin, you are the strongest. Ruoshin, Ruoshin, I want to have your children. Ruoshin, I grew up watching your battle videos. The fervent shouts from the sidelines nearly caused Qinruo to choke on his own laughter. This was absurd. One burly man, whose leg hair seemed to rival the length of most people's hair, was making such outrageous declarations. And another robust man, seemingly in his 30s or 40s, claimed to have grown up watching his videos. This was simply ludicrous. As usual, Shenrua opted for his signature Pokémon, King of Absence, to start the match. However, Su Province High School's first competitor was Zhao Shuang, ranked 317th. With a smirk, Zhao Shuang revealed that Su Province High School's strength extended beyond mere skill. Their analytical team was equally formidable. They had devised a strategy to counter King of Absence. Go. Swampert. Zhao Shuang sent forth his main Pokémon, Swampert. Swampert. Use Whirlpool. Zhao Shuang chuckled in delight. Under Whirlpool's influence, switching Pokémon was practically impossible. Moreover, it would continuously inflict damage upon King of Absence. Fully aware he was no match for King of Absence, he had been dispatched solely to exhaust its stamina. King of Absence, Hammer Arm. Take down Swampert. Shenrua's expression remained unfazed as he boldly countered Swampert, nullifying the Whirlpool. Indeed, King of Absence maintained its notorious disregard for the odds. With a single Hammer Arm, it struck Swampert with tremendous force. Though Swampert did not lose its fighting capability, it was still a powerful starter Pokémon with commendable defenses. Swampert, use Surf. Zhao Shuang commanded. Shenrua would not allow Zhao Shuang another chance to attack King of Absence. King of Absence, attack again. Yet, due to Whirlpool's constraints, Swampert managed to unleash Surf first. King of Absence braced itself against the oncoming wave and retaliated with another Hammer Arm, sending Swampert flying. Nevertheless, King of Absence suffered significant damage in the process. Zhao Shuang grinned. His intent was to wear Shenrua down. If he could continually sap King of Absence's stamina, victory was assured. Even if King of Absence did not fall, the exhaustion would hinder its performance against the subsequent two competitors from Su Province High School. Shenrua's brow furrowed in concern. Truly, Su Province High School was formidable. Not only were they powerful, but their tactics were meticulously prepared, showcasing their respect for him. If Shenrua was not mistaken, Zhao Shuang's subsequent Pokémon would likely all be Water-type, adept at utilizing Whirlpool. Chapter 59. No Ultimate Tactics. Indeed, there was not a fraction of difference from Shenrua's speculation. Zhao Shuang's second Pokémon unleashed was the Wildlord. This creature, both bulky and rather repulsive. Zhao Shuang gazed at Shenrua, his smirk deepening. Today, the undefeated legend of Shenrua's Slacker King would undoubtedly come to an end. All three of his Pokémon were water types capable of using Whirlpool. If this could not vanquish Shenrua, then he would have done all he could. Wildlord, use Whirlpool. Zhao Shuang wore a mocking expression and burst into laughter. He did not believe Shenrua could find a way to resolve his current predicament, unless his Slacker King could deliver a single punch that would incapacitate Wildlord outright, which was utterly impossible. Wailord's massive physique was not merely for show. Given Shenrua's current strength, he could not possibly defeat Wildlord with a single blow. Indeed, just defeating the Swampert had already left Shenrua's Slacker King looking somewhat fatigued. Shenrua's mind raced. If he could not unravel the current crisis, even if he triumphed over Zhao Shuang, his Slacker King would inevitably lose a significant amount of stamina. What would he do in the subsequent battles? His Charizard and Gyarados, despite their commendable prowess, lacked the overwhelming dominance of the Slacker King. Against the remaining two competitors from Su Province High School, he held no tangible advantage. Thus, he had to devise a strategy to break the deadlock. Otherwise, defeat was the only outcome awaiting him. Wildlord, use Whirlpool. The same old routine, Zhao Shuang needn't even command it, as the strategy remained unchanged yet astonishingly effective. Not only Su Province High School, but students from other schools also watched intently, eager to see if Su Province High School's tactics would indeed prove successful. If they did, Shenrua would likely have to contend with such strategies in the battles to come. Shenrua's mind worked at lightning speed. He could not rely solely on brute force. His Slacker King had not yet reached that level of power. Otherwise, he would not need to contemplate anything at all. Just land a massive punch and be done with it. He had to formulate a way to counteract the Su Province High School's tactics and not fall into their trap. All eyes were on Shenrua, sparkling with anticipation. He had previously executed countless incredible maneuvers. They were eager to see if he could once again perform the miraculous and escape the current dilemma. Go, Rua Shin. You are the best. We believe in you. The crowd cheered, clearly unwilling to witness Shenrua's defeat, especially not the fall of his Slacker King, which had once been as formidable as a demigod. Slacker King, use Earthquake. A smile graced Shenrua's lips. This move would have no effect on him now. Cracks spread across the ground, water flowing into the crevices, rendering Whirlpool ineffective. Indeed, this was not a game. You use Whirlpool, and I will let all your water escape. Now, let's see you Whirlpool me. Without Whirlpool to drain the Slacker King's stamina, how long could you withstand a few punches from him? Go ahead and act tough. Don't you enjoy laughing? Let us see you smile now. Rua Shun, forever a god. The crowd erupted with various shouts, clearly resonating with Shenrua's audacious tactics. Not everyone possessed such stellar luck with powerful Pokémon. In the past, when Shinrua's Slacker King would defeat opponents with a single punch, they found it thrilling and joyous, yearning for such a Pokémon of their own. However, this was unrealistic. They admired Shinrua not merely for his strength, but for his boundless creativity in times of adversity and his unpredictable strategies against his foes. As the whirlpool dissipated, Zhao Shuang appeared somewhat dumbfounded. Did Shinrua truly just dismantle it so easily? What a freak. The intricate strategy that the entire Su Province High School's tactical team had painstakingly devised was undone by Shinrua, their essay saying that has never been wrong, which Zhao Shuang would never understand. There are only wrongly called names, not incorrectly assigned nicknames. Master of Pokémon Battle Art. This title was one Shinrua had earned long ago. His expertise in Pokémon battles was evident to all. Zhao Shuang was utterly at a loss. He was not Shinrua. Even this tactic had taken a considerable effort for Su Province High School's team to develop. Wailord, use Surf. He gritted his teeth and commanded, hoping to inflict as much damage on the Slacker King as possible. Slacker King, low kick. The Slacker King vanished in a flash, appearing directly before Wailord. With a swift kick, it incapacitated Wailord. How could this be possible? Even if the Slacker King were powerful, it should not be able to defeat Wailord with a single kick. Zhao Shuang was bewildered. This was utterly beyond belief. To incapacitate Wailord with a single kick? Who would dare believe it? Zhao Shuang's plan to exhaust Shinrua with Wailord had completely backfired. Shinrua had no need to explain anything. The effectiveness of low kick does not depend on power. It is the weight that determines the damage. Given Wailord's weight, that kick resolved the matter entirely. It did not even afford Wailord the chance to use Surf and deplete the Slacker King's stamina. Zhao Shuang clutched the last Pokeball in his pocket, his expression fluctuating uncertainly. Inside was still a Water-type Pokémon, one that could use Whirlpool. This was the strategy originally devised by Su Province High School. However, now that Whirlpool had been countered by Shinrua, he found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to unleash this Pokémon. In the end, he released it, for he truly had no way to contend with Shinrua. Go, Cherry Blossom Fish. Shinrua's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, Su Province High School had intended to use Zhao Shuang as cannon fodder to wear him down. Hence, all three of Zhao Shuang's Pokémon were capable of using Whirlpool. It was a singular strategy. This tactic could effectively constrain any formidable adversary. Once caught in Whirlpool, switching Pokémon became impossible. With the drain of Whirlpool and the onslaught from the sidelines, defeat was inevitable. Yet, he encountered Shinrua, who delivered a lesson, and everyone learned that there is no ultimate tactic. There are no invincible Pokémon. Even a powerhouse like the Slacker King could face defeat. What exists is merely the most suitable strategy and the most formidable Pokémon trainer. Chapter 60, Shinrua's most potent advantage. Second update. Sakura Fish, employ Surf. Utilize Surf to deplete Shinrua's Leaf King. This is Zhao Shuang's final display of defiance. Yet, all of this seems nothing more than a jest, devoid of any significance. If Shinrua's Leaf King were truly so easily countered, he would have succumbed long ago. The Leaf King unleashed a relentless strike. A powerful blow that rendered Sakura Fish utterly incapacitated, plunging it into a deep, unconscious state. An unrestricted Leaf King is akin to the father of all Pokémon present here. This requires no further elaboration from Shinrua. The facts have already spoken for themselves. Were it not for the formidable prowess of the Leaf King, Zhao Shuang would not have resorted to deploying 3 successive Pokémon of the same type. Zhao Shuang's countenance darkened as he exited the arena. His first Pokémon had merely drained the stamina of Shinrua's Leaf King, and that was under unexpected circumstances. Had it not been for that element of surprise, he would have had little impact. Alas, this predicament cannot entirely be attributed to you. However, Shinrua's mentors had anticipated such scenarios and prepared contingency plans. Just watch what unfolds next. The second competitor from Su Province High School patted Zhao Shuang on the shoulder, offering him words of comfort. At that moment, Zhao Shuang's expression brightened slightly, no longer resembling a storm cloud as he had before. The second competitor, named Chen-Chi, ranked 332nd on the new trainer leaderboard, possessed considerable strength that should not be underestimated. Chen-Chi regarded Shinrua with a disdainful smile, releasing his Pokémon without a word. Go, Onyx. Use Sandstorm. Chen-Chi sneered at Shinrua. You previously countered the water type with Earthquake, but Earthquake is futile against Sandstorm. Let us see how you will defend this time. Shinrua remained unfazed, gazing at Chen-Chi as if he were a fool. Surely, your 3 Pokémon are not all rock types or capable of generating sandstorms. Chen-Chi did not conceal the truth. Indeed, all 3 of my Pokémon can summon sandstorms. We have never underestimated you, the so-called master of Pokémon battle art, Shinrua. The spectators around the arena could hardly contain their disdain, feeling this was an utter affront aimed at Shinrua. Out of the 3 competitors, 2 were explicitly designed to counter him. and the last one's intent was still uncertain. This was a challenge even the gods would struggle against. Such shamelessness from Su Province High School. They are clearly targeting Ruashin, but I believe Ruashin will prevail. His mastery of Pokémon battles is truly an art form. Go, Ruashin. Go. Leaf King. The crowd cheered for Chinrua, whose popularity soared. Whether it was his pre-match banter or the Leaf King's imposing display. Coupled with Chinrua's command over Pokémon battles, he had amassed a substantial fan base. Chinrua was not the least perturbed. Instead, he regarded Qin-Shi with pity. Are you certain you have no vendetta with the tactical analyst from your school? Are you sure you have studied me? Qin-Shi, brimming with arrogance, replied. We have meticulously gathered all battle footage since your debut, along with various intel. Today's tactics are specifically designed to counter you. Chinrua buried his face in his hands, nearly bursting into laughter. You've studied me and yet remain oblivious to the Pokémon I possess? Qin-Shi remained oblivious to the absurdity of his situation. Your current Pokémon are only Charizard and Leaf King, with Gengar as well. And Gengar's power is too overwhelming. According to our calculations, the White Ghost has even manifested in this realm. In the Su Province High School's resting area, a group of tactical analysts reveled in their perceived superiority, believing their strategies had effectively restricted Chinrua. Without our tactics, Su Province would not stand a chance against Chinrua. Aha, we are indeed the pinnacle of tactical research. Look, even Chinrua has fallen into our trap. Indeed. Observe his expression, it speaks volumes. What these analysts failed to comprehend was that Chinrua's discomfort stemmed from suppressing laughter. He gazed at them with sympathy, realizing their folly. You know I have Gengar, yet you still resort to Sandstorm against me? Are you not aware that Sandstorm has no effect on Gengar? Upon hearing Chinrua's words, Qin-Shi was momentarily taken aback. A haze of confusion clouded his mind. Sandstorm has no effect on Gengar? This was ludicrous. Was this strategy merely a jest? At that instant, not only was Qin-Shi dumbfounded, but the self-proclaimed tactical experts from Su Province were equally bewildered. Sandstorm has no effect on Gengar? Who had noticed that? Everyone had been preoccupied with the Leaf King. One analyst nudged his companion. Hey, did you know Sandstorm has no effect on Gengar? The other shook his head. Equally baffled, I had no idea until now. Su Province High School inadvertently created a farcical scene, much to the amusement of the onlookers. Previously, everyone had focused solely on the Leaf King, neglecting the other two Pokémon in Chinrua's lineup. It was only after suffering a significant setback that they realized their oversight. Chinrua, now enlightened, recalled why he had been curious about why no one had used Ghost-type Pokémon against the Leaf King. He had even arranged for his school to acquire skills that could effectively counter Ghost-types. Until now, he had encountered few such Pokémon. As if he had been studying in vain. Now he understood. This was not his fault. It was the analysts who lacked the comprehensive knowledge he possessed. They failed to devise countermeasures promptly and apply their tactics effectively. With this realization, Chinrua smiled, acknowledging that perhaps his greatest advantage lay in his profound understanding of Pokémon, rather than in any system or mysterious organization. Chapter 61, The Challenge of Jira. Third update. Not only that, but Jira, possessing the characteristics of a Sandshrew, becomes exceedingly elusive to foes amidst a sandstorm. Nonetheless, Chinrua faced a formidable opponent. His Jira lacked the overwhelming dominance of the Slacking King. If a battle were to ensue, the outcome remained uncertain. Let us go, Jira. Chinrua boldly released Jira from its Pokeball. Jira confronted the Onix, now bolstered by the raging sandstorm, which favored Jira significantly. Jira, unleash Metal Claw. Onix, evade with Dig. Qin-Shi hesitated to absorb the impact of Metal Claw, a move that countered Rock-type Pokemon effectively. However, Chinrua nearly erupted in laughter at Lu Chi's maneuver. It was utterly ridiculous. Using Dig against a ground-type Pokemon seemed akin to tempting fate. Jira, go all out and use Earthquake. Chinrua struck without hesitation, unleashing a full-force Earthquake. Qin-Shi panicked, only now recalling that Chinrua's Jira possessed this devastating move. Onix, hurry and emerge. Yet, escaping proved far more challenging than entering. Onix was unable to withdraw in time, suffering the full brunt of Chinrua's powerful Earthquake. Fortunately, Onix's thick skin and Jira's juvenile stage meant the damage was not catastrophic, and it remained in the fight, albeit gravely weakened. But even so, it was nearly game over. Chinrua chuckled. With the sandstorm dissipating, he withdrew Jira and summoned the Slacking King. Slacking King, unleash Sonic Punch. Rather than allowing Onix to further wear down Jira, it was wiser to eliminate Onix outright, denying Qin-Shi any chance to exploit Jira's fatigue. With a single Sonic Punch, Slacking King struck decisively, removing Onix from the fray. Now, go forth, Anorith. At this moment, Qin-Shi felt a wave of embarrassment. He was uncertain whether to utilize the sandstorm or not. If he summoned the storm, Jira would undoubtedly gain an advantage. Conversely, if he refrained, Shinrua would retain the slacking king, and Anorith would surely succumb to its might. The dilemma did not linger long in Shinchi's mind. He resolved to summon the sandstorm, even if it meant granting Jira a boost. He preferred that to confronting the full force of slacking king. The sandstorm roared to life once more, before it could engulf the battlefield. Shinrua swiftly recalled slacking king and released Jira. This battle would be between Jira and Anorith. Shinrua showed no signs of fear. Anorith, too, was a juvenile Pokémon, yet it had not evolved into a Vibrava, and Jira was undeniably superior in strength. Jira, use Bite. Shinrua deliberately avoided rock and ground-type moves, as they would inflict less damage than the dark-type Bite against Anorith. Anorith, strike with a critical hit. Shinchi had regained some composure, no longer panicking as before. The two Pokémon collided fiercely, with Jira sending Anorith flying. In terms of raw power, Anorith stood no chance against Jira, a pre-evolution of the formidable Tyranitar. Jira, continue. Shinchi found no better strategy and could only encourage Anorith. Anorith, do not fear. Let us press on. The two Pokémon clashed again, and the disparity became glaringly evident. Shinrua's Jira merely exhibited slight fatigue, while Anorith appeared significantly injured. In this clash of brute force, weight proved to be a decisive advantage. It was akin to comparing a sack of bricks to a sack of cotton. The former would undoubtedly inflict more pain. Anorith, let us use Earthquake. Indeed, it was Shinchi who faltered first. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Shinchi's change in tactics inadvertently granted Shinrua an opportunity. Jira, leap, and use Stomp. Although Anorith attempted to unleash its Earthquake, it bore no effect. Jira soared into the air and stomped down hard upon Anorith. The impact interrupted Anorith's Earthquake, showcasing the difficulty of facing Shinrua. Should you remain predictable, you await your demise. Yet if you attempt to adapt, his response is swifter, and you may find yourself trampled. Such was the ruthless nature of his command. Earning him the title of Pokémon Battle Art Master, his strategies were unparalleled and nearly impossible to replicate. Anorith, endure Jira's assault and use Rock Slide. Shinchi endeavored in a final struggle. Yet this was an impossible task. Before Shinchi's futile efforts, all resistance was in vain. Jira, do not grant him an opening. Execute Heavy Slam. With no mercy, Jira leapt from its position atop Anorith and unleashed a Heavy Slam, decisively overpowering Anorith. There were no surprises here. As for Rock Slide, Shinrua would never allow Anorith the chance to execute such a move. Lucci clutched his final Pokeball, his expression grim. It would be one thing to be defeated by Shinrua's slacking king, known for its might. But to be bested by Jira in a sweep would utterly shatter his pride. After all, Jira was merely in its first form. If it triumphed over 3 of his Pokémon, how could he ever hold his head high again? Even if your Jira could vanquish 2 of my Pokémon in succession, it would never defeat this one. This is my trump card. Go forth, Crocodile. A powerful crocodilian Pokémon, adorned with striking red and black stripes, and sporting eyes that seemed to gleam like sunglasses, appeared before all. Shinchi's rank among the top 500 was no mere coincidence, and Crocodile was the cornerstone of his prowess. Crocodile was a formidable and wild Pokémon, boasting immense biting power. Facing such an adversary, Jira was indeed at a significant disadvantage. Chapter 62, Evolution. Shakira. Shinrua gazed at Ugela and inquired, Ugela, facing such a formidable opponent, do you still wish to continue, or should we consider switching to the formidable King of Naptime? Ugela observed the imposing figure of the King of Naptime, recalling the electric beast it had previously encountered, an adversary that had instilled a sense of oppression within it. Despite battling until its strength waned, Ugela had failed to achieve evolution, a lingering thorn in its heart, and it yearned to grow stronger, to break through its limitations. When Ugela first arrived, the King of Naptime was merely a hyperactive ape, and the fire dragon was still a Charmeleon. Now, the hyperactive ape had evolved into the King of Naptime, and the Charmeleon had transformed into the fire dragon. Yet, Ugela remained unchanged, still just Ugela. This was a bitter pill for it to swallow. It longed to become more powerful, to secure victories for Shinrua. Relying solely on the fire dragon and King of Naptime was not its desire. Ugela wished to stand on its own, exhibiting a rare independence and an unwavering spirit, dedicating nearly 80% of its time to training. Shinrua had observed Ugela's efforts but felt powerless to assist, though he had attempted to comfort Ugela. The emotional knot within it remained untied. Ugela looked at Shinrua with resolute eyes, and Shinrua understood its unspoken resolve. Do you choose to fight? Very well. Give it your all. He chose to respect Ugela's decision, acknowledging it as a partner rather than a mere tool. Ugela, it's time. Use Earthquake. Humph. A mere insect shaking a tree. Lucci commanded his Rogue Croc to unleash a powerful Dark-type move, Deceit. The Rogue Croc showed no mercy, its ruthless nature evident. A single deceit sent Ugila flying, preventing it from executing Earthquake. At that moment, Shinrua finally grasped the sensation that trainers faced when battling the King of Naptime. His mind was flooded with strategies, yet none could be employed as the opponent offered no opportunity. Regardless of approach, it was a straightforward punch, shattering his plans without granting a moment to strategize. Shinrua felt disheartened, recognizing that no matter how he directed Ugila, the outcome would remain unchanged. Unless Ugila could evolve into Shakira, all commands would seem futile against overwhelming power. Ugila once again charged forward recklessly, disregarding its own stamina, as if possessed. It sought to harness the immense pressure from the rogue croc to evolve and gain greater strength. Yet, Lucci would never allow Ugila the chance to succeed. Rogue croc. Unleash your ultimate move, Chaos. Lucci commanded, aiming to eliminate Ugila in one decisive blow. Ugila also prepared to retaliate with its own chaos, colliding head-on with the rogue croc. However, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Ugila was sent hurtling away, completely defenseless. This time, Ugila lay on the ground, unwilling to succumb to despair, and struggled to rise again. Such is the spirit of Ugila, endowed with formidable willpower. Rogue croc, now is not the time for pity. Go all out and unleash chaos once more. Lucci was invigorated, realizing that he could finally defeat one of Shinrua's Pokémon. Ugila, stand tall. I believe in you. Ugila, eyeing the charging rogue croc, recalled the earlier encounter with the electric beast. In the corner of its vision, it caught the glimmer of hope in Shinrua's eyes. Having disappointed Shinrua previously, Ugila was determined not to let him down this time. With renewed vigor, Ugila rose once more, unleashing its own chaos and engaging in a fierce clash with the rogue croc. This was Ugila, proud, resolute, and unyielding. This time, the battle was not one-sided. A thunderous roar echoed as Ugila began to glow with a brilliant white light, its form undergoing a transformation. Channeling the surge of power from its evolution, Ugila resisted the rogue croc's assault. Ugila's body elongated, and its appearance morphed dramatically. The once vibrant green armor darkened to a sturdy gray-black, exuding strength and resilience. Ugila had succeeded. It had evolved into Shakira. Revitalized, Shakira stood tall, its injuries healed, exuding an imposing presence as it faced the rogue croc. Although still not as powerful as its opponent, the gap in spirit had narrowed considerably since the beginning. This is impossible. How can this be? Lucci watched in disbelief as Shakira had triumphed over the odds, withstanding the rogue croc's onslaught to evolve. It felt as if a miracle had occurred. Not only Lucci, but everyone around burst into cheers. Witnessing a Pokémon evolve during battle was a rare spectacle, and they were thrilled to witness such an event unfold before their very eyes. Go, Shakira. Unleash your might. Shakira, you are magnificent. Defeat the rogue croc. Shinrua beamed with pride, knowing Ugila had indeed achieved what it set out to do. Its indomitable spirit thrived under pressure. Shakira, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Shinrua smiled at his newly evolved companion. Shakira, brimming with excitement, nodded in acknowledgement. Though it remained the weakest among Shinrua's Pokémon, it no longer felt like a burden. With unwavering determination, Shakira vowed to grow stronger, aspiring to become a true pillar of support for Shinrua. Lucci glared at Shinrua, seething with jealousy. What luck this was! Yet, he remained confident, believing that even with Shakira's evolution, it would never match the prowess of his rogue croc. Go, rogue croc. Crush it. Shinrua, equally fired up, declared, Shakira. Let us strive together and seize this victory. Onward, Shakira. Unleash chaos. Chapter 63, The Flaw in the Rankings. Faced with the formidable bite of the rogue alligator, Shakira unleashed a furious assault, bravely charging forward. As was customary, Shakira was pushed back several steps, yet the damage endured was not as severe as before. Shakira, use crunch, commanded Shinrua. The rogue alligator retaliated with earthquake. Shakira was hurled backward, sustaining some injuries. However, Shinrua remained undeterred. Shakira, continue with crunch. At this moment, the rogue alligator had a definitive upper hand, leaving Chin-Chi with no thoughts of changing tactics. Rogue alligator, we shall persist with earthquake. Crunch. Earthquake. Crunch. 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 Earthquake. 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 Shakira was repeatedly sent flying, her previously recovered injuries resurfacing. If she were a Bankira, she could easily overpower the rogue alligator, but she was merely Shakira. Still, Shinrua showed no signs of altering his strategy, his expression steadfast, as ever. Shakira, fully trusting in Shinrua's commands, executed them without hesitation. Chin-Chi chuckled. Even if it evolves into Shakira, it cannot match my rogue alligator. Shinrua, you are formidable. Yet your Shakira stands no chance of defeating my rogue alligator. Silently, Shinrua observed as Shakira charged once more with crunch. This time, the rogue alligator was also struck by the aftershocks of the earthquake, letting out a pained howl. Clearly, the damage it suffered was greater than that of Shakira. In the face of this unexpected turn of events, Qin was bewildered. How could Shakira, who had been struggling against the rogue alligator, suddenly gain the upper hand? This was inconceivable. Conversely, Qin smiled, for this was the very reason he had urged Shakira to use Crunch. Crunch carried a chance to lower the opponent's defense. And by now, he had executed it 6 or 7 times. It was improbable that none had triggered. Moreover, Qin distinctly sensed that 3 times. Crunch had intensified the pain inflicted upon the rogue alligator. This indicated that Shakira had successfully activated the effect at least 3 times. With the rogue alligator's defense diminished by at least 3 levels, it was entirely impossible for it to maintain an advantage amidst this clash of skills. Shakira, continue with Crunch. Qin voice rose significantly, filled with fervor. Qin panicked. He was at a loss as to how he was losing. This feeling was unbearable. Rogue alligator. Keep using Earthquake. Hold your ground. The rogue alligator unleashed Earthquake, yet this time, Shakira suffered minimal damage. The rogue alligator was directly sent flying by Shakira, howling in agony. Its defenses had been utterly depleted, leaving it no match for Shakira. Shakira, deliver the final crunch to the rogue alligator. Qin issued the last command decisively. As Qin had anticipated, the rogue alligator could not withstand the final crunch, being violently hurled away, succumbing to a state of near defeat. The crowd erupted in cheers, filled with exhilaration. Once again, Qin demonstrated to them the essence of battle. This is Pokémon battling. It is not merely a rigid display of statistics. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, overcoming the odds is not an insurmountable feat. Qin, despondent, recalled his rogue alligator, now in a state of near demise. Was this truly the gap between him and Qin? The bitterness was overwhelming. Yet, he found himself powerless. Qin victory was entirely legitimate. He accepted his defeat with grace, albeit with a heavy heart, particularly as it was at the hands of Shakira that he fell. It's all right. You performed admirably. Especially against someone like Qin, spoke Lin Mo, the final contestant and the strongest contender from Su Province High School. Lin Mo stepped confidently onto the stage, a smile gracing his features as he looked at Qin. Truly, you are the embodiment of excellence. Much of my understanding of Pokémon battles stems from your videos. Qin regarded Lin Mo with curiosity, clearly perplexed by his words. Undeterred, Lin Mo continued. Unlike Zhao Shuang or Qin, who utilize Pokémon strictly managed by the school for tactical purposes, I am the sole seed player from Su Province High School with the privilege of choosing my own Pokémon. Lin Mo exuded confidence, demonstrating his strength. Qin, however, was more intrigued by the realization that Lin Mo's lengthy exposition was merely a prelude to his boastful display. And what now? Will you showcase your prowess? I find it perplexing that one takes pride in selecting their own Pokémon. Isn't that a basic expectation? Qin countered without hesitation. Lin Mo paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet he began to see the merit in Qin statement. What was there to be proud of? His thoughts momentarily scrambled. He regained composure. I humbly request your guidance today. Go forth, Dual Axe Dracozolt. Upon entering the arena, he summoned an exceptionally powerful Pokémon, the Dual Axe Dracozolt. A formidable dragon-type Pokémon from the Unova region was a force to be reckoned with. Lin Mo smiled at Qin. In truth, the rankings are not without flaws. The 3 Pokémon I possess were not captured prior to this competition. They merely accompanied me on my travels. This explains my absence from the rankings. Lin Mo elucidated why he was not listed among the ranks. Many hidden talents, akin to Lin Mo, roam freely without capturing Pokémon, merely traveling alongside them. Thus, the rankings overlooked them. Therefore, the true elite far exceeded those visible in the current standings, with many more concealed in the shadows. Chapter 64. Charizard vs. Dragonite. Third update. Many long-established forces operate in this manner, utilizing their abundant resources to cultivate a few prodigies, an endeavor that poses no significant challenge. To believe that their strength is merely what is overtly displayed would be a grave misunderstanding. Qin similarly unleashed the Pokeball of his formidable Pokémon, the King of Leave, asserting that brute force would suffice to overcome a powerful Pokémon like Dragonite. Dragonite, use Dragon Claw? Lin Mo exuded confidence in his Dragonite, convinced that, while it might not surpass Qin King of Leave in sheer strength, it would certainly not fall far behind. King of Leave, unleash your brute force. Qin relished the prospect of facing such a resilient opponent. In the face of overconfidence, it is imperative to awaken the deluded. As Dragonite collided with King of Leave, Lin Mo's confidence began to wane. What manner of creature was this King of Leave? Even Dragonite's formidable power seemed inadequate to withstand its might. Qin King of Leave was utterly unreasonable and terrifying. To match strength against Qin King of Leave, one must first endure its punishing blows. The ability of the strongman characteristic to double physical damage is an inconceivable trait for any typical Pokémon. King of Leave, go forth and ensnare Dragonite. Deny it any chance. Shinrua's gaze was sharp and seasoned, recognizing that King of Leave's most formidable skill lay in its exceptional close-quarters combat ability. Dragonite, do not falter. Press onward. Lin Mo, too, found himself at an impasse. Dragonite was inherently an aggressive Pokémon, while it might hold a chance against other foes. Against Shinrua's King of Leave, it felt like a mere subordinate. Under the relentless assault of Shinrua's King of Leave, Dragonite could do nothing but retreat, continuously on the back foot, struggling to withstand the onslaught. After merely a few punches, Dragonite was already gasping for breath. This was not a testament to Dragonite's shortcomings, rather. It exemplified its remarkable resilience. Had Dragonite not been exceptionally strong, it would not have withstood so many of Shinrua's fierce blows. In the face of King of Leave's relentless barrage, even the mightiest of Pokémon could typically endure only a couple of strikes, yet Dragonite had braved 7 or 8. Still standing tall, a testament to its strength. Other Pokémon trainers at the sidelines were astonished. It was the first time they had witnessed a Pokémon endure for so long against Shinrua's King of Leave, especially in such a direct confrontation. Lin Mo, feeling utterly frustrated, had initially believed that, even if Dragonite was inferior to King of Leave, the disparity would not be vast. However, upon engaging, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. Dragonite's immense power was rendered a mere jest in the face of Shinrua's King of Leave, with no means of resistance. King of Leave, deliver the final blow with a million-ton punch. Dragonite, hold your ground. Yet, all pleas were in vain. Dragonite had already reached its limit, succumbing to a single, merciless blow from King of Leave. This was the first time since evolving into King of Leave that it had the opportunity to engage in such an exhilarating battle. In previous encounters, it had dispatched opponents with a mere couple of strikes, devoid of any excitement. King of Leave roared toward the heavens, releasing the fervor of its battle spirit. The resonant roar echoed throughout the venue, inciting cheers from the audience. This applause was a tribute to King of Leave. If Shinrua was the undisputed king among Pokémon trainers in this arena, then King of Leave was the unequivocal ruler among all Pokémon. Lin Mo's expression darkened. He had anticipated a display of dominance from Dragonite, yet it had been decisively bested by Shinrua's King of Leave, which remained a formidable challenge. Lin Mo was at a loss for how to contend with King of Leave. Go forth, Dragonite. It must be said that Lin Mo's backing was undeniably formidable. First, he unleashed the powerful Dragonite from the Unova region, followed by the formidable Dragonite from the Kanto region. The support behind him was substantial, as it was inconceivable that such a powerful team could be assembled without significant influence. Lin Mo's decision to deploy Dragonite was not without reason. Not only was Dragonite immensely powerful, but it also provided a countermeasure against King of Leave's aerial vulnerabilities. However, if Lin Mo could conceive this strategy, Shinrua would undoubtedly be aware of it as well. While Shakira also lacked aerial capabilities, he possessed Charizard. Charizard, having remained untested, had been conserving its strength, eagerly awaiting its turn to battle. Shinrua recalled King of Leave and summoned Charizard. Go forth, Charizard. Charizard and Dragonite faced each other in the sky, their formidable auras clashing, stirring the winds around them. Though Charizard was a fire-flying type Pokémon and lacked dragon-type attributes, it was still an exceptionally powerful creature. Dragonite, on the other hand, was a pseudo-legendary Pokémon from the Kanto region, a cornerstone of the dragon lineage. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Go, Dragonite. We shall advance. Use Dragon Rage. Lin Mo's fighting spirit surged. He aspired to overshadow Shinrua and establish himself as the most powerful Pokémon trainer. The forces supporting him were not limited to his own endeavors. Without a standout performance, securing greater backing and resources would be mere fantasy. Now, an opportunity lay before him, the chance to defeat Shinrua and prove his worth as the strongest Pokémon trainer. He believed that if he accomplished this, the members of that organization would surely recognize his potential. At that moment, he would undoubtedly gain access to more resources and grow even stronger. Chapter 65, Surrender. In the vastness of the void, Charizard and Dragonite stood in opposition, unleashing their powerful moves, Dragon Rage and Flamethrower, against each other in a spectacular clash. Surprisingly, neither of these extraordinary Pokémon exhibited dominance over the other. Their physical confrontations and skillful maneuvers were executed with remarkable finesse. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames directly at Dragonite, who retaliated with an equally fierce Dragon Rage, both battling with relentless fervor. The intensity of their struggle was captivating, distinct from the one-sided slaughter of the dual-axe dragon by the Lazy King. Here, the two titans were evenly matched, making it impossible to determine a victor at that moment. Compared to the Lazy King's unilateral domination, this evenly contested battle was far more exhilarating. Even if it lacked the raw emotional impact of a more lopsided confrontation, neither Charizard nor Dragonite was willing to yield. Any retreat would shatter the momentum they had painstakingly built, leaving them at a disadvantage. Both Pokémon embodied the hopes of their trainers, determined to triumph over their opponent, which only intensified the ferocity of their battle. Charizard and Dragonite exchanged blows with unwavering resolve, each combatant fully committed to the fray, leaving nothing in reserve. In such fierce encounters, victory often hinges upon sheer perseverance. The one who gains the upper hand can seize triumph. Shinrua refrained from issuing commands, acutely aware that any interruption could disrupt Charizard's rhythm, ultimately leading to his defeat. While Charizard was undeniably powerful, it could not quite match Dragonite's strength. Its ability to hold its ground stemmed from the accumulation of resources from the training shop. Similarly, Lin Mo chose silence, recognizing the same truths as Shinrua. A lapse in focus could provide Charizard the opening needed to turn the tide against Dragonite. Lin Mo was equally reluctant to disrupt the stalemate. Breaking it would favor Shinrua, who was adept at commanding Pokémon battles. Maintaining the current situation benefited both trainers, and neither wished to disturb this deadlock. As the battle escalated, Charizard's claws left deep gashes on Dragonite, while Dragonite's dragon breath inflicted excruciating pain upon Charizard. This brutal exchange ignited the spectator's primal instincts, much like the ancient nobility who reveled in the sight of life and death struggles between men and beasts. With both Pokémon reaching their zenith, the ferocity of their combat intensified, and both were heaving for breath. Such a level of confrontation truly drained their stamina. Yet even in their exhaustion, they continued to fight, testing who could endure the longest. Lin Mo chuckled softly, observing, "Your Charizard is inherently weaker than Dragonite. In a prolonged battle, Charizard ranks among the least capable. It thrives on explosive power. Thus, your defeat is inevitable." Shinrua found himself in agreement with Lin Mo's assessment. It seemed that Lin Mo had indeed put considerable thought into this. Charizard's performance in a drawn-out battle was subpar, if not dismal. However, this narrative lacked a crucial prefix. Shinrua's Charizard was exceptional, having undergone extensive endurance training. Shinrua's Charizard was on par with any Pokémon in terms of stamina, much like the Lazy King, who had battled through 7 schools, only to emerge fatigued but unbroken, or Shakira, who repeatedly rose to fight after being knocked down by the rogue crocodile before evolving. These were the results of rigorous endurance training. Without this training, the outcomes would be significantly diminished. The relentless clash continued, blood splattering as the battle grew increasingly savage. This was the essence of true combat, raw and visceral. With a mighty roar, Charizard neared its limits, yet Dragonite was equally strained. Without hesitation, Charizard unleashed its most devastating fire-type move, Burnout. In response, Dragonite deployed its signature move, Dragon Tail, charging at Charizard. In the aftermath of the cataclysmic explosion, both Charizard and Dragonite fell to the ground, incapacitated. Shinrua withdrew Charizard, recognizing that despite the type disadvantage, achieving such a result was commendable, though they had both fallen. Lin Mo's expression soured. According to his calculations, Charizard should never have endured to such an extent. He had anticipated that Dragonite would emerge victorious with ample energy remaining, allowing it to substitute in other Pokémon to withstand Lazy King's onslaught and buy time for recovery. Ultimately, he envisioned Dragonite leveraging its aerial superiority to dominate Shinrua's Lazy King, while a severely weakened Shakira would be easily dealt with. Yet, the disparity between expectation and reality was stark. Shinrua's Charizard had managed to take down Dragonite, disrupting Lin Mo's meticulously laid plans. Gripping his last Pokeball, Lin Mo pondered whether this remaining Pokémon could possibly defeat Lazy King. The answer echoed in his mind: impossible. With Lazy King's prowess, facing this Pokémon offered no advantage. Attempting to vanquish Lazy King was akin to chasing a fantasy. Rather than revealing his trump card, it would be wiser to reserve it for a later match, aiming for a higher rank and securing greater resources. With this realization, Lin Mo reconciled himself to the situation, offering Shinrua a warm smile. "You truly are remarkable, Rua. I concede defeat." Shinrua was taken aback. He had expected Lin Mo to continue the contest, never anticipating he would choose to surrender. Such a decision seemed entirely out of character for the proud Lin Mo, who had previously shown reluctance to admit defeat, even when facing adversity. Nevertheless, Shinrua refrained from comment. He had entered this competition solely for the rewards. If he could avoid an additional battle, he welcomed the opportunity, relishing the prospect of obtaining rewards without further conflict. Chapter 66, A New Mission, The Trail of the Divine Beasts. Thus far, Shinrua's battles in the morning have concluded, and the formidable schools have emerged prominently. Even the prestigious high school from Su province has succumbed to his prowess. The only remaining institutions capable of posing a challenge are Pei City High School, Xinan High School, and Dongling High School. In the afternoon, he is set to confront Pei City High School. Not only will he clash with them, but Xinan High School will also face off against Dongling High School. The upcoming matches promise to be exhilarating, with countless spectators eagerly awaiting the commencement. In the first match of the afternoon, Shenrua does not face Pei City High School, but rather a school ranked within the top 10. Demonstrating prudence, this institution opts for surrender upon realizing they are up against Shenrua. They are aware that their schedule is densely packed with formidable opponents, making a confrontation with Shenrua unwise. Engaging in battle, knowing defeat is inevitable, is a foolish endeavor. Furthermore, their school cannot afford to become an auxiliary to Pei City High School, nor could they assist in wearing down Shenrua. Pei City High School, on the other hand, finds itself in a fierce struggle against its first opponent, a school of lesser strength that is geographically close to Mingyuan High School. Their only viable option is to integrate with Mingyuan High School. As the competition progresses, the schools vying for a top 10 position have become evident, with only 5 institutions capable of contending for the top 3 slots. Typically, schools will concede defeat against these 5, unless circumstances dictate otherwise. The landscape of the competition has become clear. Lesser schools gravitate towards the stronger ones, while mid-tier schools engage in a tacit struggle for top 10 rankings. Among the elite contenders, Mingyuan High School stands alone, undoubtedly the most formidable rival and the one everyone dreads facing. Presently, the hierarchy of difficulty ranks Mingyuan High School at the apex, followed closely by Dongling High School. In contrast, the challenges posed by Su Province, Pei City, and Qinan are relatively comparable, as none have yet encountered the true prowess of Shenrua. This ranking has elicited no surprise. Shenrua's earlier bout against Su Province High School served to awaken many to his overwhelming dominance. Such is the strength of the foremost figure of the new generation of Pokémon trainers. Although that school strives to exhaust Pei City High School, the disparity in strength remains insurmountable. After a brief respite of less than 30 minutes, it is now time for Shenrua to engage with the representative from Pei City High School. The most formidable Pokémon trainer from Pei City High School is a cheerful and sunny young man. However, he should not be underestimated, like the previous Lin Mo. He is backed by a significant force in the realm of Pokémon training. His 3 Pokémon are Lucario, Garchomp, and Charizard. This information was painstakingly acquired through the efforts of Principal Kai. Should one be deceived by the warmth of his smile, the consequences could be dire. Yishio from Pei City High School wears a gentle, sunny smile. Everything is proceeding as planned, but do not overexert yourselves. The other 2 competitors from Pei City High School nod resolutely. Rest assured, Senior Yishio, we will not hinder you. Regardless of the outcome, we will give our utmost. Yishio responds with a gentle smile. Let us not push ourselves too hard. After all, it is him we are facing. Even I have no guarantees. Before Shenrua, no one truly possesses the confidence to assert they can overcome him. The first contestant from Pei City High School is a girl, whom Shenrua vaguely recalls as Li Jia, a trainer specializing in grass-type Pokémon. He remembers her name primarily because she is quite rare in that all 3 of her Pokémon are grass types. Without a moment's hesitation, Shenrua sends out Charizard, thinking it a fitting choice against grass types. Li Jia, witnessing Shenrua's immediate deployment of Charizard, nearly bursts into laughter, finding his approach overly aggressive. Is he really that desperate to win? She muses, pondering whether he might have shown her some courtesy. Her 3 Pokémon are all grass types. And despite the challenge posed by such a talented opponent, Pei City High School has chosen her to take the stage. This is no trivial matter, as she possesses skills worthy of trust. Go, Venusaur, Li Jia commands, releasing her Pokémon without a second thought about type advantage. Venusaur, use Vine Whip, she announces assertively. Shenrua is momentarily taken aback. What is this skill? His knowledge of Pokémon should be on par with anyone else's. Why has he never heard of this technique? In the next instant, he understands the nature of the skill. Thick vines envelop the arena, not attacking Charizard but instead ensnaring Venusaur itself. So, this is Vine Whip? Shenrua is bewildered. He had assumed it to be something more complex, only to discover it is simply a protective maneuver. Yet, one cannot underestimate Li Jia's ability. Her control over Vine Whip is exceptional. Moreover, this Venusaur appears to be unique. Typically, the vines are as thick as ropes, yet these are remarkably slender yet resilient. Charizard, take to the skies and unleash Flamethrower. Shenrua commands, directing Charizard to ascend, as the vines nearly dominate the entire battlefield, closing in on his Pokémon. As Charizard opens its mouth, flames surge forth towards the verdant vine forest. At this moment, Shenrua notices something astonishing. These vines possess greater resilience than ordinary ones. Typically, A barrage of flames would incinerate them instantly, yet these vines are enveloped in a faint green energy, allowing them to withstand the assault. Ding. Mission activated. The Trail of the Divine Beasts. Chapter 67. The Scheme. The Dilemma and the Awakening. Due to the stir of a certain force, the system detected the presence of a nascent divine beast, activating a quest to trace the mythical creature. Ding. Quest. Locate the mysterious divine beast. Reward. Mysterious divine beast. Shinrua was momentarily stunned. At this juncture, he was at a loss for words. A mysterious divine beast? A reward of a divine beast? This was undeniably exhilarating. He had witnessed the formidable power of divine beasts, whether it was the conflict between Muwo and Mew or the devastation caused by G-Sect. The might of divine beasts was unmistakable. While Shinrua was undeniably envious, he understood that when it came to divine beasts, approaching them without the requisite strength was a recipe for disaster. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. This was no jest. Life is singular and should be cherished. Thus, Shinrua held steadfast in his belief that to become stronger, one must first survive. To be powerful while living is true strength. The strength of the deceased holds no value. Nevertheless, Shinrua cast a serious glance at Li Jia. The aura emanating from her Venusaur was likely the catalyst for this occurrence, and she might possess significant clues regarding that mysterious divine beast. Moreover, according to the system, this was a nascent divine beast, which meant that there might indeed be a chance for Shinrua to acquire it. Though divine beasts are numerous, each possesses its unique identity and purpose, and not all can be effortlessly subdued merely due to their power. Some divine beasts, however, are indeed capturable, just like G-Sect and, for instance, Muwo. There are certainly many such divine beasts. Did Tianchi not travel with Ash previously? Shinrua shook his head, dismissing the thoughts swirling in his mind, and chose to focus on the battle at hand. The flamethrower was not without its costs, and Venusaur had completely shielded itself, opting not to retaliate. Determined to exhaust Shinrua's Charizard, frustration mounted as Charizard struggled to breach the vine barrier. Charizard, this won't do. Clearly, the opponent is depleting your stamina. Use Fire Spin. Then follow up with Flamethrower, and swiftly eliminate Venusaur. The longer we remain at a stalemate, the more unfavorable it becomes for us. Under the dual onslaught of the extensive Fire Spin and the persistent Flamethrower, the myriad of vines gradually turned to ash, their growth unable to keep pace with Charizard's destruction. Even in a situation of type disadvantage, it took over 10 minutes for Charizard to shatter the vine barrier and vanquish Venusaur. Shinrua's expression was far from pleasant. The toll had been substantial. Li Jia expressionlessly recalled her unconscious Venusaur and released another one. Shinrua was utterly bewildered. This girl had 3 grass-type Pokémon, which he was aware of. However, he had no inkling that all her Pokémon were, in fact, Venusaur. Upon realizing this, all he could think was, what the hell? This was utterly ruthless. He found himself at a complete loss against this exhausting strategy. Li Jia did not engage him head-on, but instead continuously grew vines for her protection, primarily aiming to deplete the strength of Shinrua's Charizard. With no option to switch out Charizard, he would be at an even greater disadvantage against Li Jia. Switch to Gyarados? Don't be ridiculous. Becoming ensnared by these vines would render Gyarados helpless. And switching to Shakira? Li Jia would undoubtedly find it amusing. Faced with the type disadvantage of Shakira, and given Venusaur's peculiarities, it would have no trouble overwhelming her. Charizard, do not grant it any opportunities. Unleash Fire Spin and follow with Flamethrower. Yet, it was still too slow, allowing Venusaur to unleash its vine prison. The battlefield reverted to its previous state, and Charizard's stamina was relentlessly drained, having to slowly gnaw away at the vine prison. This time, they remained locked in combat for another 10 minutes. Although this was an improvement over the last encounter, Charizard's condition and stamina depletion reached alarming levels. Observing his increasingly exhausted Charizard, Shinrua found himself gasping for breath, while a smile crept onto Li Jia's lips. Her objective had been achieved. She had come to deplete Shinrua's resources, and he had surmised correctly. However, the exhaustion tactics of Peishur High School were entirely different from those of Su Province High School. The former was a strategy, while the latter was a cunning scheme. I intend to wear you down. This is the essence of a scheme, rendering you utterly helpless. Li Jia threw out another Pokémon, yet again, a most vexing Venusaur. Shinrua felt utterly dazed. How on earth was he to contend with this? Gyarados stood no chance against such an opponent, and Shakira would be a mere sacrifice. At this moment, Shinrua lamented the need to capture more Pokémon. If his roster were more diverse, he would not be so easily targeted. His current Pokémon had been thoroughly studied, thus leading to the tactics employed by Su Province High School in the morning and then those of Peishur High School afterward. Inwardly, Shinrua could not help but curse. Yet the battle must persist. Charizard unleashed another Fire Spin coupled with a sustained Flamethrower. It was now utterly fatigued, not injured. as Li Jia had made no attempt to attack it. It was purely exhaustion. Being drained to such an extent illustrated the insidious nature of this tactic. Moreover, had Shinrua not possessed a Charizard, the absence of a type advantage would have made the battle even more arduous. Such a struggle is the most frustrating. Defeat felt inexplicable. The combat was indistinct, and the loss was equally unclear. Shinrua fell into deep contemplation, pondering what his team lacked. He did not lack for offensive types. Indeed, all three of his Pokémon were exceptionally powerful offensive types. Yet, he lacked a support-type Pokémon. If only he had a boosting Pokémon now, with all enhancements activated, would Li Jia dare to prolong the battle? If she did, once the buffs were maxed out, she would be left with no means to fight back. Increasing attack, defense, and speed were equally crucial. At some point, Shinrua had increasingly exalted brute force. This was a rather unfortunate shift. Chapter 68, Transcendence. The eyes of the Charizard blazed with fiery intensity, approaching its utmost limits. It could sense it. Yet, it refused to witness Shinrua's disappointment or its own failure. It yearned for victory, for triumph in this battle. Charizard soared into the sky, transforming into a blazing comet, a powerful fire-type move, burning to its very core. With the last remnants of its strength, Charizard unleashed this skill, crashing directly into the Venusaur ensnared in vines. Boom! A violent wave of heat forced the nearby spectators to instinctively retreat. The arena was engulfed in darkness, and a figure stood majestically amidst the chaos. It was Charizard, completely on the brink of death, having reached its limit, yet it stood tall and resolute, refusing to fall. Beneath Charizard, Venusaur had already succumbed to a near-death state. Charizard's final desperate strike had claimed Venusaur as well. Li Jia cast a deep gaze upon Charizard, a creature deserving of immense respect. Not only Charizard but also Shinrua's other Pokémon, such as Shakira and the Lazy King, evoked envy among many. Shinrua's Pokémon displayed an indomitable spirit, brimming with fighting intent. Li Jia retrieved Venusaur and, without hesitation, exited the stage. Her task was accomplished. Though there was a hint of regret, the outcome was not unacceptable, especially since Charizard had reached the brink of collapse. The second contestant from Peishur High School stepped forward, bearing an astonishing resemblance to Li Jia. They were twins. Shinrua felt a wave of confusion wash over him, accompanied by an ominous premonition. When Li released her Pokémon, this premonition materialized into reality. Ultimately, it culminated in a classic exclamation of frustration. Damn, how's it still Venusaur? Li's Pokémon was indeed another Venusaur, and its aura mirrored that of Li Jia's, prompting Shinrua to curse involuntarily. Losing to Su Province High School truly pained him. Shinrua was unwilling to accept defeat. He desperately needed that mysterious ability. If he could obtain it, it would undoubtedly be of great assistance. He summoned the Lazy King, knowing that sending Shakira into battle would be a futile endeavor. I'm counting on you, Lazy King. Shinrua's eyes sparkled with hope. This was his most trusted Pokémon, having journeyed alongside him through countless battles. The Lazy King, understanding Shinrua's intentions, charged toward Venusaur, while the endless vines under Venusaur's control sought to ensnare the Lazy King. With a powerful swing, the Lazy King tore through the vines. In truth, it had employed a strength-enhancing move, though no one witnessed it, as it was completely enveloped by the vines. All eyes were focused on the writhing vines, obscuring the true situation, including Shinrua, who refrained from issuing any commands, unable to see the battle's progress. He could only place his trust in the Lazy King. The sheer number of vines was overwhelming, coiling around the Lazy King's hands, feet, and body, persistently impeding its advance. Moreover, Venusaur released an intoxicating aroma, capable of inducing fatigue and disorientation in Pokémon. Yet, the Lazy King remained unfazed, resolutely tearing through the vines, inching closer to Venusaur. Venusaur, ensnared by the vines, appeared somewhat flustered. What kind of creature was this? Its power was astonishing. Venusaur continuously unleashed more vines in an attempt to restrain the Lazy King. However, the Lazy King's gaze was fixated solely on Venusaur, indifferent to everything else, even as the vines tugged relentlessly at it. With a series of cracking sounds, the vines shattered beneath the Lazy King's might. Yet, the Lazy King's condition was far from ideal. Its eyes turned a blood-red hue, fiercely charging toward Venusaur. Disregarding the vines that bound it, the vines constricted the Lazy King, yet they could not halt its advance. It reached Venusaur, simply extending its fist, delivering a devastating punch that sent Venusaur reeling. In the arena, all the vines lost their vitality, collapsing to the ground, revealing the scene at the center. A Lazy King, ensnared by countless vines, struck Venusaur with its fist, rendering Venusaur unconscious. This commanding image resonated deeply within everyone's hearts. This was the true essence of Pokémon, willing to give everything for their beloved trainers. This moment inspired countless Pokémon trainers, illuminating the profound bond between Pokémon and their trainers. Many, at that instant, began to view the connection between Shenrua and the Lazy King as their future aspiration. Shenrua locked eyes with the Lazy King, and in that moment, it became a vivid tableau for all to witness. The Lazy King grinned broadly at Shenrua, exuding an endearing innocence. Shenrua remained silent, understanding the reassurance conveyed by the Lazy King, an encouragement not to worry. Yet how could he not? He saw the numerous crimson welts on the Lazy King's body, and its eyes, now entirely blood-red, appeared menacing. This visage could instill dread in any child who beheld it at midnight. However, rather than fear, Shenrua felt a profound sense of gratitude. The Lazy King sensed his unwavering spirit, feeling his reluctance to yield, thus fighting with all its might. In that moment, he felt as if he had become the Lazy King, and the Lazy King seemed to comprehend his innermost thoughts. The bond between Shenrua and the Lazy King deepened, achieving a form of transcendence. Lily remained silent, observing the Lazy King intently. Under normal circumstances, she would not employ such tactics, but now she had to prioritize victory. She owed an apology to the Lazy King, for she too needed this win. Lily released another Pokeball, revealing yet another Venusaur. Shenrua had anticipated this, knowing that Lily's remaining Pokémon would likely be Venusaur. The spectators erupted in outrage, deeming Paysure High School utterly shameless. Such tactics were devoid of honor, merely a means to defeat Shenrua. They refused to acknowledge such a champion. At that moment, in everyone's hearts, Shenrua was the undeniable MVP. Mingyuan High School was the true champion. Chapter 69, Bloody Battle. Lily's 3 Pokémon should, like Jia, all be Venusaur. Moreover, they're all mutated Venusaur. Shenrua had long anticipated this, so he did not exhibit any significant changes in demeanor. Had they been ordinary Venusaur, coupled with typical vines, they would not have posed such an immense challenge for Shenrua. However, these Venusaur were infused with the power of some divine beast, and the resilience of their vines exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Charizard, despite its advantage in type, struggled mightily to defeat the 3 Venusaur. Not to mention the restricted King of Leave, which faced these mutated Venusaur, making the battle even more formidable. Yet, after connecting his thoughts with the King of Leave, Shenrua could fully sense the surging battle spirit and indomitable will of his Pokémon. The King of Leave, without uttering a single word, charged fiercely towards the Venusaur. Its sturdy and robust silhouette appeared utterly powerless beneath the canopy of vines. The vines ensnared its limbs and body, yet it pressed forward relentlessly towards the Venusaur. Each vine served as a significant constraint, but it bore the burden and advanced step by step towards the Venusaur. To the onlookers, the scene remained obscured. With no one able to discern the true state of the battle, all they saw was a colossal green sphere formed by the intertwining vines. This sphere slowly inched closer to the Venusaur, little by little. Boom! Another thunderous roar resounded, and once more, all the vines lost their vitality, revealing the state of the conflict. The Venusaur was on the brink of collapse, while the King of Leave bore numerous wounds upon its body. Shenrua remained silent. He chose to place his trust in the King of Leave, for at this moment, that was all he could do. The King of Leave's eyes were bloodshot. But upon vanquishing the Venusaur, it brushed off all the vines clinging to it and slowly approached Shenrua, standing like an iron wall, guarding him. In the resting area of Pei City High School, Yishio gazed at the King of Leave, lost in thought. Both Shenrua's Charizard and the King of Leave were Pokémon deserving of respect. However, this battle was of utmost importance, and thus, apologies were in order. Not everyone had the support of a system and an organization like Shenrua did. Many lacked resources, some could not even afford a single ordinary Pokeball. The expensive TMs, specialized Pokémon food, and numerous other Pokémon were akin to climbing the heavens for them. Therefore, they had to fight. Every fraction of a point mattered. Shenrua saw no issues with Pei City High School's tactics. This was a competition, not a leisurely game. What if friendship first and competition second? Why then is there a need to distinguish between first and second place? It was merely absurd. Had Shenrua been in the shoes of Pei City High School, he would have acted similarly. As expected, Lily unleashed her final Pokémon. Yet again, it was a Venusaur. The entire stadium erupted in an uproar. Shouts of disdain filled the air, offering friendly greetings to the families of Li Jia and Lily, with even more fervent greetings directed towards the leaders of Pei City High School. Naturally, the families of Mingyuan High School's leaders were not spared either. The reason Mingyuan High School had only one participant was unearthed by reporters, as many were aware during the selection process. Everyone understood why Shenrua fought alone. It was a blatant trap laid by the school leaders. Had Mingyuan High School fielded 3 participants, victory would have been nearly assured without much contest. It is noteworthy that Shenrua alone achieved the current standings, With a couple more participants, a war of attrition would be untenable for Mingyuan High School. The audience, clearly, were voicing their grievances for Chunrua, deeming such a battle utterly unreasonable. According to logic, he should not falter here. Had he been defeated by Yishio, no one could have raised any objections, even in a tactical confrontation akin to that against Su Province High School. At least it would have been a straightforward Pokémon battle. Yet now, the nature had entirely shifted, resembling a battle of attrition, explicitly aimed at exhausting Chunrua's Pokémon stamina, devoid of direct engagement. The King of Leave cast a glance at Chunrua, then charged towards Li Li's final Venusaur. Chunrua remained silent. He saw trust reflected in the King of Leave's eyes. This time, the commotion within the vines was significantly more pronounced than in the previous two encounters. The tightly wrapped green sphere moved at an increasingly sluggish pace. The King of Leave was undeniably powerful, yet it too had limits. Its stamina would deplete. Its strength would wane. Its wounds would bleed. The crowd rallied behind the King of Leave, fervently wishing for its breakthrough. The distance between the green sphere and the Venusaur dwindled. These vines not only confined the King of Leave but also restricted the Venusaur's movements. It had no opportunity to retreat, merely watching as the King of Leave drew near. Suddenly, some keen observers noticed the blood seeping through the vines. The vivid crimson against the emerald vine stood out starkly, reminiscent of black ink smeared upon white paper. How could this be? It seemed the King of Leave was bleeding. Whispers of disbelief circulated through the crowd. This was their first glimpse of a Pokémon fighting to such extremes for its trainer. Chunrua pondered whether he should concede. He did not wish for the King of Leave to continue battling. Yet, as if spurred by something, the King of Leave broke through the vines, appearing before the Venusaur, delivering a powerful blow that toppled it. The once brown fur was now stained with blood, and the King of Leave's face bore the marks of exhaustion. However, after breaching the vine's barricade and defeating the Venusaur, its first action was to shake its head at Chunrua. Chunrua understood the King of Leave's intent. It did not desire for him to surrender. The King of Leave and Chunrua shared a deep connection, sensing his yearning for mysterious power and the desire to grow stronger. Thus, it wished to avoid disappointing him, willing to continue fighting for Chunrua. Chapter 70. The Leaf King. Evolution. Chunrua gently stroked the fur of the Leaf King, his hands stained with blood, yet he uttered no words. Instead, he patted the Leaf King, saying, "Leaf King, concede. You have performed admirably." The Leaf King stubbornly shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on Yishio, also watching the resting area of Peisher High School. Chunrua understood that the Leaf King was unwilling to accept defeat, nor did he wish to disappoint him. However, he truly hoped that the Leaf King would cease the reckless struggle. Yet, he felt unqualified to suggest surrender. This battle was not his to claim, but the result of the Leaf King and the Charizard's efforts. He had no right to influence the Leaf King or the Charizard's decision. If the Leaf King refused to concede, he was powerless to intervene, and could only continue to support him. Yishio shook his head and approached. "Ruashin, both you and your Pokémon deserve respect. However, this battle is crucial for Peisher High School, so I must apologize." Chunrua remained silent, while the Leaf King stared blankly at Yishio. Yishio released Lucario. He could see that the Leaf King was nearing its limit, and Chunrua's final Pokémon, Shakira, stood no chance against it. As Lucario appeared, the Leaf King charged forward without hesitation. "Lucario, use Quick Attack," Yishio commanded. Lucario swiftly appeared behind the Leaf King, delivering a powerful kick. Leaf King used Counter. Chunrua understood that Lucario's speed was exceptional, especially with Quick Attack. The Leaf King would hardly be able to react. Thus, he commanded the Leaf King to use Counter, hoping to trade injury for injury. However, before the Leaf King could execute the move, it was sent flying by Lucario's kick. It had long reached its limits, its resilience and capabilities inferior to Lucario's. How could it possibly match Lucario's reactions? Chunrua refrained from speaking, knowing that any words from him might lead the Leaf King to believe he still desired victory, which would only have the opposite effect. He had come to realize that, rather than mysterious powers, he wished for the Leaf King to be well. The mysterious abilities could be sought after again in the future, but exhausting its potential was the last scenario Chunrua wanted to witness. "Lucario, continue with Quick Attack." Yishio entered a fighting state, shedding his previous gentleness for a more austere demeanor. Though a mild-mannered person, he fully focused his energy to show the utmost respect to an opponent like the Leaf King. The Leaf King struggled to rise, its body drenched in blood. Lucario launched another Quick Attack, but this time, the Leaf King did not falter. Instead, it seized Lucario's kicking foot. Its state was unsettling. Everyone sensed it. Chunrua was bewildered, remaining silent as he felt a powerful force awakening within the Leaf King. "Lucario, break free." Yishio, sensing danger, attempted to instruct Lucario to escape. The Leaf King's form began to transform, armored plating appearing on its once bare arms. Its eyes turned pitch black, and its body expanded significantly. A formidable aura enveloped it, leaving everyone in awe. This was evolution. There was no other explanation for this phenomenon. The fact that the Leaf King could evolve was beyond many people's expectations. How was this possible? Wasn't the Leaf King already at its final form? How could it still evolve? Indeed, it seemed implausible. Shinrua's heart stirred with realization. In their shared connection, he should have anticipated this. This was likely a third evolution. A special evolution, just like in the original story, where Ash's Greninja could bond evolve due to their deep connection. Now, his bond with the Leaf King had reached that level. Why couldn't the Leaf King undergo bond evolution? Compared to the Mega Evolution requiring specific stones, the special bond evolution was indeed far more potent. Mega Evolution typically enhanced attributes by 100, while bond evolution raised them by 130. The Leaf King's base stats were already a staggering 670. With an additional 130, it soared to an astounding 800. This exceeded Shinrua's wildest imagination. He genuinely wished to ask, who else could withstand a punch from the Leaf King? Meanwhile, Yishio stood in a state of bewilderment. How could this possibly happen? Was Ruo-shun favored by the heavens? This was beyond explanation, save for calling it sheer absurdity. The Leaf King gripped Lucario with terrifying strength, using it as a mere club and smashing it against the ground before discarding it. The fallen Lucario had succumbed to unconsciousness, defeated without the use of any skills. Nearly obliterated in an instant. Yushi was completely dazed. This power was overwhelming. He numbly released his Charizard, which was no less formidable than Shinrua's Pokémon. Perhaps even equal in strength. Yet, before Charizard could take flight, the Leaf King seized its foot and slammed it down with tremendous force. As if unsatisfied, the Leaf King followed up with a punch, leaving Charizard in a near-death state with barely any resistance. Yishio tossed his final Pokémon, the Garchomp, utterly astonished. Was this truly the third evolution? Just as before, the Leaf King appeared before Garchomp, delivering a single, devastating punch. In an instant, Yishio's ace, Garchomp, was rendered defeated. The arena fell into a profound silence, void of any sound. All eyes were on the Leaf King, a sight truly monstrous. Even Shinrua thought that his luck had escalated beyond reason. How could others even compete? It was utterly nonsensical, regardless of who you were or how powerful. It all came down to a single punch. Chapter 71. The predicament. The gymnasium fell into a profound silence, void of any sound. All eyes were fixated on the formidable Pokémon, the absent king, as if they wished to devour it whole. This creature was undeniably powerful, and its current guise exuded an extraordinary dominance, resembling a colossal demon that had emerged from the depths of hell. In just 3 minutes since the battle commenced, all of Yishio's Pokémon had succumbed to defeat. The most formidable trainer of Pei City High School had fallen. Yishio found himself at a loss for words, unable to determine whom to blame. The leadership of Pei City High School shared his sentiment. Was it due to Yishio's lack of strength? Or was it the fault of the twin siblings, Li Jia and Lili? Neither was the case. The true reason lay with Shinrua, who had inexplicably tapped into extraordinary powers. Who had ever witnessed a Pokémon evolve for a third time mid-battle? This was nothing short of a cheat. After vanquishing Yishio, the absent king turned to Shinrua with a grin before collapsing onto the ground, blood pooling around it. The grievous wounds it bore revealed the torment it had previously endured, and in its final moments, it had unleashed a power that was beyond its natural capabilities. Given such a fate, Shinrua was hardly surprised. This power was not inherently foreign to it, but rather, it was not suited to its current form. It was akin to a car being fitted with an airplane engine. While it might seem extraordinarily powerful, could it truly endure such a strain? The absent king was that broken vehicle, and the bond evolution had abruptly equipped it with the engine of an aircraft, leading to inevitable repercussions. Both the absent king and the Charizard had reached their limits, and judging by their injuries, recovery would be far from imminent, even by the following day. In this battle, Shinrua had emerged victorious, yet no one truly believed that victory belonged to him. The absent king was unable to continue fighting, and Charizard was equally incapacitated. With merely a Shakira left at his disposal, whom could Shinrua hope to defeat? He bore no resentment towards the absent king or Charizard. They had performed admirably under the circumstances. The true dilemma lay in the brevity of time he had to prepare. Had he embarked on this journey alongside the others from the outset, he could confidently declare them all his underlings, incapable of matching his prowess. Yishio retracted his Pokémon and offered Shinrua a humble smile. Ruo-shun, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter, a fair and open battle, rather than today's skirmish. Shinrua discerned the sincerity behind Yishio's smile, devoid of pretense, and reciprocated with a handshake. I share the same anticipation. Yishio's strength remained formidable. On par with Lin Mo, if not exceeding it significantly. Yet he felt a profound sense of frustration, even more so than Lin Mo. Having been defeated so swiftly by the absent king under bond evolution, Shinrua was not to blame for Yishio's swift downfall. Ruashin? A seemingly arrogant young man approached. Shinrua furrowed his brow. Who are you? Do we know each other? The brash young man chuckled softly. We were not acquainted before, but now we are. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shun Mo, a student from Dongling High School, and I shall be your opponent in tomorrow's match. With a sardonic smile, Shin Mo regarded Shinrua. However, it appears your Pokémon have suffered considerable injuries. How unfortunate. I was genuinely looking forward to battling you. But it seems I will merely serve as the trainer to end your streak. His tone was dripping with sarcasm, rendering him rather unlikable. Shinrua found little reason to engage with Shin Mo. His words, albeit frustrating, were grounded in reality. Unbeknownst to him. Upon realizing that Shinrua's Pokémon were unable to fight, Shin Mo let out a sigh of relief. Having witnessed Shinrua's absent king defeat Yushio, he understood that even if he were to take Yushio's place, he would not fare any better. As Yushio watched Shinrua's receding figure, a smile crept across his lips, and he felt a surge of contentment. Shinrua had been exalted by countless trainers. Yet tomorrow would mark the day of his potential downfall. Since his rise to prominence, he had never tasted defeat, and the prospect of being the first to vanquish Shinrua filled Shin Mo with excitement. Upon returning to the resting area, Principal Kai approached him. Shinrua, are your Pokémon truly unable to battle? We have 5 matches scheduled for tomorrow. Shinrua nodded. Indeed, both the absent king and Charizard are too severely injured. Currently, the only one capable of fighting is Shakira. The principal was aware that Shakira was a reward he had bestowed upon Shinrua, but it lacked the necessary strength to contend with Dongling High School. Shinrua's candid response left Principal Kai somewhat disheartened. Initially, his hope was merely to ensure the survival of Mingyuan High School, yet as Shinrua continued to win, his aspirations had grown. Despite his disappointment, Principal Kai remained satisfied. In that case, Shinrua, please prioritize your rest. There is no need to dwell on these matters. While not achieving first place is regrettable, do not let it weigh on you. Shinrua nodded, exchanging a few pleasantries with Principal Kai before taking a shower and resting. Although he had not directed much during the battle, the bond evolution of the absent king had drained his mental energy, leaving him with a throbbing headache. Unbeknownst to him, as he rested, discussions erupted in the outside world regarding the absent king's 3rd evolution. This revelation sparked fervent debates, not only in the real world but also within the Pokémon realm. Shinrua's previously published paper on 3rd and special evolutions resurfaced, providing tangible evidence of the absent king's evolution. Numerous factions poured time and resources into studying the paper, delving into the mysteries of 3rd evolution and bond evolution. Yet, no faction dared to disturb Shinrua, even though he was the original author of the paper and possessed a living example. The fear of repercussions loomed heavily over them, a lingering reminder of the last incident that had left all parties trembling in fear. Chapter 72. The White Spirit Strikes. Yet, the various factions remain in a tumultuous undercurrent. The power they wield over Pokémon is astonishingly formidable. If one could uncover the reasons behind the 3rd evolution or special evolution, the benefits would be unimaginable. Even the Alliance has invested considerable resources into researching these phenomena. To be precise, the 3rd evolution is actually a bond evolution, while the special evolution should be classified as mega evolution. Bond evolution occurs when the connection between a Pokémon and its trainer reaches a profound threshold, culminating in a powerful surge of energy. Although this form of evolution is not significantly different from mega evolution, it bestows even greater strength without the need for any external catalysts. Conversely, mega evolution relies on the energy from keystones and megastones to achieve its transformation. Shinrua released his Charizard and Slaking, both still incapacitated. For the upcoming battle, his only available Pokémon was Shakira. The power of Shakira was nowhere near that of Slaking, often falling short in comparison. Unless Shinrua could somehow evolve Shakira into Tyranitar in an incredibly short time frame, victory in tomorrow's battle seemed utterly impossible. However, such a feat was beyond reason. Having Shakira evolve into Tyranitar a day after its previous evolution was simply inconceivable. Shinrua, weary of pondering this dilemma, simply turned over and fell asleep. With no answers in sight, he resolved to take it one day at a time and see what tomorrow would bring. On the following day, the audience at the venue was noticeably diminished compared to the previous day. Most had come solely to witness Shinrua. Yet both of his primary Pokémon remained in a state of unconsciousness, with no signs of recovery. In everyone's minds, it was clear that Shinrua's appearance today spelled inevitable defeat, a conclusion that required no prediction. Previously, Shinrua had astounded many with miraculous battles, but now he found himself unable to replicate such feats. The most basic requirement for any battle was the presence of Pokémon, yet he had none at his disposal. This was a desperate situation. True, he still had Shakira, but that was hardly enough to make a difference. Consequently, many of Shinrua's admirers chose to stay away, unwilling to witness his potential humiliation. Rumor had it that the official website of Mingyuan High School had been bombarded with messages, all warmly greeting Principal Kai's family, as his cunning tactics had proven overwhelmingly effective. A school scoring a point for a group victory had been misinterpreted as awarding a point to an individual, which was simply absurd. As Shinrua entered the arena, a resounding cheer erupted from the crowd. Go, Ruashin. Even in defeat, you are our champion. Yes. The undefeated Ruashin. We believe in you. This battle does not define you. We trust you can rise again. The cheers melded into a sea of encouragement, filling Shinrua's heart with warmth. This crowd was truly endearing. Such was the incredible popularity of Shinrua. Through sheer determination, he had propelled Mingyuan High School into the top 10. He had triumphed over both Su Province High School and Peishur High School. Who was the strongest Pokémon trainer in this battle? The answer had long been clear in the hearts of all Pokémon trainers. Even if Shinrua were to lose, he would still be a king without a crown. Silence enveloped the arena as Shin-Emo awaited Shinrua's arrival. While Shinrua had garnered fame, he had also reaped genuine rewards. Observing the crowd's fervent support for Ruashin, Shin-Emo wore a mere smile. Ruashin, perhaps you should concede. All your Pokémon are unconscious. What do you intend to battle with? The hint of arrogance in Shinmo's smile became increasingly evident. Shinrua remained silent, quietly producing Shakira's Pokeball. Before he could release Shakira, a grayish-white Pokémon descended onto the field. It resembled mist, distinctly different from any pure white. Yet, Shinrua immediately recognized it as the White Spirit. Although the White Spirit had altered its appearance slightly, the ancient aura surrounding it was unmistakable. Standing before Shinrua, the White Spirit beckoned Shin-Emo with a finger, as if challenging him to make a move. Shin-Emo was taken aback. How did Shinrua still possess a Pokémon? At that moment, the crowd erupted into cheers. They suddenly remembered. Shinrua had not run out of Pokémon. His Slaking ranked second on the Pokémon leaderboard, while the first was his Gengar. However, few had ever witnessed the White Spirit in action, leading many to selectively forget that Shinrua had more than just 3 Pokémon. Shinrua smiled. The White Spirit was willing to fight. A wave of warmth surged through him as the White Spirit changed its coloration. In a moment of realization, Shinrua understood the reasoning behind it. When the White Spirit had previously confronted G-Sect, it had not altered its form. Had it appeared in its original pure white form, it might have drawn unwanted attention and complications for Shinrua, hence its change in appearance. The White Spirit taunted Shin-Emo once more, urging him to act. The crowd erupted into cheers. With the second-ranked Slaking being so formidable, how powerful would the first-ranked Gengar, White Spirit, be? Everyone knew the strength of Slaking was undeniable. Capable of knocking out opponents effortlessly, and after Bond evolution, it could even take down powerful Pokémon like Garchomp in a single blow. Sweat beaded on Shinmo's forehead as he felt immense pressure. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to act. The arrow was knocked, and it had to be released. Go, Gengar. I refuse to believe that you can't match up to it. Shin-Emo summoned one of his main Pokémon, Gengar. In previous battles, this Gengar had displayed terrifying power. Now, it was Gengar against Gengar. Chapter 73, Fear. Although Shin-Emo was exceedingly headstrong, his prowess was undeniable. Just yesterday, he single-handedly overcame the 2 most formidable competitors from Chinon High School. Even the third competitor fell victim to Shinmo's Pokémon. Moreover, Shinmo's Gengar was renowned for its mischief and strength. Gengar, use Shadow Ball, Shin-Emo commanded with urgency. However, Shinrua refrained from issuing a directive, fully aware that even if he did, the White Ghost might disregard it, leading to an awkward situation that was entirely unnecessary. Though Shinrua chose silence, the White Ghost merely lifted its head to glance at Shinmo's Gengar. The Shadow Ball that Shinmo's Gengar had been gathering dissipated instantly, as if it had encountered a primordial, fearsome beast, causing it to stagger back several steps, trembling uncontrollably. The atmosphere was eerily unsettling. Everyone noticed the abnormality of Shinmo's Gengar. It appeared to be gripped by fear, its body shaking incessantly. The White Ghost's mouth stretched into a mocking grin, as if ridiculing Shin-Emo without making any move, merely observing him. Shin-Emo was equally bewildered. What had happened to his Gengar? Gengar, use Shadow Ball, he shouted anxiously. Yet, Gengar continued to tremble as before. Gengar, stand up. Don't be afraid of it. Shinmo's anxiety intensified. The White Ghost's smirk widened, brimming with scorn. Not only that, it cast a glance at Gengar, which immediately collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear. Shin-Emo was not like the White Ghost. He couldn't fathom the terror that it perceived. To its eyes, Gengar was no longer merely a Pokémon, but a demon. The Jengar was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of resentment, akin to a deity emerging from the depths of hell. The white ghost smiled at Jengar, which felt as though its very soul was being crushed. It dared not even twitch a finger, let alone muster any fighting spirit. Shinemo felt utterly humiliated and silently recalled Jengar. It dared not confront the white ghost. Remaining on the field served no purpose whatsoever. Go, Hoodie. Yet the white ghost remained stationary, smiling at Hoodie just as it had before. The once fiery Hoodie now appeared utterly deflated, as though its spirit had been siphoned away. At this moment, not just Shinemo, but even the others were perplexed. If Jengar feared the white ghost, it was somewhat understandable. But Hoodie and Jengar were not of the same species. How could Hoodie be intimidated by the white ghost? In truth, only Shinrua found this situation entirely plausible. For that was a Jengar of an ancient caliber, a white ghost that dared to directly threaten Gainosect. Even Gainosect was reluctant to engage with the white ghost. And even Mutuo regarded it with respect, while these competitors' Pokémon could only be described as foolish to provoke the white ghost. Hoodie cowered in a corner, too fearful to even glance at the white ghost. Such was the terror it instilled. As for the spectators at the sidelines, they were rendered speechless, now comprehending why the Vacation King was so formidable yet merely ranked second on the leaderboard. For these Pokémon were not even in the same league. If the Vacation King were a level 30 elite, the white ghost was a fully leveled boss. There was simply no possibility of comparison. The white ghost continued to observe Shinemo silently, refusing to take action. No one knew its thoughts. Only it understood. It belonged to a realm that refrained from interfering with Shinrua, not because it deemed Shinrua unworthy of commanding it, but rather because if anyone in the world could command it, that person would be Shinrua. The reason it did not heed Shinrua's commands was solely that it wished to remain by Shinrua's side, not intruding upon his life. Had Shinemo not provoked Shinrua, the white ghost might have remained passive, doing nothing. But Shinemo, in his reckless audacity, confronted Shinrua, flaunting his bravado, which naturally incited the white ghost's wrath. The white ghost grinned at Shinemo, still refraining from attacking, while Shinmo's Hoodie lay prostrate on the ground, wishing fervently to remain unseen. Shinemo felt humiliated, swiftly recalling Hoodie. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his Infernape. Infernape was a Pokémon brimming with fervent battle spirit. Upon its arrival, it radiated vitality. However, the white ghost cast a casual glance its way, and Infernape, honored to follow in the footsteps of its two predecessors, succumbed to despair, too frightened to meet the white ghost's gaze, choosing instead to curl up on the ground. At this point, Shinemo fell silent. His Pokémon lacked the courage to act before Shinrua's white ghost. Shinrua, too, remained quiet, sensing that the white ghost had no intention of following his commands. With a playful demeanor, the white ghost approached Infernape, plopping down on top of it. Infernape trembled uncontrollably, yet dared not express any dissatisfaction. It sensed that should it truly resist, it might face dire consequences. The scene was surreal. The white ghost perched atop Infernape, which quivered beneath it. The two Pokémon trainers beside them remained mute, enveloped in silence. Shinemo felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, no matter how he called out. His Pokémon dared not strike against Shinrua's white ghost. Reluctant to concede defeat, he found himself devoid of options. In the end, with clenched teeth, he uttered the words, "I concede." The arena erupted in astonishment. Shinemo, ranked among the top 5 trainers in the competition, had surrendered so readily. Not only Shinemo, but soon after, 2 additional competitors from Dongling High School also declared their surrender. Was Shinrua's white ghost a Pokémon that any human could contend with? It was far from ordinary. Throughout the tournament, there have been no reports of any Pokémon cowering in the face of an opponent to such an extent. Previously, Shinrua's Vacation King had been formidable enough, yet even the weakest school had never shown such reluctance to engage with it. Shinrua recalled his white ghost, forever grateful for its assistance. Without the white ghost, he would undoubtedly have lost this battle, and the efforts of the Vacation King, Charizard, and Shakira would have been in vain. Chapter 74, Securing the Championship. Defeating Shinrua with a total of 5 battles. 2 battles in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. The first match was against Dongling High School, which promptly forfeited, leaving Shinrua's Pokémon completely unscathed, thus leading directly into the second battle. The second opponent was a formidable school vying for a spot in the top 10. The first trainer to enter the arena was a youth clad in hip-hop attire, who laughed upon seeing Shinrua and his Gungue. "Rua Shin, I have disowned the weakness of your Gungue." Shockingly, even Shinrua was taken aback. It was astonishing that someone could perceive the weakness of Gungue. After all, he himself had yet to uncover it. This individual certainly had the audacity to make such claims. The hip-hop youth noticed Shinrua's astonishment and became even more convinced of his judgment. "Rua-shun, your Gungue always gazes into the eyes of its opponent before each battle. It is this very gaze that instills fear and hesitation in them. Based on the coloration of your Gung-Gui, I can deduce that its ability is certainly not the usual trait of a Gung-Gui. It must be related to intimidation. The youth exuded an air of confidence, causing Qinruo to doubt his own capabilities. To be able to perceive such details and connect them to traits, this person was indeed remarkable. And then, Qinruo could not help but respond with a question. Therefore, as long as my Pokémon does not make eye contact with it, you will be at a disadvantage. Go, Golduck. The hip-hop youth summoned his Golduck with a beaming smile of confidence. Perhaps due to prior planning, Golduck closed its eyes upon entering the arena. Deliberately avoiding eye contact with Gung-Gui, Golduck, use Hydro Pump straight ahead. The hip-hop youth commanded. Qinruo chuckled. This was quite the clever tactic. Did they truly believe Gung-Gui would refrain from attacking? Gung-Gui gazed at Qinruo with a mischievous smile, fully aware of the impending Hydro Pump. Its smile widened as it effortlessly raised a hand, gathering an overwhelming amount of ghostly energy in front of it to block the attack. This was not a skill. It was merely the raw power of the ghost type. Such power was fearsome beyond measure. A single glance was enough for Qinruo to feel as though he might become ensnared within it. The ghostly force was so pure that, despite it being daytime, it felt as though the sunlight had been devoured, leaving only an abyss of darkness. Gung-Gui effortlessly blocked the Hydro Pump with one hand, leaving the hip-hop youth speechless. Yet, Gung-Gui merely smiled at the youth, conjuring a shadow ball the size of a pinky finger and hurling it forward. Boom. Qinruo felt as if he had gone deaf, enveloped in silence. The audience at the sidelines covered their ears, visibly distressed by the sudden explosion. The sound was terrifying. The stadium was engulfed in smoke. This was all the result of a single shadow ball, a concentrated one at that. After a few minutes, the audience slowly regained their hearing. As the smoke dissipated, a massive crater appeared before all eyes. Silence fell over the crowd. What kind of divine damage was this? In the face of such devastation, all Qinruo could feel was sympathy for Golduck, who lay unconscious in the center of the crater. Fortunately, the shadow ball had not even unleashed a fraction of its potential, and Gung-Gui had thrown it aside rather than directly at Golduck. Even so, the residual force was enough to incapacitate Golduck. With such an outcome, Qinruo could only conclude that the hip-hop youth truly deserved this fate. A single move from Gung-Gui had flattened an entire street block. It was evident that at this level, damage had exceeded all expectations. Was it not better to concede gracefully? Why insist on forcing Gung-Gui to act? Now that Gung-Gui had indeed acted, were they content? The hip-hop youth was indeed overwhelmed with disbelief, staring blankly at the gaping crater. Is this the doing of Qinruo's Gung-Gui? His eyes reflected sheer incredulity. I concede. The hip-hop youth declared decisively. Who would dare to endure such damage? Just look at the plight of Golduck. It would take at least 2 days for it to recover. Had he continued battling against Qinruo's Gung-Gui, he might as well have returned to school without stepping foot in the ring. Qinruo withdrew Gung-Gui. Once Gung-Gui had taken action, the outcome was already sealed. Victory was assured for him today. Indeed, in the afternoon battles, 3 consecutive schools, upon seeing their opponent was Qinruo, could hardly muster the energy to exit their resting areas and simply opted to forfeit. After defeating Dongling High School, Qinruo had essentially secured his first-place position. None could shake his standing. Qinruo remained undefeated, while the second position was shared among Su Province High School, Pei City High School, Dongling High School, and Chinan High School, each having lost a single match, 3 of them to Qinruo. Meanwhile, Chinan High School had fallen to Dongling High School, suffering a defeat. At that moment, Principal Kai, having emerged from a corner, excitedly patted Qinruo on the shoulder. Qinruo, well done. If all goes as expected, we at Mingyuan High School shall be the top school. The support we receive will be unparalleled. If you require any skill books, Pokémon balls, or anything else, do not hesitate to tell me. Even now, Principal Kai felt as though he were in a dream. Allowing Qinruo to compete had seemed like a desperate gamble, and he had even misheard the rules. It was an embarrassing blunder that nearly jeopardized Qinruo's chances. Yet, Qinruo did not merely perform well. He achieved a stunning series of victories, triumphing over one opponent after another. Following that, he decisively defeated the 2 formidable schools of Su Province and Pei City, leading to a loss of hope among all. But then, a single Gung-Gui emerged, securing the first place. This entire sequence of events left everyone feeling as if caught in a dream. Qinruo shook his head, exchanged pleasantries with Principal Kai, and returned to rest. His participation was not motivated by mere resources. Who could rival him in terms of organizational support? His reason for competing was solely for that mysterious ability. Now that the dust had settled, Qinruo could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He merely had to await the conclusion of the competition, at which point he would obtain that enigmatic power. Chapter 75, The Power of the Heart. In the ensuing days of combat, whenever competitors encountered Qinruo, they promptly chose to surrender, harboring no desire to engage with him. having already secured his championship. All attention shifted to the pursuit of other rankings. It is worth noting that Shinrua's Pokémon had fully recovered. To challenge him now would be akin to courting one's own demise, even if they had not fully recuperated. The mere presence of a white ghost was enough to render them all subservient, as he was the progenitor of their Pokémon. Should Shinrua unleash his full might, the repercussions would be dire. His opponent's Pokémon could require days of rest, and they were not like Shinrua, who could single-handedly obliterate teams. The potential losses were significant. Thus, the forthcoming matches bore no relevance to Shinrua, who appeared to be an outsider, simply waiting for others to concede defeat. Time passed swiftly, and it was no surprise when Shinrua's team, Mingyuan High School, emerged as the undisputed champions. Surprisingly, Peisher High School claimed second place, with Dongling High School following in third. Upon reflection, this outcome was not entirely unexpected. The twins from Peisher High School were indeed formidable, employing a strategy that was nothing short of ruthless. It was rumored that when Shin-Imo faced the twin sisters, he nearly succumbed to despair. Nevertheless, Shin-Imo remained resilient, securing third place for Dongling High School, thus fulfilling their mission. In stark contrast, the once dominant Chinan High School and Su Province High School failed to rank within the top three, settling for 4th and 5th positions, respectively. Upon the conclusion of the tournament, Shinrua received a system notification. Congratulations on completing the task. You have earned the Heart Power in the intercollegiate ranking battle. Shinrua gazed at the reward, perplexed. Heart Power? What sort of force was this? While he could comprehend concepts like wave power and overcoming power, Heart Power was entirely foreign to him. As he observed the silent system, panic set in. Please, I'm not demanding wave power or overcoming power. Even if you could grant me something akin to life power or dragon power, I would be satisfied. Anything but this nebulous force. The uncertainty surrounding Heart Power unnerved Shinrua. He would rather possess a commonplace psychic ability than this vague force devoid of direction. Heart Power, the formidable force residing within one's inner self. Shinrua examined the system's description of Heart Power, only to find himself further bewildered. This information was akin to nothing at all. Nevertheless, the reward had been dispensed, and there was no opportunity for a return. Shinrua had no choice but to embark on the exploration of this enigmatic Heart Power. As its name suggests, and with the system's introduction, Shinrua deduced that it was the power of the heart. He closed his eyes and endeavored to sense his surroundings intuitively. Soon, an unusual sensation surged within him. Unlike his previous experiences, where closing his eyes resulted in a void of perception, he now felt as if he were wide awake, fully aware of everything around him. A smile spread across Shinrua's face. This heart power seemed akin to psychic abilities, granting him the power to perceive his environment. He silently practiced wielding heart power, attempting to manipulate an object as one would with psychic abilities. Much like the formidable psychic, Naz, who could construct a microcosm with her powers. He pondered if he could similarly enhance his Pokémon's strength or even push their limits. With a focused application of heart power, Shinrua directed his will toward a water cup before him. The water began to ripple, and gradually, the cup lifted off the table. Elation surged within Shinrua. This heart power indeed harbored the essence of psychic abilities. Yet, he remained uncertain if he could temporarily bestow this power upon his Pokémon. This exploration had yet to be undertaken. However, even with this initial success, he felt no regret. Alas, perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement, the water cup slipped from his grasp and shattered upon impact. Yet, Shinrua paid no heed to the mishap. He summoned his Slacker King and began channeling heart power into it. The previously dazed Slacker King instantly displayed a look of comfort, despite the passage of time. The wounds from its prior battles had lingered, and even its remarkable recovery abilities had not sufficed to heal them completely. This highlighted the extent of the damage inflicted by its overburdened evolution. Now, with the aid of heart power, the injuries on Slacker King began to mend. Shinrua stood in astonishment. What was happening? This seemed reminiscent of life power's effects. Typically, only life power could assist Pokémon in their recovery. Heart power not only possessed psychic capabilities but also bore the attributes of life power. This revelation ignited a fervor within Shinrua. Could it be that heart power held even greater potential? What of wave power? What of overcoming power? Or dragon power? His eyes sparkled with excitement. If these assumptions held true, acquiring heart power might indeed be a remarkable fortune. Shinrua attempted to concentrate heart power into his hand and release it. This time, however, he met with failure. Although the heart power had coalesced in his hand, it dissipated the moment it left his grasp. A newfound clarity dawned upon Shinrua. If his heart power could become more potent, perhaps to a certain threshold, he could potentially unleash it akin to wave bullets. Meanwhile, Slacker King observed Shinrua with confusion. Unable to comprehend his actions, only Shinrua could perceive the essence of heart power, others remained oblivious. Yet, he discerned the curiosity reflected in Slacker King's eyes, as if questioning his intentions. No, this was not merely a sensation, it was an undeniable reality. It appeared he could indeed engage in a telepathic communion with Slacker King. Chapter 76. The tremendous waves of the future. At this moment, Chen Ruo's conviction regarding a particular intuition within him grew ever stronger. Upon contemplating the term heart power, he realized its significance. Heart power emanates from within, an extraordinary force that, much like the aura power and other energies, is birthed from the depths of one's heart. Thus, one might assert that heart power represents the most unadulterated form of energy, devoid of distinctions. It is the epitome of simplicity and purity. If Chen Ruo perceives it as the everlasting power, then it is indeed the everlasting power. If he envisions it as aura power, then it becomes aura power. If he imagines it as overcoming power, it transforms into overcoming power. For it possesses no inherent attributes, it embodies the essence of pure power, capable of undergoing various transformations based on Chen Ruo's thoughts. A smile illuminated Chen Ruo's eyes. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Heart power is nothing short of a versatile ability, adaptable to his whims. After utilizing heart power to soothe his companions, the King of Vacation and Charizard, he turned his attention to the white ghost, who unexpectedly approached him from in front of the television, settling down before him in a relaxed manner. Instantly, Chen Ruo understood the white ghost's intent and focused on employing heart power to comfort it. The white ghost closed its eyes, seemingly drifting into slumber. In this moment, Chen Ruo felt a sense of closeness emanating from the white ghost, which is precisely why he chose to keep it by his side. Were the white ghost to resemble the menacing Guy Nozakite, brimming with destructive tendencies, Chen Ruo would never entertain the notion of keeping it near. He was not yet weary of living. If the white ghost were to suddenly erupt in fury, Chen Ruo doubted anyone could subdue it. Yet, the reason he kept the white ghost close was that he sensed a familiarity akin to that which he felt with Charizard, the King of Vacation, and the other Pokémon. It was an inexplicable trust, rendering any concerns unnecessary. This sensation was exclusive to his 4 Pokémon and Greninja, which is why Chen Ruo was so devoted to Greninja. It felt as if it was destined to belong to him. With the competition concluded, there was no longer any reason to linger in Su Province. Chen Ruo was eager to enter the Pokémon world, and the Pokémon League Championship approached ever closer. He hoped to gather badges swiftly, for he still had this task to fulfill. 2 tasks, in fact, both promising substantial rewards, while others at Mingyuan High awaited unrealistic honors, which held no significance for Chen Ruo. He resolved to return to his villa. Chen Xiao? What a coincidence to see you here. As Chen Ruo stepped out of the hotel, he encountered the individuals introduced to him by Lu Zhong, one of whom he recalled as Wang Hao, alongside a person named Su Yun. Wang Hao slapped his forehead in realization. Chen Xiao, how could I forget? You must be here for the intercollegiate ranking battle. I heard discussions about a remarkably heroic young man emerging in this competition, and I believe that must be you. Chen Ruo managed a slight smile. Wang Hao's theatrics were rather exaggerated, while Su Yun beside him wore an expression of disdain, wishing she were not associated with him. The fervor surrounding the intercollegiate ranking battle was undeniable. If these two were genuinely unaware, Chen Ruo would seriously question their capabilities. According to Lu Zheng's earlier introduction, Wang Hao was the wealthiest individual in the entire Su-Nan region. Such an encounter could not possibly be coincidental. Previously, Chen Ruo had never encountered anyone of Wang Hao's stature, nor even a financial magnate like Su Yun. However, Chen Ruo chose not to comment further. Instead, he smiled and replied, "What a coincidence to see President Wang and President Su here in Su Province." Wang Hao chuckled heartily. Chen Xiao, you may not know this, but the headquarters of my company is located right here in Su Province. Suddenly struck by a thought, Wang Hao continued, "By the way, Chen Xiao, since you're visiting Su Province, it is my duty as a host to extend my hospitality. Do you have time this evening? I would love to host a meal for you at Minghui to show my appreciation as a local." Chen Ruo politely declined. "There's really no need, President Wang. I wouldn't want to trouble you. You must have many matters to attend to." Wang Hao's smile remained unwavering despite the refusal. He pressed on. "What busy matters could I possibly have? Chen Xiao, you jest. Since you are in Su-Nan, I must extend my hospitality, even if I am busy." After some contemplation, Chen Ruo recalled how Wang Hao had graciously gifted him the Wind Messenger during their last encounter, providing him with a favor. To turn down a mere invitation for a meal would seem exceedingly impolite. With this in mind, Chen Ruo smiled and said, "Very well, I shall graciously accept your invitation." Wang Hao and Su Yun sighed in relief. Having learned of Chen Ruo's identity from Lu Zhong, they were eager to forge a connection with him. In a society undergoing such profound transformations, uncertainty loomed over who would be cast aside and who would endure. All that individuals could do was strive to empower themselves, hoping to survive amidst the upheaval. At present, the impact of these forces was not yet substantial, but once the realms of reality and the Pokémon world fully merged, would not the formidable powers clash with the native forces of the real world? Would equilibrium be maintained? Such an outcome was inevitable. Monumental upheavals were destined to occur. Though the repercussions for ordinary individuals may be minimal, for them, it could prove fatal. Rather than beseeching fate, it was far more prudent to exert all efforts to strengthen oneself. This explained why numerous influential factions were willing to invest vast resources in nurturing a few prodigious Pokémon trainers. Not only titans like Su Yun, but even individuals of Wang Hao's caliber found themselves unable to dictate their own destinies. Once giants in their domains, they now grappled with the inability to control their very existence, a disparity that instilled fear and trepidation within them. At this juncture, Shinrua's emergence offered a glimmer of hope. According to Lu Zheng, should Shinrua ascend to that echelon, there might indeed be a means to safeguard them. Chapter 77. Speculations and Concerns. Young Master Chen. If that is the case, I shall not disturb you any further. I will arrange for someone to pick you up in the evening. What do you think? A warm smile adorned Wang Hao's face. Su Yun and Wang Hao, sensing the moment, gracefully departed, refraining from further intruding upon Shinrua's solitude. Observing Su Yun and Wang Hao as they entered their vehicle, Shinrua nodded appreciatively. Their attempt to draw closer to him was neither obsequious nor off-putting, evoking a sense of admiration from Shinrua. Having acquiesced to Wang Hao and Su Yun's requests, Shinrua returned directly to the hotel, finding no harm in extending his stay for another day. Once outside, Su Yun expressed his apprehensions to Wang Hao. Brother, do you think young Master Chen truly cares about such matters? Wang Hao appeared confident, replying, in my observation, young Master Chen is not one to be ungrateful. As long as we maintain a clear stance, should any issues arise, he will undoubtedly lend us his support. Brother, are you certain he possesses the ability to protect us? We must consider that the forces in that world are formidable. Su Yun's brow furrowed with concern. Wang Hao patted Su Yun's shoulder with a mysterious smile. My dear brother, I have already conducted my inquiries. I believe you have investigated young Master Chen as well, yet you found nothing. Before Su Yun could respond, Wang Hao continued. I too have looked into his background, not only in the physical realm, but also in that world. Yet, I found nothing. Ordinarily, this would not be surprising for an average individual, but who is he? The youngest and most promising Pokémon doctor. Not only that, but he is also the most powerful new generation Pokémon trainer. One would expect such a person to be at the pinnacle of public admiration. Yet it is perplexing that no information about him exists. The only battle footage available is from well-witnessed encounters, widely known to all. Wang Hao smiled at Su Yun. Do you believe that if he were truly so ordinary, it would be this way? Su Yun fell silent, agreeing with Wang Hao's perspective. So, brother, what do you think? A youth not yet 20, already the most formidable rookie Pokémon trainer, and also a Pokémon doctor? We need not elaborate on the significance of the third evolution of Pokémon and special evolutions, do we? Yet, after all this time, he has not encountered any issues. And those powerful forces remain unperturbed? Is there not something suspicious about this? How long has the Pokémon world been intertwined with our reality? And he has already become a Pokémon doctor. Do you believe there is no ulterior motive behind this? Su Yun nodded, immediately grasping Wang Hao's implication. Though Wang Hao did not voice the remaining thoughts, Su Yun understood that there must be influential figures supporting him, or perhaps an immensely powerful force behind him. In that moment, Su Yun felt a surge of confidence. He held great admiration for Wang Hao's discernment. Wang Hao's ability to rise to his current stature was undoubtedly due to his exceptional talent for recognizing potential in others. After a brief interlude, a hotel attendant knocked on the door. Young Master Chen, we have been sent by Mr. Wang to escort you to the evening gathering. The individual dispatched by Wang Hao clapped his hands. These are the garments prepared for you by Mr. Wang. If they do not meet your taste, I can arrange for alternatives. It must be said, Wang Hao's thoughtfulness was commendable. Shinrua's attire consisted of outdated market finds, ill-suited for an evening among the elite. To prevent any embarrassing situations, Wang Hao had arranged for a tailored high-end suit for Shinrua. Shinrua was quite pleased, not merely because it fit well, but also because of its luxuriousness. Glancing at the price tag adorned with a string of nines, he found the suit exceedingly agreeable. Once Shinrua had changed, there was no need for further arrangements. Everything had been impeccably organized by Wang Hao. At Minghui Restaurant, the most luxurious establishment in Su Province, it was also the realm of Wang Hao. The privilege to enter was granted to only a select few. On this day, nearly all the prominent figures of Su Province had received invitations from Wang Hao, and the grand hall was filled with the clinking of glasses among the elite. However, it was clear that everyone was somewhat distracted, their gazes fixated on the central table, which epitomized the province's power brokers. Old Wang, Is it really necessary to hold a gathering at such a time? Questioned a middle-aged man with a weary expression. The true turmoil had yet to unfold. Yet Su province was already rife with undercurrents. Were it not for the resistance from these individuals, the chaos would have surely engulfed them all. Not only in our province, but neighboring Feng province had also descended into chaos, causing significant losses to all my enterprises there. These individuals appeared deceptively calm while, in reality, they were embroiled in fierce competition in various domains. Each day, countless Pokémon materialized in the real world, and the reality itself was undergoing rapid evolution. Majestic mountains and rivers emerged from thin air, all brimming with resources. The anticipated conflicts had yet to turn bloody. However, the discovery of ancient relics between the nations of Shinua and Keiju in North Africa unveiled the remnants of a long-lost civilization, which contained information about something exceedingly secretive and dreadfully powerful. Shinua and Keiju swiftly erupted into conflict, akin to the onset of bloodshed. Pokémon were employed in battle. And while everything appeared harmonious on the surface, chaos reigned beneath. The emergence of Gai no Sai-Kute severed their final tether of hope. Initially, they had hoped to resist through technological means, yet even nuclear weapons became mere toys in the face of Gai no Sai-Kute. Now, all were fervently pursuing the power of Pokémon. No one wished to relinquish what they held, yet without sufficient strength to protect it. Even life and death could slip through their fingers. Just days prior, a family in Feng province was uprooted by an unknown force, and even the perpetrator remained shrouded in mystery. Chapter 78. A beast is a beast wherever it roams. Upon receiving the recent message on his phone, Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement. Observing his demeanor, those around him also perked up. Wang Hao was unaware of Chun Ruo's true identity, yet he recognized that it was of a significantly elevated status, one that was beyond their usual reach. Thus, when he spoke to the others, he tantalizingly withheld Chun Ruo's identity and the details of their meeting, merely stating that they were to meet someone capable of breaking the deadlock. This left the others filled with anticipation. Here he comes. Wang Hao and Suyan eagerly rushed out to greet him. Young Master Chen, please, take a seat. The others stood in stunned silence, taken aback that the person Wang Hao referred to was this seemingly youthful individual, unperturbed by the surrounding gazes. Wang Hao warmly guided Chen Ruo to the main table. Chen Ruo regarded Wang Hao, then surveyed the others before speaking with a wry smile. Mr. Wang, this banquet you've prepared is not merely a simple affair. It was evident to those present that they were accustomed to lives of privilege, their attire and decorum betraying their esteemed status. Chen Ruo, not lacking in intellect, could easily discern the exceptional identities of those around him. Wang Hao chuckled heartily. Since young Master Chen has seen through it, I shall not keep you in suspense. We all wish to follow you to secure our livelihoods, or rather, to align ourselves with those who stand behind you. As for the rationale, Chen Ruo neither declined nor accepted. The world had transformed. The might of technology was no longer the prevailing force. Surely, young Master Chen could not deny having seen the video of that mysterious, extraordinary Pokémon wreaking havoc in Scara. Now, the dangers had escalated. Although reports of Pokémon causing harm were being suppressed and optimism reigned, someone of Chen Ruo's intellect could not be oblivious to the immense power that Pokémon embodied. If such power were to be wielded in untoward ways, the potential for devastation would be unfathomable. Chen Ruo might be more aware than we are. Certain forces from that world have already encroached upon ours. Numerous families have not only lost their enterprises but also their lives. None of us wish to be cast aside by the tides of time. Nor do we desire to relinquish what we currently possess, hence our desire to ally ourselves with you, young Master Chen. Wang Hao spoke candidly. Yet, Chen Ruo was somewhat taken aback by Wang Hao's revelation. So, many individuals from the Pokémon world had indeed entered the reality we inhabit. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising. With beings like Gyarados and G-Sect crossing into our realm, it confirmed that the barrier between the worlds had already begun to fracture, making the arrival of others entirely plausible. As for the news Wang Hao conveyed, Chen Ruo had no doubts. Such actions were well within the capabilities of those dark organizations. These individuals were utterly deranged. Team Rocket harbored ambitions of world domination, while Team Magma sought to transform oceans into land, and Team Aqua yearned to turn land into sea. As for Team Plasma and others, there was no need to elaborate further. In summary, there were no rational beings among them. Is it truly shocking for a throng of lunatics to engage in such endeavors? Their unscrupulous actions are entirely expected. I would wager that if one claims these dark forces have not been stained by bloodshed, they might as well declare themselves not a virgin. This is not a cartoon. There are no benevolent deities here. This is reality, and Pokémon serve as instruments of warfare. Pokémon, in essence, are not at fault, but their masters wield them with moral ambiguity. Chen Ruo smiled at Wang Hao. But why do you presume that I, or the forces behind me, would be able to protect you? Wang Hao replied without hesitation, I believe that, compared to other matters, the third evolution of Pokémon, or their special transformations, holds greater significance for those organizations. A person of your potential, or one who has already ascended to the pinnacle of Pokémon knowledge, could not possibly navigate this world so effortlessly without the protection of a powerful faction. Wang Hao perceived clearly that someone as vital as Chun-Rua, living so freely and healthily, was a testament to much. If he lacked protection, Wang Hao would dare to drink magma while standing on his head. Chun-Rua, not lacking in acuity, contemplated this and understood. This matter is not solely within my purview. There are many aspects I cannot be bothered to manage. Yet you may contact this number and relay your concerns. If they are willing to offer you protection, I assure you that whether the worlds merge or under any circumstance, no one will be able to threaten you. Moreover, I genuinely appreciate the car you previously gifted me. Please convey that to them. Chun-Rua provided Wang Hao with the contact information for the reality-based connection linked to the organization, then casually settled down to enjoy his meal. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with elation. He believed Chun-Rua's words. After all, Chun-Rua's worth surpassed their own, and as long as he remained unharmed, they would be safe. He was unconcerned with these matters. If he were strong enough, what did it matter if it were a divine beast? Just as Yang Ting had boldly threatened previously. Even the notoriously unruly Muo had been subdued. Discontent? Discontent leads to demise. This is the essence of absolute power. You dare to oppose? Then you shall perish. Why does no one dare to disturb Chun-Rua? Is it not because of the formidable strength of the organization? Why does Principal Kai regard Chun-Rua so highly? Again, it is due to Chun-Rua's immense prowess. Ultimately, it all boils down to power. Only sheep band together to intimidate others. A solitary beast, however, can instill an overwhelming sense of dread in others. Regarding the latest chapter's explanation, the past 2 chapters may appear somewhat lackluster. Yet, I assure you, such writing is far more challenging than crafting genuine plot lines. I penned 6,000 words, investing 4 hours, only to refine it down to 2,000 words that still feel inadequate. This narrative seeks to explore the profound impacts of the Pokémon world upon our reality as it descends upon us. However, articulating the merger of these 2 realms proves exceedingly arduous, resulting in somewhat awkward and lackluster writing. I shall strive to minimize the depiction of changes in the real world moving forward and refrain from expending excessive effort on it. I hope for your continued support. Thank you all. Chapter 79. Who on Earth is the gym leader? Early the next morning, Chun-Rua swiftly returned to the villa, departing from Su Province. Time was of the essence, with merely a month and a half remaining until the Kanto Alliance tournament. Presently, he had only accumulated a few badges, rock, water, and electric, while 5 more remained unacquired. Moreover, these remaining badges were not easily obtainable. The Rainbow Gem's Eliga, the Golden Gem's Nasi, the Pale Red Gem's Aju, the Crimson Lotus Gem's Zaber, and the Evergreen Gem's Sakaki, none of them were to be trifled with. Chun-Rua's next destination was the Rainbow Gem, which prompted him to express his discontent. This gym stood out as the only reasonably normal one in the Kanto region throughout the original narrative. Aside from the Nibi and Hulan gyms, which even Team Rocket disregarded, all others were under their control, with the Rainbow Gym being the singular exception. Fortunately, the journey unfolded without any unforeseen incidents, leading Chun-Rua directly to the Rainbow Gym, presided over by the grass-type Pokémon trainer, Eliga. In the original story, she primarily utilized Pokémon such as the Vine Whip monster, the Large Flower, and a rather foul-smelling Venusaur. For Chun-Rua, there was little cause for concern. Apologies. But Charizard will easily handle these challenges. Fire and flying types have a distinct advantage over grass types. Is anyone here? Chun-Rua ventured into the Rainbow Gym. The interior resembled a verdant garden, flourishing with dense plants and various grass-type Pokémon frolicking about. Do I sense a challenger? A girl, exuding a neighborly charm, emerged. She was Eliga, the gym leader. Hello, I am Chun-Rua from Masera Town, here to challenge the Rainbow Gym. Eliga set down her water bottle. I can sense the unpleasant aura of fire-type Pokémon. I want to hold back. You'd best be cautious. Chun-Rua paid her little mind, tossing a Pokeball without hesitation, revealing Charizard's robust form to the onlookers. Eliga paused momentarily, sensing an overwhelming pressure emanating from Charizard. Are the new Pokémon trainers this formidable nowadays? This is hardly typical. Such a powerful Charizard should not belong to a novice trainer. This is going to be a tough opponent. But we shall proceed. Vine Whip Monster. As expected, it was indeed the Vine Whip Monster, akin to the original narrative. Yet its demeanor was commendable, showcasing impressive training. After all, Eliga was a professional grass-type trainer. She was not to be underestimated. Charizard, take to the skies. Use Fire Spin. Vine Whip Monster, ensnare Charizard. Do not let it ascend. However, the Vine Whip Monster was no match for Charizard's speed. during the high school ranking battles. The twin Bulbasaurs from Paisure wielded true mastery over Vine Whip. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was ensnared by vines, exhibiting remarkable tenacity that even fire required time to scorch through. The Paisure High School nearly defeated Shinrua with their Bulbasaurs. If it hadn't been for the last-minute frenzy of the King of the Skies, who prematurely entered the realm of Bond evolution, the victor would still remain uncertain. Charizard soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the Vine Whip monster. Had Shinrua faced Eliga before his Charizard evolved, she might have posed a challenge, yet now, she could hardly exert any pressure on him. The Fire-type attacks wreaked havoc upon the Grass-type Pokémon. As the Vine Whip monster writhed in agony amidst the flames, unable to contend with the airborne Charizard, with another fiery blast aimed directly at the Vine Whip monster, it succumbed to its injuries, falling into unconsciousness. Eliga's previously composed demeanor faltered, her expression stiffening. This is utterly intolerable. His strength is beyond belief. Just one fire spin, followed by a flamethrower, and my Vine Whip monster is down for the count. Eliga genuinely considered reporting Shinrua. Surely, he could not be a novice trainer. To approach him as one would a typical newcomer was simply absurd. Annoying fire-type Pokémon. But now I shall unleash my fury. Go. Large Flower. The large flower Eliga released was clearly far superior to the previous Vine Whip monster. The latter was likely a standard choice for novice trainers. While this large flower bore the marks of numerous battles, undoubtedly one of Eliga's key Pokémon. Large Flower. Use Acid Spray. Eliga's aura shifted, adopting an aggressive stance, shedding her prior gentle demeanor. Charizard. Unleash Flamethrower. Shinrua did not underestimate Eliga. Gym leaders possess their own formidable skills. However, to Shinrua's surprise, the acid spray from the large flower was not potent enough, easily overwhelmed by Charizard's flames, igniting the creature in the process. Am I witnessing this? Are gym leaders truly this weak? I haven't even made my move, and you're already down? Are you attempting to con me? It was unheard of for gym leaders to resort to such tactics. Moreover, even if they did, it shouldn't be this blatant. Perhaps uncertain. Charizard's eyes glimmered with confusion. Previously, it had to expend significant effort to defeat a Bulbasaur, yet now, a mere flamethrower had incapacitated one. With this thought, Charizard confidently launched another flamethrower, striking the large flower perfectly, leaving it incapacitated and on the verge of collapse. Eliga was left utterly stunned. What kind of newcomer is this? 2 attacks to defeat a gym leader. Is this something a human can achieve? Speak clearly. Who is truly the novice? Who is the gym leader? And what of the Pokémon League? Do they not regulate such blatant anomalies? Chapter 80. The Fallen Gym Leader. Elijah found herself in a state of bewilderment. Having battled numerous Pokémon trainers, this was the first time she felt utterly powerless. She was at a loss for how to combat this challenger, who was simply beyond her capacity to confront. It was a disheartening experience, especially as it marked her first encounter with a novice trainer that left her feeling so inadequate. However, this was not entirely unexpected. Nearly half a year had passed, and during this time, typical Pokémon trainers had generally acquired around 6 badges, indicating their considerable strength. In the competitive arena of high school rankings, those under Shinrua's guidance barely managed to survive a single round. Powerful trainers like Ishio, Lin-Emo, and Shin-Emo had amassed all available Pokémon badges. Yet, this did not imply they surpassed the gym leaders in strength. The primary role of a gym leader is to instruct newcomers on how to battle, focusing more on nurturing their growth. The Pokémon they deploy are generally not their mainstays, often not even part of their secondary team. For instance, a trainer as formidable as Xiaobo, nearing the elite level, would not even employ his primary team against novice trainers, let alone his secondary Pokémon, which would easily dominate them. As for Sakaki, his reputation as the leader of Team Rocket is well known. His secondary Pokémon could effortlessly overpower other novice trainers. Nevertheless, this feeling of frustration was something Elijah had not experienced in a long time. She removed the hair tie from her head, allowing her hair to cascade down, before readying it into a ponytail, transforming her previously gentle and sunny demeanor into one of striking vigor. Let us do this. It has been far too long since I engaged in a proper battle. Regardless of the outcome, the rainbow badge is yours. This battle would allow her to gauge her own growth as a gym leader. She tossed the rainbow badge to Shinrua, making it clear that the forthcoming confrontation would not merely be between gym leader Elijah and challenger Shinrua, but rather between Pokémon trainers Elijah and Shinrua. No longer would she rely on the Pokémon typically reserved for low-level trainers. She would unleash her true mainstay Pokémon. Win or lose, Shinrua would undoubtedly receive the rainbow badge. Shinrua accepted the challenge, his eyes reflecting the intense fervor of battle, reminiscent of flames. The last time he felt such a surge was during his fight with Wu Neng, when the fire of determination ignited within him. Now, facing Elijah, He realized that he too needed this passionate battle to rekindle the flames within his heart. Go, Lizard King. Elijah swiftly released one of the starter Pokémon. The Lizard King. Charizard. Use Flame Vortex to restrict Lizard King's movement. Lizard King. Use your agility to close in on Charizard, then Leaf Blade. Both trainers were filled with fervor, eager to relish this high-quality battle. The Lizard King moved with remarkable speed towards Charizard, who soared above. Casting the Flame Vortex over Lizard King, Elijah brimmed with confidence. Her Lizard King was no ordinary Pokémon. During her travels, it had been one of her strongest allies. Her most trusted partner, without exception. Yet, to her surprise, Lizard King hesitated for a mere instant, allowing the Flame Vortex to engulf it. In that moment, Elijah knew she had lost. The Grass-type Lizard King was at a disadvantage against the Fire-type Charizard, and now it was entirely ensnared by the flames. While Elijah was not afraid of losing, she had not anticipated such a disheartening defeat. After issuing her command, Lizard King's momentary hesitation felt like an utter failure in her eyes. Indeed, trapped within the flame vortex, Lizard King succumbed to despair, lacking the strength to resist. Shenrua did not pursue the advantage. Instead, he recalled Charizard, saying, "Come back, Charizard. You have done well." Observing Elijah's despondent expression, he shook his head. "As a Pokémon trainer, you are undoubtedly lacking. If I am not mistaken, Lizard King must have been your first partner, and possibly your most trusted one." Shenrua spoke with conviction. Elijah looked at him, puzzled. "How do you know?" "When Lizard King battled, I sensed its overwhelming joy. It has been far too long since it fought alongside you. Thus, when you commanded it, it hesitated, unsure of how to respond. As a gym leader, your qualifications are questionable, but as a Pokémon trainer, you are far from adequate. Pokémon are not mere tools, they are partners. When you distance yourself from them, they will naturally question your commands." Elijah's gaze shifted to Lizard King as she murmured, "Is that so, Lizard King?" Though Lizard King did not respond, its gaze towards Elijah was filled with tenderness. Reflecting on the years gone by, Elijah realized that she had focused too much on gym battles, neglecting her original Pokémon. Remembering the close bond she once shared with Lizard King, she smiled, crouched down, and patted its head. "Lizard King, was it wrong of me? I have wronged you. But that will not happen again." She turned to Shenrua, smiling warmly. "Thank you. I understand now. I am not only an inadequate gym leader, but also a deficient Pokémon trainer. I plan to travel and resign from my position as the Rainbow Gym leader. Thank you for helping me realize this." Shenrua was left bewildered. Had he truly caused the gym leader to retreat into self-reflection? What had Elijah comprehended? He was utterly confounded, unable to fathom the significance of the moment. Chapter 81. The Wish Star of the Seven Knights. Karaki. Eliga felt that throughout her years as a gym leader, she had never truly experienced a battle against Pokémon of equal caliber. More importantly, it had distanced her from her beloved Pokémon. Now, she yearned to rediscover the state of mind she possessed at the outset of her journey, aspiring to grow stronger rather than descend into languor. Shenrua, indifferent to her plight, recognized that this was Eliga's own decision, one that did not concern him. He obtained the Rainbow Gym badge and continued his journey onward. Eliga chose not to accompany Shenrua. She had long since traversed the Kanto region and felt that remaining there would provide her no further growth. Thus, she made the decision to depart for the Kalos region. Meanwhile, Shenrua pressed forward on his adventure, with his next destination being the Golden Gym in the city of Golden. The gym leader, Nasi, was renowned as an exceptionally formidable Pokémon trainer, particularly noted for her powerful Psychic-type Pokémon, which posed a significant challenge, especially without Ghost-type Pokémon to counter them. However, Shenrua remained unfazed, confident that his strength would prevail regardless of type advantages. As he walked, a boisterous middle-aged man nearby called out, drawing attention to a magic show. Just as Shenrua was about to leave, he encountered a group of familiar faces. Ash stood with Pikachu perched on his shoulder, who eagerly dashed toward Shenrua. Shenrua smiled at the approaching Ash and his companions, surprised to see them there. It had been some time since their last interaction, following the Mutwo saga, as Shenrua had been preoccupied with the upcoming Pokémon League. With polite gestures, he waved to the trio. "What a coincidence, Ash. Brock. And is this your new companion?" "Indeed, it is, Rua." Brock and the newcomer appeared somewhat reserved, clearly aware of Shenrua's reputation and prowess. Ash, astonished, looked at the newcomer. "Wow, Xiaoyao, I didn't realize you knew Rua?" Xiaoyao laughed. "Of course. Rua is quite famous. Only you would be unaware of that, Ash." At that moment, Shenrua realized that Xiaoyao was the one who succeeded Kasumi after her departure. With a calm demeanor, he extended his hand. "You must be Xiaoyao. Greetings." "I am Shenrua." Taken aback, Xiaoyao quickly shook his hand. "Hello, Rua. I am Xiaoyao, and I'm a fan of yours." Ash, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "I can't believe we ran into you here." Rua, Are you here to see the Millennium Comet too? You must battle me with your Pokémon. Shinruo felt a spark of intrigue at Ash's words. Wait, Ash, what did you say you were here for? Ash looked puzzled. What? Ruo? Aren't you here for the Millennium Comet? Brock, concerned that Shinruo might not be aware of the significance of the Millennium Comet, explained. The Millennium Comet appears once every 1,000 years, and it is said that making a wish upon it brings good fortune. It's particularly renowned for its effectiveness. The references to the Millennium Comet, wishes, magic shows, and Ash's companions ignited Shinruo's excitement. He picked up a flyer from the ground, which detailed the Millennium Comet celebration, including a magic performance. Most importantly, the magician was none other than Butler, the scientist from the Lava Gang, whom he remembered vividly. Shinruo's mind raced with the implications. This was the onset of the plot involving the wish star of the Seven Knights, Karaki. However, something seemed amiss. According to the movie's timeline, Ash, Brock, and Xiaoyao should not be in the Kanto region at this time. This realization struck Shinruo like a bell, reminding him that narratives are not always 100% accurate. There can be significant deviations. Excited by the prospect, Shinruo found the plot of the wish star to be neither dangerous nor convoluted, and he felt fully capable of interjecting himself into the story. At the very least, to witness the power of the mythical beast. The narrative primarily revolved around the awakening of Karaki during the Millennium Comet's passage, subsequently being controlled by Butler, who sought to utilize Karaki's powers to resurrect the ancient deity, Groudon, only to fail under the protagonist's influence. Intrigued by the involvement of legendary Pokémon, Shinruo's interest was piqued, and he hesitated to leave the area. Initially confused by the sudden influx of people, he now understood the situation fully. Ruo, let us have a Pokémon battle. Ash was ever the embodiment of enthusiasm, ready to take on any challenge. Perhaps an aura unique to protagonists. Remaining here posed no inconvenience, and Shinruo was curious about Ash's current strength, as their previous encounter aboard the ST. Anna had been interrupted by a storm, preventing their battle from taking place. Xiaoyao playfully tugged at Ash's arm. Ash, Ruo just got here. Let him rest a bit. You don't need to challenge everyone to a battle right away. Though Ash loved battling, he was also considerate, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. Sorry, Ruo. After you've rested, we can battle. Shinruo waved dismissively. It's all right. I'm not fatigued. I owe you a battle after our last encounter was cut short. Let us make it happen now. Ash's previously subdued demeanor brightened instantly. Really? Ruo. Shinruo smiled. Of course. There is no deceit here. Brock and Xiaoyao exchanged knowing glances of resignation, offering Shinruo apologetic smiles. Ah, Ash, you're incorrigible. Sorry about this, Ruo. Shinruo waved it off, indicating it was no trouble. After all, he was eager to see if Ash's innate charm could indeed allow him to hold his own against any opponent. Chapter 82. The Secret Between Ash and Pikachu. The prowess of Ash's Pikachu has always been shrouded in mystery, leading Shinruo to genuinely question whether this creature had undergone some form of recreation. Each time they concluded a region, it reverted to level 0, exhibiting a strength that felt almost like a glitch, daring even legendary Pokémon to engage. Yet, in times of weakness, it struggled against the Pokémon of novice trainers. Let us go, King of Leave. We are joining the fray, Ash commanded with palpable excitement, urging Pikachu to leap into action. As the King of Leave unleashed a punch, swift and urgent, it appeared before Pikachu in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Shinruo opened his heart's power to sense everything around him. Indeed, just as the punch was about to graze Pikachu, it evaded at an uncanny angle, narrowly escaping. In that instant, Shinruo felt a peculiar force emanating from Ash, intertwining with Pikachu, fortuitously guiding it to dodge. Shinruo laughed heartily, pondering the absurdity of the situation. No wonder Ash's Pikachu seemed so overpowered. It was evident that Ash and Pikachu functioned as a singular entity. Together, they generated a unique force, the potency of which was determined by their opponent's strength. This was the legendary protagonist's aura, coupled with the force of destiny. However, Shinruo remained skeptical of the limitless nature of this power. Otherwise, Ash would not admit the possibility of defeat. In his estimation, this force served merely as a supportive element, lacking the capacity for decisive impact. King of Leave, use Earthquake. Pikachu, leap and unleash Volt Tackle. As King of Leave executed Earthquake, the ground trembled, yet Pikachu soared high into the air. And Shinruo noticed that same force seemingly elevated Pikachu, allowing it to hover for 3 seconds before landing gracefully, perfectly evading the tremors. Moreover, Pikachu promptly unleashed Thunderbolt, striking at King of Leave's core. Shinruo couldn't help but critique this ability, deeming it rather outrageous. It was akin to cheating. Imagine standing at the edge of a cliff, plummeting down, where ordinarily one would meet their demise. Yet this power enables one to fortuitously land upon a stone platform below, inheriting the techniques of a prior master. This was indeed absurd. However, Shinrua suddenly felt unqualified to criticize such advantages, recognizing that his own were perhaps even more pronounced. King of Leave, unleash a barrage of punches. Shinrua doubted this force had no limits. As expected, with each successive punch from King of Leave, Pikachu's evasion grew increasingly arduous. By the final blow, Shinrua distinctly sensed that this punch would undoubtedly connect with Pikachu's head, yet it still veered off course. In a moment of nonchalance, Pikachu merely swayed its head, resulting in the punch only grazing its body. The influence of that power minimized what could have been devastating damage. Yet, a single punch left Pikachu severely injured, struggling to rise. Pikachu. Ash gazed at his companion with deep concern, visibly anxious. From Ash, the force surged forth even more intensely, enveloping Pikachu, who once again rose to its feet. Shinrua could now ascertain why the fluctuations between Ash and Pikachu were so pronounced. Their inherent strength was secondary. For it was that force of destiny that truly governed them. Ash was not the sole protagonist. Shinrua perceived a similar force within Pikachu, one not significantly weaker than Ash's. The true protagonists were not solely Ash, but rather the duo of Ash and Pikachu. Only when these two united did they embody the essence of true heroism in this world. Pikachu, stand tall. At Ash's fervent command, Pikachu began to rise step by step. Shinrua wasted no time. King of Leave, utilize Quick Attack. Quick Attack was a skill suddenly mastered by King of Leave following its bond evolution. Surprising and delighting Shinrua. After all, Quick Attack was remarkably practical and powerful, with an exceptionally high priority that was nearly impossible to evade. Indeed, despite the guiding force of destiny, King of Leave's kick connected squarely with Pikachu, sending it flying. As Shinrua had predicted, while that force could influence certain outcomes, it could not dictate them. In just a singular punch, followed by a swift kick, Pikachu succumbed to unconsciousness. Although the force of destiny had indeed offered some resistance, it ultimately failed to prevent Pikachu's defeat. It could only prolong the inevitable. Whether it was Ash, Brock, or Xiaoyao, they were all left dumbfounded. Was it truly over? Though Shinrua pondered extensively, the reality unfolded in mere moments. To the trio, it appeared that King of Leave delivered a punch, followed by a kick, and thus, Pikachu was vanquished. Having witnessed Pikachu's indomitable spirit, how could it be that two mere attacks had led to its downfall? It was simply inconceivable. Brock sighed. The disparity is staggering. King of Leave is Rua's primary Pokémon, while Pikachu stands no chance against it. Xiaoyao nodded in agreement, indeed. The gap between Ash and Rua is insurmountable. They are not on the same level. Shinrua smiled at Ash. Come now, Ash, this is a 3v3 match. We are merely in the first round. Is this the disheartened visage I associate with you? Ash regained his spirit. Yes, this is a 3v3 match. And we have only just begun. I have not lost yet. Be wary, Rua. Go forth, Charizard. Allow Rua to witness our strength. Ash's resolve reignited, transforming his demeanor from despondent to fervently enthusiastic. Chapter 83, The Great Master. Ash's Charizard has been cultivated exceptionally well. It appears to be quite formidable. Shinrua also withdrew his Charizard and released his own. The comparison between the two Charizards was instantly evident. Shinrua's Charizard appeared more robust and imposing than Ash's. After securing the top position in the interscholastic ranking battles, Shinrua gained not only that unique heart power but also a considerable number of achievement points. With these points, he acquired numerous training items for his Pokémon from the marketplace. Among them were endurance training vests, strength training wristbands, and speed training gear. Thus, Shinrua's Charizard emanated an undeniable aura of strength, far exceeding that of an ordinary Charizard. At first glance, Ash's Charizard seemed to pale in comparison to Shinrua's. Not due to any lack of power on Ash's part, but rather because Shinrua's Charizard was simply overwhelming. Brock, having observed the two, shook his head. Alas, the disparity is too great. One glance is sufficient to discern the outcome without a battle. Yet, Shinrua did not share this sentiment. Although his Charizard was indeed more powerful than Ash's, the aura of fate surrounding Ash was no trifling matter. Its impact in battle remained shrouded in mystery. Shinrua's decision to engage Ash in a second round stemmed from his curiosity about the limits of this fateful power. As expected, the two Charizards clashed fiercely. And the battle was not one-sided. It reached a stalemate. Shinrua's heart power acutely sensed that every strike exerted an influence. For how else could Ash's Charizard hold its ground against his own? On several occasions, Shinrua perceived that his Charizard was on the verge of breaking the deadlock, only to be thwarted by that enigmatic force, resulting in costly errors that allowed Ash's Charizard to regain its footing. Silently, Shinrua closed his eyes and summoned his heart power. He endeavored to discern whether his heart power could influence this force of fate. As he shut his eyes, his heart power erupted forth, intertwining with Ash's destiny. Upon contact, the force of fate surged violently, pushing back against Shinrua. He immediately felt an immense pressure. This fateful power was extraordinarily potent, surpassing even his own heart power. Shinrua could not help but admire it. Indeed, it was the hallmark of a protagonist's aura, befitting a child of destiny. However, the battle unfolded plainly. Despite this enhancement, Ash's Charizard remained outmatched by Shinrua's, completely overwhelmed. No matter how Ash directed his commands, he could not contend with Shinrua's Charizard. This realization left Shinrua somewhat contemplative. Indeed, the protagonist's aura could not hold a candle to sheer might. A typical trainer would have conceded defeat by now, having been thoroughly bested by Ash. This was the terrifying aspect of such power. The longer the battle dragged on, the more formidable it became. Yet, Shinrua was no ordinary individual. He was a force unto himself. The protagonist's aura might possess its own logic. But when has one ever seen a force of nature adhere to reason? Charizard unleashed Dragon Rage. End it. Shinrua had thoroughly analyzed Ash's secrets and decided not to prolong the confrontation any further, issuing his final command. Hold on, Charizard. Ash shouted back. Under normal circumstances, this Dragon Rage would not have been enough to defeat Charizard. But now the situation was different. Shinrua's heart power entangled with the force of fate. And without a doubt, his Charizard's Dragon Rage obliterated Ash's Charizard. Ash, in your eyes, what does Pokémon truly represent? Shinrua inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Without a moment's hesitation, Ash replied, "They are my partners." Shinrua smiled. Partners? Your approach does not benefit them. It endangers them. You have not subjected them to any training, yet you aspire to be a Pokémon master. Do you genuinely believe they can accompany you on that journey without proper preparation? Pokémon are indeed partners, but you must understand what truly serves their best interests. Otherwise, you are unworthy of possessing these Pokémon. The final battle, devoid of any substantive meaning beyond mere word count, awaited the day Ash comprehended this truth, at which point Shinrua would welcome a challenge. Shinrua reprimanded Ash, observing his Pokémon throwing tantrums and displaying discontent. Ash's Charizard was entirely unresponsive to his commands. Having previously clashed with Shinrua's Charizard, driven by instinct rather than training, how could a trainer like Ash hope to succeed? If Ash's protagonist aura were stripped away, he would likely falter significantly. Ash fell into silence, contemplating deeply. Shinrua did not disturb him, simply watching. After a lengthy pause, Ash lifted his gaze. Determination ignited in his eyes. Brother Rua, you are the second person to speak such words to me. I did not grasp their meaning the first time, but now I choose to understand. Thank you. You and Xiaoqi are the most formidable Pokémon trainers I have encountered. I truly look forward to witnessing your duel one day. Xiaoqi? Is he the trainer with the Pikachu, just like you? Shinrua inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Ash appeared astonished. You know Xiaoqi? Understanding Ash's reaction confirmed Shinrua's suspicions. Indeed, it was the legendary Xiaoqi, the protagonist of the first generation of handheld games, renowned for capturing nearly every legendary Pokémon in the Kanto region, save for Mew. This world grows ever more intriguing. Shinrua had initially presumed Ash to be Xiaoqi. It was clear now that he was mistaken. Thus, many possibilities might now be within reach. What had once seemed trivial now felt suddenly vital. And Shinrua resolved to embark on these endeavors forthwith. Chapter 84. Unexpected Fatherhood. Shinrua had an instinct that a battle between him and Xiaoqi was inevitable. This intuition was not unfounded, for Xiaoqi was a formidable opponent. In the original narrative, Qi Yi was the true progeny of the world, vastly superior to the likes of Xiaoji, who was merely an amateur in comparison. Qi Yi, in the story, was a powerful trainer who had captured all legendary Pokémon in the Kanto region, save for the elusive Mew. Shaking his head, Shinrua dismissed the thoughts swirling in his mind, for his primary concern lay with the matter of Jirachi. Task activated. The Wish Star of Kiana. The Wish Star of Kiana. Complete the narrative of the Wish Star of Kiana to earn Star Source rewards. This time, Shinrua found himself perplexed. The task was exceedingly vague. What constituted the completion of the Kiana Wish Star narrative? How was this completion measured? He had no clear understanding of the boundaries involved. Moreover, the reward itself was equally puzzling. Star Source? What on earth was that? Despite being a veteran player of Pokémon, he remained utterly oblivious to the concept of Star Source. Yet, Shinrua remained resolute. He would undoubtedly undertake this task. Given its connection to the unique Jirachi, gaining insight into it would undoubtedly prove beneficial. While mythical Pokémon could also be classified as legendary, they possessed powers that, in some cases, surpassed those of traditional legendary Pokémon. Noteworthy examples include Mew, Jirachi, and Celebi. To encounter Jirachi and become entwined in the narrative of the Wish Star of Kiana, it largely depended on the protagonist's group. This explained why Chen Ruo consistently accompanied Xiao Ji and his companions. Xiao Yao, Xiao Gang, and Ruo Ge, hurry. We are about to witness the Millennium Comet. How exhilarating! Xiao Ji exclaimed, his spirit renewed, showing no signs of defeat. Chen Ruo hurriedly followed Xiao Ji, recalling that in the original work, it was Xiao Ji and his friend Xiao Sheng who first collided, setting the stage for the unfolding events. To be cautious. Although Chen Ruo understood that Jirachi should be near Xiao Sheng, he chose to remain close to Xiao Ji. The formidable aura of destiny surrounding Xiao Ji might have limited influence during battles, yet in moments like these, it eclipsed all other abilities. If this power were not formidable, given Xiao Ji's impetuous nature, he would have perished countless times amidst various legendary narratives and dark forces. Yet, the reality was that not only had Xiao Ji survived, but so had all his companions. Indeed, as they reached the expansive meadow, the Millennium Comet had already passed. It's your fault, Xiao Ji. If you hadn't insisted on battling with Ruo Shun, we wouldn't have missed the Millennium Comet. Now that we've missed it, we might not get another chance. Xiao Yao lamented. Xiao Ji sheepishly scratched his head, aware of the blame directed at him. Fortunately, Xiao Gang intervened. Come on, Xiao Yao. The Millennium Comet will be visible for the next 7 days, not just today. The 7th night is the most spectacular. Don't hold it against Xiao Ji. You know how he gets when Pokémon battles are mentioned. He forgets everything else. Before Chen Ruo could speak, a soft, adorable Pokémon collided into his embrace, leaving him momentarily stunned. As he lifted the creature, he realized in astonishment, isn't this Jirachi? Jirachi nestled deeper into Chen Ruo's arms, exuding a sense of dependence. Daddy. I finally found you. A tender voice echoed in Chen Ruo's ears. He was taken aback. The voice resonated not only in his ears, but also in his heart. Through the power of his heart, he understood the meaning of those words. To others, it appeared as if Jirachi was merely babbling, yet Chen Ruo could comprehend every syllable. Chen Ruo felt bewildered, but Jirachi paid no heed to his reaction, burrowing further into his embrace, seeking a comfortable spot. Daddy, you mustn't abandon Jirachi this time. I've searched for you for so long and cried for ages. Just now, I caught a whiff of your scent and rushed over. I've been very well behaved and have never caused trouble for my siblings. Jirachi's voice was irresistibly sweet, imbued with a hint of grievance, joy, and affection, capable of melting the heart of anyone who heard it. Yet, Chen Ruo remained in a daze. He attempted to converse with Jirachi using his heart's power. Jirachi, can you understand my words? Jirachi nodded adorably. Of course, Daddy. I can understand everything you say. Wait, don't call me Daddy, Jirachi. Have you mistaken me for someone else? I am not your father. Jirachi shook its head. No, I haven't made a mistake. You were Jirachi's daddy. Are you saying you don't want me anymore? With big, round eyes, Jirachi looked at Chen Ruo, tears welling up as if it would burst into tears at any moment should he utter a denial. Chen Ruo immediately felt a pang of compassion. Jirachi emanated an aura of purity and innocence that instinctively drew one to cherish and protect it. Unable to bear the thought of Jirachi crying, Chen Ruo, despite his confusion, reassured, all right, I didn't say I didn't want you. But first, you must clarify why you were calling me Daddy. Jirachi gazed at him with innocent eyes. I thought you were always Jirachi's daddy. I've always called you Daddy, haven't I? Chen Ruo felt a headache coming on. What kind of situation is this? Yet, he remained patient, asking, Jirachi, I mean, how did we meet initially? Jirachi pondered, her little face scrunching up in thought. Jirachi has been asleep for a very long time, and I've forgotten many things. But I remember that you are my daddy. Chen Ruo was left speechless. Jirachi, observing his expression, cautiously inquired, Daddy, am I particularly useless? Chen Ruo could not bring himself to scold the adorable little creature. Not at all. Jirachi has always been the best. You are far from useless. Chapter 85. The white ghosts encounter Karaki's emotions shifted from despair to sheer delight. Really? Daddy? Don't call me that. Chen Ruo intended to counter, yet upon seeing the tears welling in Karaki's eyes, he refrained from doing so. Ultimately, Chen Ruo couldn't help but acquiesce. All right, call me whatever you like. Karaki's eyes squinted with joy, radiating happiness. Observing Karaki's innocent smile, Chen Ruo found himself smiling as well, and his mood significantly brightened. Karaki embodied purity and innocence, akin to a little sprite, effortlessly lifting one's spirits. Wow, Ruo-gu, what kind of magical creature is this? Little Ji noticed Karaki nestled in Chen Ruo's embrace and couldn't resist inquiring. Karaki, a legendary Pokémon, Chen Ruo replied nonchalantly. Little Ji, Little Yao, and Little Gang were momentarily dumbfounded. A legendary Pokémon had suddenly appeared in Chen Ruo's arms. It appeared so attached to him. Surely this was a jest. Chen Ruo chose not to elaborate further, his movements growing gentler as he sensed that Karaki had fallen asleep in his arms. He observed Karaki's frail form and couldn't bear to disturb her, even reducing his footsteps to a whisper. Upon returning to the hotel, Shinrua gently placed Karaki on the bed. Karaki murmured softly, "Daddy, Karaki will be very good this time. I won't fall asleep again, and I won't lose you." Shinrua couldn't resist stroking Karaki's head. Her appearance was simply too endearing. "Rest assured, Karaki, do not fear. Daddy will never abandon you." Perhaps sensing Shinrua's presence, Karaki became remarkably tranquil. Shinrua stepped out of the room and dialed a number. "I currently have a Karaki with me." His voice was calm, as if he were discussing a mere cat or dog rather than a legendary beast. The voice on the other end dismissed his concern. "If it's Karaki, then there's nothing to worry about. It will be a bit dangerous for just these 7 days, but rest assured, Ziji will be there shortly. You need not worry at all." Shinrua hung up the phone, placing great trust in the person on the other end. Thus far, aside from Yamazaki's interference in his life, no one had managed to intrude upon his affairs. Furthermore, he was oblivious to how Yamazaki would handle the situation. Yet the alliance had shown considerable goodwill. In the Sikh organization's manner, a tall man swirled the wine in his glass, pondering, "Karaki? That adorable little creature? After such a struggle to find her father, we cannot allow anyone to tarnish this beauty." The man seemed to recall something, his lips curling into a smile. "Ziji is also present. I hope she can maintain her composure. After all these years, patience has nearly driven me mad. It won't be long now." His smile was gentle, reminiscent of a tranquil mountain spring, bringing comfort and ease. No one knew his true identity. They only recognized him as the most formidable helmsman within the Sikh organization. Even the proud Rayquaza bowed before him. Behemoths like Kyogre and Groudon dared not act with impunity in his presence. Within the Sikh organization, there were adjudicators, leaders, and organizers. And he was the organizer Z. No one had ever witnessed him engage in combat, nor had anyone seen him, yet all feared him. Akin to the dread one holds for venomous serpents. In the hotel, Shinrua remained undeterred. He summoned the White Ghost to verify a particular hypothesis. Connecting with the White Ghost, he said, "You should be able to comprehend my words, correct?" The White Ghost, with a smirk, replied, "When did I ever claim I couldn't understand you?" Shinrua was taken aback. The White Ghost was communicating directly rather than through psychic means. "Oh, so you can speak." Shinrua felt his mind struggling to keep pace, sensing he had been looked down upon by the White Ghost. "You sought me out regarding Karaki, didn't you?" The White Ghost initiated the dialogue. Shinrua did not beat around the bush. "Yes, it's about Karaki." The White Ghost chuckled. "You've already contacted the Sikh organization. You have no need for concern." Shinrua was bewildered. It appeared the White Ghost knew more than he had initially believed. "Don't present that expression. The Sikh organization is far more powerful than you imagine. Why does Ho-Oh patrol Kanto? Why do the legendary Pokémon in every region refrain from any transgressions? Content to protect their territories? These are all the handiwork of that organization. Moreover, the power of Pokémon surpasses that of humans. Do you think, if you were in their position, you would heed the words of what you perceive as mere ants? In the beginning, what was this world like? Humans were as weak as ants. Even the weakest Pokémon could easily slay a grown man, not to mention the might of the more powerful Pokémon. Now, all Pokémon coexist with humans, living, traveling, and growing stronger together. Do you truly believe this is the reality? Among all Pokémon, how many truly vicious ones have you encountered? How many fearsome creatures like the blood-winged dragon or the three-headed dragon can you still find? Without that organization, you would never witness such a harmonious world." The White Ghost spoke plainly, yet his words profoundly affected Shinrua. Indeed, why are those legendary Pokémon so submissively confined to their regions, daring not to overstep their bounds? Even the mischievous Mew. Why does it cower before Yangting as if it were a cat facing a mouse? The White Ghost's words were few, but each one led Shinrua to deep contemplation. These statements seemed simple and direct, yet concealed countless secrets. Few knew these truths. Those privy to such mysteries were either ancient beings like the White Ghost or legendary Pokémon like Ho-Oh and Mew. It could be said that among humans, barring a select few in power, virtually no one was in the know. Chapter 86, Secrets and the Definition of Divine Beast in the Present Day. Many truths have been obscured by history, and perhaps many have been gradually distorted. After all, the seeking organization has never cared for such matters. Shinrua felt as though he were on the verge of grasping some ancient secrets. He pressed the White Ghost, asking for instance, why do you think Pokémon listen to humans? The White Ghost observed Shinrua with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. Shinrua remained silent, patiently awaiting the White Ghost's elaboration. The White Ghost continued, "You are aware of the real world, correct? There exists an intriguing evolutionary process within that realm. Consider the origins of dogs, chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. How did they come to be?" Suddenly, Shinrua felt a spark of understanding. He grasped the implication of the white ghost's words. Indeed, among humans, there are those of remarkable strength and various extraordinary abilities. Yet how many can truly claim such status? Even with technological advancements, they pale in comparison to the might of divine beasts. Moreover, such technology could not have developed overnight. It necessitated a lengthy process. How did humanity endure in those ancient times? It is akin to how tool-wielding humans subjugated the ancestors of domestic fowl, and through generations of evolution, these creatures transformed into the Pokémon we know today, just as fierce wild beasts have been banished to the mountains. Only harmless birds and animals may now be safely admired by all. Is the evolutionary history of the Pokémon world not a reflection of this? A cohort of powerful humans gradually enslaved certain Pokémon, and with the aid of these creatures, they claimed dominion over the world. The Pokémon that posed no threat evolved into the present-day Pokémon, while the savage and bloodthirsty were driven away. The white ghost nodded. What you have articulated is merely a fragment of the truth. The existence of divine beasts is far more complex than you might imagine. With a smile, the white ghost regarded Shinrua, adding, the essence of divine beast races is not solely their immense power. It is their inherent worthiness that designates them as divine beasts. Shinrua found himself perplexed by the white ghost's statement, yet he sensed an underlying truth. Divine beasts possess their own responsibilities. Take Giratina, for instance. Though it is malevolent and capricious, it remains a divine beast. No one can strip it of its identity, for it is worthy. Even when Giratina wreaked havoc by altering the world, its only punishment was confinement within the distortion world. Conversely, the last artificial Pokémon was not a divine beast. Nor could Jinsek be classified as one. Their powers may surpass those of certain divine beasts, yet they lack the worthiness to be deemed as such. Divine beasts govern laws or a form of order, while others, regardless of their formidable might, are merely more powerful Pokémon. Take Lugia, the sea god. This species boasts a considerable number of divine beasts, yet only that singular sea god belongs to the true pantheon of divine beasts. The others are merely members of divine beast races, not authentic divine beasts. The white ghost jokingly remarked, in truth, I nearly became a divine beast myself once. But I chose to refuse. Shinrua probed, what defines worthiness? Yet the white ghost fell silent, uttering a weighty statement that left Shinrua feeling somber. I would rather that we were all unworthy. Shinrua distinctly sensed a shift in the white ghost's mood. Recognizing the depth of its melancholy and wisely refrained from further inquiries, the white ghost's words reshaped Shinrua's understanding of divine beasts. It seemed that in the realm of handheld games, what was taken by Little Chi was not a divine beast, but merely Pokémon of divine beast races. In truth, there appeared to be only one true divine beast, worthy of such a title. Though Shinrua was uncertain how the white ghost defined worthiness, he sensed that there lay a precarious balance within this definition, a line that he had previously inquired about but received no answer. Nevertheless, Shinrua's intuition strongly indicated that there was a significant problem with this balance of defining divine beasts. If he could unravel this mystery, he would undoubtedly uncover many secrets. Coughing lightly, he redirected the conversation. Weren't we discussing the seeking organization? How did we end up on the topic of divine beasts? Observing the white ghost's gloom, he attempted to shift the focus. The white ghost, recognizing Shinrua's intent, chose not to address the matter of worthiness. Indeed, the seeking organization is far more formidable. Divine beasts are no match for them. Shinrua was taken aback. Could the seeking organization truly possess such overwhelming power? The white ghost, amused by Shinrua's astonishment, continued. Are you aware of the legends surrounding the seeking organization? This tale has been forgotten by most, and only a few remember it now. Back in the day, any trainer of note would have been familiar with it. Unable to contain his curiosity, Shinrua inquired, what is it? The divine beasts govern the world, while the seeking organization governs the divine beasts. Chapter 87. The unchanging Shinrua fell into silence, having underestimated the Soon organization's influence. He had initially believed their status to be high, yet he was astonished to discover it reached such extraordinary heights. According to Baigué, the status of divine beasts far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, yet they remained shackled by the Soon organization. Baigué reclined on the sofa, shifting into a more comfortable position. It's not so bad. Those individuals can't reach me. Being a divine beast suits me just fine. It's quite comfortable, he remarked. Shinrua nodded, finally voicing a question that had long troubled him. What do I truly signify to the Soon organization? And why have you all converged around me? Baigué smiled mysteriously at Shinrua. As for that, it is best you seek the answer yourself. This matter is complex. You need only understand that regardless of how the Soon organization evolves, they can never be detrimental to you. As for me, you need not concern yourself. I shall not interfere with your affairs. After saying this, Baigué casually gazed at Shinrua. Enough of these discussions, you need not worry at all. Now that you have spoken, there is no need for you to fret about anything. However, if there is indeed danger, let us deal with me first. Baigue's gaze shifted to Jirachi, his eyes shimmering with gentle mirth. After all, it was only fitting that he refer to him as brother. The last part of his statement was barely audible, almost indistinguishable, and Shinrua did not take note of it. Meanwhile, Jirachi, still in slumber, smacked its lips, its furrowed brow easing. Having concluded his words, Baigue grew quiet, resting peacefully on the sofa. Shinrua sat on the bed, immersed in contemplation. The information he had received was overwhelming, leaving him at a loss for words, plunging him deeper into thought. Baigue's words seemed more confounding than enlightening, shrouding his mind in a greater fog than before. After a while, Shinrua succumbed to sleep, many questions eluding resolution. Daddy. Early in the morning, Jirachi roused Shinrua from his slumber. Shinrua, gazing at the creature shaking his arm in a playful manner, felt his irritation dissipate. What is it, Jirachi? He inquired. Daddy, I want to go out and play, Jirachi replied, shaking Shinrua's hand with evident delight. Shinrua could only stroke Jirachi's head affectionately. All right. Daddy will get up and accompany you to play. Jirachi could awaken only 7 days every millennium, so during this brief period, Shinrua wished to spend quality time with him. Let us go, Jirachi. Daddy will take you out for some fun. Shinrua quickly washed up, donning a casual shirt. Looking upon Jirachi with an affectionate smile, Jirachi's face beamed with joy. Thank you, Daddy. You are the best. In the shadows, a gentleman clad in a suit observed the emerging duo of Jirachi and Shinrua, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn, just one step away, and I encounter this person. The gentleman was Butler, who had expended tremendous effort to locate Jirachi, only to have his plans thwarted by the arrival of Shinrua on the day of the Millennium Comet. Jirachi was not an immensely powerful Pokémon, yet its petite form harbored immense energy. On the day of the Millennium Comet, Jirachi could harness its power. In that moment, Jirachi was imbued with formidable energy, capable of awakening certain ancient divine beasts with the aid of specific devices. Butler was a key member of the Lava Corps, having prepared instruments and mediums in anticipation of the 7th day, when the comet's energy would peak. He planned to utilize Jirachi's power to awaken Groudon. However, everything was in place, yet he found himself at a disadvantage. Just as Jirachi was revived, he was absent, resulting in Jirachi escaping and, infuriatingly, encountering Shinrua. Butler felt as though he were on the brink of despair. This was too challenging. Why did it have to be him? If it were anyone else, Butler would have seized the opportunity without hesitation. Yet this individual was not someone he could confront directly. Butler grappled with whether to report to the Lava Corps or remain silent. If he reported, would Qian-song still pursue this opportunity? After all, organizations that had faced the wrath of this individual were not few. Ultimately, a certain conviction overcame Butler. He gritted his teeth and resolved to continue with the plan. He had devoted too much time to this endeavor to abandon it now. Though Shinrua was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, surrender was not an option. Butler's conviction lay with Groudon. He firmly believed that one day, the continent would dominate the oceans. Nevertheless, he retained a level of prudence, refraining from rash actions that could lead to his demise. He resolved that until the final day arrived, he would not disturb Shinrua. Otherwise, he risked alerting him and jeopardizing his survival. Fortunately, Butler refrained from consulting Qian-song. Had he done so, Qian would have surely skinned him alive. Baigue's words were not solely known to him. The leaders of various dark forces possessed an inkling of the truth as well. Divine beasts controlling the world? Nonsense. Previously, when Ho-Oh and Lugia clashed at the Burn Tower, how had they been dispatched by the Soon organization with such ease? In the end, Ho-Oh soared through the skies while Lugia sank into the depths of the sea. Team Rocket and the Plasma Gang had both wielded control over divine beasts. Yet who among them dared to provoke the Soon organization? If one harbored designs against divine beasts, the Soon organization would dismiss them outright. If one sought to destroy the world, it was mere folly. The Soon organization would not stoop to engage with such trivialities. And now, to confront those whom they had explicitly vowed to protect was akin to inviting disaster. Qian-song remained unaware of Butler's intentions, and Butler, in turn, was oblivious to the underlying intricacies. Thus, this series of events continued, coincidentally unaffected by Shinrua's involvement. Chapter 88. A pleasant day. Good morning, Ruagu, Karaki. As Shinrua stepped outside, he encountered the beaming faces of Xiao Ji and Pikachu. Shinrua responded with a smile, greeting them. Good morning, Xiao Ji, Xiao Gang. Xiao Yao. Good morning, Rua Shun. Thanks to Karaki, Xiao Gang and Xiao Yao appeared notably less reserved than before, their demeanor much more cheerful. Karaki, perhaps buoyed by Shinrua's promise to take it out for some fun, exhibited a lively spirit, chirping joyfully at the trio. The group couldn't help but chuckle at Karaki's adorable antics. Together, they made their way towards the celebration venue, which was bustling with people gathered for the Millennium Comet, featuring various attractions. To avoid causing Shinrua any inconvenience, Karaki nestled into his clothing, leaving only its charming face visible to the outside world. Shinrua discreetly positioned his backpack in front of it, ensuring that Karaki remained hidden from view unless someone approached particularly closely. Xiaoji and the others also took measures to shield Shinrua, fully aware that Karaki's true nature was extraordinary. If discovered, it could lead to unforeseen complications, especially given that a living divine beast would draw immense attention during the comet's appearance, when Karaki's powers would be at their zenith. Once the comet passed, other major factions would no longer pursue Karaki, for it would transform into a mere stone, awakening only during the next Millennium Comet. No organization would wait a millennium. The very existence of such entities after 1,000 years would be uncertain. Dad, I want to eat that. All right, I'll go buy it for you. Dad. Okay. Xiao Ji and his companions stared in astonishment at Shinrua, who wore a broad smile as he continuously purchased delectable treats and trinkets. This left them questioning whether this was still the mature and composed Shinrua they once knew. His current demeanor completely subverted their previous impressions of him. Yet, Shinrua paid no mind to their bewilderment. Being with Karaki brought him an overwhelming sense of ease and delight. Karaki resembled a clingy child, evoking an irresistible urge to cherish it. Ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate the Centennial Festival, our Shalufa company has launched a special event. Whoever can achieve first place in the Pokémon game will receive a premium ticket to the largest wild area in the Kanto region. Additionally, there will be a mysterious grand prize. Shalufa Company was no small enterprise. It was the largest Pokémon item trading company in the Kanto region, leaving its mark on numerous handheld gaming companies. Shinrua, however, held little interest in such promotions. With the backing of the Soon organization, he had never lacked for anything. Even the most basic Pokémon balls in his possession were of the luxurious variety. Unlike ordinary balls, these provided a comfortable space that allowed Pokémon to recover their strength more swiftly, offering ample room for them to thrive. The only drawback was their exorbitant cost. One small luxury ball could fetch up to a staggering 100,000. One could only imagine the wealth Shinrua possessed. As for the $1 million TMs, whenever he found himself lacking, he merely needed to submit a list, and the Soon organization would promptly replenish his supplies. For instance, the berries used to create gourmet meals for his Pokémon were priced at several thousand each, with an average of 30 required to prepare a single meal. This translated to approximately 300,000 for 3 meals a day, amounting to tens of millions monthly. This was Shinrua. To the uninformed, one might as well cling to his leg and exclaim, "Rich Dad, sponsor me." His formidable Pokémon were a direct result of abundant resources, nurtured under exceptional conditions. This was why even prodigies like Ishio and Lin Mo felt compelled to attach themselves to powerful families. Without resources, becoming a formidable Pokémon trainer was virtually impossible. Could one truly aspire to emulate the original Ash? Ridiculous. In the original narrative, Ash never faced financial woes and consistently indulged in local delicacies. The reality, however, was that without sufficient annual contributions to the Pokémon League, one would not even possess a starter Pokémon. A single Pokeball cost 1,000, while healing potions ran several hundred, and status condition remedies were similarly pricey. This was a pay-to-win game. Without money, one could hardly enjoy the experience. When entering the Pokémon world, countless individuals lamented that it was even more challenging than the Goose game. Genuine Pokémon brought joy, but without funds, enjoyment was a distant dream. Though Shinrua lacked financial concerns, he felt no inclination towards the event. However, Karaki's enthusiasm was irresistible. "Dad, I want to play." Karaki's large, dark eyes sparkled as they gazed at Shinrua, causing his heart to melt. Shinrua immediately softened. "All right, I'll take you to play." Karaki beamed with joy. "Yes, Daddy is the best." Shinrua found himself utterly defenseless against Karaki. Every time he beheld those sparkling eyes, his heart melted anew. He approached the event site and promptly paid the 500 entry fee. "Hello, I would like to register for the competition." Shinrua politely addressed the organizer. Upon seeing Shinrua, the organizer seemed to exhale in relief, as if his arrival had been anticipated. Had Shinrua failed to appear, the organizer would have faced considerable difficulty explaining the situation. This fleeting sensation passed quickly, and Shinrua dismissed it from his mind. "All right, here is your number tag. You are contestant number 8, the organizer said with a friendly smile. Despite the current ease of the situation, one could only imagine the panic the organizer had felt moments prior. Had Shinrua chosen not to participate, the organizer would have had to approach him directly with a ticket. The task at hand had been assigned by the highest levels. And if Shinrua had truly opted out, the consequences would have been dire. Chapter 89. The scheme of the Shira Company. Shinrua was blissfully unaware of the thoughts of the person in charge. His willingness to participate stemmed solely from his connection with Jirachi. Were it not for Jirachi's desire to engage, Shinrua would not have concerned himself with such activities. He would rather spend this time resting or training his Pokémon. The game was quite simple, a basic shooting game using specially designed ice guns to hit targets, with the winner receiving a coveted ticket to the wild frontier and a special gift. This ice gun shooting game was engaging, requiring teamwork between the trainer and their Pokémon. Shinrua's number was 8th, among a total of 12 participants. The first contestant was a young boy, accompanied by his Charmeleon, both of whom wore broad smiles. Together, they aimed and began their shooting game. After launching 10 ice spikes, the first group achieved a score of 53 points. Shinrua furrowed his brow. He could clearly sense that several shots should have scored 10 rings. However, at the last moment, the target seemed to wobble slightly, resulting in a score of only 9 rings. Shinrua remained silent, feeling that something was amiss. As the rounds progressed, he observed that many shots that should have scored 10 rings ended up with 8 or 9 instead. By the time it was Shinrua's turn, the highest score among the participants was only 86 rings. Yet, he knew that if the targets were fair, the score should have been perfect. After all, several consecutive ice spikes should have garnered full marks, but instead, they only received 7 or 8 points. When it was Shinrua's turn, Jirachi extended her small hand from his embrace to help steer the controls. Shinrua grasped the other half, and a joyful smile illuminated Jirachi's face. He refrained from using his psychic abilities, as Jirachi did not employ her powers either. He was merely there to keep her company. However, as they launched their first ice spike, Shinrua sensed that it would likely score only 7 or 8 rings. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a 9-ring shot. Shinrua distinctly felt the target colliding with his ice spike at the last moment, and a smile crept across his lips. Initially uncertain, he was now completely convinced. If there was no foul play, he would gladly offer his head to be kicked like a ball to the person in charge. It seemed that Shira Company had a matter to discuss with him or the organization. As a Pokémon trainer highly valued by the organization, Shinrua was now the focal point of various factions, making his involvement hardly surprising. Indeed, as Shinrua had anticipated, he scored 96 rings with 10 ice spikes. Several shots he thought would only score 8 rings turned out to be perfect 10s. However, Shinrua chose not to voice any concerns. Ever since he had heard Baigui's words, he no longer worried. Although Shira Company might have business for him, they would not dare to deceive him. Otherwise, the previous Yamasaki incident served as a cautionary tale for them. It was well known that numerous high-ranking members of the Pokémon League had been eliminated due to that incident. Shira Company would not exploit him. If he was not mistaken, this mysterious gift was specifically prepared for him, regardless of whether Shinrua agreed to assist. This gift was guaranteed. Daddy, we came in first, Jirachi exclaimed, her face radiating joy and delight, which made Shinrua equally happy. Yes, Jirachi was truly remarkable. Without her, he surely would not have achieved first place. Shinrua playfully teased Jirachi, who proudly huffed, "Of course, Jirachi is super amazing." Shinrua chuckled heartily. In Golden City, at the Shira Company building, a man in an expensive suit wore a grim expression. "Is there still no solution?" he inquired. "That force is simply too formidable. Our personnel have become lost upon entry. Thus far, for security teams have vanished." Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened further. "Have you cross-checked with the database?" "Yes, it has been verified that it is not any known material or the residual energy of any known Pokémon," came the hesitant reply from the other end, clearly fearful of inciting the man's anger. However, being the head of the vast Shira Company, he managed to maintain his composure. "I have also spoken to those individuals. They are utterly indifferent to these matters. As long as their bottom line is not breached, they will not intervene. Currently, several experts within the consortium are preparing to engage with the New World. There is simply no way to mobilize them. Any disruption could affect Shira Company's overall strategy." The head of the Shira consortium rubbed his temples in distress. As the reality of their world continued to merge with another, more issues began to surface. Even though he could claim to be at the pinnacle of power, he could not be certain that chaos would not ensue. It could be said that without reaching the organization's level, no entity remained untroubled. Even the Pokémon League was no exception. With a determined resolve, the man declared, "This matter must be resolved. I have already sent someone to approach that individual. If we present sufficient sincerity, this issue will undoubtedly be addressed. My lord, are you certain you wish to engage that person? If we anger them, the consequences." The head of the Shira consortium spoke with unwavering conviction. "No worries. I will handle it. Regardless of whether they are willing to assist us in resolving this problem, we shall not offend them." Everything that needs to be prepared will be meticulously arranged, and nothing will be lacking. After ending the call, the head leaned back in his chair, massaging his temples and sighing. Suddenly, his phone rang and he eagerly answered. What is the status? What was the reaction? Everything is proceeding as planned. That person seems to have noticed, but they do not reject our approach. The head of Shira finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is no rejection. That is good. I shall head over immediately. You must ensure not to offend them. Otherwise, I need not elaborate on the consequences. Chapter 90. The plot of the Seven Nights Wish Star begins. Shinruo paid little mind to other matters. His sole concern was for Karaki's happiness. Daddy, I'm tired, Karaki said, showing signs of fatigue after a day of play. Its frail body, overwhelmed by its own immense power, struggled to sustain itself. Shinruo gently assisted Karaki in finding a comfortable spot. Well then, let us return to rest. All right. Karaki responded obediently. Shinruo exchanged pleasantries with the exuberant Xiaoji and his companions before cradling Karaki and heading back to the hotel. On the rooftop of the hotel, a woman clad in pale yellow appeared as if conjured from thin air, her form shrouded in an ethereal mist that rendered her both hazy and distant. Yet, her gaze was fixed intently on Shinruo's window, imbued with an inexplicable emotion. Inside, Shinruo, with his formidable perception, remained blissfully unaware of the watchful presence outside. He tenderly caressed Karaki's head and settled down peacefully. After conversing with the white ghost, Shinruo found himself liberated from many concerns, notably his wariness regarding the seeking organization. Having learned of their formidable nature, he felt no particular significance that would draw their attention. If they truly wished him harm, he lacked the means to resist. So it was better to cast aside such thoughts. The woman on the rooftop seemed to penetrate all barriers with her gaze, landing squarely upon Shinruo's face. Her eyes glimmering with amusement. The cool moonlight bathed her figure, accentuating the delicate fog that enshrouded her, making her silhouette even more elusive. Though her graceful form was still palpable. In the subsequent 5 days, Shinruo accompanied Karaki on various excursions, experiencing an inexplicable sense of relaxation devoid of pressure. However, Butler's intentions remained unscrupulous, and he had orchestrated everything meticulously. Brother Ruo, today marks the last night of the Millennium Comet. Let us go watch it together. Shinruo felt a surge of irritation as the deadline approached. Karaki was growing increasingly weary, and once the comet passed tonight, it would succumb to a deep slumber. Throughout their time together, Shinruo had grown fond of the little creature that clung to him, wishing he could prevent Karaki from entering a sleep that would last a millennium. Moreover, he was utterly at a loss regarding the task related to the Seven Nights Wish Star. He had no inkling of what constituted the completion of its plot. Perhaps sensing Shinruo's thoughts, Karaki reached out its tiny hand to stroke his face. Daddy, it's all right. Karaki will be very good. When I wake up, I will play with you. Shinruo gazed at Karaki, at a loss for words, and simply patted its head. All right, I promise you, when you awaken, we shall play together. Daddy, I'm really so sleepy, Karaki said, its eyes heavy with drowsiness. Before Shinruo could respond, Xiaoji burst through the door, waving a ticket in excitement. Brother Ruo, we won a prize. Butler the Magician's personal show. Come on, let us go watch the magic performance. Shinruo felt a jolt of energy. Within the narrative, a magician served as the plot's antagonist, and this must surely be the cue for the story to unfold. Let us go, Karaki. Daddy will take you to the magic show. Do not fall asleep. He cradled Karaki and followed Xiaoji and the others towards Butler's tent. In the pitch-black woods, a strikingly handsome Pokémon, pure white and robust, traversed the underbrush. This was a disaster beast, a creature rumored to bring misfortune and calamity wherever it appeared. In truth, it had the ability to sense threats and arrive preemptively. Just moments ago, the disaster beast had sensed an immense danger approaching, a force so terrifying it felt capable of annihilating the world, compelling it to rush towards the source of the threat. Suddenly, the disaster beast froze, its heart racing in trepidation. Cold sweat beaded on its forehead, and it felt that taking another step might spell its demise. A woman, enveloped in moonlight and exuding an otherworldly aura, appeared before the disaster beast. Return. I have waited so long for this moment, and today, not even the Phoenix King can stand in my way. The disaster beast nodded respectfully. It recognized this formidable figure. If it did not retreat, she would not hesitate to act against it. It believed her words. No matter how powerful the Phoenix King, today, no one would interfere. Understanding this, the disaster beast obediently turned and fled, knowing that even a world-altering peril was of no concern to it in the presence of such power. Inside the venue, only 4 individuals were present, as Xiaoji had been selected as a lucky audience member during a previous performance by Butler, allowing him to bring friends along. Shinruo could easily surmise why Xiaoji had been chosen, but he was keen to observe what Butler had planned. Only when Butler made his move could the plot of the Seven Knights Wish star be activated, enabling him to complete the task and receive rewards. Dressed in a gentleman's attire, Butler stepped onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the magician Butler, and I am honored to perform for you today. Apart from Chenrua, Xiaoji, Xiaogang, and Xiaoyao applauded enthusiastically, showing great enthusiasm for Butler. A smile adorned Butler's face, though to Chenrua, it appeared rather disingenuous. He awaited Butler's next move, while Butler sought to confirm Karaki's presence with Chenrua. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the venue remained vibrant, with both Butler and Chenrua harboring ulterior motives, oblivious to the naivety of Xiaoji and his companions. As the Millennium Comet graced the skies, Karaki's spirit revived significantly, and it peeked out from Chenrua's arms, intrigued by Butler's magical performance. Butler's eyes sparkled with delight. Karaki was indeed present. Chapter 91. A familiar yet strange feeling. Butler laughed heartily, for time was of the essence. The pinnacle of the Millennium Comet was imminent. There could be no further delay. Rising with elegance, he bowed to everyone present. The magic to unfold was a rare miracle, a spectacle seldom witnessed in a millennium. You were fortunate to witness this moment. As Butler spoke, chains emerged from the seats, binding all four individuals firmly in place. The suddenness of the event left even Chenrua momentarily speechless. After all, one might plan meticulously, yet still be caught off guard. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself ensnared by the chains. These chains, forged from iron, could restrain even the mightiest of Pokémon such as Charizard or Tyranitar, let alone a mere human. Chenrua silently lamented his overconfidence. Had he exercised greater caution, such a predicament would have been utterly inconceivable. Come now, my dear. For the greatness of Groudon, I must put you through this. Butler's eyes glinted with fervor as he lifted Jirachi. Release Jirachi at once. Ash and the others shouted in vain. Despite his growing anxiety, Chenrua remained composed. White Ghost, are you not going to act? The languid voice of White Ghost echoed back. Why the rush? We have only just begun. Rest assured, he has arrived. TSK, TSK, TSK. What dreadful luck for this individual to have crossed paths with her. Had it been Luyan, perhaps the outcome would have differed. White Ghost's tone bore a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Chenrua felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since someone from the organization had arrived, and at the level of Luyan and Yang Ting, Butler was certainly no match for them. The memory of Yang Ting's overwhelming battle against Mutuo was still vivid in Chenrua's mind. According to White Ghost, individuals of Luyan and Yang Ting's caliber could be likened to humanoid divine beasts. Ah, what a surge of power. How intoxicating. This force would surely awaken Groudon. Great Groudon, God of the Earth, arise. Butler had succumbed to a frenzied state as he placed Jirachi within a specialized apparatus which caused her evident distress. Daddy, it hurts. Before Chenrua could offer consolation, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air, and Jirachi's form vanished. What is happening? Failure? Impossible. I have simulated this countless times. How could it fail? Butler appeared in disbelief. Then the moonlight intensified, revealing a hazy figure before the crowd, cradling Jirachi and playfully teasing her. Awake now, Jirachi. Jirachi gleefully responded, Sister. Sister. Chenrua was taken aback. Did Jirachi know this person? Jirachi awakened only once every 1,000 years. And this individual must be over 1,000 years old. How could that be? Even in the world of Pokémon, living for a millennium is quite extraordinary. Meanwhile, Butler had collapsed to the ground, his lips trembling as he struggled to curse. From the newcomer's attire and Chenrua's identity, he could definitively ascertain that this was the leader of the organization. Butler felt his mind fracturing. If a judge had arrived, he could have understood, but the leader? Surely this was a jest. How could the leader, a being rarer than divine beasts, deign to accompany a novice Pokémon trainer? What an extravagant waste of time. If you are truly that unoccupied, why not simply enjoy the blossoms in the courtyard or watch the clouds drift by? If you still find yourself restless, then perhaps you should seek some rest. Why follow a rookie trainer? Son, Ziji. Her voice was cool and distant, yet Chenrua recognized she was addressing him. Ziji hovered gracefully in the air, exuding an aura of control over her psychic abilities that surpassed the ordinary. Thank you. This simple expression of gratitude echoed Chenrua's heartfelt sentiment. He was genuinely appreciative of Ziji's intervention on Jirachi's behalf. Jirachi danced around Ziji in joy, clearly delighted not only to see her father but also her sister, feeling utterly fulfilled. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Butler attempted to slip away. However, a mere glance from Ziji caused his entire form to disintegrate into nothingness. Butler was paralyzed with terror, unable to utter a word as he vanished like dust, as if he had never existed at all. Chenrua, Ash, and the others were left in stunned silence. What kind of power was this? It was utterly chilling. A living being had just dissipated before their eyes. No one naively thought Butler might have simply disappeared. Even Ash had no such illusions. For in Ziji's eyes, there lay a chilling indifference that was terrifying. Yet when Ziji's gaze fell upon Shinrua, it softened considerably. You may call me Nana, the Naya. I quite adore that name. Shinrua whispered the name, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if it were meant to be this way. Ziji handed Jirachi over to Shinrua, smiling gently. We shall meet again. Once Ziji departed, a sense of emptiness lingered within Shinrua. As if something profoundly significant was drifting away. Unable to restrain himself, he called out, Nana, I feel as though I've known you before. Ziji smiled. A beautiful expression that starkly contrasted her previously aloof demeanor. Far from feeling alienated, Shinrua felt an overwhelming sense of closeness, akin to that of family. Your methods are outdated. As for whether we are acquainted, you shall discover in due time. Ziji's eyes held a softness, and her lips curved into a smile, revealing her buoyant mood. Unbeknownst to Shinrua, as Ziji turned away, a single tear fell from her eye, yet her face wore a smile. As Shinrua gazed at Ziji's retreating figure, he felt an even greater urgency to understand the happenings within the organization, especially the nature of his relationship with Ziji. Chapter 92, Subduing Kirichi. There was an unmistakable familiarity about Ziji, especially when he uttered the words, You can call me Nana. In that moment, Shinrua felt an overwhelming sense of recognition, tinged with a hint of strangeness. In the enigmatic manner, Ziji reclined languidly on the sofa, while the organizer, Z, gazed at him with a mix of exasperation. Z handed Ziji a glass of red wine, inquiring, Have you seen him? Ziji nodded. Yes, he hasn't changed at all. Even the scent he carries remains strikingly familiar. Z chuckled. Indeed, he is still the same. However, Ziji, after such a long wait, it is best that you refrain from interfering with him now. Ziji smiled dazzlingly. Z, are you still worried about me? I have endured for so long. I can continue to do so, rest assured. I cherish him more than anyone else. Ziji's eyes met Z's. Z smiled back. Who among us has not waited for him for an eternity? Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The wish star of Chia. Reward. Star source. A mysterious stone appeared in Shinrua's hand, glowing as if it were a collection of starlight. The moment Shinrua revealed the star source, Kirichi, who had been drowsy, suddenly perked up. Daddy, what is this? It feels so wonderful. Karachi's large eyes gazed curiously at the star source. Shinrua paused, then placed the star source against Karachi's chest. The star source flowed gently into Karachi's body like water. Karachi's eyes brightened, suddenly free from fatigue. Shinrua smiled, relieved that Kirichi would not succumb to sleep, and the task's reward truly accomplished this. A figure from the seeking organization's adjudicator appeared before Shinrua, presenting him with several black stones shimmering with starlight. These are for the adult. They are star stones. When used in conjunction with the star source, they can enhance Karachi's physique. However, I must advise you, it is best to avoid letting Kirichi engage in battle. Its body cannot withstand such immense power without risking complications. Shinrua nodded. Please convey my gratitude to your leaders. You are too kind, sir, replied the adjudicator, who then vanished from sight. Every member of the seeking organization possessed extraordinary abilities, akin to phantoms. Shinrua turned to Xiaoji and the others, saying, So much has transpired today. I sincerely apologize for involving you. After exchanging pleasantries, he returned to the hotel. Kirichi nuzzled against Shinrua's cheek, beaming, Daddy, from now on, Kirichi will never have to sleep again. You once gave me a star source, but I accidentally lost it. This time, I will protect it and never let it go. Shinrua patted Karachi's head. I believe in you. Kirichi squinted happily, activating a luxurious Pokeball on Shinrua's person and diving inside. Shinrua was taken aback. Had he truly captured a divine beast so effortlessly? Pokémon. Kirichi qualification. Gold special. Divine beast level. 78 strength. Type. Steel. Psychic skills. Wish. Future sight. Telepathy. Teleportation. Ability. Heavenly Grace held item. Star Source Shinrua found this somewhat absurd. Kirichi was already at level 78. However, considering Kirichi had lived for countless millennia and was a divine beast, such strength was hardly surprising. World announcement. Congratulations to Shinrua for capturing the divine beast Kirichi. Although Kirichi became Shinrua's Pokémon, its unique nature prevented it from being ranked on the leaderboard. Everyone was stunned. How could this young man be so formidable? While others were merely beginning to comprehend this world, he had already captured a divine beast. This was outrageous. Instantly, the Pokémon forum erupted. Everyone was condemning Shinrua. Is this Shinrua the god of dreams? If all goes as expected, I bet he is indeed the god of dreams. I beseech you, please, god of dreams, be a person. Capturing a divine beast is just too much. I only want to know what kind of powerful Pokémon can be called a divine beast. Is it on par with that mysterious Pokémon that wreaked havoc in Scala? A divine beast if I had one, I would probably die laughing in my dreams. I genuinely envy the god of dreams. As a result of Shinrua capturing Kirichi, the entire world buzzed with discussion. Divine beasts. The focus of everyone was on these two words. What kind of formidable Pokémon could be deemed a divine beast? This also led many to associate it with the mysterious Pokémon that had caused destruction in Scala, instantly elevating Shinrua's perceived danger level in the minds of many. Of course, not everyone shared this sentiment. In a certain forest, a Pokémon trainer accompanied by a Pikachu heard the announcement and chuckled. Did you see that, Pikachu? I told you, even divine beasts can be defeated. With determination radiating from him, he declared, as long as we strive to grow stronger, when we are powerful enough, we can defeat and capture even divine beasts. The youth exuded confidence and vitality. Pikachu stood on his shoulder, echoing his sentiments as it pumped its fist. If Xiaoji were present, he would surely recognize this as one of his previous formidable rivals, Xiaoqi, the character from the original story, who captured every divine beast in the Kanto region except for Mew. As the matter of Kirichi reached a close, Shinrua hastened towards Golden City. Only a little over a month remained until the Kanto Alliance competition, and he had only acquired 4 badges: Rock, Water, Electric, and Grass. 4 badges still eluded him, and they were all quite challenging to obtain. However, Shinrua did not believe they would pose significant difficulties. His only concern was the fleeting time. After all, many novice trainers, less skilled than him, had already secured 8 badges. If Shinrua failed to do so, it would render the Kanto Alliance competition utterly pointless, as there would be no participants. This was crucial for 2 missions. Most importantly, the final task reward was a Megastone. Chapter 93, The Gift from Hiru in the Gym of Golden City, where Nasi serves as the master of the Psychic Gym. Shinrua finds himself facing a particularly formidable opponent. The Psychic-type Pokémon are notoriously challenging to contend with, although Shinrua possesses a Psychic-type Pokémon. The immensely powerful Jirachi, he is resolute in his decision not to engage it in battle. That would be nothing short of folly. Jirachi's frail physique cannot sustain such overwhelming power. Should any mishap occur, Shinrua would regret it for all eternity. Thus, he steadfastly refuses to let Jirachi fight. This is his unwavering principle. Though the challenge is daunting, it is not insurmountable. It is merely the instantaneous teleportation skills that prove exceedingly difficult to counter. Unlike ghost types, which would render certain abilities ineffective, most other skills would be rendered futile. Hello, is this the Wild Wilderness area? Shinrua inquired of the staff at the front desk. Upon recognizing Shinrua, the staff member beamed. Greetings. You must be the fortunate one. Your ticket is an exquisite VIP pass, granting you the privilege to capture any Pokémon within our Wild Wilderness area. Additionally, we have prepared a grand prize for you. Would you prefer to capture a Pokémon first, or claim your gift? Perhaps I should first see what this mysterious grand gift entails. I am quite eager. Shinrua replied with a smile. Please, follow me, the staff member said, guiding Shinrua into the Wild Wilderness area along a muddy path. At the end of the muddy trail lay a dense forest, and Shinrua keenly observed that even the ubiquitous bug-type Pokémon were nowhere to be seen. Logically, this should be impossible unless a particularly powerful and ferocious Pokémon resided here. Be cautious. The Pokémon inhabiting this area is the gift the company has prepared for you. However, its temperament is quite fierce, and its strength is formidable. The staff member stepped back, evidently allowing Shinrua space to explore. Shinrua nodded. Understood, thank you. He ventured down the muddy path, entering the forest, only to discover that it was not devoid of bug types. In fact, no Pokémon seemed to inhabit this place at all. This indicated that the Pokémon residing here possessed a temperament that could hardly be described as benign and were undoubtedly immensely powerful. With the abundant resources in this forest, it was inconceivable that no Pokémon would vie for dominance here. Having not traveled far, Shinrua soon encountered the main attraction. A dragon-like Pokémon lay sprawled on the grass, basking in the sunlight with its wings unfurled. Goodness, it's him, Shinrua exclaimed in surprise. This revelation explained why no other Pokémon dared to approach this place. It was a fearsome Charizard, also known as a blood-winged dragon. A creature of such fearsome reputation, known to prey upon other Pokémon. Any Pokémon bold enough to dwell here would truly be foolhardy. As if sensing Shinrua's presence, the blood-winged dragon turned its gaze toward him. Its massive form dwarfed even that of Charizard or the Dragonite Shinrua had previously encountered, measuring an impressive 5 to 6 meters in length, its taut muscles radiating strength. Furthermore, its wingspan was terrifying, instilling a sense of trepidation in all who beheld it. With its blood-red eyes fixed upon Shinrua, he met its gaze without uttering a word. The blood-winged dragon appeared exceedingly dangerous, yet Shinrua felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from it. akin to the feelings he had experienced with his own Pokémon, the Shakila, the Wraith, and Charizard. He had learned to trust this sensation previously when facing Shakila. It had similarly not harmed him, exhibiting a sense of closeness. Now, the Bloodwing Dragon evoked the same sentiment. Suddenly, the Bloodwing Dragon took flight, as if it had spotted something delightful, soaring towards Chunrua. He did not flinch, nor did he panic. Instead, he sought to validate his suspicions. As the dragon's claws reached for him, he remained unresponsive, allowing them to grasp him without a hint of resistance. Indeed, when the claws made contact, he felt no pain whatsoever. The Bloodwing Dragon carefully lifted him into the air and then caught him, seemingly desiring to share the joy of flight with someone dear to it. Chunrua laughed. Bloodwing Dragon, we meet again. The dragon's eyes flickered with surprise, a momentary astonishment that Chunrua seized upon. He smiled broadly, for he had confirmed his hypothesis. Not only the Shakila, Wraith, Charizard, and Jirachi, but now this Bloodwing Dragon was also familiar with him. He had intentionally teased the dragon, not greeting it with a simple hello, but rather, we meet again. This explained the dragon's astonished reaction moments before. Without feeling the need to question further, Chunrua recognized that these Pokémon were concealing a truth he could not readily inquire about, and it was perhaps wiser not to ask. He would gradually uncover these mysteries on his own, which sufficed for now. Other matters could unfold in due time. Switching his demeanor, he exclaimed, pardon me, first meeting, Bloodwing Dragon. I look forward to your guidance. The Bloodwing Dragon, not overthinking the exchange, appeared immensely pleased, soaring through the air with Chunrua, occasionally roaring in delight, exuding a lively and joyful spirit. Chunrua also felt a surge of happiness. Being with his Pokémon filled him with a sense of familiarity, comfort, and contentment. This feeling was one he cherished, reinforcing his belief that, regardless of the circumstances, these Pokémon would never harm him. Meanwhile, the staff members stood in stunned silence, astonished at how effortlessly Chunrua had tamed the Bloodwing Dragon. They knew better than anyone how proud this creature was, having cared for it over the past few months. Chapter 94, The Enigmatic Golden City. The Bloodwing Dragon was not originally from their wild area. It had merely arrived and ruthlessly torn apart over 10 provoked Pokémon. Its ferocity deterred any creature from daring to venture into this territory. Numerous formidable Pokémon trainers sought to capture the Bloodwing Dragon, yet all were vanquished, making it a notorious figure in the wild area. However, due to its immense power, the employees of Zillafu Company contemplated presenting it as a gift to others. Thus, witnessing Chunrua effortlessly subduing the Bloodwing Dragon left the staff utterly astounded. It was as if he were cheating. How could this be possible? They could comprehend if Chunrua had engaged in a fierce battle to capture the Bloodwing Dragon. But to simply stroll over and secure it was utterly absurd. After frolicking in the air with the Bloodwing Dragon for quite some time, they finally descended. Bloodwing Dragon, shall you fight alongside me? Chunrua produced a luxury ball and offered it to the creature. The Bloodwing Dragon lightly tapped the luxury ball with its sharp claws and promptly entered, becoming Chunrua's Pokémon. By now, Chunrua's team was nearly complete. The extraordinary King of Leave, the indomitable Shakira, the fierce Charizard, the mysterious White Ghost, the innocent Kirachi, along with the recently captured Bloodwing Dragon. Moreover, a powerful Greninja awaited capture beside his villa in the real world. However, the White Ghost and Kirachi remained exceptional cases. He could not command the White Ghost in battle, and Kirachi was incapable of fighting. Therefore, he had only 4 Pokémon truly capable of battle. With 2 Pokémon still needed to reach the 6, even including Greninja, he was still one short. Chunrua had always pursued an elite path. If he did not possess remarkable attributes, he would prefer not to have an abundance of Pokémon. Strangely, every Pokémon that evoked that familiar yet foreign sensation within him possessed exceptional potential. Thus, he did not reject this feeling. After capturing the Bloodwing Dragon, he did not hasten to depart the wild area. Instead, he wandered leisurely within its confines. Indeed, he did not experience that sensation with every Pokémon, nor did he feel it solely with those of high potential. He had just spotted a purple quality Dragonite, but felt no trace of that peculiar sensation surrounding it. Consequently, until the very end, he captured not a single Pokémon, securing only the Bloodwing Dragon, a gift meticulously prepared by Zillafu Company, before departing. Don't you wish to take another look? Our wild area harbors some semi-divine Pokémon, all possessing formidable strength. Chunrua smiled. No need, but please convey to your leaders that I greatly appreciate the gift you've prepared. I shall likely arrive in Golden City the day after tomorrow. After Chunrua departed, the staff, brimming with joy, dialed the headquarters of Zillafu Company. Has he reached the wild area? How was his demeanor? The president of Zillafu Company eagerly inquired. He has arrived. He expressed his fondness for the gift we prepared and will be in Golden City the day after tomorrow. Good, good. Good. The president exclaimed thrice, overjoyed. For the situation had worsened in recent days. If left unresolved, it could lead to trouble. However, with Shinrua's words, the president felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just 2 days until he reaches Golden City? It seemed they had finally secured a solution. As long as he was willing to come, the matter would surely be resolved. Feeling a significant sense of ease, the president finally closed his weary eyes. Having not slept for nearly a week, were it not for his status as a king-level Pokémon trainer, he would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. Now, at last, he relaxed and fell into a deep slumber. Shinrua's mood remained unaffected by the affairs of Zillifu Company. He continued diligently on his course. His goal remained steadfast, to reach Golden City, then acquire the Golden Badge. As for the matters concerning Zillifu Company, that depended on their sincerity and whether Shinrua had any interest in the situation. Golden City earned its name for its houses wrapped in golden foil, radiating a soft golden glow under the sun's waning light, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. By the time Shinrua arrived in Golden City, night had already fallen. He found it peculiar that a city so bustling during the day should descend into an eerie silence at nightfall, with not a single soul on the streets. Shinrua sensed something strange. A city as vibrant as Golden City should not be devoid of people, especially so soon after nightfall. Puzzled, he remained cautious. Though the streetlights shone brightly, they cast an ominous aura against the reflective, dimly lit walls, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. The streetlights began to flicker, intensifying the eerie atmosphere. Were Shinrua an ordinary person, he might have been petrified by fear. In such a strange environment, anyone would feel a sense of dread. However, Shinrua remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. With each step he took, the streetlights flickered and eventually dimmed. Yet, he paid no heed, striding forward with unwavering confidence. The street, nearly 10 meters wide and stretching for nearly a kilometer, usually bustling, now bore an unsettling quality under Shinrua's advancing footsteps. Ignoring the oddity, he continued his brisk pace until suddenly, all the streetlights extinguished. A pair of blood-red glimmers appeared ahead, resembling eyes. Chapter 95. Mastering the Power of the Heart. Shinrua's entire being erupted in laughter. Indeed, the main character had arrived. After such a prolonged wait, he had finally been graced with their presence. Suddenly, the streetlights flickered back to life, illuminating the scene. And Shinrua discerned the source of the mesmerizing red glow that resembled eyes. It was a child, delicate and charming like a porcelain doll. Shinrua chuckled as he lifted the porcelain doll from the ground. Such an adorable child, yet why so mischievous? With that thought, he playfully pinched the doll's cheek. This was merely a puppet, indistinguishable from a cloth doll. Its porcelain appearance was merely an illusion cast by Nasi's supernatural abilities, which obscured its true eyes. The doll's gaze transformed into something terrifying, a manifestation of Nasi's exertion of a certain capability. Shinrua did not resist, but chose to yield to this power. As expected, his figure vanished alongside that of the porcelain doll on the street. Nasi, stop playing and come to dinner, a gentle voice resonated. Nasi's face lit up with a smile. All right, I'll be right there. But this ISN team your play. I have a challenger. It's quite late. And since there are vacant rooms in the dojo, I'll just teleport him there. Oh, thank you, Nasi, the dojo master, but there is no need for that. I have some matters to attend to tomorrow and am rather pressed for time. So let us commence the Pokémon battle directly, Shinrua replied with a smile. He was not speaking falsely. Indeed, he had an appointment with someone from the Zillifu Corporation the following day, having benefited from their favor. Moreover, he had concluded that Nasi was significantly better now than before, undoubtedly influenced by the protagonist aura of Ash. Nasi, possessing a decisive personality and disliking unnecessary delays, simply said, "Follow me." She led Shinrua to the battlefield, releasing a Gardevoir. The rules are 1v1. The first to lose their combat capability loses. Let us make this quick. Shinrua naturally did not object and promptly tossed out a Pokeball. Go, Vacation King. The Vacation King was Shinrua's primary Pokémon, boasting immense strength. Sending out the Vacation King for a 1v1 battle was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Vacation King, use Sonic Punch. Gardevoir, teleport. Then use Psychic. Before the Sonic Punch could land on Gardevoir, it vanished from its initial position, reappearing elsewhere. This was the most vexing aspect of battling Psychic-type Pokémon, especially one like Gardevoir that could teleport from birth, making it a formidable adversary for Pokémon like Vacation King. Gardevoir evaded the Sonic Punch with its teleportation and retaliated with a Psychic attack aimed directly at Vacation King. Shinrua closed his eyes, refusing to alter his strategy. He only needed a single punch. Gardevoir would undoubtedly succumb. Therefore, Shinrua felt no need to change his approach. Sonic Punch was indeed his most prioritized skill. As he shut his eyes, he began to discern patterns. Gardevoir continuously evaded the Vacation King's strikes with its teleportation, countering with Psychic to wear down the Vacation King. Almost there, he thought. As Gardevoir's stamina waned, its teleportation slowed, showing signs of hesitation, just as Shinrua prepared to direct the Vacation King to attack. A surge of psychic energy flowed from Nasi to Gardevoir, instantly replenishing its energy. This was the most troublesome aspect of the Golden Dojo. As a highly adept psychic, Nasi could infuse her abilities into her Pokémon, aiding in their stamina recovery. It was exceedingly formidable. Shinrua forced himself to close his eyes and began to seek the traces of teleportation through the power of his heart. Even with his Vacation King's strength, he would still suffer a crushing defeat if this continued. He did not wish to lose, especially in such a humiliating manner. Within the realm of heart power, various energies flowed, and Shinrua's task was to grasp the thread belonging to the psychic energy. He aimed to lock onto its flow with his own abilities, anticipating Gardevoir's landing point. As Shinrua's heart grew quieter, he felt an overwhelming tranquility envelop him. Not a sound disturbed the silence. Even the battle between Vacation King and Gardevoir faded from his awareness. It was as though he had attained a divine perspective, completely transcending everything. In the heart power realm, where darkness once reigned, radiant lights began to emerge. Shinrua attuned himself to the characteristics of those lights, warm and gentle, brimming with vitality, washing away fatigue. This was the essence of the power of Eternatus. Dominant and fierce, imbued with a sense of strength, this must be the power of the dragon. Brave and righteous. Exuding an aura of fearlessness, this was undoubtedly the aura of the wave. As Shinrua continued to absorb these energies, he gradually unraveled the entirety of the powers inherent within the realm of heart power. It was this force. Abruptly, Shinrua opened his eyes. Sensing the presence of psychic energy, he applied the power of heart to Gardevoir, perceiving it. In that instant, he could ascertain with certainty. There was no mistake. This was the power of the psychic. Following this energy, he continued to feel its flow. As long as he could sense the movement of psychic energy, he could predict Gardevoir's landing position. Indeed, as Shinrua gradually discerned the pattern, his eyes sparkled with realization. Vacation King. Use Mega Punch. Target the upper left. Though the upper left of Vacation King was devoid of anything, the trust between Shinrua and his Pokémon compelled Vacation King to strike decisively in the direction Shinrua indicated. As Shinrua issued his command, Nasi's eyes snapped open, locking onto him. She felt no trace of psychic energy emanating from him, perhaps sensing none at all. Yet, Shinrua had managed to see through the teleportation. He could foresee Gardevoir's landing point, something that seemed impossible. As anticipated, when Vacation King executed its Mega Punch towards the upper left, Gardevoir's form coincidentally appeared right before the impact of the punch. There was no doubt. The blow landed squarely. Chapter 96. The Unknown Darkness. The formidable punch of the Substitute King, a million-ton strike. The outcome was utterly predictable. For a Pokémon like Hudi, whose defenses are alarmingly feeble, receiving a blow from the Substitute King would indeed signify an immediate defeat. As anticipated, Hudi was sent flying, crashing violently to the ground, losing all combat capability and entering a state of near demise. Naz's silence spoke volumes as she recalled her Hudi and tossed the golden badge to Shinrua, turning on her heel and departing. Thank you. Shinrua smiled at Naz, and in a flash, he found himself outside the Pokémon gym. A grin graced his lips, not because Naz had ushered him out, but because he had inadvertently tapped into teleportation. Having comprehended the structure of psychic abilities, he discovered he could wield them himself. This newfound teleportation was, without doubt, a formidable testament to his capabilities. Shinrua chuckled. He had always suspected that the power of the heart was somewhat of a cheat, and now it appeared to be an extraordinary one, encompassing all psychic abilities within the Pokémon realm. Such a cheat was something Shinrua welcomed wholeheartedly. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center and resting for the night, the following morning, a knock resonated at Shinrua's door. Young Master Chin, President Hachi has prepared breakfast and is awaiting your presence. President Hachi? Is it Hachi Shiru? Shinrua inquired, for Hachi Shiru was none other than the esteemed president of the Shiru Corporation, the very helm of its operations. Shinrua had gleaned this information when the Shiru Corporation had approached him. Yes, young Master Chin. Then let us proceed. Shinrua refrained from further inquiries, his curiosity piqued. After all, what could the president of such a prestigious company desire from him? The prowess of the Shiru Corporation was indisputable, likely on par with that of Team Rocket. If even the Shiru Corporation, with its considerable influence, found itself in a predicament, then the situation must be intriguing indeed. Upon arriving at the Shiru Corporation, the butler escorted Shinrua directly to the top floor. Hachi Shiru awaited him there, a warm smile adorning his face. At long last, I have the pleasure of your company, young Master Chin. Please, take a seat. Shinrua scrutinized Hachi Shiru. noting his impeccably tailored suit and the air of competence that surrounded him. Without hesitation, Shinrua settled into the chair and began to relish the sumptuous breakfast that Hachi had prepared. As expected from a magnate of the Shiru Corporation, the meal was abundant and delightful, leaving him feeling invigorated rather than weighed down. Hachi observed Shinrua with a gentle smile, exuding an aura of sophistication. Once finished, Shinrua wiped his mouth and smiled back at Hachi. "Have you had your fill, young Master Chin?" Hachi inquired with a refined smile. "Mr. Hachi, please do share what troubles you. I am quite curious. With the might of the Shiru group, I would assume you would not find yourself in such a predicament." Shinrua remarked, "Surely, the Shiru group must possess more than mere appearances. You wouldn't lack for champion-level Pokémon trainers, would you?" Hachi chuckled self-deprecatingly. "You are quite right, young Master Chun, but this situation is indeed quite vexing. Otherwise, we would not risk offending that organization by inviting you here. The last time those families had their eyes on you, they were dealt with most decisively, and it has not even been a month since. If we had any other option, we would not trouble you." "Very well, then, what exactly is the issue?" Hachi Shiru fell into contemplation, regret flickering in his eyes. "Over 3 months ago, our pillar at the Shiru Corporation, a champion-level Pokémon trainer, became ensnared in a most peculiar place. It resembled an endless abyss of darkness, teeming with an extraordinarily potent energy substance, one never before encountered. Based on its composition, we surmised that if harnessed, it could elevate the company to unprecedented heights." Just as we were reveling in our discovery, calamity struck. Fear etched across Hachi's face. That dark substance devoured all light, plunging the entire valley into shadow. The entities formed by that darkness seemed almost sentient, ensnaring everyone who ventured within. Even our champion-level trainer found himself powerless to escape. To this day, their hair has turned white, as if their vitality has been siphoned away by that dark substance. If we do not rescue them soon, I fear they will not endure much longer and will perish. If our champion-level trainer is rendered helpless, who else can assist? Hachi had attempted to seek aid from the leaders of the organization, but was met with indifference. Unable even to gain an audience, they held him in contempt. Left with no alternatives, Hachi realized that the only person capable of understanding the organization was Shinrua. If Shinrua agreed to assist, the matter could be resolved with ease. Ding. Task activated. The Unknown Darkness. Task, the Unknown Darkness. Reward? Triggered during the task process, once again. It was a task shrouded in mystery, devoid of any information, with rewards that remained an enigma. Such uncertainty was tantalizing. The Unknown Darkness left Shinrua in a state of indecision. He was not as reckless as Ash. Just as he hesitated, a voice echoed in his mind. "Agree to it. If I am not mistaken, it may pertain to that substance. I will lend my assistance this time." Taken aback, Shinrua did not waver and promptly acquiesced. The voice belonged to the White Ghost. The urgency in the White Ghost's tone suggested it possessed knowledge about the Unknown Darkness. Furthermore, it must be something immensely valuable. Or else the White Ghost would not involve itself with Shinrua. "Mr. Hachi, I find this matter intriguing," Shinrua stated candidly. Hachi's eyes lit up with delight. He had never anticipated Shinrua would express such willingness. To be certain, engaging in this endeavor was fraught with peril. If Hachi were to choose, he would never have consented. Chapter 97. Entering the valley, Hachi was overjoyed, his eyes reflecting surprise as he gazed at Shinrua. "Truly, I am immensely grateful to Master Chun. As long as you assist us, regardless of the final outcome, this extraordinary Pokeball embodies the heartfelt intentions of our Shiru Corporation." Hachi handed a purple Pokeball to Shinrua, his expression a tapestry of complexity. "This is a Master Ball, a legendary Pokeball. Even a divine beast can be captured with it." Hachi's expression mirrored his inner turmoil. A Master Ball of such caliber is a treasure beyond compare. Were it not for the champion-level trainer trapped within, who is the staunchest supporter of Shiru Corporation, he would never have partaken in such an offering. Although the Master Ball can ensnare divine beasts, it cannot compel them to obey. To command a divine beast in battle, one must possess at least equal strength. Thus, the Master Ball could seem somewhat superfluous. In comparison to a champion, the Master Ball holds its limitations. Shinrua, clutching the Master Ball, felt a wave of nostalgia. He was well acquainted with such divine artifacts. In many games, Master Balls exist as nearly omnipotent tools. Yet here, in the realm of reality, the Master Ball possesses the potential to capture divine beasts, radiating a terrifying power, but it cannot bend them to one's will, rendering it somewhat devoid of purpose. Nevertheless, it remains an exceptionally powerful Pokeball, and Shinrua did not hesitate to accept it. How nostalgic. I never imagined I would encounter a Master Ball again. Baigue's voice carried a hint of reminiscence. Shinrua found himself puzzled but refrained from inquiring further. He would wait until he bid farewell to Hachi before asking Baigue. That could wait. "Mr. Hachi, When shall we proceed? Chen Ruo inquired. Hachi looked at him with some confusion. Does Master Chen not wish to inform me of the individuals present there? Chen Ruo appeared somewhat bewildered. Realizing Hachi assumed they were to confront the Seekers. However, he chose not to clarify. Let the misunderstanding persist, as he intended to conceal his own prowess. Rest assured, Mr. Hachi, the Seekers have always been present. You need only guide me to the location. Upon hearing this, Hachi felt completely at ease. There is no time to waste. Let us depart immediately. At the base of the Shuruf Corporation building, a long limousine awaited. Chen Ruo and Hachi descended and entered the vehicle, heading toward the location Hachi had mentioned. Inside the car, Chen Ruo finally had the opportunity to converse with Bai Gui. Bai Gui, are you familiar with what Hachi mentioned? Bai Gui nodded, nostalgia infusing his tone. Indeed, I have encountered such a thing before. It was during the event that shaped my existence. If my conjecture is correct, what Shuruf Corporation faces now is indeed that very entity. Chen Ruo's heart jolted. The very entity that shaped Bai Gui. It was known that Bai Gui's power was on par with that of divine beasts. Moreover, according to Bai Gui, it had the option to become a divine beast but chose otherwise. The entity that forged it must be extraordinary. What could it possibly be? Chen Ruo could not help but ask Bai Gui. It is a source. A profoundly powerful source. Acquiring this force would bestow immeasurable strength. And what of the Master Ball? Have you encountered it before? Bai Gui's voice resonated with reminiscence. Yes, I witnessed the Master Ball's creation. Strictly speaking, the Master Ball is a prison. A prison for divine beasts. Chen Ruo was taken aback. A prison, you say? Bai Gui chuckled softly. What else would you call it? Were it not a prison for divine beasts, how could it wield such formidable power? Very well, I shall share more later. For now, I must rest. As a fierce battle awaits us, Chen Ruo chose not to pester Bai Gui further and closed his eyes. Throughout the journey, the car glided smoothly, leaving him oblivious to any bumps along the way. We have arrived, Master Chen. Hachi respectfully opened the car door. Upon exiting, Chen Ruo discovered that Hachi and the others had merely parked outside a valley. Within the valley, despite the daylight, an eerie mist enveloped it, obscuring all traces of light. In truth, nothing obstructed the sunlight. Instead, an unknown dark energy entirely dominated the valley, devouring all radiance. Even the surrounding sunlight was wholly plundered. It resembled a sponge, absorbing every hue and leaving only the purest darkness. Indeed, it is that entity. My suspicions were not misplaced. Bai Gui could sense the valley, his tone laced with a hint of excitement. This energy is perilous yet extraordinarily potent. It presents a tremendous opportunity. Master Chen, where are the individuals from the Seeker organization? At this moment, Hachi could no longer contain his curiosity. You need not concern yourself with that. You only need to know that this matter will be resolved as such. Chen Ruo replied with a smile, then calmly strode into the valley. Hachi was left bewildered. What is he doing? How can he just walk in there? Hachi felt utterly disoriented. Should anything transpire within that valley, Shuruf Corporation would have no means of rescue. The further he could distance himself, the better. Every second of survival counted. Hachi found himself powerless, as the dark valley resembled a labyrinth of demons, consuming everything, energy, color, and even sound. Once Chen Ruo entered the valley, he lost all sensory perception. His eyes, though open, could discern nothing, and his hands felt utterly devoid of sensation. Without hesitation, he produced Bai Gui's Pokeball. Releasing Bai Gui, a most peculiar phenomenon occurred. It illuminated a certain radius within the darkness. Countless dark entities intertwined with Bai Gui's radiant form. The white light and darkness locked in a stalemate. Neither able to overpower the other, they were two equally enigmatic substances. Bai Gui chuckled in a most peculiar manner. Indeed. It is this sort of entity. Shuruf Corporation has truly stumbled upon a treasure trove, unbeknownst to them. Even divine beasts would covet such a thing. You are fortunate indeed. Chapter 98. The Eruption of the White Spectre. As the conflict between the White Spectre and the dark matter intensified, the entire valley trembled incessantly. Chen Ruo's body was forcefully expelled from the valley by the White Spectre's radiant energy. It was no longer safe here for him to remain. Chen Xiao, what is happening? Hachi gazed at the suddenly shaking valley, bewildered. The response was swift. They had only just entered. The efficiency was indeed astonishing. The once ominous black valley appeared less foreboding now, as a brilliant white spectre tore through the shroud of darkness that enveloped the area. Terrifying vibrations and explosive sounds reverberated through the air. No one could fathom the horrors unfolding on the battlefield. The white spectre was unleashing its full power. The dark energy sensed the threat, resisting the white spectre with all its might, while the white spectre sought to suppress the dark force. Its transformation was remarkable. Dark red patterns emerged across its form, completely enveloping it, exuding an aura of malevolence and slaughter. Indeed, in this frenzied state, The white specter attacked with such ferocity that the valley quaked, causing the dark energy to rage. It had devoured countless lives, nearing sentience itself, truly a formidable adversary. The white specter licked its lips, the dark red patterns on its body glowing ominously. This was its true form. It no longer belonged to the Gungue clan. One could assert that after consuming the mysterious white essence, it had transcended its former identity. It had not deceived Shinrua. Had it not been for its bloodthirst and brutality, it would undoubtedly hold a place among divine beasts. Even Muo confined within the Pokeball. Sensed the white specter's power and madness, ultimately refraining from provoking it. And even the somewhat deranged Gene sect hesitated to confront the white specter. Now the reason was abundantly clear. Horrific vengeful spirits swirled around the white specter, which radiated an overwhelming dominance. Enveloped in resentment, it resembled a sovereign among the spirits, exalted and untouchable. The terrifying malice emanating from the white specter clashed fiercely with the dark energy. Each attack sent tremors through the valley. The dark energy, immensely potent, was not to be underestimated. It rivaled even the mightiest of divine beasts, perhaps even surpassing them. The white specter uttered not a word. Cease your resistance. Shatter. With a powerful swipe of its dark red claws, it forcefully tore through the shroud of darkness, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. Consuming the torn dark energy as if it were mere snacks, savoring every bite. The dark power, sensing fear, had no escape. Retreat would lead to its utter annihilation by the white specter. Thus, the dark energy retaliated frantically, shapeless yet relentless, attacking from all directions. The white specter paid no heed, allowing the dark energy to rip away fragments of dark red or grayish-white gas, elements of its very being. In the throes of battle, the white specter transformed into an unrestrained force of nature. It was the most ferocious Pokémon imaginable. In the heat of combat, it was oblivious to pain or exhaustion. Its consciousness was consumed by the dichotomy of life and death. It could not halt until every adversary before it lay vanquished. For millennia, the white specter had refrained from battle, knowing that should it unleash its fury, the carnage would be beyond comprehension. But now, emboldened by the return of the one who could awaken its sanity from madness, the white specter chose to strike. The dark energy, a tragic entity that had not fought in thousands of years, could only imagine the pent-up frustration of the white specter. Now, it unleashed its full might without mercy. The dark energy throughout the valley attempted to flee, yet its source remained trapped here, with no hope of escape. Dark energy pervaded the valley, intermittently flashing with dark red and grayish-white luminescence. Shinrua and Hachi stood upon the cliff, gazing down into the valley. The battle within was obscured, save for fleeting glimpses of the white specter's ethereal form. Hachi was at a loss for words, struck dumb by the spectacle of this celestial battleground. He had attempted to strike at the dark energy, yet even the most powerful Pokémon could inflict no damage, and now it had devolved into this chaos. It was utterly astonishing. Shinrua, too, observed with keen interest, aided by the power of his heart, which allowed him to discern the battle's essence. Through this perspective, he beheld the current manifestation of the white specter. Towering at 6 or 7 meters, adorned with eerie dark red patterns, it radiated an insatiable hunger for destruction. Gazing upon the white specter in this state, Shinrua felt a chill of trepidation. It was undeniably no longer a Gungue. No wonder it wielded such formidable power. The forces it commanded were a stark contrast to those of ordinary Pokémon. While typical Pokémon drew upon the natural energies around them, the white specter seized these forces with abandon, carelessly applying them to its own form, relentlessly assaulting the dark energy. Shinrua noted the disparity. The white specter seemed to approach its role as a sorcerer like an assassin. The shadow claw technique remained ever present in its arsenal. Each claw strike tearing through the dark energy. After each tear, it casually consumed the remnants, exhibiting no concern whatsoever. This was the true essence of the white specter. The playful, seemingly innocuous creature Shinrua had known was merely a fade, if a comparison were to be made. The current white specter resembled an evolved form of its former self, capable of effortlessly shredding even the most fearsome of Pokémon. Shatter. The white specter struck again, tearing apart the dark energy and devouring it whole. Shinrua smiled. Witnessing the white specter in such a state evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth within him. It felt as though the white specter had always been meant to embody this very essence. Chapter 99. The White Ghost, in its current form, could effortlessly sever your head, regardless of whether you are a king or a champion. The swiftness of the white ghost's claws shattered the once tranquil valley, enveloping it in a shroud of darkness akin to the night. Not only did the white ghost rend the fabric of black energy, but it also consumed it voraciously, leaving the black energy utterly despondent. After a prolonged period of inactivity, this battle was truly exhilarating. However, it was regrettable that it could not continue the carnage. Otherwise, the devastation would have been immense. The white ghost licked its lips, gazing at the black energy with a glimmer of yearning, a thirst for bloodshed and slaughter. Yet, it remained acutely aware of Shinrua's presence, maintaining its sanity and composure. After tearing the black energy apart, the dark crimson patterns on its body flickered. Reminiscent of a seal, the white ghost's form diminished significantly, and the frenzied, bloodthirsty aura that once enveloped it seemed to be absorbed by an unseen force, vanishing entirely. It reverted to its pure, innocuous white form, a mere facade, concealing the terror that lay beneath. As the white ghost refined the black energy, it became a vortex, drawing the energy from the valley into its grasp. With each passing moment, the black energy dissipated, and the valley gradually returned to its original state. Scattered across the ground lay several individuals clad in the attire of the Sloth Company, those whom Hachi had mentioned, trapped within the valley. The white ghost casually consumed the gathered black energy as if it were a mere confection, savoring the unexpected delight. Intrigued, it pondered the absence of a source. Such a phenomenon was indeed curious. The white ghost recalled the transformative powers of the source, leading it down memory lane. Pain. Scorching yellow sands littered with the corpses of Pokémon and humans alike. The white ghost, a wild Pokémon, bore witness to the war between Pokémon and humanity that had raged for years. At this time, it was not yet the white ghost, but rather Guis. A more fitting name. Why are there so many corpses here? In this little Guis, what has transpired? A frail young boy approached, gently touching the Guis. The Guis instinctively recoiled, for it had been taught from a young age that humans were adversaries. Unfazed, the boy continued to care for the Guis, which eventually transformed into Guis Tong and Gung Gui under his guidance. In this process, the Guis gradually succumbed to the boy's influence. The boy matured, amassing a multitude of followers by his side, until one fateful day he returned to the battlefield where he had first encountered the Guis. Ah, Gung Gui, what a coincidence! A source has manifested here. The boy fed the source to Gung Gui, who promptly fell into a stupor, its body overwhelmed by the source's immense energy. Upon awakening, it was engulfed in an unending cycle of war and slaughter. The boy vanished, and Gung Gui was no more. It underwent a metamorphosis into a wholly new Pokémon, endowed with extraordinary power. For millennia thereafter, the white ghost engaged in battles, relished offerings, and wandered aimlessly, all the while searching for that boy's trace. Many sought him, for no one believed him to be dead, despite countless assertions of having witnessed his demise, even to the point of his soul shattering into fragments. The white ghost remained unconvinced. It was the first Pokémon of that boy. It had witnessed the boy's extraordinary journey, from a frail child to a formidable figure capable of instigating wars with a single decree. The white ghost refused to accept that he had perished. To it, the so-called divine beasts appeared ludicrous. Even the most foolish of creatures paled in comparison to his might. The white ghost pondered the boy's peculiar fondness for that stubborn steed and the arrogant green dragon, finding them unremarkable. At least the little bird remained loyal, searching for him daily after his disappearance. Then there was that boy, who initiated some sort of search organization. As these thoughts swirled in the white ghost's mind, a tear of white energy escaped its eye. Was this truly a manifestation of sorrow? It caught the droplet of energy, its gaze shifting to Shinrua, filled with warmth. In the preceding months, it had gradually sensed his presence. Upon arrival, it recognized him immediately, despite his insistence that no two flowers were identical. The white ghost felt an undeniable connection. They were one and the same. Throughout their shared months, the bond only deepened. This was the individual it had awaited. He seemed to have returned. The plans orchestrated by that boy appeared to be coming to fruition. With this realization, the white ghost savored the black energy once more, finding it increasingly delectable. As the black energy dissipated and the valley restored itself, Shinrua and Hachi arrived at the scene. Upon sighting the white ghost, Hachi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The Sloth Company was no trivial enterprise, boasting nearly a millennium of history. As the contemporary heir, Hachi was privy to many secrets. Yet, upon encountering the white ghost, he was utterly bewildered. It seemed as though the legendary being from the pages of a book had materialized before him. How could this be? Wasn't that figure merely a myth? Hachi stood dumbfounded, while Shinrua remained contemplative, lost in thought. Chapter 100. The Dark Space. These individuals are the members of our Shalufa Company's guard team. Hachi, surveying the bodies scattered throughout the valley, immediately recognized them as those previously dispatched. Their condition appeared dire. Their faces were ashen, and even their hair had turned gray, a clear indication of the significant loss of vitality. Hachi spoke. Dora is not here, and many others are missing. Dora, the champion-level Pokémon trainer of Shalufa Company, was conspicuously absent from the valley. A smirk adorned the lips of the white ghost. Certainly not, for they are not present. This is merely a release of waste gas. Shinrua and Hachi turned their gaze towards the white ghost, who had spoken directly. Although talking Pokémon are rare, they are not unheard of. And thus Shinrua remained unfazed. As for Hachi, he speculated that the white ghost might be the legendary one. It possessed certain unique traits, such as the ability to converse. Quite expected, indeed. Bring the best doctor here. Soon, the one you referred to as Dora will appear. Regardless of the situation, it likely won't be favorable. Shinrua, follow my lead. The white ghost's demeanor grew stern, and even it could not afford to be careless. Dark crimson patterns emerged on the white ghost's form, and with a wave of its pale, ghostly claw, a space dense with darkness manifested before Shinrua. A mere glance gave the impression that even one's soul could be drawn in. Shinrua hastily shook his head. Closing his eyes, he recognized this as the source's domain. This was the essence of darkness, possessing a terrifying effect that could easily lead to total disorientation, rendering one a mere part of it. The source is an exceedingly peculiar substance, akin to the starlight absorbed by Giratina. For other Pokémon, however, starlight is merely a common fragment of rock. There exist various kinds of terrifying sources, both good and bad. Yet, if one can conquer and absorb it, they will gain immense power. Just like the white ghost, which once absorbed a source composed of resentment, an exceedingly bizarre essence. With its assistance, the white ghost perfectly assimilated that source of malice, becoming incredibly formidable. Shinrua, too, closed his eyes and followed closely behind the white ghost, stepping into the ominous, panic-inducing dark space. Upon fully entering, Shinrua grasped the true horror of this realm. It completely devoured everything, sound, color, leaving only terror and solitude. However, the white ghost remained unfazed. This world of sources was still somewhat less daunting than the resentment source it had absorbed. That malevolent source embodied true terror and strangeness, representing bloodlust, cold-bloodedness, vengeance, and slaughter. Once inside the dark space, the white ghost expanded the protective white domain surrounding it to shield Shinrua. The dark world was illuminated by the white ghost. At least in their vicinity, darkness was entirely dispelled. Stay here and do not move. Remember, do not move at all, regardless of what appears, unless I am here. I trust you will discern my presence. After uttering these words, the white ghost vanished from sight. Shinrua remained still, if even the white ghost deemed this place dangerous. He would certainly not wander aimlessly. He was not one of those cliché protagonists from melodramatic anime. Now, even if someone perished before him, he would not cast a glance. Boundless darkness. This dark space felt infinite. The white ghost moved in a particular direction, yet it seemed endless. Eventually, the white ghost halted. Its face adorned with a peculiar expression, still this setup. Tear it apart. Its form grew enormous, and the terrifying blood-red patterns deepened, resembling blood itself. A white mist began to envelop the white ghost, which closed its eyes as the mist continuously emanated from its body, filling the surrounding space. The black energy seemed provoked, attempting to crush the white ghost into fragments. Yet, regardless of the relentless waves of dark energy, the white ghost maintained its defiant stance, utterly indifferent to everything. It was in search of something. Sources are notoriously difficult to contend with, yet they possess a fatal weakness. Their core is immobile. If the core is not sealed, a continuous surge of terrifying energy will arise, proving exceedingly challenging to manage. Thus, the white ghost intended to locate the core and eliminate it directly. Welcome to this place. Outsider. A fearsome figure emerged before the white ghost, appearing to be a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, clad in the black uniform of Shalufa Company. This individual was Dora, the champion-level Pokémon trainer of Shalufa Company. However, Dora's condition was alarming. He resembled a puppet, controlled by an unseen force. And his Pokémon materialized beside him, charging toward the white ghost with reckless abandon. The white ghost licked its lips, a signature wicked grin gracing its face. Oh, are you afraid? Afraid that I will find the core and dispose of you? No one responded to its inquiries. Dora and his Pokémon charged forward, exuding sheer ferocity. The white ghost was faster still, directly lunging towards Dora. Dora had been assimilated by that black energy. He was no longer the original champion-level Pokémon trainer of Shalufa Company, at the point where Shinrua and the white ghost had parted. Shinrua remained completely still, encased within the protective barrier delineated by the white ghost. He sensed the surrounding danger in this space. Every pore of his body felt as though it might explode. It was overwhelmingly eerie. Moreover, that black energy was exceptionally terrifying, prompting Shinrua to dare not step outside. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed. A horde of Shalufa Company guards surged forth. These were the employees of Shalufa Company, now assimilated by darkness. Shinrua paid them no mind. He recalled the white ghost's words. Unless the white ghost appeared, it was best to disregard everything. Yet, Shinrua had miscalculated. This group effortlessly breached the luminous barrier left by the white ghost and lunged towards Shinrua. Chapter 101. Yet another predicament. The barrier left by the white ghost failed to impede these individuals, vanishing as if it had never existed, not even for a fleeting moment. Shinrua, however, took no heed of this, further solidifying his belief that the White Ghost's earlier admonitions were not without merit. Yet, in the next instant, Shinrua executed a roll to evade an air slash from a valiant eagle, a crimson gash appearing on his face, accompanied by a sharp sting. This was no illusion. It was all too real. The barrier left by the White Ghost was designed to obstruct dark matter from eroding Shinrua. However, while these individuals were indeed tainted by dark matter, they remained human, and thus the White Ghost's barrier offered no protection against them. Go forth, King of Absence. Fire Dragon. Bloodwing Dragon. Shakira. Shinrua unleashed all his Pokémon balls without hesitation. He was up against the elite squad of the Shirafa Company, a formidable team of 8. With dozens of Pokémon assaulting him, if he did not summon his Pokémon to retaliate, he would undoubtedly find himself in grave danger. Upon emergence, the Bloodwing Dragon let out a resounding cry. Seeing the multitude of Pokémon before him, it charged headlong into battle. This species was inherently savage, fiercely combative, and mercilessly lethal. Yet swiftly, the Bloodwing Dragon was sent tumbling back, bearing numerous wounds. None of the Pokémon here were weaklings. Each one had been meticulously nurtured by the Shirafa Company. The assailants were elite guards of the Shirafa Company. Although the Bloodwing Dragon was indeed exceptionally powerful, this was not a fair contest. It was not a one-on-one duel, and being besieged by over 10 Pokémon was naturally its downfall. Bloodwing Dragon, do not act rashly. There are many foes. Be cautious. Shinrua began to issue commands, his directives flowing rapidly from his hands, showcasing the prowess of his Pokémon. The most formidable amongst them was undoubtedly the King of Absence, who single-handedly held off a dozen Pokémon, engaging them fervently without showing any signs of defeat. The Bloodwing Dragon also detained around 10 Pokémon, battling with wild ferocity, scales flying, and dragon blood spilling. The remainder were divided between Shakira and the Fire Dragon, with the latter serving as the primary force, while Shakira remained significantly weaker, still not fully matured. Shinrua commanded his 4 Pokémon, successfully holding off the elite Pokémon of the Shirafa Company without losing ground. However, the Shirafa Company had not sent merely one squad. Another team of 8 had also infiltrated the barrier left by the White Ghost. Damn it! Shinrua could not help but curse, uncertain whether he was cursing the deceitful Shirafu Company or the dark energy, or perhaps both. He sat cross-legged on the ground, pouring his heart's power into supporting his Pokémon in battle. His heart's power, akin to the strength of the Eternal Oak, could rejuvenate his Pokémon. In a fleeting moment, Shinrua's 4 Pokémon managed to withstand the onslaught. This demonstrated just how formidable his Pokémon truly were. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since been vanquished and slain on the spot. Even though Shinrua's Pokémon were exceptionally strong, they were now covered in wounds. Yet their adversaries fared no better. Around 8 or 9 of the opposing Pokémon had lost their ability to fight, largely due to the efforts of the Bloodwing Dragon and the King of Absence. The King of Absence was practically overpowered, delivering crushing blows to those Pokémon with relatively weaker defenses. Meanwhile, the Bloodwing Dragon possessed a significantly higher level than the other Pokémon, reaching near legendary status. Against these creatures, it proved utterly unchallenged. Coupled with Shinrua's strategic commands and various supports from his hard-S power, such results were achieved. Yet, Shinrua's expression darkened. His Pokémon could not hold out much longer. Currently, the only Pokémon capable of battle was the unengaged Kirachi. However, Shinrua would not allow Kirachi to enter the fray. Its frail form could not withstand such intense combat. Should he permit Kirachi to fight, it would likely slip into a deep slumber within moments. At this juncture, Shinrua's task was to wait. Wait for the White Ghost to return. Wait for the White Ghost to resolve this predicament. Otherwise, he had no means to counterattack against 2 elite squads, each consisting of 8 members from the Shirafa Company, all commanding dozens of gym leader-level Pokémon. This was no trivial challenge. Damn it! Fire Dragon! Be careful! Although Shinrua warned, it was too late. A rogue crocodile suddenly leapt up, sinking its teeth into the Fire Dragon's wing, nearly dragging it down. The surrounding Pokémon, like sharks sensing blood, surged toward the Fire Dragon. Fortunately, the King of Absence and the Bloodwing Dragon rushed in to provide timely support, knocking the rogue crocodile away with a powerful blow, while the Bloodwing Dragon followed up with a Dragon Rage attack. Had the Fire Dragon been dragged down, survival would have been impossible. Even so, the Fire Dragon's wing was now stained with blood, 2 sizable puncture wounds glaring before Shinrua's eyes. He channeled his heart's power to mend the Fire Dragon's injuries. However, the Fire Dragon was not the only one harmed. In the recent effort to save it, the King of Absence had also sustained considerable damage from a barrage of attacks, including Death Beam, Ice Beam, Flamethrower, and Hydro Pump, leaving its back a mass of shredded flesh. This was the most brutal battle Shinrua had ever faced. Thankfully, with the Bloodwing Dragon's intervention, disaster had been averted. Even so, under Shinrua's relentless application of Heart's power, all his Pokémon were battered and bruised, riddled with horrific injuries. The back of the King of Absence, the wings of the Fire Dragon, the wings of the Bloodwing Dragon, and the armor of Shakira were all marred with scars, with the weakest Shakira collapsing time and again, only to rise once more. Had it not been for Shinrua's Heart's power, all his Pokémon would have surely succumbed to the brink of death. The ferocity of the battle was evident. The guards of the Shirafa Company had been tainted by dark energy, and their Pokémon had become eerily numb, driven solely by primal instincts. As long as they did not lose their fighting capability, they fought recklessly, as if willing to sacrifice their lives. Shinrua was left in despair. Observing his 4 Pokémon still holding on, he was filled with apprehension if the White Ghost did not arrive soon. They could not endure much longer. His Pokémon were nearing their limits.